Resting area for the brain plus storage for IQ equals exciting story of defeating villains. The female lead is not a saint, does not help the weak, does not suffer losses, and does not tolerate grievances. She will not hesitate to eliminate those who deserve it. If she can act, she won't just talk. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. Don't let her escape.
Xia Shuning de l'Ikari à bambou basket.
Her fair and bright face is reddened by the scorching sun, with beads of sweat covering her forehead. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Wang Sizhu's was in so much pain that he felt like his eyes would burst. He gritted his teeth and shouted in agony. Xia Shuning looked on with disdain, lightly flicking her wrist as the whip swiftly struck the two people rolling on the ground. 3 sharp sounds of the whip were followed by the dull thud of breaking bones. The first strike broke a hand. The second strike broke a foot. The third strike ensured they would never have descendants. The two were in so much pain they nearly passed out. At first, they could still wail, but soon only faint gasps remained. Xia Shuning felt she had been too merciful. In a post-apocalyptic world, she could have ended their lives with just 1 strike. It seemed someone had seen what happened, so she decided to spare them for now, letting them suffer a bit longer before sending them to meet the king of. Xia Shuning picked up her basket and slowly walked home. Her steps were a bit heavy. The fight had drained her energy. As she neared her door, her neighbor, Aunt Li, stopped her with a concerned look. Shuning, the Su family is here to discuss the annulment of the engagement. Xia Shuning smiled at Aunt Li. She was the only person who had shown her kindness since she arrived in this world. Aunt Li whispered, Shuning, the Fang family has bad intentions. You should prepare yourself. If you need help, remember to ask me. Thank you. Don't worry, Aunt Li. Xia Shuning nodded. In the post-apocalyptic world, Xia Shuning had lived a lazy life, relying on her powerful fire abilities. After much effort, she had finally gathered a large amount of precious supplies and was ready to enjoy them. But then, out of nowhere, a thick bolt of lightning struck her. With a scream, Xia Shuning was mercilessly turned to ashes. Was she really a bad person? When she opened her eyes again, she had become the current Xia Shuning. The original owner was named Fang Jingjun, a mistaken daughter of the Fang family. Since childhood, she had to handle all the household chores, working harder than a cow, eating less than a cat, and often serving as the family's punching bag. Fortunately, the original owner was very beautiful, the prettiest in the area. She was even engaged to a soldier, waiting to marry him and live a comfortable life. Who would have thought? Fan Shanjing and Zhao Lady's biological daughter, Fang Jingjun, returned to the village 3 days ago to claim her identity. That was the same Fang Jingjun who had been the young lady of the Xia family for 19 years. With the Fang family's inherited high cheekbones, broad jaw, and small, squinty eyes like her mother, she successfully claimed her identity. Overnight, she transformed from the city's Xia Jingjun to the village's Fang Jingjun. And Fang Shuning was supposed to be called Xia Shuning. Her biological father was a physicist receiving special government support, and her mother was an artist who danced gracefully on stage. But now, they have all been reduced to nothing, locked away like animals, their dignity and talent trampled upon. No wonder Fang Jingjun suddenly appeared in this remote village, eager to reconnect with her poor farmer parents. Fang Jingjun indeed has something special. She enjoyed a privileged life for 19 years. As soon as her adoptive parents faced trouble, she seemed to have anticipated it and immediately learned about her true origins. She decisively cut ties with them, successfully avoiding the misfortune linked to her adoptive parents, and even gained the good status of being a third-generation poor farmer. It seems Fang Jingjun is a reborn girl. Humph. If she has been reborn, why not do something great? The original owner had been worn down by the Fang family into a timid and weak girl. Upon learning that her biological parents were suffering in a barn, she was so frightened that she fell ill with a high fever. This gave Xia Shuning the chance to come through. My sister has such a hard life. The whole family is in the barn, sob sob. Fang Jingjun cried sincerely. My family Minin has come this far, through struggles and hardships. Chun Ping wiped her eyes, looking like a caring mother. Since Minin had written, she wanted to help him succeed. Then let's switch to Jingjun. It was originally a match between the Fang and Su families, so there shouldn't be any bad luck involved. Zhao Lady quickly interrupted. Chun Ping glanced at Fang Jingjun. She was dressed well but was quite plain-looking, not worthy of her talented Minin. First, they would break the engagement, and then make plans. She asked the most concerning question. Will Xia Shuning cause trouble for my Minin in the army? He is a company commander now, and any scandal would be bad. Mother-in-law, don't worry. Once the engagement is broken, I will marry her off immediately, and I will handle the bride price. Fang Jingjun abruptly tugged at Zhao Lady's sleeve, interrupting her. Break it off now. Chun Ping's eyes showed disdain. Xia Shuning was indeed a temptress, already finding a man. Fang Jingjun blushed, but her pride was hard to hide. Breaking the engagement. Does Minin know? He cares for my sister. In her past life, Su Minin was devoted to Xia Shuning, enlisting in the army for her, fighting on the battlefield to earn merits, and gradually rising to a high position, making her the envy of many as the commander's wife. In this life, the love and glory Su Minin brings to Xia Shuning now belong to Fang Jingjun. Xia Shuning stood at the door, and upon hearing the words break the engagement, she smiled wickedly and beautifully. A quality man who deeply loves the original owner is about to be taken away by this reborn girl, Fang Jingjun? I don't care about the man, but if she dares to take something from me, she is really asking for trouble. Everyone in the room has crossed her, so who will be the first to face the consequences? My parents raised Shuning for 19 years. Their kindness is greater than the bond of blood, so she should repay them, Fang Jingjun said softly, hiding her malice behind lowered eyes, agreeing with Chun Ping. The two brothers from the Wang family were the suitable match she had carefully chosen for Xia Shuning. In her past life, she was rented to these brothers for just 5 yuan, becoming their shared wife. The brothers' lewd gazes flashed in her mind, making her throat feel sick. But thinking of the dirty methods they used to torment her, Xia Shuning would have to experience it all. Fang Jingjun felt an uncontrollable excitement rising within her, her fingers trembling slightly. If anyone was to blame, it was Xia Xinglong and Song Peilon, that pair of short-lived fools. In her previous life, Fang Jingjun didn't realize she was not their biological daughter and ended up being dragged down to the cattle shed by them. In less than 3 months, Xia Xinglong, Song Peilon, and that annoying Xia Letong all met their end. She was left alone to endure years of hardship, ultimately falling into the hands of an old bachelor in the village, suffering greatly and dying tragically on the street. How could they be so foolish? They didn't even realize their biological daughter had been swapped. Her suffering stemmed from their stupidity. Recalling her youth, she had become the shared wife of the Wang brothers. After giving birth to 4 daughters in a row, she was forced to borrow seeds from all the men in the village, ending up with 9 children of unknown parentage, and the ones who survived were all misfits. Her heart was filled with hatred. In her 30s, she was overjoyed to find half a bun. At that time, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-end restaurant, she saw Xia Shuning's husband, Su Minin, gently removing fish bones for her. Xia Shuning, with a face resembling her adoptive mother Song Peilon, looked delicate and youthful, clearly destined for a life of comfort without any suffering. Looking at herself, she was haggard and even appeared older than her biological mother, Zhao Lady. Xia Shuning's good life was given to her by Fang Shanjing and Zhao Lady, who were her real parents. Xia Shuning's happy life should have belonged to her. Filled with jealousy and hatred, she choked on a dry bun and died unexpectedly. To her surprise, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back a few days before the committee came to raid their home. Heaven had shown her mercy, giving her a chance to live again. This time, she was determined to reclaim everything that belonged to her and seek justice from those who had wronged her in her past life, by any means necessary. Taking advantage of her rebirth, she hurried to seize the Xia family's wealth, publicly severing ties with Xia Shuning and Song Peilon, and then reporting them. Afterward, she returned to the village to find the Fang family, successfully reconnecting with them, and sought Fang Jingjun and Zhao Lady's help to take away Xia Shuning's fiancé, Su Min'an. She must endure twice the hardships that Xia Shuning has faced. The blessings that Xia Shuning enjoyed, she wants to experience early. Xia Shuning wants to atone for Xia Shuning and Song Peilon. My parents raised you in comfort for 19 years, and what have you given back? Xia Shuning's cold voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone in the room. Fang Jingjun trembled, looking at Xia Shuning in confusion. How did you get here? Fang Shanqing and Zhao Lady looked shocked, as they had seen her being pulled into the sorghum field by the Wang brothers. But the Xia Shuning before them was neatly dressed, completely unlike the messy state they expected. Here, Chen Ping immediately pulled out a cloth bag upon seeing Xia Shuning, tossing it into her arms with a look of disdain. Quickly returned the engagement token from the Su family. When Fang Jingjun saw the bag, her breath caught, and she instinctively reached out to grab it. Xia Shuning swatted Fang Jingjun's hand away and held the bag tightly. Su Min'an wants to break off the engagement? According to the original owner's memory, Su Min'an had fallen for her at first sight, and the original owner only thought he was suitable for marriage. After getting engaged to Su Min'an, the original owner's life at home improved a bit. The troublemakers in the village dared not openly harass her because of her soldier fiancé, who wants to break off the engagement. She needed to find out the truth for the original owner. Yes, Min'an wants to break off the engagement, Chen Ping said sharply, slamming a letter on the table. The bracelet and the letter were brought back by Min'an's comrade overnight. Min'an had joined the army for this little brat, living a life full of danger. For the past few years, she hadn't slept soundly, always seeing images of Min'an getting hurt in her mind. Every time she read Min'an's letters mentioning Xia Shuning, she felt annoyed, thinking her son only cared about his wife and not his mother. Thankfully, her son finally understood. Xia Shuning opened the letter, and it simply read, "Break off the engagement." Su Min'an was careful, making sure the original owner's name was not included. Fine, I agree to break off the engagement. I have no ties with Su Min'an anymore, Xia Shuning said politely. Zhao Lady already took the bride price, so you can ask her for it. After saying this, she folded the letter and put it in her pocket, as it was a written proof that she needed to keep in case of future disputes. Seeing Xia Shuning so agreeable, Chen Ping recalled how Min'an had pretended to be strong but sounded choked up on the phone when he learned that Xia Shuning's biological parents were undesirable. She instantly felt upset. Why should only her Min'an suffer so much over the breakup? Suddenly, Xia Shuning leaned in and whispered, "Remember to pay me back 850 yuan. Chen Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to question her. Why should I? Xia Shuning coldly said, "Otherwise, I can't promise not to write a complaint about Su Min'an's team. Give it to me quietly later, and don't let the Fang family know." Chen Ping pointed at Xia Shuning, trembling with anger, unable to speak, but afraid to withhold money. This flirt pretended to be so devoted in front of Min'an, but it turned out she would even back out of a marriage for money. Fortunately, Fang Jingjun's dowry for her engagement to Min'an was substantial. Chen Ping felt furious, but maintained a loving expression. She pretended to pat Fang Jingjun's hand. "Jingjun, you are the daughter-in-law our Su family has chosen." Fang Jingjun blushed and softly said, "Aunt Su, Min'an and I will definitely be filial to you and Uncle Su in the future." Watching Chen Ping go to the next room to ask Fang Shanjing and Zhao Lady for the engagement gift money, Fang Jingjun boldly reached out to Xia Shuning. "Give it to me." Xia Shuning grabbed Fang Jingjun's outstretched hand, her cold eyes fixed on Fang Jingjun. "What do you want from me?" Fang Jingjun pulled her hand back in fear, quickly hiding it behind her back, fully believing that if she hesitated for a second, Xia Shuning would break her hand. How could her personality change so much over just a fever? The Xia Shuning in front of her was nothing like the timid girl she first met. When she first saw this face resembling her foster mother, she had intentionally splashed tea on Xia Shuning. Back then, Xia Shuning didn't even dare to cry, and stayed up all night in wet clothes to help her pack. Thinking of her parents and her brother, who were all on her side, gave her courage. They were her blood relatives, while Xia Shuning was just an orphan. With that thought, Fang Jingjun pointed at the cloth bag in Xia Shuning's hand and said, "Worried you have to take something from the Fang family." Her intuition from being reborn told Fang Jingjun that the contents of the bag were extraordinary, and she had to get it.
TC.
Xia Shuning scoffed, opening the cloth bag in front of Fang Jingjun and slowly pulling out an old wooden bracelet, putting it on her left wrist. The bracelet seemed custom-made for her, fitting perfectly. On her left hand, she wore an identical wooden bracelet. Xia Shuning shook her delicate wrist and sarcastically said, "Is this something from your Fang family? Since you say I have no right to take things from the Fang family, by the same logic, you have no right to take things from the Xia family. Shouldn't you return them to me?" Jingjun Fang shivered slightly and stammered, You're talking nonsense. I've never taken anything from the Xia family." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and smiled mockingly as she looked up and down at Jingjun Fang: tortoiseshell hairpin, gold earrings, a designer bag, a plum blossom watch, glass stockings, lambskin shoes. From head to toe, inside and out, what do you have that wasn't provided by the Xia family? In fact, it wasn't just what she was wearing. Jingjun Fang's 2 suitcases also contained gold bars taken from the Xia family's safe, a complete set of jade jewelry from Song Peilon's makeup box, ruby accessories, a stack of land deeds, and all of the Xia family's cash totaling 2,968 yuan. She took everything that could fit in the suitcases, which is why she had such a generous dowry that Chen Peng admired. Thinking of the Xia family's miserable state, Jingjun Fang smiled maliciously. "Besides what I'm wearing, the Xia family has nothing left. Everything has been taken away." Smack. Xia Shuning slapped Jingjun Fang hard across the face, instantly shattering her smug expression. Jingjun Fang's head snapped to the side, and a clear handprint quickly appeared on her cheek, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xia Shuning shook her numb hand, her eyes burning with anger, and coldly said, "I advise you not to provoke me." She was no longer someone to be bullied. Anyone who thought she was still the same easy target would be in for trouble. A flicker of fear crossed Jingjun Fang's eyes, but she defiantly shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Smack. Another loud slap, and Xia Shuning showed no mercy as she struck again, sneering, "So what if I hit you?" She turned to head back to the thatched house. Jingjun Fang stared intently at the wooden bracelet on her wrist, her eyes glinting with greed. Her instincts told her that this bracelet was no ordinary item. In her previous life, she had heard that some treasures could recognize their master through a drop of blood. Jingjun Fang bit her fingertip, blood flowing out, and she grinned as she lunged at Xia Shuning. "Give me the bracelet." Xia Shuning frowned, sidestepping and coldly said, "Are you crazy?" But Jingjun Fang disregarded her and flung her blood towards Xia Shuning's wrist, laughing wildly. "I am the chosen one. You don't deserve to have it." A droplet of blood arced through the air, about to land on the bracelet. Xia Shuning quickly dodged, but one drop still touched the edge of the bracelet, causing it to warm slightly. She let out a cold laugh, her mind stirred, forcefully cutting off the connection between Fang Jingjun and the wooden bracelet. Then, a young yet mocking voice echoed in Xia Shuning's mind. "Blood to recognize the master? Huh. Do you think I'm some lowly thing? Any random person wants to be my master?" She was taken aback, but quickly realized it was the bracelet speaking. Xia Shuning asked in her mind, "Can you talk?" The voice of the Zhuke bracelet was filled with disdain. "Humph. What a mere wooden bracelet. I am the ancient divine object Zhuke bracelet, not something that can be tainted by a mere mortal's blood. This ignorant human dares to pollute me with her dirty blood. She is simply asking for trouble." Before the words finished, Fang Jingjun suddenly fell heavily to the ground, clutching her chest, looking confused and terrified. Even though her blood had dripped onto the bracelet for a while, aside from her hand hurting, she felt nothing special at all. Fang Jingjun trembled and muttered to herself. Could it be? I was wrong. Is this just a broken wooden bracelet? Broken wooden bracelet? A young yet furious voice rang out in Xia Shuning's mind. This ignorant human dares to look down on me. Xia Shuning shot a cold glance at Fang Jingjun and slapped her twice. What chosen one? You must be possessed. Fang Jingjun shivered, not daring to say more and no, nothing. She realized she might have revealed a secret and felt regret for being punished by fate. Xia Shuning grabbed a stack of paper, took Fang Jingjun's bleeding finger, and pressed it onto the bloody prints one by one. Fang Jingjun trembled and asked, "W, what are you doing?" "Doing a good deed, helping you stop the bleeding." Xia Shuning replied coldly, but in her heart, she had already planned that these bloody papers would become her tool against the Fang family. Fang Jingjun quickly pulled her hand back. "I don't need your false kindness." Xia Shuning put away the paper and turned to enter the thatched house behind. The room had no windows or lights, and there were small puddles from leaking rain on the floor, with a musty smell in the air. She closed the door and looked down at the Xuke bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet was something the original owner found while foraging for wild vegetables. It looked plain and unremarkable, which is why Zhao Lady didn't take it. Years ago, the original owner was engaged to Su Minun, and the Fang family accepted the betrothal gifts but refused to give a token. The original owner had no choice but to give one of the wooden bracelets to the Su family. Su Minun happily accepted it and even asked for a strand of the original owner's hair to finalize the matter. When Xia Shuning arrived, the original owner had only 2 ragged clothes and 5 cents left, along with this wooden bracelet. She had studied it carefully and discovered that the bracelet was not made of wood, but she couldn't figure out what material it was. In this world, her fire abilities had weakened and needed to be upgraded. Now, Xia Shuning could control the bracelet, transforming it into a whip, with mysterious runes faintly appearing on it. Besides that, she hadn't found any other uses for the bracelet. Could it be because she hadn't recognized it with her blood? But she always felt that recognizing it with blood was too basic. Anyone's blood could do that, which would make the treasure seem too cheap. "You and I have a special connection," said the voice of the Xuke bracelet, still proud. "I am not something just anyone can control." The voice carried a hint of pride. "To become my master, you need enough strength. Do you dare to try?" "Why wouldn't I?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Becoming my master can only be done through a soul contract. The process is extremely painful, and if you fail, you will be destroyed. You need to think carefully." Xia Shuning felt a chill in her heart. A soul contract? Exactly. A soul contract is much more advanced than blood recognition, the Xuke bracelet explained. Once the contract is completed, we are bound together in life and death. If you are strong, I am strong. If you are weak, I am weak. Xia Shuning was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "Okay, I accept." The voice of the Xuke bracelet was filled with admiration. "You have courage. However, the contract process is very painful, and giving up midway will also lead to destruction. Are you sure about this?" Xia Shuning replied calmly, "Don't worry, I want to live more than anyone." Before she finished speaking, the Xuke bracelet suddenly heated up, and complex runes appeared on its surface, with flames swirling around. Suddenly, it erupted in dazzling flames, enveloping Xia Shuning completely. Within the flames, the shadow of a phoenix gradually became clear, letting out a loud cry. Xia Shuning felt a sharp pain deep in her mind, as if her soul were being torn apart. She gritted her teeth, her face pale, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. The voice of the Xuke bracelet echoed in her mind. "Hold on. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as my master." Xia Shuning didn't respond, but focused all her energy in her mind. Her consciousness transformed into a long whip, striking the phoenix shadow in the flames repeatedly. After what felt like a long time, the flames gradually faded, and the phoenix shadow turned into a stream of light, merging into Xia Shuning's mind. The contract is complete. Xia Shuning has formed a soul contract with the Xuke bracelet. The voice of the Xuke bracelet sounded a bit tired, but mostly relieved. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed me. Xia Shuning let out a long breath, her forehead covered in cold sweat, yet a proud smile appeared on her lips. Congratulations to you for having a powerful master. She looked down at her wrist. The Xuke bracelet was no longer an ordinary wooden bracelet. It had transformed into an exquisite red jade bracelet, with complex runes carved on its surface, faintly glowing with flames. Xia Shuning could control the form of the Xuke bracelet with her mind, so she made it invisible. Then, she looked towards the courtyard where the Fang family lived. Hey, Fang family, wait for me to send you a big gift. The Xuke bracelet suddenly spoke. I also have a gift for you. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up. You have a gift too? What is it? A must-have for time travelers, a powerful tool? The Xuke bracelet was an ancient divine object, so its gift must be impressive. Like billions of resources? A spiritual spring? Just as Xia Shuning was daydreaming, the Xuke bracelet suddenly revealed two new functions in her mind. Bacterial infection. Infection rate of wounds x 10%. Usage condition. Accumulate 100 merit points. Medicine enhancement. Effect of medicines increased by 20%. Usage condition. Accumulate 50 merit points. The Xuke bracelet's voice sounded a bit proud. This is the gift I give you. But to use them, you need to deal with those bad people and help me accumulate merit points. Xia Shuning frowned, clearly displeased. Is this it? You call yourself a divine object? A gift? You want me to work like a servant? I'm not doing it. Unlink me, and you can go. It was all the Xuke bracelet's fault for raising her expectations too high. At that moment, Xia Shuning felt very disappointed. The Xuke bracelet's tone weakened, and it said pitifully, "We have a soul contract. We can't unlink. My space can store items, grow plants, sustain life, and even upgrade." Xia Shuning looked at the empty space, which seemed even emptier because of its size, and spoke with disdain. You are an ancient divine beast. Do you have a spiritual spring? Others who recognize their master with a drop of blood get a spiritual spring for free. The Xuke bracelet felt disrespected and weakly explained, "You will have a spiritual spring in the future, but it needs a treasure to unlock. Free things are definitely not as good as paid ones. If you accumulate enough merit points, higher-level items will be available." Xia Shuning still shook her head. I still have to earn merit points? No way. The Xuke bracelet helplessly reminded her, a soul contract is a higher level than blood binding. You can take someone else's space. Taking from others doesn't cost anything. Taking from others. Xia Shuning, coming from a post-apocalyptic world, was very skilled at this. So let's start by taking from the Xuke bracelet. Xia Shuning deliberately put on a serious face. Where am I supposed to go to take from? This body is so weak. Am I going to take or just be a sacrifice? The Xuke bracelet gritted its teeth and handed Xia Shuning a cup of fiery red liquid. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. What's this? The Xuke bracelet replied through clenched teeth, Phoenix tears, the essence of my years of training. If you don't drink it, you'll owe me. Seeing its reluctance, Xia Shuning happily drank it all. The sensation felt like swallowing a ball of fire, and within seconds, her insides felt like they were burning. A sharp pain hit her, and her skin felt like it was about to burst. She glared at the little phoenix. Are you trying to poison me to get a new master? The little phoenix replied, You insisted on taking my phoenix tears. Hold on, or we'll both turn to ashes. Xia Shuning activated her fire abilities to merge with the phoenix's true fire, beads of sweat oozing from her skin, mixed with dark red grime, sticky and foul-smelling. The little phoenix continuously breathed fire around her until all the impurities were burned away. Xia Shuning felt her body lighten. She stood in front of the mirror. The original owner already resembled her, but due to malnutrition, they were pale and thin. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, her skin was rough, with sunspots and very dark. Now, her skin was smooth and translucent like Tianshan snow, glowing softly, giving her an ethereal appearance. Xia Shuning didn't want to wear the old underwear anymore. Is there a store? I need underwear and food. In her mind, a colorful shopping interface appeared. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up at the sight of silk underwear, Juke silver needles, Juke crossbows, height-increasing pills, and more, all of which she urgently needed. But she quickly frowned and muttered, "Why do I still need money?" The little phoenix whispered, "All items in the Juke store must be exchanged with flame coins." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Flame coins? How do I earn them?" The little phoenix explained, "I can't cultivate on my own in this world with scarce spiritual energy. You need to capture creatures to feed me." Xia Shuning understood immediately, "So, you're basically my pet." The little phoenix was so angry it couldn't speak. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Shuning's eyes. "I'll go capture the Fang family to exchange for flame coins." The little phoenix jumped up, raising its voice, "No. Humans cannot be exchanged for flame coins." Xia Shuning shrugged. "Why not?" The little phoenix huffed in anger. "Humph. If people could be exchanged, I'd be the first to catch you. What level is your soul anyway?" Xia Shuning was very dissatisfied with this space. For now, she would make do with it and would grab a better one when she saw it. She was eager to test the bacterial infection on Fang Jingjun, especially since she had taken the Juke bracelet. Xia Shuning walked into the yard and saw no one around, only hearing quiet voices coming from Zhao Lady's room. She quietly stood by the window and casually scattered some insect eggs along the wall. Inside, Fang Jingjun gritted her teeth and said, "The Wang brothers are useless. They can't even handle a little girl." She had thought that today she could send Xia Shuning to the Wang brothers' bed to end her obsession with Su Minin. Fang Jingjun took a few strong puffs of his pipe and frowned. "Since nothing happened today, we should return the 500 yuan bride price. The Wang brothers are not to be messed with." "No way," Fang Jingjun protested loudly. "We can't return it. My sister said the 500 yuan is for me to marry a wife. With that 500 yuan, he could build 3 big brick houses, and even the village chief's beautiful daughter would marry him." Zhao Lady didn't speak, but her attitude was clear. She supported Fang Jingjun. After all, her son was her treasure. What if the Wang family causes trouble? Fang Jingjun sneered. Fang Jingjun frowned and lowered her voice. "Don't they just want a wife? That's easy. Dad, we have medicine for breeding pigs, right? What are you planning?" Fang Jingjun swallowed nervously. Zhao Lady's eyes lit up. Her daughter was indeed capable. Just like her, someone who could handle big matters and not let down her mother's past efforts. "This is a hassle. We could just kidnap her and send her to the Wang family," Fang Jingjun grumbled. "You fool." Zhao Lady raised her hand as if to hit Fang Jingjun on the head, but then hesitated and instead adjusted his collar. Fang Jingjun rolled her eyes secretly. Only Zhao Lady would treat such a fool like Fang Jingjun as a precious gem. Yet this fool had managed to become the village chief thanks to Su Minin, showing just how much Su Minin cared for Xia Shuning. "Dad, let's gather everyone in the village at the thatched house," Fang Jingjun said with a sinister smile. "Mom, you guard the gate, and I'll handle the rest. I want that little girl in front of the whole village." Xia Shuning listened quietly for a while, amused. She was looking forward to the big show tomorrow night. She poked a small hole in the paper at the window, focusing on Fang Jingjun's injured finger, and quietly activated the bacterial infection feature. Fang Jingjun suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger. Looking down, she saw that the wound, which had stopped bleeding, was now red, swollen, and dark. She stared at her finger in fear as blood continued to flow, and the pain made her almost unable to stand. "Mom, I need to go to the clinic right now. My wound is infected." "Why spend that money? I'll give you some planash," Zhao Lady said casually. "I have money. You all come with me," Fang Jingjun said, covering her finger in pain. Fang Jingjun's eyes lit up, and he called everyone to take Fang Jingjun to see a doctor. He needed to make sure she would give him the money as the head of the family. Xia Shuning quietly followed them, first collecting their money and tickets into her space. Her space was empty, and she needed to grab something. As they passed the village's manure pit, she took out 4 stones and struck them hard with her Juke whip. Thud! 4 loud sounds echoed, and the Fang family fell into the Manure pit, splashing a large amount of disgusting waste, with a terrible smell overwhelming them. Help! The 4 members of the Fang family struggled desperately in the pit, nearly covered in waste, their muffled cries for help echoing. Xia Shuning squatted by the pit, noticing she had only gained 1 merit point. Seeing the 4 struggling to climb out, she hit them down again with stones. When Fang Jingjun tried to climb out for the 3rd time, the Zhuke whip accurately struck him in the groin.
Ah!
Fang Jingjun screamed in pain, causing the Fang family to fall back into the pit. This also startled the village guard watching the pit. Someone's stealing Manure. Someone is stealing from the village. The guard shouted, ringing a bell for alarm. Villagers rushed to the Manure pit, quickly getting dressed. As the saying goes, a good harvest relies on good fertilizer. We can't let anyone steal our Manure. Just as the Fang family climbed out, they began to uncontrollably, while coming up, and the villagers arrived. The team leader stood in shock, looking at the Fang family covered in waste, a disgusting sight. Why were you stealing Manure? Someone said, in the future, if anyone pretends to fall in like you, won't all that mess get on them? They must pay. Zhao lady replied unhappily, we accidentally fell in, why should we pay? The village leader, who hated villagers who took advantage of public resources, angrily said, if you don't pay, you'll pay in mess. Fang Jingjun was almost going crazy. She urgently wanted to go home and clean up. I'll pay.
I'll pay.
Zhao lady pinched her hard. You spendthrift. Xia Shuning couldn't stand the smell anymore. She turned to go home, trying to catch the black pig in the pig pen. A voice reminded her, domesticated animals cannot be exchanged. Xia Shuning retorted, you're so picky. Having something to eat is good enough. Having experience from the apocalypse, she gathered eggs, buns, and stuffed them into her basket, heading to Yunwu Mountain to catch creatures. Once in the mountains, she tried to use her Zhuke bracelet to capture everything, trading wild crucian carp, wild onions, perilla leaves, and wild peppers. She quickly clicked to exchange and received successful transaction notifications from the Zhuke Mall. Perilla leaves, 1 flame coin. Wild onions, 1 flame coin. Wild peppers, 1 flame coin. Wild crucian carp, 10 flame coins. Xia Shuning couldn't wait to spend 100 flame coins to exchange for a health pill. Health pills were really expensive, but their effects were worth it. With space available, she could empty the Fang family and needed good strength to stir things up, so she had to buy it no matter the cost. As she caught more fish, she discovered that the Zhuke Mall had a decreasing exchange rate for familiar items. For example, the first wild crucian carp was worth 10 flame coins, the second 5, the third 1, until it was free. To earn more flame coins, Xia Shuning had to keep capturing new and interesting plants and animals. After finishing, Xia Shuning took out a jar from her basket, built a fire, and cooked a whole fish. After eating and drinking her fill, a cold smile appeared on Xia Shuning's lips. You took everything from me, and now you want to use me as a bargaining chip? You've just started your nightmare by messing with me. She was determined to create chaos for the Fang family. Xia Shuning packed some fluffy ferns, added some mountain berries and chicken feet, and sprinkled pig feet on top for cover. This way, if she encountered anyone, she would have an explanation ready. In the depths of Yunwu Mountain, wild boars and leopards often appeared. Only experienced hunters dared to venture in, while regular villagers stayed away. Xia Shuning calmly walked deeper into the forest, stepping on the dew. She used her Zhuke bracelet to skin the plants and animals in the deep forest. Her skills from hunting mutated beasts in the apocalypse now became a tool for capturing living creatures. When the bracelet glimmered with the 27th light only she could see, her balance in the shop was at 378 flame coins. Xia Shuning first exchanged for a set of vermilion bird silver needles. She often got injured in the apocalypse, which helped her develop excellent medical skills and acupuncture techniques. The vermilion bird silver needles were not just tools for her, they were also weapons. She wanted to give the Fang family a taste of this opportunity. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of the earthy smell of mushrooms. Xia Shuning crouched down and pushed aside the decaying leaves. Sunlight was shining on a few chicken mushrooms, and the dew-covered gills held dormant spores. She flicked the mushroom stem with her fingertip, listening to the crisp sound of the shop's notification, and a smile finally appeared on her lips. Once she got home, she would go to Fang Jingjun to make money and buy cooking oil. She couldn't wait to make spicy chicken mushrooms and enjoy them with noodles every day. A sudden of a dry branch echoed in the forest. Xia Shuning pressed herself against a tree trunk, her fingers rubbing the freshly carved elm with slingshot handle. 30 steps away, a mature muntjac was nibbling on berries with its ears perked up. She held her breath, and the gust of air from a stone flying through the air startled the birds in the treetops. The sound of the muntjac falling startled even more birds, but Xia Shuning was already crouched beside the twitching muntjac, the blue light of her vermilion bracelet glowing intensely. When the shop notification chimed, she chuckled. It's easier to earn than apocalypse crystal cores. As the sun began to set, Xia Shuning intentionally took a detour to the river at the village's edge. In the shimmering water, blue-shelled river shrimp were gathered, munching on aquatic plants. She broke a slender willow branch to catch a shrimp, which still had droplets of water on its antennae before being stored in her space. Upon entering the village, every household was having dinner. Xia Shuning thought the Fang family had already eaten, but as soon as she walked in, she saw the table filled with dishes usually seen only during the New Year. Shuning, you're back. Hurry and put down your basket to eat. Zhao Lady's overly friendly smile clearly hid some discomfort. Fang Jingjun turned away, not wanting to face Xia Shuning, but suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. Fang Jingjun sat at the head of the table, silently smoking a pipe, his eyes hidden in the smoke, occasionally flashing with a glimmer of light. The family waited for Xia Shuning to return before starting dinner, which was a first in 19 years. The original owner had never eaten at the table in the Fang family. They used to throw food on the ground, making her fight with the dogs for scraps. Because of this, Xia Shuning couldn't let the Fang family have it easy. She scanned the Fang family members, who remained unmoving. Shuning, come sit down. We were waiting for you to start eating, Fang Jingjun said, handing her a rough ceramic bowl with a chipped edge. Xia Shuning lowered her gaze to the bowl piled high with dishes, recalling the time when she was 6 years old and Fang Jingjun had dumped spoiled food on her head using the same bowl. Fang Jingjun's smoking pipe knocked against the corner of the table with a dull sound. Today, the team is showing taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, so eat up. The words were meant for the whole family, but his murky eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's unmoving chopsticks. Fang Jingjun shot a fierce glare at Xia Shuning, then lowered his head and desperately shoveled meat into his bowl, as if possessed by a starving ghost. Fang Jingjun and Zhao Lidi took a few bites, but when they saw Xia Shuning still not moving her chopsticks, they exchanged a glance and quickly looked away. Sister, I haven't had the chance to talk to you properly. I always remember how good your mother was to me when we were young. As Fang Jingjun spoke, she wiped the corner of her eye. Now it's just us sisters left, and I promise to take good care of you. After saying this, she added a few pieces of meat to Xia Shuning's plate. Sister, try this meat. Before Fang Jingjun could finish, Xia Shuning suddenly looked up. If we're reminiscing, how about giving me 1,000 yuan first? As soon as she said this, it was like a bomb had gone off, leaving the Fang family stunned, all staring at Fang Jingjun. I don't have that much money. Fang Jingjun panicked, dropping the meat from her chopsticks. On the day Fang Jingjun returned to the village to reconnect with her family, Zhao Lidi had asked her for money, but she had claimed to only have 50 yuan. Just look at you. I can tell how wealthy my parents are. Xia Shuning pointed at Fang Jingjun's wristwatch. Are you pretending to be poor to hide from your mom? Or your brother? In the heavy silence, Fang Jingjun's forehead was throbbing, Zhao Lidi's chest was rising and falling rapidly, and Fang Jingjun's eyes were bloodshot, filled with greed and jealousy as he stared at Fang Jingjun. Just a worthless girl, dressed better than the county chief's daughter, pretending to be poor. Who was she fooling? They were family. Fang Jingjun forced herself to stay calm and said, The money was all taken during the raid. But you came back before the raid, right? Xia Shuning said coldly, pretending to stand up. Give the money to your sister. Fang Shanjing's pipe finally slammed down on the table. After all, this money wouldn't leave the Fang family, and it was a good lesson for Fang Jingjun. Fang Jingjun was very reluctant, but knew that the most important thing tonight was to get Xia Shuning to eat the food that had been laced with medicine. She turned and went into the room, dragging out a locked suitcase from under the bed, taking out 1,000 yuan and some tickets. Fang Jingjun returned to the table unsteadily, tightly clutching the thick stack of money. Zhao Lidi and Fang Jianguo's eyes widened like saucers, fixated on the stack of cash. You ungrateful girl. How could you keep so much money for yourself? Zhao Lidi's voice was sharp and piercing, her anger erupting instantly. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud smack echoed as she slapped Fang Jingjun hard across the face. Fang Jingjun's head snapped to the side, leaving a bright red mark on her cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Lidi shouted angrily, You owe everything to me, and you dare to play tricks on me? Fang Jingjun covered her swollen face with her bandaged hand, looking utterly shocked. She turned to Xia Shuning, her eyes filled with venom. However, Xia Shuning seemed unfazed, calmly organizing a stack of papers and watching with satisfaction as Fang Jinguo swallowed hard. Zhao Lidi forced a smile and said, Shuning, let Mama keep your money safe. Don't lose it. Why should that girl take the Fang family's money? Xia Shuning coldly retorted, My mom is in the bar now, do you want to go visit her? Zhao Lidi was about to strike again, but Xia Shuning caught her wrist. Your hand is much quicker at hitting than chopping meat. Zhao Lidi broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like her wrist might be broken, but there was no visible injury. Xia Shuning waved the money in her hand and turned to Fang Jingjun with a meaningful smile. You can easily take out 1,000 yuan. It seems you have plenty of money. Not giving it to your mom or your little brother. With a loud bang, Fang Jinguo slammed his chopsticks on the table, grabbed Fang Jingjun, and dragged her into the room. You worthless person. Everything in this house is mine. Sounds of rummaging followed. Xia Shuning laughed heartily. Is this infighting? Why act like a loving family? Such a messy show. By the time Fang Jingjun returned with red eyes, looking wronged, Fang Jinguo was wearing a women's watch and had bulging pockets. All right, we're all family here. Money is the same no matter who has it. Let's eat. Fang Shanjing banged his chopsticks on the table. Xia Shuning scooped a spoonful of cold egg soup. She had a big show to attend that night. She needed to eat well. Zhao Lidi glared at Xia Shuning, who was poking at the pork slices with her chopsticks, feeling a pang of bitterness. She thought to herself, this table of dishes must have used half a jar of oil, and that little brat only picks the meat dishes. Their family usually uses just a tiny bit of oil with their chopsticks. How could they let an outsider enjoy a whole table of meat? Thinking about the exorbitant bride price of 500 yuan, Zhao Lidi suppressed her urge to hit Xia Shuning and forced a kind smile. She then served Xia Shuning several pieces of tomatoes and cucumbers. Shuning, eat your vegetables. It's good for your health. After saying this, she quickly served more meat to each member of the Fang family. Fang Jingjun watched Xia Shuning, who was quietly eating. The evening light streamed in, softly illuminating half of her face, making her look rosy and vibrant like a summer flower. She heard Zhao Lidi say that Xia Shuning had been working in the field since she was little, enduring both the scorching sun and the biting cold without rest. Yet, Xia Shuning's skin remained fair, though it lacked care and was a bit rough. Throughout her life, everyone who met Xia Shuning said she was too beautiful to be a child of the Fang family, even too pretty compared to the village girls. In the village, the highest bride price was 30 yuan, while the Wang brothers were willing to pay a staggering 500 yuan. Compared to Xia Shuning, Fang Jingjun felt that her better nutrition from living in the city and her dance training with Xia Shuning's mother, Song Peilon, made her skin a bit smoother and her height a bit taller. Sister, have some soup. Fang Jingjun personally served Xia Shuning a bowl of egg soup, her eyes hiding a hint of mockery. After all, someone raised in the countryside is still just a country person. They treat even a bowl of egg soup like a treasure. Xia Shuning glanced at her with a half-smile and, considering the 1,000 yuan in her pocket, took the bowl of egg soup. Fang Jingjun nearly laughed out loud when she saw Xia Shuning drink every last drop of the enhanced egg soup. After finishing her meal, Xia Shuning, unusually, did not wash the dishes as usual, but went straight to sleep in the thatched house. The Fang family looked at the closed door of the thatched house, exchanged glances, and quickly finished the remaining dishes. Then, they wiped their mouths and left according to their prearranged plan. "Mom, you guard the door and don't let her escape. I'll go to the wheat field to call more people." For tonight's performance, Fang Jingjun had prepared over 20 pounds of fruit candy. She was determined to corner Xia Shuning in bed, exposed in front of the entire village. Especially, she wanted to tear away Xia Shuning's pretty facade in front of her former in-laws. She could not tolerate the idea of Xia Shuning having even a slight chance of being more glamorous than her. At the wheat field, Fang Jingjun supported Xia Shuning's former mother-in-law, Qin Ping, and loudly invited, "Aunt Sue, I brought some candy from the capital. Please come and try it with Uncle Sue." In those days, candy was a rare treat, and even in the capital, ordinary families found it hard to enjoy unless it was a holiday. When people heard that the Fang girl was offering candy, many women and idle men quickly gathered around. "Can we join? Give my child a piece of candy, please. Poor kid has never seen candy before." The eldest daughter of the Fang family, "We are all from the same village, so you can't keep it all to yourself. We have plenty for everyone. Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, and younger siblings come to my house. This is a welcome gift from Jingyun." Fang Jingyun smiled warmly and greeted everyone. The eldest daughter of the Fang family is so generous. A girl raised in the city is really well off. At the entrance of the Fang family, Zhao Lady looked surprised at the old man Wang, who had yellow teeth and a wrinkled face, and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you say it was supposed to be your 2 sons? My 2 sons are still at home resting, all because of your Fang family." Seeing the disdain in Zhao Lady's eyes, old man Wang said fiercely, "What? You look down on me?" With that, he spat a thick yellow phlegm at the Fang family's door and added, "Your family owes me a bride. You must let me have my way tonight." Zhao Lady held back her disgust and forced a smile, saying, "How could that be? Once the lights go out, that girl will be with anyone else. It's all the same. It's still to carry on your Wang family name." Then she eagerly handed him a cup of strong tea, saying, "Old man Wang, please have some tea. It's really good." Worried that old man Wang was too old and the effect of the medicine wouldn't be strong enough, she added all the remaining medicine to his cup, thinking this time she must succeed. It would be best if old man Wang could ruin that little troublemaker Xia Shuning, so she wouldn't get in Fang Jingyun's way. "Let me go in and take care of her. Old man, finish your tea, and come in as soon as the lights go out." Zhao Lady slightly closed the door and headed straight to the thatched house in the backyard. When Fang Jingyun arrived at the entrance with everyone, she noticed Zhao Lady was missing. She pushed the door and found it tightly shut. Fang Jingyun took a deep breath and called out loudly, "Everyone wait a moment. Only Shuning is home right now. I'll ask her to open the door." Knock, knock, knock. "Open up. Shuning, hurry and open the door. Shuning, what are you doing keeping the door closed?" At that moment, strange sobbing sounds mixed with heavy breathing suddenly came from the backyard. "What is that noise?" a young boy asked someone nearby. Some women blushed, while others looked excited. "It's already dark, and the door is locked. Could it be a secret meeting?" Zhao Xiahua, known for her gossiping in the village, received a look from Fang Jingjun and immediately shouted loudly. This afternoon, Fang Jingjun had given her 5 yuan, which was more than her family could save in 6 months. Fang Jingjun, looking flustered, said, "Aunt Zhao, don't say that. Sister Shuning might be asleep. I'll treat everyone to candy another day." "That's not acceptable." Fang Jiangwo kicked the door open. The crowd had already reached the courtyard gate, and they were unwilling to leave without candy. Fang Shanqing discreetly nudged Fang Jiangwo, who then kicked the courtyard door open. As the door swung open, Zhao Xiaohua was the first to rush toward the thatched house in the backyard, followed by a loud scream. "Hey, what's going on? Scandalous behavior. This is shameful." The crowd hurried over and saw a man on the bed, but they couldn't see the woman's face. "Sister Shuning, how could you do this? What would our parents think?" Fang Jingjun covered her face and pretended to cry as she stepped forward to pull the blanket away, wanting to reveal the woman's face.
"Ah!"
Fang Jingjun suddenly screamed as she was unexpectedly grabbed by an old man who began to touch her. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in shock. "Someone help Sister Jingjun." A clear, sweet voice called out as a girl approached with an oil lamp, instantly brightening the room. Fang Shanqing snapped back to reality, quickly kicking the old man away and pulling up Fang Jingjuan's torn shirt, revealing her shocked expression and tear-streaked face. "Quick, give Sister Shuning a dress." "I'm fine," she said in a fluster. "Fang Jingjun, are you out of your mind? You're exposed too." "Oh my, the eldest daughter of the Fang family is in such a state. Is she going to marry that old man too?" The night was thick and heavy. Fang Jingjun awkwardly adjusted her disheveled clothes, feeling both ashamed and angry at the Fang family for causing her embarrassment. "My poor Sister Shuning." She suddenly lifted her head, her expression turning sorrowful, with tears glistening in her eyes like sharp needles.
"Dad,
"You have to stand up for my sister. Sister Shuning's reputation has been tarnished. The Wang family must take responsibility. Tonight, the Wang family must take Sister Shuning back." Fang Jingjun covered her face, crying bitterly, confused that the useless members of the Fang family were silent. Remembering the glory of Xia Shuning in her past life, her nails dug deep into her palm. Even if she was the only one left in the scene, she would see it through to the end. "Sister, are you foolish? We can't let the Wang family take you back." A clear voice broke through the hot night, sending chills down Fang Jingjuan's spine. Upon hearing Xia Shuning dare to contradict her, Fang Jingjuan's brows furrowed, and she scolded sharply. "Sister Shuning, you've already made a mess. My parents still have to live in the village. You must marry into the Wang family tonight." "Everyone in the village, do you think I'm being unreasonable?" Only silence followed. An eerie quiet filled the air. Fang Jingjun then realized something was off, slowly lowering her hands from her face, her body stiffening as her lips trembled. "What are you doing here?" Xia Shuning stepped out from the crowd, her attire impeccably neat. "Where else should I be?" Fang Jingjun turned her head mechanically, her neck making a soft cracking sound. She stared at the scene before her. Zhao Lady shivering under a dirty blanket, and the old man's belt swaying on the door. Fang Shanjing sat silently nearby, fiercely smoking his pipe, his face twitching with anger. Fang Jingwo's forehead was bulging with veins, his chest heaving, fists clenched tightly. "No, it can't be." She stumbled back, her shoes crushing the moonlight on the ground. "It should be you." "This house, it's my house," Xia Shuning replied lightly, her gaze sweeping over the pale Zhao Lady. "So, who do you think should be under the old man?" Fang Jingjun trembled uncontrollably. How could this be happening? She pressed her tongue against her back teeth, refusing to give up. She pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to calm down. "Shuning, this is your house, and you are the one who made a mess." Fang Jingjuan's voice was sharp and shaky. "Mom, stop covering for Shuning. Did you catch her and the old man together?" As she spoke, she signaled to Zhao Lady. If they could send Xia Shuning to the Wang family tonight and offer some benefits to everyone, they could smooth things over. Zhao Lady understood and immediately began to cry out, "You ungrateful girl! Even though I didn't give birth to you, I raised you with care. You betray me and bring trouble." She clearly remembered that when she entered the house, Xia Shuning was still unconscious on the bed. How did she come to her senses to find herself with that old man Wang? "You ungrateful person. How shameful. If you want to marry into the Wang family, you should talk to your mother properly. She will send you off with dignity. Why would you do something so disgraceful? Bringing a man into the house?" Zhao Lady said passionately, wanting to spit at Xia Shuning. Fang Jingjun put on a pretentious fatherly face and pretended to be generous, saying, "Shuning, quickly apologize to your mother. If you want to marry into the Wang family, then go back with old man Wang tonight. As your father, I will support you." The crowd erupted in chaos. Aunt Lee grabbed a broom and rushed into the house. "I can't believe my eyes. It's the first time I've seen someone force their daughter into their wife's lover."
Ugh.
After saying that, Aunt Lee spat angrily at Fang Jingjun. Fang Jingjun's face twisted in anger, his nostrils flaring, eyes glaring fiercely at Aunt Lee as he raised his fist. Uncle Lee quickly pulled Aunt Lee behind him, glaring at Fang Jingjun. "Aunt Lee, calm down. I know you watched Shuning grow up and care for her, but this is her house, and it must be Xia Shuning who wanted to bring a man here, leading to this disgrace." Fang Jingjun hurriedly tried to mediate between the two. "You must be out of your mind to bring a man into my house, making my mother suffer." Fang Jingjun rushed to Xia Shuning, ready to kick her. Xia Shuning quickly tripped him and then kicked him away, sending him crashing onto the unconscious old man Wang, waking him up. "Uncle Fang, Aunt Fang, I know I'm not your biological daughter, but you can't wrongfully accuse me like this." Xia Shuning's pale, delicate face trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. She pointed at the wrinkled old man Wang, biting her lips turning pale with embarrassment. "He's older than my dad. How could I possibly?" The crowd looked at the timid girl standing there, her slender figure and frightened expression resembling a startled deer, showing no signs of being bold enough to sneak around. "Then where did you go? We all saw you finish dinner and go to sleep in this room." Fang Jingjun pressed on. "I went out to gather pig grass. Aunt Fang said I had to gather enough every day to sleep." Xia Shuning pointed to the basket next to the pig pen. Everyone looked and saw that the basket was indeed full of freshly picked pig grass. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Zhao lady is so shameless. No wonder she could do something so disgraceful." Su Dajuan and Qinping hid in the crowd with dark expressions. The Fang family's reputation was completely ruined by this incident. No matter how much dowry the Fang family had, they would never accept Fang Jingjun as a daughter-in-law again. Fang Jingjun dug her nails deep into her palm and suddenly knelt down. It was Sister Shushing who seduced the Wang brothers first. She sobbed, convincing herself as she looked wronged and lunged at Xia Shuning, trying to scratch her face. Xia Shushing's eyes flashed with coldness as she tightly grabbed Fang Jingjun's wrist and squeezed hard. At the same time, she stepped on Fang Jingjun's ankle with force. To onlookers, it only looked like Xia Shuning gently pushed Fang Jingjun away. But in the next moment, Fang Jingjun suddenly held her wrist, her face pale, and collapsed to the ground. No one expected that Fang Jingjun had a fracture. If she kept moving, it would turn into a break. Xia Shuning said with a half-smile, "Since we both have our sides of the story, why not call the police to check the teapot in the house?" With a loud clang, Fang Jingjun's smoking pipe hit the well platform, sending sparks flying onto Zhao lady's foot, making her jump. "Nonsense. Family shame should not be aired." The village chief jumped in to stop them, saying, "Shushing, calm down. Village matters are usually resolved within the village." Over the years, there have been fights, disturbances, and even some jumping into rivers or wells, but no one had ever called the police. Fang Jingjuan's eyes turned red. "If you call the police, how will my mom live? You have such a cruel heart." Hearing this, Zhao lady immediately jumped up and rushed to the well. "If you dare to call the police, I will jump in right now." She clung tightly to the edge of the well, leaning forward as if to jump, but her eyes glanced sideways at Xia Shuning. "Even if I have 1,000 faults, I raised you. I may not have done much good, but I have worked hard. Are you not afraid of retribution for pushing me like this?" Fang Jingjun tightly hugged Zhao lady, crying and shouting, "Mom, don't jump. This isn't your fault." Fang Jingwo's veins bulged as he raised his fist to hit Xia Shuning but hesitated, fearing retaliation. The villagers, who had looked down on them earlier, began to show signs of sympathy. After all, Xia Shuning wasn't in serious trouble. No one wanted a life lost among their longtime neighbors. Shushing, you absolutely cannot call the police. If word gets out, our village's reputation will be ruined. It will be hard for girls to marry and for young men to find wives. Shushing, think of how the Fang family raised you for 19 years. The villagers, chattering away, forgot that the Xia family had also raised Fang Jingjun for 19 years. Yes, Shushing, even if you're angry with your mom, think of your dad. Your dad has it tough too. There was a hint of sympathy for Fang Jingjun, especially after being publicly humiliated. Xia Shuning glanced at Fang Jingjun, who usually hid behind Zhao Lidi to make plans. He wanted the benefits and a good reputation too. Fang Jingjun stared at Xia Shuning, gritting his teeth. Your mom raised you, and now she doesn't want you to leave. She just wants you to marry in the village, so she can take care of you. Even if you don't want to marry, you shouldn't cause trouble by calling the police. I'll have your mom return the betrothal gift to the Wang family right now. Zhao Lidi, hearing this, shouted sharply. No way, I'd rather die than return it. If she returned it, she would face the wrath of Old Man Wang tonight. Smack! Fang Jingjun slapped Zhao Lidi hard across the face. Foolish woman. She couldn't even keep an eye on a young girl and ended up dragging herself into this mess. He would settle the score with her eventually. Give it to him. Zhao Lidi covered her face and went inside to get some money. She reluctantly counted out 500 yuan and handed it to Fang Jingjun to return to Old Man Wang. Old Man Wang counted the money, his fingers glistening in the moonlight. Xia Shuning decided to visit the Wang family later. The Wang brothers could deal with their own problems. She would consider the money compensation for herself. Zhao Lidi watched helplessly as the 500 yuan was taken away and, in a fit of rage, lunged at Xia Shuning. You jinx! You've ruined my son Jianguo's chance to marry. Xia Shuning kicked Zhao Lidi hard, knocking her to the ground, leaving her unable to move for a while. She pointed at Fang Jingjun, who was hiding behind someone, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Fang Jingjun getting married? Last autumn, he stole grain to plant, and this spring, he killed the plow ox. Who would dare push their daughter into such a fire pit? Several villagers who had lost grain suddenly changed their expressions. Zhao Lidi didn't expect to be publicly knocked down by Xia Shuning. The pain made her unable to straighten her back. You actually kicked me. I raised you, my own daughter, through thick and thin. What have you ever done for me in return? Xia Shuning grabbed Fang Jingjun's hand and displayed it to everyone. Although Fang Jingjun's hand wasn't as fair as Xia Shuning's, it was delicate and smooth, clearly not used to housework, let alone farm work. In contrast, Xia Shuning's hand, though fair, was rough with calluses and scars, unlike that of someone her age. This was a disguise Xia Shuning had used on her original self's hand. After drinking the phoenix tears, her hands had become fair and tender. Xia Shuning retorted mockingly, Is this how the Fang family raised me? The Xia family raised Fang Jingjun for 19 years. What has she ever done for my parents? Would she dare let everyone know? Aunt Song said loudly. Last year, during the heavy snow, I saw Shuning smashing ice by the river to wash clothes. The other villagers whispered among themselves, their faces showing disdain, which made the Fang family very uncomfortable. Fang Jingjun wiped his eyes and tried to persuade her. Shuning, it's not that your mother and I don't care for you, it's just that our rural conditions are limited. We want to provide you with good food and care, but we can't. Good food? Is that eating leftover food with cold water? Or forcing me to drop out of school to earn work points? If the principal hadn't contacted the Women's Federation, I might not have finished elementary school. The original owner was able to attend high school because of her excellent grades. The principal, recognizing her talent, sought help from the Women's Federation to waive her tuition and provide lunch. During the winter and summer breaks, she worked hard in the fields to earn work points, which gave her the chance to study. Seeing the disdainful looks from the crowd, Zhao Lidi became furious and started to argue. No matter what, we raised you. You haven't repaid us and even reported us to the police? You are heartless. Xia Shuning looked at Fang Jingjun and lightly said, I learned from Fang Jingjun. Just as she is filial to my parents, I will be filial to you. Should we settle this account now? Fang Jingjun's anger was boiling over. If it weren't for so many people around, he would have wanted to silence her. He couldn't let Xia Shuning reveal that Fang Jingjun had reported her adoptive parents or that she had brought back a lot of money. Fang Jingjun glared at Xia Shuning with a fierce look and pretended to sigh deeply. Ah, a girl grows up and can't be kept. It leads to resentment. The golden phoenix of the Xia family cannot be kept in our humble Fang family. Now that things had escalated, they could no longer use Xia Shuning to gain a bride price, but thankfully, there was still Jingjun. Captain, please witness this. The Fang family and Xia Shuning are cutting ties today. We do not need her to repay our kindness, nor do we need her to take care of us. Fang Jingjun felt he was being generous and was almost moved to tears. Brother Fang, the Xia family hasn't asked Jingjun to take care of them either, and they haven't given her less. Let's not say anything more. It's better to cut ties. The captain saw that Xia Shuning had stopped mentioning the police and spoke a fair word. The villagers had seen how the Fang family treated Xia Shuning over the years. Everyone was struggling and found it hard to speak up. Xia Shuning took the 3 copies of the severance letter from the captain, who had signed it along with Fang Jingjun. She signed her name on her copy and put it in her pocket, leaving one with the village and giving one to the Fang family. The captain thought for a moment and added, "Shuning, keep your household registration in the village for now. When leaving the village, you need an introduction letter to find your uncle. These days, it's hard to get anywhere without one. This girl has a tough life. She's clearly a gem from the city, yet she ended up in this remote place." A hint of malice flashed in Fang Jingjun's eyes. When she left the capital, she reported Xia Shuning. If Xia Shuning doesn't obediently marry into the Wang family today, she can expect the committee to come and take her to the northwest. Xia Shuning noticed the calculation in Fang Jingjun's eyes. Anyway, she already had the disownment letter, so she would write to report Old Man Wang and Zhao Lady for their wrongdoing. Everyone disperse. If anyone is late to work tomorrow, don't come crying to me. The team leader banged a gong to scatter the crowd. The villagers, who had come to watch, murmured as they walked back, unsure who said, "What happened to the promised candy?" The team leader glanced at the Fang family, whose faces were nearly on the ground, and swallowed his words. He didn't dare suggest they share candy. If they reported him, he would be in trouble, and he didn't want that. But with things like this, how could the Fang family still have the face to share candy? They couldn't celebrate Fang Jingjun's embarrassing situation. The villagers had come for the candy, and if the Fang family didn't share, there would be more trouble later. Aunt Li lifted her blue curtain marked labor as glory and invited Xia Shuning, "Come squeeze in with us." Before she could finish, Xia Shuning pulled out a big white rabbit candy and gently placed it in her little grandson's mouth. Xia Shuning didn't want to go back to that disgusting straw house. With the sympathetic gazes of the crowd, Xia Shuning left the Fang family empty-handed, following Aunt Li. The villagers whispered among themselves. Fang's sister lied. She said there would be candy, but I didn't see any. A greedy little boy mumbled from his father's back. She didn't invite us for candy. She just wanted to see us laugh at Shuning, who knew everyone would see her mother giving her father a hard time. This family has lost their conscience. Keep your distance from them and don't eat their candy. When that girl from the Fang family returned to the village, she dragged 2 big suitcases and carried a large backpack. Look at Shuning leaving the Fang family today, not even a bundle to her name. How pitiful. Xia Shuning kept 100 yuan in her pocket, putting the rest into her space. That was all she had now. Late at night, after the bell had rung 3 times, Xia Shuning slowly opened her eyes. With her fire ability, her senses were sharper than others. Hearing that Aunt Li's family and the Fang family were quiet, she quietly climbed over the wall into the Fang family's yard. She first sneaked into Fang Jingjun and his wife's room, took out some straw, and blew a bit of drunken herb powder into their noses. The 2 instantly collapsed on the bed, fast asleep. Next, she moved on to Fang Jingjun and Fang Jingjun. Even a thunderstorm wouldn't wake them now. Xia Shuning carefully stored the drunken herb powder, which she hadn't dared to sell during the day. She dragged out a suitcase from under Fang Jingjun's bed, which she had been eyeing for a long time. When she opened it, she first saw a book of famous quotes. Fang Jingjun was quite good at pretending. Then she discovered over 2,000 yuan, various universal tickets, and valuable clothing. It seemed Fang Jingjun had taken all the money from the Xia family, and Fang Shanjing and Zhao Lady hadn't had the chance to search her yet. Experienced in gathering supplies, Xia Shuning took out a dagger and lightly tapped the bottom of the suitcase. Hearing an echo, she pried open a hidden compartment, revealing dazzling jewelry that hurt her eyes.
Wow!
She had never seen such a complete set of emerald jewelry, a ruby necklace and earrings, as well as property deeds and 10 small yellow fish. Xia Shuning quickly stored everything from the 2 suitcases into her space, leaving Fang Jingjun nothing at all. She didn't want Fang Jingjun's old clothes, but could give them away. After searching Fang Jingjun's room, Xia Shuning went to Fang Shanjing and his wife's room. She reached under the bed and pulled out a round tin box. The original owner had always known where the family's money was hidden, but even when starving, she hadn't dared to take a penny. Opening the tin box, she found over 800 yuan in cash and several tickets. Since it belonged to the original owner, she took it without hesitation. Next, she rummaged through Zhao Lady's cedar chest, finding several pieces of fine cloth, 2 new duvet covers, and a winter quilt. After collecting these, she discovered an exquisite quilt with the original owner's birth certificate tucked inside. How could this be a case of mistaken identity? It seemed the Fang family had always known the original owner was not their biological child, so they had deliberately mistreated her over the years. Unfortunately, the original owner never found out. The Fang family were not her relatives, but thieves. Xia Shuning felt a sharp pain in her heart. This was the original owner's emotion. What's the use of being angry? Find a way to make them pay. First, let them lose money, then slowly torment them. After calming the original owner, Xia Shuning quickly took all the milk powder, chrysanthemum essence, and other items from the room, also taking the Fang family's household registration book. The entire room was left empty except for the bed and the people on it. Then, she headed straight to the kitchen, taking everything, both coarse and fine grains, along with the cured meats, dried fish, and chili peppers from the beams, as well as potatoes, eggs, and soybean oil from the cellar, sweeping everything into her space. Finally, she went to Fang Jingwo's room to take the plum blossom watch, money, and tickets that he had taken from Fang Jingjun. Even more outrageous, she found a tattered little yellow book at the bottom of the box. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up as she thought of a clever way to take revenge without bloodshed. In this era, reading a little yellow book is illegal, and damaging items related to great leaders is a serious crime. She tore off the cover of the great leader's quotes, wrapped the little yellow book in it, and hid it in a place where the Fang family wouldn't find it, but the committee would discover it during a search. She also wrapped the torn cover of the great leader's quotes in Fang Shanjing's clothes and hid it back in the beams of his bedroom. Setting aside the fact that the Fang family had mistreated the original owner for over a decade, their recent actions had truly angered her. Even taking all their belongings didn't satisfy her. Xia Shuning wanted to make the Fang family pay. The blood-stained paper she had made Fang Jingjun press her hand on would soon come in handy. She planned to write a report in Fang Jingjun's name against Fang Jingwo for reading the little yellow book, and there would likely be villagers reporting him for stealing grain seeds. As for Zhao Lady, she would also report her in Fang Jingjun's name, accusing her not only of stealing from the Xia family, but also of having an affair with old Wang. The hardest to deal with was Fang Shanjing, who always stayed in the background. For now, she could only let Fang Jingjun report him for damaging items related to great leaders. And as for Fang Jingjun, she wanted to marry Su Minin, but after being publicly humiliated by old Wang, that marriage was surely doomed. Seeing her foolishly trying to claim kinship and the Zhuke bracelet, she seemed more like someone who had been reborn than someone who had traveled through time. Keeping her alive might be useful, but she couldn't be too comfortable. Perhaps sending her to the countryside would be a good idea? After all, Once the Fang family realizes that it was Fang Jingjun who wrote the report, she would be in big trouble. Thinking about how the Fang family would soon be living in chaos, Xia Shuning returned to Aunt Li's house, satisfied, and slept well. Oh no, ah! Another scream from Zhao Lady echoed in the Fang family's yard. Nearby residents were awakened and thought Zhao Lady had caught Fang Jingjun cheating again, excitedly running over to knock on the door. Zhao Lady, who else is sneaking into your bed? Widow Wang next door knocked loudly. Those who had missed the chance to catch the affair last night rushed to the door to see what was happening. Zhao Lady lay helplessly in the yard, pounding the ground and crying out, "You wicked thief, you deserve 1,000 cuts." Before she could finish, Fang Jingjun, with a face darker than a pot bottom, covered her mouth and said, "Shut up." Then he yanked open the yard door, gritting his teeth as he explained, "Your aunt doesn't want Shuning to leave and is causing a scene again." Not seeing the lively neighbors, she scoffed and said, "With one less worker who only toils and doesn't eat, how can there be any excitement?" Fang Jingjun was nearly infuriated. Zhao Lady covered her mouth, crying so hard she could hardly breathe. Fang Jingjun rushed out like a madman and grabbed Fang Jingjun by the hair, shouting, "You've definitely took my watch. Mom said everything in the house is mine. Give it back." The sharp pain in her scalp made Fang Jingjun realize she couldn't stay in this house any longer. She couldn't let Su Dajuan and Chen Ping know that she had nothing now. She had to marry Su Minan. She was reborn to marry Su Minan and live a good life, wanting to experience the happiness that once belonged to Xia Shuning. Fang Jingjun quickly intervened, saying, "Stop making a scene. Do you really think you can resolve this by causing trouble? Shuning is up? There's corn porridge warming on the stove." Aunt Li looked up, smiling with wrinkles all over her face. Memories of the original owner flooded back. In the cold winter when she was 7, Aunt Li had given her a piece of roasted sweet potato that burned her palm, but Zhao Lady had beaten her with a firewood stick for 3 days, leaving her unable to stand straight. During those years, whenever Zhao Lady found someone giving the original owner food, she would not only beat her but also go to the other person's house to cause a scene and demand things. Everyone was struggling, and gradually, besides Aunt Li, no one dared to help the original owner anymore. The original owner, fearing to trouble others, became increasingly reclusive until she sadly starved to death alone. "I'm too full from yesterday, Aunt, don't worry about it." Xia Shuning took the damp shirt, shook it out, and felt the droplets from the clothesline on her neck. She squinted at the slogan on the wall, "A vast world, great opportunities." The Fang family had only lost money. They were far from the ruin she desired. After helping Aunt Li hang the clothes, Xia Shuning borrowed a basket from her and set out to make things happen. There was no post office in the village, so she first went to the team's postal service point, spent 3 cents on an envelope, and then found a secluded spot. She took out the grass paper with Fang Jingjun's blood handprint from her space and began to write furiously. Fortunately, Xia Shuning loved reading in the apocalypse and had already planned to write a complaint letter. She finished 3 letters in less than half an hour. The village revolutionary committee was next to the postal service point, and Xia Shuning planned to wait until there were fewer people before sending out the 3 letters. Remembering she had taken the Fang family's household registration book last night, she thought of a clever idea. Xia Shuning walked into the Revolutionary Committee and immediately saw a propaganda poster about the army's reclamation efforts on the wall, with several staff members wearing red armbands busy at work. She cleared her throat and declared loudly, "Our great leader teaches us that in this vast world, there is much we can achieve." Xia Shuning looked around with bright eyes and continued, "I heard that the Western region is calling for everyone to help with land reclamation. The Fang family, who have been poor farmers for 3 generations, wants to sign up to support the West and participate in tree planting." A person in a red armband looked up, puzzled, and asked, "The Fang family? They are locals. Why do they suddenly want to help the West?" Xia Shuning pointed to a land reclamation poster on the wall and said, "After seeing your promotion, the Fang family is eager to go to the Gobi Desert to show their dedication. Uncle Fang said last night that if he doesn't go to the border to change his mindset, he will never learn how to write, serve the people. She mimicked the tone of the Fang family. Aunt Fang cried, wishing the whole family could go to the Taklamakan desert to plant poplar trees. She pretended to choke up, as if she too was moved by the Fang family's awareness. The eldest daughter of the Fang family said that as a young educated person from the capital, she should dedicate herself to building the border and receive re-education from the poor farmers. Xia Shuning smiled slightly. The youngest son of the Fang family said that as a third-generation poor farmer, he wants to dedicate his youth to the sea buckthorn forest by the Darim River. Xia Shuning opened the Fang family's household registration book and pointed to the class section marked poor farmers. They said they must show everyone the awareness of the poor farmers. She paused, her tone becoming more passionate. Please send them to the most challenging places. Xia Shuning spoke with such enthusiasm that she stirred excitement among the committee members. Since receiving the mobilization task from above, they had worked hard to promote it, but no one had volunteered yet. No matter how they called for help, there were very few willing to go to the border to participate in tree planting. Now, suddenly, a family willing to endure hardship had come forward, inspired by their promotion, and specifically wanting to go to the toughest places. The committee director was overjoyed. This was a perfect opportunity for political achievement. They had to promote the Fang family as a model. The committee director immediately arranged for his staff to help the Fang family with the registration process. The person in the red armband opened the household registration book, frowning slightly. Do the Fang family members all agree?
This is not a small matter.
Xia Shuning straightened her back, a sharp glint in her eyes. Are you questioning the selfless dedication of the poor farmers? If you don't believe it, you can send someone to ask the Fang family. I guarantee they will all say they are willing. The committee director kicked the red armband person and angrily said, What are you hesitating for? The Fang family has high awareness. Hurry up and fill out the forms. The person in the red armband hurriedly filled out the registration form for the Fang family, mumbling, It's really strange. Why did the Fang family suddenly? Xia Shuning quickly slipped a few complaint letters into the mailbox, made by the committee. She wasn't sure if just the registration form would ensure the Fang family would be sent to the border to take root, but with the added complaint letters, it depended on what achievements the committee director wanted. The Fang family needed to endure more hardships before they could leave. After taking care of these matters, Xia Shuning smiled with satisfaction. As for finding the original owner's parents, that was not on her mind. After all, the original owner's parents had never raised her, so they were no different from strangers. Xia Shuning felt it was unnecessary to seek them out. How ridiculous! Compared to the original owner, Fang Jingjun was truly unattractive. Why hadn't the original owner's parents noticed they had taken the wrong child? They raised someone else's plain child while their own beautiful daughter suffered in the countryside? Were they blind to the truth? She preferred a life like in the apocalypse, free and easy, where one person could eat enough for the whole family. Just then, Xia Shuning felt a sudden pain in her mind. Confused images flooded her thoughts. A woman on a clay bed with a leg in a cast, a man hunched over carrying stones, and a short-haired girl in the wild digging for vegetables while being scolded. The original owner pleaded, Please save my family. I'll give you my body, okay? Xia Shuning understood that Fang Jingjun had taken all of the original owner's family's belongings, and the original owner's parents had been sent to a cowshed, living in hardship. Xia Shuning disagreed, saying, Your biological parents never raised you, so why bother? The original owner had never experienced familial love, endured so much suffering, yet still thought of her biological parents and didn't want them to suffer. Although Xia Shuning hadn't decided what to do after dealing with the Fang family, she didn't want to go to the countryside and endure hardships unnecessarily. Suddenly, a little voice said, There's a place beyond Tianshan where you can upgrade your space and find the spiritual spring you want. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up. The space was essential for her survival, and she needed the spiritual spring. She thought for a moment and said to the original owner, You need to decide. If you give me your body, you will completely disappear. I won't share a body with anyone. Xia Shuning couldn't help for free. There were no such rules in the apocalypse. She added, I can save them, but I can't protect your family forever, nor can I treat them as my own. The original owner replied, okay, as long as you save them this time and repay the kindness, you can have my body, and I will disappear. Xia Shuning decided to go to the northwest to save the original owner's family, considering it a payment for using the body. Since she had to go to the countryside, Xia Shuning headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Behind the glass counter, the clerk yawned while wrapping white sugar in brown paper. 5 pounds of pork belly and 25 pounds of lard, she said, slapping her meat coupons on the counter, startling the people in line. A woman in patched clothes clicked her tongue. What a wasteful girl. After delivering the meat to Aunt Lee's house, she avoided people on the way and secretly stored the 25 pounds of lard in her space, as it could keep fresh there. Once she finished buying the meat, she went to buy candy, including white rabbit milk candy, shrimp-flavored candy, white sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar, purchasing as much as was available that day. Xia Shuning didn't have a sweet tooth, but the original owner had low blood sugar, and sugar was also convenient for gifts. In this era, white rabbit milk candy was even more expensive than pork belly, and the supply was very limited. Could it be that all the other girls who traveled here were buying it? She also bought some calcium biscuits, Jinma cigarettes, enamel jars, enamel basins, toothbrushes, towels, and underwear. Although she had enough money and space to store it, buying too much at an odd time would attract attention, so she needed to buy in different places. After stocking up, she had to take care of her own trip to the countryside. She really didn't know who among the Fang family would go first. Xia Shuning ran back to the Revolutionary Committee to ask when this batch of volunteers for the countryside would depart. The person with the red armband told her that they would definitely have news within 7 days. The director of the committee patted his chest and assured her it will be done within 3 days. What he didn't say was that he was worried the Fang family might change their minds, so he would submit the forms today. Xia Shuning's eyes flickered. She understood that the director was more afraid of prolonged delays. She guessed that the Fang family might go to the countryside even before her. Once the entire Fang family was gone, she would donate their house under Fang Jingjun's name. Leaving the committee, Xia Shuning found a secluded spot, took out the biscuits, candy, and cigarettes she bought from the cooperative, and placed them in her backpack. She planned to give these to Aunt Lee. Not only had Aunt Lee cared for the original owner for many years, but she had also been very kind to her since she arrived, and she didn't want to owe anyone. Just as she was heading to Aunt Lee's house, someone suddenly appeared and yanked her backpack from behind, followed by a sharp, unpleasant voice. "Hey, my dear niece, let your aunt see what you bought." As she spoke, she reached for the items in the backpack. Xia Shuning quickly turned around and swung her backpack. Ouch! The woman, who was on tiptoe to grab something, lost her balance and fell into some manure. "Who is your dear niece?" Xia Shuning glared coldly at the rude woman, Kai Jinhua. This is Zhao Lady's sister-in-law, who often mistreated the original owner while following Zhao Lady. "You little brat, is this how you talk to your elders?" Kai Jinhua shouted angrily, picking up some cow dung from the ground and throwing it at Xia Shuning's pretty face. "Bring that over to show respect to your elders." Xia Shuning quickly grabbed a branch and swung it like a baseball bat, sending the cow dung back into Kai Jinhua's face, silencing her. "You little wretch, I'll make you pay." Kai Jinhua wiped the dung from her face and lunged at Xia Shuning to hit her. Xia Shuning didn't want to physically harm someone like that, so she struck her on the forehead with the branch, knocking her out. She left her lying by the roadside and hurried to Aunt Lee's house. Just as she reached Aunt Lee's door, a broom suddenly swept towards her face. Sensing danger, Xia Shuning quickly dodged to the side, grabbed the broom, and yanked it hard, causing Zhao Lady, who was trying to sneak attack her, to fall heavily to the ground. "Thief! Return my things." Xia Shuning smirked. "What belongs to you?" At that moment, Fang Jingjun also approached, her eyes red and looking pitiful. "After you left last night, everything in the house was taken, and all the money I brought back is gone." "That's karma." Xia Shuning mocked, thinking, "Where are you now?" "You were crying behind me." Zhao Lady, used to Xia Shuning's submissive behavior, was not accustomed to her current rebellious attitude and couldn't help but curse. "You little brat, What did you say? Are you itching for fight? Fang Jingjun seemed to forget her previous lesson and reached out to Xia Shuning, saying boldly, "Give back the 1,000 yuan you took." With a sharp sound, Xia Shuning grabbed Fang Jingjun's wrist and twisted it, dislocating her arm instantly.
Ah!
Fang Jingjun's scream echoed in the air. Zhao Lady gasped in shock, frozen in place, wondering if Xia Shuning still had some maternal feelings for her, since she had never dislocated her arm before. Xia Shuning looked down at Fang Jingjun, who was rolling on the ground crying, and said, "I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to come to me." Zhao Lady approached with a sad face, trying to use what she thought was maternal affection to manipulate her. "Shuning, just consider it a loan from Mom, okay? We really have nothing left. We can't live like this. Mom will kneel for you." "Sure. I'll lend it to you," Xia Shuning replied, acting very agreeable. Zhao Lady looked surprised, thinking she didn't even need to kneel, and was already agreeing to lend her money. "I thought she had changed her ways, but she is still so easy to fool. Once I get the money, I'll deal with her." Fang Jingjun was so excited to hear she could get back 1,000 yuan that she almost cried. Xia Shuning took out a bundle of rubber bands tied around the money and used her gaze to push away Zhao Lady's reaching hand, lazily saying, "But I have a condition. You have to slap Fang Jingjun a few times." Xia Shuning tossed the money up and caught it. Zhao Lady's face turned green. She instinctively wanted to curse but quickly shut her mouth and put on a flattering smile, suggesting, "Since Jingjun isn't here, why not slap Fang Jingjun? That girl doesn't act like a sister. If she hadn't come back, you wouldn't have left."
Mom.
Fang Jingjun could hardly believe her ears. Is this what people say? What does it matter if Fang Jingjun gets hit a few times? Shut up. As soon as the word stopped, Zhao Lady's slap landed. With a swift motion, she slapped Fang Jingjun twice. A bit of blood appeared at the corner of Fang Jingjun's mouth, her eyes filled with resentment. She knew that in Zhao Lady's heart, her son was the most important. But throughout her life, her adoptive mother, Song Peilon, had never laid a finger on her, while her biological mother was so harsh. "Here." Xia Shuning handed over the money with satisfaction. "Just 1 cent? Zhao Lady looked incredulous. "Shuning, you must be mistaken. I want to borrow 1,000 yuan. Didn't you always say daughters are a burden and not worth much? Is she worth 1,000 yuan? You're not worth that either. Should I go hit Fang Jingjun now?" Zhao Lady seemed a bit frantic. Too late. Xia Shuning impatiently shook her right hand, not even looking at the two of them. She wouldn't mind sending them away if they continued to suffer. Zhao Lady wanted to the money, but hesitated when she saw Fang Jingjun wincing in pain. "Can you at least share some of the things in your basket with me? I haven't eaten breakfast, and I'm starving." Zhao Lady stubbornly asked for more, having caught the sweet scent of candy and biscuits. Xia Shuning pulled out a big white rabbit candy and waved it in front of Zhao Lady's nose. "Do you want this? I bought a lot today." Zhao Lady licked her lips and swallowed hard, reaching out to grab it, thinking she would get a sweet treat first. Xia Shuning's tone was calm, and with one sentence, she stopped Zhao Lady's movement. "First, tell me how you stole me from my real mother back then. Who helped you steal the child from the Xia family?" Zhao Lady looked at her with a deep gaze, feeling a sudden wave of fear. Her lips trembled as she said, "It was your mother who accidentally took the wrong child." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and smiled, thinking about how long she could keep this up. She was eager to see the red armband at the Fang family's door. She walked past Zhao Lady and confidently entered Aunt Li's yard. As soon as she stepped inside, a rich smell of meat filled her nose. "Shuning, wash your hands and come eat." Aunt Li placed a big bowl of braised pork in front of Xia Shuning. The shiny, red braised pork looked delicious, with a tempting aroma and a mix of fat and lean meat. Xia Shuning could barely hold back her drool. She pushed the pork to the center of the table and served several pieces to Uncle Li and Aunt Li first. "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, let's eat together. If you don't eat, do you still see me as an outsider? How can I feel comfortable staying at your home?" Xia Shuning lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes slightly damp. Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee felt a pang of sympathy and quickly served her several pieces as well. We'll eat. Everyone should eat. Xia Shuning picked up a piece of braised pork and took a bite. The skin was crispy and fragrant. The fat was tender, and with a gentle bite, rich juices burst out. One piece after another. She couldn't stop. She wanted to eat braised pork every meal from now on. After lunch, Xia Shuning packed a bowl of braised pork, covered it tightly with a lotus leaf, and went to find Captain Gao to apply for a rural assignment. Xia Shuning handed a bamboo basket to Captain Gao. Captain Gao, I want to sign up for the Fang Chao Lake Farm assignment. Inside the basket, besides the braised pork, there was also a pack of Jinma cigarettes and brown sugar, which was considered a good gift in the village. Captain Gao looked at the delicate girl in front of him and couldn't help but advise her. Shuning, I've watched you grow up, so I feel like a half-guardian. Life in the Northwest is very tough. It's really not suitable for you. Besides, your household registration is still in the village. As long as no one reports you, you can stay here. Xia Shuning pretended to be wronged and said, the Fang family will report me sooner or later. And I want to be closer to my parents so we can look out for each other. She didn't want to stay in the village where so many people knew the original owner. Captain Gao couldn't persuade her any further. After all, if Xia Shuning didn't take the initiative to go now, it would be more troublesome if the Fang family reported her later. All right then, fill out the application form now and I'll stamp it and submit it for you. You can leave the day after tomorrow. Since you're originally from the capital, you can go to the Northwest with this group of educated youth from the capital. Remember to come tomorrow to pick up your train ticket and youth certificate. Xia Shuning had planned her trip in advance and cautiously asked, Uncle, can you help me buy a hard sleeper ticket? Currently, the young people here were only getting hard seat tickets. She had the money and wanted at least a sleeper, but she didn't mind. Captain Gao looked at her thin figure and readily said, Sure. I have a comrade at the train station. I'll take care of it. After thanking him, Xia Shuning handed over the ticket money to Captain Gao and agreed to meet his comrade at the train station the day after tomorrow to collect the ticket. Thinking about going to the work site soon, she headed into Yunwu Mountain, needing to earn some extra money first. As a result, Xia Shuning missed the beginning of the trouble for the Fang family. The director of the Revolutionary Committee was worried about how to turn the Fang family into a model for others. Before he could celebrate their success, the Fang family changed their minds. At that moment, his assistant handed him 3 letters reporting on the Fang family. Upon seeing the name of the reporter, it was all from Fang Jingjun, the eldest daughter of the Fang family. This educated youth from the capital had a strong sense of justice, even against her own family. Especially the reasons for the reports were shocking. Reading inappropriate materials and engaging in questionable behavior were issues that needed addressing, and they could be punished. However, the village was close-knit, and if any elders pleaded for them, the Fang family might just pay a fine and be released after a year or so. But damaging important publications was a serious matter that required strict action. Now, there was no need for celebration. The Fang family not only had to work, but also had to go to the toughest places. Early that morning, just after Xia Shuning left Aunt Lee's house, there was a loud knock on the Fang family's door. When the door opened, several people wearing red armbands stood outside. At that time, everyone felt intimidated by them. Zhao Lady immediately panicked, her face turning nervous. Comrades, what's the matter? The group pushed past Zhao Lady and started searching the house. Zhao Lady was terrified, thinking they were there to raid her home, and cried out urgently, You must be mistaken. We don't have any money. Before she could finish, 2 voices inside exclaimed, We found it. One person pulled out a torn cover of an important publication from Fang Shan's room, while another found a book wrapped in the cover of the important publication from Fang Zhengwo's room. Look, this book looks like an important publication on the outside, but inside it's something completely different. This family is too bold. Zhao Lady looked in horror at the book in the person's hands, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot.
Mom, what happened to you?
Fang Jingjun returned home from the Su family, looking pale and lost. She saw people from the village gathered outside her house, pointing and whispering. The Fang family is really messed up. The mother has a bad reputation, and the son is reading inappropriate books. Destroying important publications is a serious crime. A person with a red armband spotted Fang Jingjun and asked, "Are you Fang Jingjun, the eldest daughter of the Fang family?" Fang Jingjun, confused, nodded. The person gave her a thumbs up and raised the book in their hand, saying, "You did the right thing. Well done." They felt she deserved a big reward. Fang Jingjun quickly recognized that this was a collection of important quotes she had prepared, which had been stolen by Fang Jingjun, who was using it to cover up his own misdeeds. The villagers gasped. The eldest daughter of the Fang family even reported her own mother and father. That's ruthless. There isn't a decent person in the Fang family. Even Fang Jingjun, despite his foolishness, realized that Fang Jingjun had reported him. His eyes turned red with anger, like a furious bull. "You wretched girl. You're asking for trouble." He kicked Fang Jingjun hard, causing her to fall to the ground with a loud thud, her arm hurting badly, likely broken. She was in pain and sweating, but she didn't dare to defend herself. Seeing Fang Jingjun act violently in public, the person with the red armband immediately moved to arrest him. Jingjun, don't take my Jingjun away. He's just a kid." Zhao lady, no longer pretending to be faint, clung to Fang Jingjun's leg. The person with the red armband took her away too, as they were in a hurry to catch Fang Jingjun. At that moment, no one in the Fang family realized this was just the beginning of their misfortune. Worse times were about to come. Xia Shuning didn't expect the report to have such quick results. Otherwise, she wouldn't have missed this excitement. Fortunately, she had already earned over 600 yen coins today and collected a rare herb that could cure many poisons. As she put the herb away, she suddenly heard a faint but sharp sound. Xia Shuning reacted quickly, dodging to the side. At the same time, several pine nuts fell to the ground, having narrowly missed the herb. Xia Shuning took out her slingshot and looked around for potential threats. Suddenly, she met a pair of round, frightened eyes filled with fear. Upon closer inspection, she saw a small wild monkey perched on a nearby tree. It had thrown the pine nuts at her, but now its furry body was trembling. Xia Shuning felt both angry and amused, raising her fist in a mock threat. "Throw another one, and I'll get you." She continued to gather herbs, not caring whether the little monkey understood her or not. The little wild monkey saw that Xia Shuning was ignoring it and anxiously squeaked in the big tree. When Xia Shuning looked up, she saw it calling out eagerly while pointing with its fluffy little paw deep into the forest, looking both pitiful and adorable. Unable to resist such a cute creature, Xia Shuning quickly followed the little wild monkey. As she got closer to the depths of the forest, she smelled a strong metallic scent. There, in a nearly 2-meter-deep trap, lay a larger wild monkey, eyes closed and seemingly unconscious, with one foot caught in a trap. Seeing the little wild monkey nearby with pleading eyes, Xia Shuning found a vine, skillfully flicked it into the trap, and easily pulled the injured wild monkey up. The wild monkey had several deep wounds on its back, likely caused by sharp bamboo blades in the trap. The little wild monkey jumped onto the larger one and squeaked a few times, but received no response. Looking up at Xia Shuning, it even shed a tear, making Xia Shuning feel that it was asking her to save the larger wild monkey. Xia Shuning first removed the trap from the wild monkey's foot and used scissors to trim the fur around the wound. Then she took out some hemostatic herb from her space, crushed it, and applied it to the serious wounds on the wild monkey's back and foot. She also tore some cloth strips to use as bandages, wrapping up all the wild monkey's injuries. After checking around, she picked up the unconscious wild monkey and found a large tree deep in the forest to hang it in the lush branches. She picked a large leaf, took out the hemostatic herbs, wild fruits, and some potatoes and yams she had brought from home. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed a handful of candies bought by Fang Jingjun and placed them beside the little wild monkey before turning to leave. While drinking wild chicken soup from an aluminum lunchbox by the mountain stream, Xia Shuning never expected that the first time she used her medical skills in this world would be to help a wild monkey. Not only did she not receive any payment, but she also spent her own money on medicine, which felt like a big loss. The chicken soup boiled with spring water was truly fresh. Xia Shuning was happily drinking it when she suddenly felt something approaching. Looking up, she saw a pair of familiar big eyes. It was the little wild monkey returning. Xia Shuning ignored it and continued to drink her soup. The little wild monkey brought something over. When it reached Xia Shuning, it first placed down the item and, seeing that Xia Shuning was still focused on her meal, it anxiously squeaked again. Feeling the urgency in the little wild monkey's voice, Xia Shuning put down her bowl and looked at the item in front of her. She widened her eyes in surprise and gasped, "Oh my!" The legendary 9-leaf spirit mushroom that can bring the dead back to life. In front of her, the 9-leaf mushroom had leaves as green as jade, but with even more vitality. The veins on the leaves resembled the unique pathways of the human body. The mushroom was shiny and plump, and she couldn't tell its age. To be honest, she had never seen one in person. Although this 9-leaf mushroom was small, it still had roots and soil attached. Xia Shuning suddenly pinched her thigh hard, wincing in pain to confirm she wasn't dreaming. She pointed at the 9-leaf mushroom and then at her own nose, asking uncertainly, "Are you giving me this 9-leaf mushroom?" The little monkey stretched out its paw and pushed the 9-leaf mushroom closer to Xia Shuning, then chirped a few times. Now Xia Shuning was sure the little monkey was here to give her a gift. But the silly little monkey didn't realize that with the 9-leaf mushroom, it could save the big monkey. Xia Shuning carefully picked up the 9-leaf mushroom, and a rich aroma filled the air, refreshing her completely. She knew she couldn't take the little monkey's precious medicine for free. She would heal the big monkey. She stored the 9-leaf mushroom in her space, then picked up a clay pot in one hand and pointed deeper into the forest with the other, ready to treat the big monkey. The big monkey, having lost too much blood, was still unconscious but had stopped bleeding, and its body was slowly warming up, with a faint pulse. Xia Shuning plucked a small leaf from the 9-leaf mushroom, crushed it with her fingers, and fed it to the big monkey. The little monkey quietly watched her from the side. She laid the big monkey flat on the ground. As a primate, its acupressure points were similar to those of humans. She then took out a silver needle and aimed it at the big monkey's acupressure points to stop the bleeding. As Xia Shuning applied the needle and medicine, the big monkey's previously weak pulse became steady and strong. It would wake up soon. After removing the needle and disinfecting it, she stored it away. Then she took out some food she had saved, along with the leftover chicken soup, and left it all for the little monkey. Xia Shuning waved goodbye to the little monkey, strapped on her backpack, and quickly headed down the mountain under the moonlight. She first stopped by Old Wang's house, where the Wang family had injuries. Xia Shuning used her bacteria culture dish function to ensure these 3 troublemakers wouldn't see the sunrise the next morning. She then looted the Wang family, taking everything, even dismantling the door and storing it away, since the Wang family was finished. Finally, she returned to Aunt Li's house to say goodbye to Aunt Li and Uncle Li. "Shuning, are you really going to the countryside in the northwest? I heard life is much harder over there than here. You can either stay at your aunt's house, where she can ask your brother to help you find a partner. If you marry him, you can have a good life," Aunt Li said, holding onto Xia Shuning's hand tightly. "Aunt, I'm not afraid of hard work. I want to stay close to my parents," Xia Shuning said as she hugged Aunt Li. In this harsh world, she had learned many lessons and didn't trust easily or let people get close. But being here and meeting kind people like Aunt Li made her go from feeling uncomfortable to feeling reluctant to leave. Aunt Li held the girl she had watched grow up tightly, her eyes moist with emotion. The next day, before dawn, Xia Shuning got up. She hid 200 yuan in her pillowcase and also put the 10 yuan bill Aunt Li had slipped into her luggage inside. The items she bought for Aunt Li from the supply store, along with the herbs she labeled for use, were placed in a wooden box in Aunt Li's room, fearing she wouldn't accept them. She packed her belongings and planned to leave quietly. But when she gently pushed open the door, She found Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee already busy in the kitchen. They had prepared steaming handmade noodles for her, along with several boxes of braised meat, a pack of dried fish, a bag of eggs, and some long-lasting green onion flatbreads. "Shuning, eat more. Be careful on the road, and write to us when you arrive." After finishing her noodles, Xia Shuning waved goodbye to Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, saying, "Take care. I will write to you as soon as I get there." Xia Shuning, with her large bundle made from a bedsheet, boarded the ox cart to the city. The cart was slow, and by the time they reached the city it was almost noon. She hurried to an empty women's restroom to stash her large bundle in her space. Then she quickly ate a bowl of pork and chive dumplings at a state-run restaurant before heading to the supply store, which had a wider selection. She first bought a backpack and 2 tote bags, then ran back and forth between several supply stores. She purchased malt extract, chrysanthemum tea, white sugar, brown sugar, white rabbit candy, shrimp chips, fruit candy, maltose, and biscuits, along with essential items like a wash basin, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and laundry soap. She nearly spent all her food, meat, oil, and grain coupons. After leaving each store, she would find a secluded spot to secretly stash most of her items in her space. She planned to keep only a small portion of food and clothes in her backpack and tote bags. Finally, she went to the department store to buy cotton clothes, shoes, and blankets for her family. At the ready-made clothing counter, Xia Shuning spotted a military green shirt priced at 9 yuan. It was a bit expensive, but she gritted her teeth and paid for the smallest size. The salesperson had just taken down a shirt when a tall, curvy woman suddenly reached over and grabbed it, putting it on herself. "This shirt matches my green uniform perfectly." Xia Shuning frowned slightly at the woman and grabbed the shirt sleeve, saying, "This shirt is mine." The woman looked down at Xia Shuning with disdain. The girl before her was pretty, but dressed poorly, and the woman felt a strong urge to scratch her fair, youthful face. "Can you even afford it?" The woman, using her height to look down on Xia Shuning, arrogantly shook her finger and said, "This is not a place for country folks to buy clothes. Go home and sew some fabric yourself." "She has already paid for it," the salesperson said, annoyed that this customer was trying to take something from her. The woman's face turned red, but she still wouldn't let go of the shirt. She pulled out a large bill and waved it in Xia Shuning's face. "I want this one. You pick another." Xia Shuning gripped the woman's wrist tightly. The woman let out a sharp scream and released her hold. Xia Shuning put the green shirt back in her bag. Then she snatched the blue and white polka shirt the woman was holding and threw a large bill at her face, saying, "I want this one. You pick another. Give it back. This shirt wasn't bought here. My aunt brought it from Guangzhou." The woman shouted from behind, but she was too scared to approach. Ignoring her, Xia Shuning spent all her tickets at the department store, buying all the essentials. She couldn't bear to stay at the guest house, so she went straight to the train station to collect her ticket from Captain Gao's comrade, planning to spend the night at the station and catch up on sleep in a hard sleeper the next day. The waiting hall was crowded, but Xia Shuning arrived early and was lucky enough to find a seat. She piled her luggage in front of her. Passengers without seats either sat on their luggage or directly on the floor. Xia Shuning had already finished her braised pork and eggs. Now, she was about to take a bite of a scallion pancake. People waiting were sniffing the air, looking around for the source of the delicious smell. "Who made that pancake? It smells so good." Xia Shuning looked up to see a little girl, about 5 years old, gazing longingly at her pancake. She tore off half of it, still unsure if she should give it to her. At that moment, a chubby boy next to her pushed the little girl aside and shouted at Xia Shuning, "Give me that pancake. I want to eat." Xia Shuning stuffed the cake into her mouth, refusing to share with anyone. She would not spoil a brat. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s wearing a red dress rushed over, pointing her finger at Xia Shuning's face. "How dare you steal food from a child?" The little girl immediately tugged at her mother's clothes, looking scared but mustering the courage to say softly, "It's my sister's cake. She didn't steal it." With a loud slap, a woman named Zhang Jing hit the little girl in the face. A red handprint appeared on the girl's thin cheek. Seeing his mother arrive, The chubby boy shouted even louder. Give me the cake. I want to eat. Xia Shuning slowly chewed her cake and then slapped the chubby boy. The people around didn't hear the little girl speak. They only saw Xia Shuning stuffing the cake into her mouth, thinking she was stealing from Zhang Jing's child. How could she steal food from a child? Quick, give the cake back. Look at that girl. She looks so thin. She must be starving. Even if she's hungry, she shouldn't take food from a child. Stealing is wrong. Listening to the crowd's comments, Zhang Jing smugly ordered, Take out all the cakes. My son is hungry. Xia Shuning grabbed her backpack and refused. No, if you want food, buy it yourself. Zhang Jing looked at her backpack with a glint of greed. She had just seen that the girl had a whole bag of cakes, which could feed her son. I was in a hurry and forgot my money. My child is starving. You have so many cakes. You can't eat them all, right? As she spoke, Zhang Jing reached for Xia Shuning's backpack. The crowd fell silent, realizing the cakes belonged to the girl. Smack! Xia Shuning swatted her hand away and mocked. I was in a hurry too, and forgot my clothes. Why don't you give me your shirt? It's hot and you won't miss one. Xia Shuning was wearing a faded patched-up shirt. Zhang Jing was in a nearly new maroon blouse. Zhang Jing got angry. Why should I give you my shirt, you little brat? Xia Shuning sneered. Why should I give you my cake, you old hag? The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Jing quickly realized she had been outsmarted and shouted angrily, You little brat. You're so stingy. Can't you see the child is starving and offer some food? Xia Shuning shouted back, You shameless woman. Can't you see my clothes are torn and offer to give me yours? The onlookers could no longer stand it and began to criticize Zhang Jing. She clearly has newer clothes than that young girl, yet she has the nerve to ask for food. What kind of mother is this? She has money but won't buy food for her child, spending it all on herself. You can tell she's not a decent woman, who asks for food and then insults others. Seeing she couldn't get anything, Zhang Jing grabbed her luggage, picked up her son Jiang Wenwu, and squeezed into the crowd to leave. She completely ignored her daughter, Jiang Panner, who said, I'm sorry, sister, before running after her mother. Xia Shuning glanced again and saw her merit points increase. This space was quite interesting. Helping people seemed to earn more merit points than just doing good deeds. The next morning, forced to squeeze among travelers carrying large bags, Xia Shuning had no idea how she got to the station. Finally arriving at the platform, she took a deep breath and looked around, having never seen a train station from the 1970s. Suddenly, she spotted a green train at the adjacent platform, with a conductor loudly urging passengers to board quickly. Among the passengers were 4 familiar figures, the Fang family, carrying large bags. Only Fang Jingjun, with her arm in a cast, wore a big red flower on her chest. Nearby stood several members of the Revolutionary Committee wearing red armbands. She never expected this. The entire Fang family was really going to the desert to plant trees. Using the paper with the fingerprints of the Fang family, she wrote a letter to the team leader, expressing regret for the Fang family's negative influence on the village and offering to donate their house to the team. She wondered which family would receive the Fang family's house. She couldn't hear what Fang Jingjun was shouting at her, nor could she understand what Zhao Lady was angrily cursing about. Why hadn't Zhao Lady had it yet? Was she not taking enough medicine? Watching her merit points grow, Xia Shuning felt very regretful. If she had known it would be so easy to earn from the Fang family, she should have worked harder. No, she needed to find a way to give them some work in the desert. Xia Shuning provocatively waved at the Fang family. She was also going to board the train. As she walked through the train cars, she found her bunk in the hard sleeper compartment, which was temporarily empty except for her. Xia Shuning's bed was the lower bunk on the left side, and there were shoe prints on the sheets. She spread out her own coarse cloth sheet. Just as she was organizing her bed, 2 people entered her compartment. A young girl with high cheekbones and a broad jaw was helping a middle-aged woman, and their bunks were above Xia Shuning's. Once they entered, they kept murmuring, complaining about the upper bunk being too high and the bed being too dirty. Having not slept all night in the waiting room, Xia Shuning finished making her bed and lay down, closing her eyes to rest. She felt drowsy and was almost asleep when suddenly her shoulder was pushed. Too tired, Xia Shuning's annoyance showed as she asked, "What's going on?" The young girl, seemingly unaware of Xia Shuning's displeasure, said matter-of-factly, "My aunt's leg hurts. She can't sleep on the upper bunk. You need to get up and let her have the lower bunk." Xia Shuning glanced at the middle-aged woman, whose swollen right knee clearly indicated an injury that had led to arthritis. The young girl thought Xia Shuning would agree to switch, reaching out to pull back the covers. Xia Shuning grabbed her wrist and pushed her aside forcefully, coldly saying, "No switch. Go away." The young girl covered her red, swollen wrist, angrily shouting, "You're so young. How can you not give up your seat for an elder?" Xia Shuning, a tough person who had survived harsh times, wouldn't be swayed by her guilt trip. With a smirk, she replied, "If you're old, then just go away. Why are you fighting for a seat with young people?" The young girl was shocked that Xia Shuning, who seemed easy to talk to, was so aggressive. She was furious. The middle-aged woman looked Xia Shuning up and down with disdain, speaking harshly, "If she doesn't switch, that's fine, but I wouldn't want to sleep in a bed she's used. Who knows if she's sick?" With a loud slap, Xia Shuning struck the middle-aged woman hard, angrily saying, "No matter how dirty the bed is, it's not as dirty as your mouth." The middle-aged woman covered her swollen face in disbelief. "You actually dared to hit me?" With another sharp slap, Xia Shuning sneered, "Do you think I wouldn't?" An older man in the next compartment saw the altercation and disapproved, saying, "If she doesn't want to switch, you can't hit her." Xia Shuning snatched the hard seat ticket from the young girl and threw it at the old man's face. "You think you can trade my sleeper ticket for a hard seat ticket? Shouldn't I hit you for that? Then you switch with her?" The old man immediately retreated to a seat. A gentle voice interjected, "The price of a hard seat ticket is different from a sleeper ticket." The young girl complained, "I've always switched like this before." Xia Shuning slapped the young girl hard, saying, "Then you just haven't been hit enough." Seeing the middle-aged woman's spiteful glare, she quickly used her resources to worsen the woman's knee injury. If she dared to provoke her, the middle-aged woman wouldn't be using that leg again. The young girl helped the middle-aged woman to find someone else to switch beds, but before they could leave the compartment, the middle-aged woman suddenly collapsed to the floor. She lay on the ground, crying out in pain, "My leg hurts so much. Everyone, after finishing this tough scene, I'm hungry. Please add my book to your shelves, give me a 5-star review, and send free gifts." When Xia Shuning saw her merit points increase, she knew these two weren't good people. She turned to the girl who had just spoken up for her. The girl was beautiful and held a train ticket in her hand. The girl smiled warmly at Xia Shuning and extended her hand. "Hello, comrade. My name is Tang Yaya. I'm in the lower bunk across from you." Xia Shuning didn't reach out. She didn't need help speaking and didn't want to get to know her. Xia Shuning nodded at Tang Yaya and went back to her own bunk. Tang Yaya seemed unaware of Xia Shuning's coldness. She turned and pulled out a can from her bag. How about we share some peach slices? My mom packed this for me." She struggled to twist the lid. "It's just a bit tight." Xia Shuning glanced at her reddened fingers, took the can, and with a pop, opened it. Tang Yaya's eyes sparkled. "Wow, you're amazing. I couldn't open it after trying for so long." She carefully scooped out a slice of peach and held it to Xia Shuning's mouth. "You try it first. It's really sweet." Xia Shuning turned her head away. "Thanks, but you can eat it yourself. I'm not hungry." She turned to tidy her bed and said to the little phoenix in her space, "Keep an eye on Tang Yaya. There's something strange about her." Xia Shuning's refusal was clear. She didn't shake hands or say her name, and she knew Tang Yaya must have noticed. When someone is overly friendly without reason, they are often up to no good. Soon, more people entered the train car. Another girl came to the upper bunk, and Feng Rui and her aunt probably wouldn't dare return to this car. Tang Yaya's upper bunk was occupied by a middle-aged man with a briefcase, looking like an official. In the middle bunk was a seemingly honest couple who had hurried onto the train with 2 large bags. Not long after the train started, while Tang Yaya was still reading, Xia Shuning, feeling sleepy, lay down first to catch some rest. Clink, clink. The sound of the wheels hitting the tracks was quite rhythmic. Xia Shuning woke up. It was late, and the car was very quiet. Still half asleep, she used her senses to check the store for new items, while occasional snores came from the upper bunk. Her senses were sharper than usual, and she gradually felt that the quietness in the car was a bit off. Glancing in the moonlight, her heart sank. 3 people were missing, Tang Yeye and the couple in the middle bunk. She first touched the 3 blankets. They were all cold, so they definitely didn't go to the restroom. The luggage was still there, so the person might still be on the train. In 1974, train safety was not as good as it is today. There were many unsavory characters, and human trafficking happened often. Xia Shuning had not yet figured out the secret about Tang Yeye, so she decided to check it out and earn some good karma. Xia Shuning first went to find the train attendant. When the round-faced attendant heard that a female passenger was missing, she immediately ran to find the train police. Xia Shuning remembered that Tang Yeye used a brand of jasmine oil. With her keen sense of smell, she searched each train car for Tang Yeye. After passing through 3 cars as she approached car 12, the train was arriving at the station, and there were very few people getting off at this late hour. An elderly couple was helping a woman wearing a green headscarf, and they were almost at the door. Xia Shuning caught a faint scent of jasmine. It must be Tang Yeye. She was breathing irregularly, likely due to being drugged. The couple must have been pretending to be the ones in the middle bunk. As they got closer to the door, the woman let out a small sigh of relief, knowing they could take their cargo off the train once it stopped. The man turned back cautiously and saw Xia Shuning quietly following them, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm getting off." Xia Shuning intentionally softened her voice, making it sound sweet and harmless. Before she finished speaking, the man turned to exchange glances with the woman next to him. In a split second, 4 sewing needles flew towards the 2, hitting them at the base of their necks. Thud. They fell unconscious immediately. Just as Xia Shuning helped Tang Yeye up, a young train police officer rushed over. The officer handcuffed the traffickers. Xia Shuning and the attendant helped Tang Yeye to the attendant's lounge, where there was light in the otherwise dark train. As they left, a man emerged from the wash basin near the door. In the dim light, she could only see his tense jaw. Even in plain clothes, he exuded a deadly aura. Zhuo Zhiheng had planned to act when the traffickers got closer to the door, but he didn't expect the girl to appear so quickly and act even faster. He had good eyesight and was close enough to see the girl throw 4 ordinary sewing needles. Such small objects. How much strength would it take to throw them that far and hit both traffickers in the back at once? Even he would need at least 2 punches or a punch and a kick to take down 2 traffickers simultaneously. As a champion of military competitions, Zhuo Zhiheng rarely encountered anyone stronger than himself. He really wanted to meet her in person and ask if she would be willing to join the army. Unfortunately, Zhuo Zhiheng had an important mission, and as soon as the train arrived, he had to get off. In the crew's rest area, Xia Shuning took out a silver needle and lightly pricked several acupuncture points on Tang Yeye. After a few breaths, she removed the needle, and dark blood droplets emerged. Oh, how amazing! The crew member, a round-faced girl, watched Xia Shuning's acupuncture as if she were watching a magician perform. About 5 minutes later, Tang Yeye slowly opened her eyes, still looking a bit confused. The crew member quickly offered her some warm water. Tang Yeye recalled the time she was drugged, when she was aware but unable to control her body. She couldn't speak or move even a finger, unable to call for help or save herself, even though she had treasures with her. Tang Yeye expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, I almost got sold to the mountains." She could hardly imagine being sold to a remote area and treated as a tool for reproduction, unable to survive or die. Xia Shuning calmly said, "When you're out, stay alert." She communicated with the little phoenix, saying, "Such a useless person dares to approach me?" Tang Yeye trembled, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so foolish. I didn't even realize I was drugged." Xia Shuning nodded, acknowledging her foolishness for drinking water out of sight on the train. At that moment, The trained police came to take Xia Shuning's statement and were surprised to see Tang Ye awake. Previously, victims of drugging usually needed to go to the hospital for 3 days to recover. However, since Tang Ye was awake, she could give her statement alongside Xia Shuning. The police officer curiously asked Comrade Xia, "How did you manage to wake Comrade Tang so quickly?" The round-faced crew member proudly answered, "Comrade Xia only used 3 needles." Xia Shuning, who dared to perform acupuncture on Tang Ye in public, had already thought of her explanation. "I learned traditional medicine from a caregiver in my village when I was young." The original owner often took care of an elderly woman in the village who had been a barefoot doctor, and this woman had gifted her several medical books. From the police officer, Xia Shuning learned that the 2 human traffickers were involved in several serious crimes and would definitely face severe consequences. With her big, bright eyes sparkling, Xia Shuning focused intently on the young police officer. "Officer, if we catch these traffickers, will I receive a reward?" The little phoenix suddenly interrupted, "You've been deducted 100 merit points. It seems the merit for catching the traffickers went to Tang Ye." Xia Shuning desperately threw question marks into the air. The little phoenix whispered, "That thing around her neck is strange. Does it have a special space?" Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes and coldly looked at Tang Ye. "You started this, so don't blame me. Everyone, please add this to your reading list, give 5-star reviews, and send free gifts so Shuning can take Tang Ye's space." The little phoenix excitedly said, "Are you going to get rid of her and take the thing around her neck?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and said fiercely, "I will definitely take the item, but since she tricked me first, just taking her space would be too easy on her." The little phoenix chuckled and eagerly suggested, "I have an idea. Go to the Zhuke Mall and buy that 3D cloning printer to get her item, then print a fake one for her." Xia Shuning smiled and said to the little phoenix, "Good idea." She quickly opened Zhuke Mall and found the 3D cloning printer. Function description: can replicate the appearance of existing items 100% and partially clone the functions of existing items, but the functions have a time limit. Price: 10,000 yen coins. In the next moment, Xia Shuning grabbed the little phoenix by the neck and sneered, "Do I look like a fool to you?" The little phoenix struggled and argued, "Just tell me if it's useful or not. Let's not focus on the price, but on the effectiveness." Xia Shuning thought for a moment about how to use the 3D cloning printer on Tang Ye and then released the little phoenix. She instructed the little phoenix, "First, observe what that item of hers is used for." Xia Shuning looked at Tang Ye. Her appearance was definitely the type that mothers from the 70s loved, very approachable and gentle. This was the first person who had made her suffer. At that moment, the young officer returned after consulting with his superiors and smiled at Xia Shuning, saying, "Comrade Xia, there's a reward of 100 yuan. He added, "After the case is publicly reviewed, the reward will be sent to you through the local youth office." The young and handsome officer adjusted his hat and gathered his courage to say to Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, my name is Lu Minxin." He couldn't help but adjust his hat again, his ears turning bright red. "Could you leave me a contact address? When the reward comes, I can send you a telegram." "No, thank you," Xia Shuning replied, not wanting to owe anyone. "Sending a telegram is expensive.
Just let the youth office contact me."
Originally, the 100 yuan reward would have made her happy, especially since regular workers only earn about 30 yuan. But she had been deducted 100 merit points instead. This is the first time. When the train arrived in Urumqi, more people got on their carriage. On Tang Ye's middle bunk, a man in a Zhongshan suit and glasses, around 27 years old, got on. He looked refined and had his uniform buttoned up tightly. On Xia Shuning's side, a young woman dressed in a green military uniform, similar to Tang Ye, came up. She was about 20 years old, wore light makeup, and was fashionable and pretty. Her eyes darted between Tang Ye and Xia Shuning, and she smiled warmly at Xia Shuning. "Comrade, hello. My name is Yuan Mingmei. Are you also a young intellectual going to the Fangchao Lake farm?" Yuan Mingmei looked at the girl in front of her, who was more attractive but appeared quite poor, with a determined glint in her eyes. She thought that with a little kindness, she could win the girl's favor and use her beauty to her advantage. Xia Shuning saw through Yuan Mingmei's intentions and ignored her completely. Yuan Mingmei's expression changed slightly, and she casually turned to the more approachable Tang Yeye. Although not as beautiful as her, Tang Yeye was still a gentle and graceful beauty. In response to Yuan Mingmei's eager gaze, Tang Yeye replied sweetly, "Hello, Comrade Yuan. My name is Tang Yeye, and I am also going to the Fangchao Lake Farm." Tang Yeye was always soft-hearted, worried about making others uncomfortable, and afraid that their words might fall flat. Yuan Mingmei smiled warmly, her voice soft. "Wow, what a coincidence. We should look out for each other in the future." Xia Shuning watched them coldly, unsure which of the two was more cunning. She was also observing how Tang Yeye would manage to gain merit points. The bespectacled man blushed as he looked at Tang Yeye and introduced himself. "My name is Luo Liangzi. I'm here to help the farm with technical issues." Tang Yeye nodded, smiling shyly and gently. Yuan Mingmei immediately recognized that Luo Liangzi had some status and quickly took out some pastries and candies, enthusiastically inviting everyone to share. Xia Shuning refused everything she offered without hesitation. If it were someone else, they might have lost their temper by now, but no matter how cold Xia Shuning was, Yuan Mingmei remained friendly and warm. Suddenly, the attendant announced over the intercom, "Is there a doctor? Anyone who can help, please come to carriage 9. A passenger is in urgent need of medical assistance." Xia Shuning remained still. She didn't have a medical license and would never willingly seek trouble. After all, she had just lost 100 merit points for helping someone. The announcement repeated several times, and at that moment, Lu Minxin and a round-faced attendant came over. "Comrade Xia, please hurry and help. The situation with that passenger is critical." In the past few days, Lu Minxin has been taking care of Xia Shuning, bringing her orange soda and braised pork lunch boxes several times, but she has refused them all. After thinking for a moment, Xia Shuning changed her mind and decided to check the number 9 carriage. She wanted to see if saving someone else, instead of Tang Yeye, would affect her merit points. Luo Liangzi was a bit surprised. "I can't believe Comrade Xia knows how to treat patients." Xia Shuning was just too beautiful. Tang Yeye nodded, looking at Xia Shuning with admiration. "Shuning's medical skills are really good. She even saved me." Xia Shuning ignored them and quickly followed Lu Minxin to the number 9 carriage, pushing through the crowd. There, an elderly man was lying on the ground, his face pale, limbs twitching, and he seemed to be unconscious.
Doctor?
"Where is the doctor?"
Help him.
"He's losing breath." People were shouting anxiously. As Xia Shuning was about to check his pulse, a middle-aged man in a blue uniform stopped her. The conductor, seeing that Xia Shuning was very young, asked with concern, "Comrade, are you a medical student? Does anyone in your family study medicine?" Xia Shuning calmly replied, "I'm not a medical student, and no one in my family studies medicine. I learned some medicine from the elderly in my village." The conductor looked serious. "Are there any other doctors? Announce it over the loudspeaker. We need to ensure the safety of our passengers." At that moment, the elderly man rolled his eyes and fainted completely. Someone panicked. "He's dead."
He's dead.
"It's too late. I need to perform first aid. You all keep looking for a doctor." Xia Shuning had already taken out her medicine and needles from her bag. She pulled out a piece of danshin, opened the elderly man's mouth, and placed it inside, then took out a silver needle. After disinfecting, she carefully pricked the points, gently squeezing to let out some blood. The passengers watched as the young girl, looking delicate, crouched down. When she was inserting the needle, her expression was focused and calm, showing the demeanor of a skilled doctor. As a few drops of blood emerged, the elderly man slowly stopped twitching, and his face gradually regained color. Then Xia Shuning checked his pulse. The patient's breathing has returned, and his condition is stable. However, he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately at the next stop. I suspect A. Seeing that the elderly man had not yet regained consciousness, but his color was normal and his chest was rising and falling, the crowd began to speak up. "Wow, he's come back to life. I didn't expect this young girl to have such great medical skills." The round-faced conductor looked proud. I told you Comrade Xia is a miracle worker. After all, she was a passenger in her carriage. Finally, the conductor relaxed and immediately arranged for someone to contact the hospital. Then, awkwardly extending her hand to Xia Shuning, she said, Comrade Xia, I'm sorry about earlier. Xia Shuning smiled slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. Saying sorry doesn't help, does it? The train attendant noticed her indifference and cheerfully said, Comrade Xia, you're a youth volunteer, right? I will help you apply for recognition for your bravery. Lu Minxin quickly added, this is the second time Comrade Xia has acted bravely on the train. He quietly mouthed to Xia Shuning, there's a reward. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up. Money is good. Everyone applauded and cheered, and their gaze towards Xia Shuning changed. Some opportunistic people approached her directly. Comrade, can you help me? Xia Shuning replied with a straight face, I charge a fee for consultations, and it's quite expensive. As soon as they heard it would cost money, the crowd quickly dispersed. News of Xia Shuning saving someone spread on the train. After all, there was an announcement looking for a doctor, and later an ambulance came to take the patient away. The youth volunteers also learned that among their group, there was a highly skilled doctor named Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning noticed her merit points increased by 1 and said to Little Phoenix, it seems that without Tang Yeye around, my merit points will increase normally when I help others. Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled as she opened the shop, spending all her merit points and coins, along with all of Little Phoenix's energy, to exchange for merit transfer. Main functions. 1. Every merit gained through the space automatically belongs to the purchaser. 2. Each time the user utilizes the space, the intimacy between the space and the purchaser increases by 1. Little Phoenix, drained of energy, wanted to cry, you are too reckless. Why not wait until you have enough merit points to exchange for a 3D clone printer? My energy. Boo-hoo. It didn't even dare to recommend the merit transfer to Xia Shuning, fearing she might have ill intentions. Xia Shuning smiled sweetly yet mischievously. I can't wait. Besides, you rely on others. Why do you need energy? At 5:45 a.m., the train arrived at Ishur Juntan train station. All youth volunteers heading to the military farm for support, please gather your belongings here, the attendant shouted loudly, with a megaphone on the platform. The youth volunteers from each carriage gathered on the platform, following the officials from the youth office to transfer to a large truck heading to the military farm. Xia Shuning walked against the crowd towards the truck, with Yuan Mingmei always 3 meters behind her. Luo Liangzi helped Tang Yeye carry her luggage the whole way. After getting on the bus, Xia Shuning sat directly in the corner, while Yuan Mingmei wanted to sit by the window to enjoy the scenery, but quickly squeezed over. The large truck drove on, with the blue sky hanging over the endless fields of rapeseed flowers and purple lavender swaying in the wind like waves. This was a beautiful sight that Xia Shuning had never seen in the apocalypse, and the other young people also didn't expect to see such a paradise in the Northwest. I heard that we can wear light clothes and eat watermelon for lunch, a male youth leaned forward to ask the team leader. Wear a coat in the morning and light clothes in the afternoon, and eat watermelon by the stove, the leader said with a smile on his bronze face, suddenly slapping the roof of the truck. Old Wu, speed up. If we don't reach the farm before sunset, we'll freeze. The roar of the engine filled the air as the strong wind whipped sand against the metal of the truck. Xia Shuning covered her head with a rough cloth sheet, and amidst the rustling fabric, she heard Yuan Mingmei exclaim, oh no, I got sand in my eyes. As dusk painted the snow-capped peaks red, the truck finally arrived at a cluster of low-lying houses. The new young people stared at the earthen houses partially sunk into the ground, while Xia Shuning's gaze swept over the strings of dried peppers hanging from the roof, an invaluable source of vitamins in the apocalypse. At the welcome meeting, the farm leader raised a document and announced, good work can lead to university recommendations, military service, or job offers. The audience erupted in applause. The farm prepared a meal for the young people in the cafeteria, a porridge so thin it was almost like soup. Hungry youths didn't mind. After finishing a warm bowl of porridge, they felt revived. Revived youths asked if there was anything more filling to eat. The leader replied, "We have steamed buns, cornbread, and corn cakes, but these are not free. They require money and tickets." The farm couldn't afford to support people who only ate and drank without contributing. Even the porridge was charged to the farm's account. Young people usually received a settling-in fee when they went to the countryside, so most had money and tickets on them. When they heard they needed to buy solid food, they felt the farm was stingy but still made purchases. Tang Yeye came over with 2 corn cakes, saying, "Shuning, thank you for taking care of me on the way. Let me treat you." Xia Shuning calmly brushed Tang Yeye's arm aside and said coldly, while holding her own corn cake, "No need you eat it. I already bought my meal." Yuan Mingmei looked back and forth between them, realizing that Xia Shuning's coldness wasn't just directed at her. She wondered if Xia Shuning was jealous of her beauty. After all, beautiful people often feel competitive. Yuan Mingmei completely believed that Xia Shuning couldn't guess her true identity. After eating and drinking, the farm staff first took them to a temporary lodging area, a row of simple earth huts. "Is this where we are supposed to stay?" The young workers stared blankly at the huts, wondering if this was really a place for people to live. These were just holes dug in the ground. They didn't know that even these simple huts were built by the early production teams and countless young workers from scratch, allowing them to stay in ready-made accommodations now. "Our farm has limited conditions, so 8 young workers will share one hut. Let's manage for one night, and tomorrow we will complete your registration and assign you to different farms." The leader remembered that the young workers from the city liked cleanliness and reminded them, "The hot water in the bathhouse is available until 8 o'clock. Those who need to wash up should hurry and put down their luggage." "Shuning, you probably don't have soap, right? Use mine." Yuan Mingmei kindly offered a piece of red soap. "No need, I brought my own." Xia Shuning took out a bar of white soap from her bag and went straight to the bathhouse. Yuan Mingmei watched her leave, a fierce look in her eyes, thinking about how to deal with her later. Such a capitalist attitude. A freckled girl muttered angrily at Xia Shuning's back, as she didn't even have soap. Yuan Mingmei quickly approached to make conversation. "Comrade, I'm Yuan Mingmei. Do you know Shuning?" All along, she hadn't had a chance to learn more about Xia Shuning. "Hello, Comrade Yuan."
I'm Hua Xiaozhen.
As for her, she's a spoiled girl. Since seeing Xia Shuning get off the hard sleeper, Hua Xiaozhen had felt a mix of jealousy and anger. At that time, sleeper tickets usually required a recommendation letter from a workplace to purchase. Ordinary people without connections, even if they had money, had to sit in hard seats. Why did Xia Shuning get to ride comfortably in a hard sleeper? Hua Xiaozhen had been cramped in hard seats for days, feeling suffocated. Xia Shuning was too selfish, especially since they were from the same hometown. She didn't even think to invite her to share the sleeper. Humph. Even if she hadn't taken 5 yuan from Fang Jingjun, she would find a chance to teach Xia Shuning a lesson. Yuan Mingmei raised her bar of red soap again. "Xiaozhen, we clicked right away. Let's go wash up together." The so-called hot water supply meant each person got a thermos, just enough for a quick wash. Xia Shuning couldn't stand the smell on herself and spent extra money to buy a few more bottles of water for a proper bath. While getting dressed, she unconsciously glanced at Tang Yeye, but her eyes caught a glimpse of a jade pendant slipping out from the collar, revealing a fleeting cloud and thunder pattern. Was that the cloud and thunder pattern from Kunlun ruins? Unfortunately, after just one glance, Tang Yeye quickly put it back. Xia Shuning suspected that Tang Yeye's jade pendant was similar to her own Juke bracelet and wanted to find a chance to clarify. Among the 50 young intellectuals sent down this time, there were 15 female young intellectuals assigned to a roughly 15-square-meter cave dwelling. After they finished bathing, only the spot near the door was left on the Kong. When the wind picked up at night, it leaked through the door. Hua Xiaozhen felt relieved seeing Xia Shuning sleeping by the draft. The others in the cave only washed up briefly, and the smell was not pleasant. Once they fell asleep, the rising body temperature mixed various unpleasant odors, spreading quickly. The female young intellectuals found it hard to breathe and tossed and turned all night. Yuan Mingmei couldn't sleep well due to Hua Xiaozhen's body odor and woke up looking pale. In contrast, Xia Shuning slept well by the door where the air circulated, waking up refreshed in the morning. The next morning, the 15 female young intellectuals were divided into 3 at Makhang Lake Farm, 3 at Menying Lake Farm, 3 at Chitai Farm, and 6 at the farthest Fangchao Lake Farm. Xia Shuning had a clear destination. She was going to the Zawa production team at Fangchao Lake Farm and was fortunate to be assigned there. The only downside was that Yuan Mingmei and Hua Xiaozhen were also assigned to the Zawa production team, while Tang Ye was assigned to the best conditions at Chitai Farm. As they approached the Zawa production team, Xia Shuning saw the snow-capped mountains shrouded in mist from a distance, with the peaks appearing and disappearing. As they got closer, she could see the lush forests below the snow line. The Zhuke bracelet on Xia Shuning's wrist warmed slightly, and the little phoenix in her mind was happily fluttering. The spiritual energy is so rich. The spiritual spring you want might be in Tianshan. Xia Shuning decided that once she settled in, she would explore Tianshan and definitely get her hands on the spiritual spring. The leader who came to pick up this group of young intellectuals was Guan Gaoyang, the captain of the Zawa production team at Fangchao Lake Farm. Captain Guan had a scar across his left eye, and the new young intellectuals held their breath, waiting for his speech, but he raised his hand in salute. I am Guan Gaoyang, responsible for military training. The young intellectuals were a bit intimidated by him, remaining quiet, but fortunately, Captain Guan mainly managed the farm's military affairs. When they arrived at the Zawa farm, the farm director, Gue Jia, introduced, the Zawa production team has about 900 young intellectuals.
So many people?
Hua Xiaozhen couldn't help but gasp. Gue Jia smiled and said, in the past, there were tens of thousands of demobilized soldiers who helped turn the Gobi Desert into fertile land by managing salt and sand. The house at the youth station is not a mud hut. It is an adobe house built with the help of soldiers. However, the thatched roof adobe house has small windows that are very dark inside. The female youth station is almost full, with only 2 spots left. This time, 3 girls have arrived, so they might have to squeeze in. I don't want to share with Xia Shuning. She has fleas.
What if they bite me?
Hua Xiaozhen said, covering her nose and refusing. Yuan Mingmei spoke softly. I want to stay with Shuning. I don't mind squeezing. Xia Shuning asked directly, Director Gue, are there any vacant rooms, or even a mud hut? I really like living in mud huts. Director Gue's expression softened a bit. This Xia youth is nice, good-looking, and not picky, unlike others who are choosy. Most youths do not want to live in mud huts because they feel damp, poorly ventilated, and have bad lighting. Hua Xiaozhen recalled the mud hut she stayed in last night and couldn't help but roll her eyes, while Yuan Mingmei struggled to hold back her urge to gag. There is one mud hut, but it's next to the chicken coop and smells really bad. Director Gue said, furrowing his brow. That mud hut became vacant because it was too smelly, and no one wanted to live there. Then it's perfect for Xia Shuning. After all, she grew up in a pigsty. Hua Xiaozhen jumped in. Finally, she had a chance to mock Xia Shuning for having slept in a pigsty since childhood. Director Gue, I'm willing to stay in that mud hut, Xia Shuning said, not wanting to live in a crowded place. She looked coldly at Hua Xiaozhen and said expressionlessly, Comrade Hua, your thinking is very dangerous. No matter where we live, it's all for the development of the border town. I grew up in a pigsty and received education from poor farmers, so I want to contribute my youth to the border town. Do you think I should be ashamed of having lived in a pigsty? Hua Xiaozhen's nails dug into her palm as she realized that having experienced hardship was actually a point of pride in this time. She had intended to embarrass Xia Shuning but instead helped clear her of the stigma of being a wealthy girl. Xia Shuning, I'll take you to see the mud hut first. If you don't want to stay, you can come back and squeeze with Yuan, Director Gue said. Then he turned to Hua Xiaozhen with a serious expression. Comrade Hua, you should go to the study class at the farm tonight. This Hua youth clearly had issues with her thinking and needed proper education. Hua Xiaozhen's face turned pale. On her first day, she was already in a study class, and now she would have no chance for future recommendations. She wanted to kill that annoying Xia Shuning. Director Gue personally took Xia Shuning to see the mud hut next to the chicken coop. The chicken coop is located to the south of the farm, and you can smell the strong odor from a distance. Xia Shuning quietly calculated that the chicken coop faces the Tianshan Mountains, which is the best position for absorbing spiritual energy. Director Gue introduced as he walked. The earth house is next to the chicken coop. It was originally for the chicken farmer to live in, but it was too smelly, so the farmer moved out. Almost no one comes here, except for a cattle shed halfway up the mountain. Xia Shuning's eyes lit up. Director Gue took her into the earth house, leading her down a narrow, dirt staircase. There was a deep pit dug over a meter underground, divided into several rooms, each about 10 square meters. Surrounding it were hollow firewalls made of mud bricks, standing over a person's height. The earth house had not been lived in for a long time, and it had a musty smell, which was indeed unpleasant. Xia, you see, this really isn't livable. How about you stay at my house for now? Director Gue suggested. Previously, the youth had refused to even look at the chicken coop. Even if it was not for the sake of the original owner's family, Xia Shuning could not stay at Director Gue's house. It wasn't just about borrowing a bed. Having an extra person meant more mouths to feed, and most members were unwilling to let the youth stay in their homes. Director Gue, it's fine. This is much better than the pigsty I lived in as a child. Xia Shuning never felt ashamed about having lived in a pigsty. If there was shame, it belonged to the Fang family. All right, I'll arrange for someone to fix the necessary areas today, Director Gue said, unable to imagine how such a delicate girl could have grown up in a pigsty. He secretly decided to take good care of her. Director Gue, what kind of work will we be doing? Xia Shuning asked. Director Gue replied, right now we mainly plant crops, dig drainage ditches, dig wells, and raise chickens, pigs, and cows. Digging drainage ditches is like creating trenches to remove the alkalinity from saline alkali land for better crop growth. Digging wells involves manually excavating underground passages or wells to access groundwater for irrigation or drinking. Can I raise chickens? Last year, I exceeded the quota for pigs I raised, Xia Shuning offered. Director Gue thought for a moment. We will discuss this in a meeting tonight and inform everyone tomorrow morning. Xia Shuning took a look around the chicken coop, and Director Gue noticed that the restless hens calmed down as she approached. I manage the chicken farm myself. In a month, we need to collect at least 100 eggs daily, and the chickens won't get sick. Director Gue's eyes widened in surprise. Last year, the best chicken keeper on the farm produced only about 30 eggs a day, and the chickens often fell ill. Raising chickens offers little in terms of rewards and comes with the unpleasant smell of chicken droppings. It's not as desirable as jobs like scorekeeper, teacher, or broadcaster, so not many young people are willing to do it. Since Xia Shuning decided to stay in this place, the farm manager quickly organized people to help her fix it up. Xia Shuning went back to the youth point to get her luggage. Just then, the older youth were returning from work, and everyone else had already moved their things into the house. Yuan Mingmei stood by Xia Shuning's luggage and said, Shuning, I've been watching your things. Are you really going to live in a chicken coop? Xia Shuning ignored her. Then let me take you there, Yuan Mingmei said to herself, picking up the smallest and lightest backpack. The older youth saw this and commented, Yuan is really nice. She and Shuning must be friends. The older youth didn't want to help Xia Shuning because they really didn't want to smell the chicken droppings. As they got closer to the chicken coop, the smell grew stronger, and Yuan Mingmei's expression worsened. She stopped every few steps, saying, Shuning, I'll leave you here for today. I'll come back to see you another day. Without waiting for a response, she hurried away. Once back at the coop, Xia Shuning stepped into the space and saw a 3-story wooden building. Inside, she found the decor was quite modern. The first floor was a kitchen filled with modern appliances, so there was no need for firewood or coal. Xia Shuning planned to have the little phoenix spit fireballs while she cooked, pollution-free and harmless. The second floor had a study and a practice room, with books neatly arranged on the shelves that Xia Shuning had collected. She felt the practice room wasn't necessary since she preferred practicing with real people. Meditating could be done in her bedroom, and she would think about how to renovate later. The third floor had a bedroom and a bathroom, which included a shower and a bathtub. She walked to the sink and turned on the faucet. The little phoenix cautiously reminded her, "You don't have a spirit spring yet. Using water in the space costs flame coins." Xia Shuning was speechless. It seemed that to live comfortably, she needed to earn more flame coins. How could she relax? Regardless, she had to wash her hair and take a shower, even if it cost her. The little phoenix comforted her. "You can upgrade your house for 5,000 merit points. After the upgrade, the beams will be made of thunderstruck jujube wood, which can help you restore your fire abilities." This upgrade was a must. Without fire abilities, Xia Shuning felt insecure. Who in the farm could contribute more merit points for her? Xia Shuning had seen many people with hidden agendas like Yuan Mingmei in the apocalypse and dealt with them more than once. They would eventually bring her trouble. The manager Goe brought someone to repair the underground house, and Xia Shuning quickly stepped out of the space. Although the underground house looked old on the outside, it was fully functional. Each room had hollow firewalls, and there was a metal chimney to direct smoke outside. There were stoves both inside and outside the house, with the inside stove connected to the hollow firewalls and an outdoor earthen stove. After checking everything, Xia Shuning went to the farm's team office to discuss with manager Goe. Besides repairing the underground house, to increase egg production, the chicken coop would be rebuilt according to the plans Xia Shuning provided and surrounded by a wall. This project would be larger than just repairing the underground house. The farm would keep track of the work points for those who helped, and the farm would cover the material costs for the chicken coop, while Xia Shuning would pay for the materials to renovate the underground house and build the wall. Additionally, Xia Shuning had to provide 1 meal a day for the workers. Since the smell near the chicken coop was unpleasant, she borrowed the stove from manager Goe's house and bought ingredients to cook there. Each young worker at the Zawa farm could initially receive 30 pounds of grain, which was considered a loan from the farm, to be deducted once they started working. Xia Shuning planned to use this 30 pounds of grain to make rice. She took a bag of rock candy, a bottle of liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and a pound of milk candy from her luggage, and went to the Goe family. The Goe family was small, consisting of manager Goe, his wife, and their 2 children. Their eldest daughter, Goe Xiuzhu, was married to the accountant's son from the neighboring Fangkala farm and had 2 daughters. Their younger son, Goe Yuanzheng, was a tractor driver in the village, and his wife, He Huaxue, was from Jinhua farm. They had 2 sons, one named Junjun, who was 6, and the other named Huzai, who was 3. Manager Goe was fair and kind. Mrs. Goe was cheerful and straightforward. Goe Yuanzheng was quiet and hardworking, while He Huaxue seemed a bit carefree. Upon entering, Xia Shuning first handed some fruit candies to Junjun and Huzai, then smiled at Mrs. Goe. "Mrs. Goe, I am Xia Shuning. I will be borrowing your stove for a few days. I hope it's not too much trouble." "Oh, Xia, no need to be polite. The stove is just sitting idle," Mrs. Goe replied warmly. Seeing the clean and pretty young woman, she served a cup of sambao tea, which is a type of tea with sugar, goji berries, and red dates, similar to a health tea that would be popular decades later. "Xia, please have a cup of tea. It must have been a tough journey. Here, just treat it like home." Xia Shuning took a sip of the sweet tea and handed the paper bag to Mrs. Goe. "Thank you, Mrs. Goe. I brought these from the capital for your family to enjoy." Aunt Goe and Xia Shuning exchanged polite refusals a few times before accepting the gifts, thinking they were just some pastries from the city. "Xia Jiqing, feel free to use the stove. If you need help, just ask me or your sister-in-law," Aunt Goe said, pointing to her daughter-in-law, He Huaxue, who had her back turned to Xia Shuning. Just as Xia Shuning was about to greet her, He Huaxue lifted the curtain and went into the inner room. Xia Shuning smiled casually and took out a package of pastries to exchange with Aunt Goe for some sheep offal. When Aunt Goe took Xia Shuning into the kitchen to teach her how to use the stove, she placed the paper package on the table in the main room. He Huaxue, coming out from the inner room, quickly rushed over and tore open the wrapping. "Oh wow, what a score!" He Huaxue exclaimed, stuffing a handful of milk candies into her mouth and hiding another handful in her pocket to take home for her brother. She considered sneaking away with some cigarettes and alcohol, but, remembering her father-in-law's stern face, reluctantly put them back. "Mom, I didn't expect that the summer youth living in a chicken coop would be so generous," Huashua said, smacking her lips and whispering to Aunt Goe. "Can I give these good cigarettes and alcohol to my brother?" she asked, holding the cigarettes in one hand and the alcohol in the other. Seeing the messy pile of items on the table, Aunt Goe felt like giving her daughter-in-law a piece of her mind. It was becoming ridiculous. She was both greedy and snobbish, ignoring Xia Shuning just because her clothes had patches. When there was food, she would shove it into her own mouth first, leaving the leftovers for her family. Aunt Goe stepped forward, snatched the cigarettes and alcohol, and locked everything in a box in the bedroom. She then went to the village office to call the village head, Goe Chong, back home. Once he arrived, she quietly said, "Look, the gifts from Xia Shuning are too generous. There are cigarettes, alcohol, rock sugar, and white rabbit candies." Goe Chong remained calm while looking at the cigarettes and candies, but when he saw the bottle of Red Star Ergotu, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He had heard the city youth talk about this alcohol, describing it as a fiery explosion on the tongue, with a spicy yet smooth flavor and a unique grain aroma. He had never tasted such soul-stirring alcohol and had always wanted to try it but had never been able to buy it due to the difficulty of obtaining alcohol tickets and purchase limits. Even without considering the ticket, a bottle of Red Star Ergotu cost 2 yuan. White rabbit candies cost at least 6 yuan per pound and were impossible to find in the local supply store. This gift was indeed too generous. Goe Chong was a principled man, especially since he believed Xia Shuning's life was not easy. He found a cloth bag, packed everything up, and took it back to the kitchen to return to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning was determined not to accept it. "Director Goe, look, I'm borrowing your stove and using your firewood, and I still need your help to get some vegetables. You're also helping me fix the ground and build the wall. There's a lot to worry about. If you don't accept it, I'll feel bad about borrowing your stove. I won't fix the ground anymore. I'll just live like this. I can't use these snacks and drinks myself, so just think of it as me showing respect to my elder." Director Goe didn't want to argue with a young girl and had to accept it. He thought he would return the favor later and said seriously, "This time I'll accept it, but you can't send anything again." Xia Shuning borrowed Director Goe's stove and made some flatbreads and a creamy lamb soup for dinner. Because she added some herbs, the soup didn't have a strong smell. Instead, it had a milky fragrance that made everyone's appetite increase. The workers thought they would be lucky to have steamed buns with plain water for dinner. They didn't expect flatbreads with lamb soup, where the tripe was crunchy, the liver was tender, and the intestines were smooth, mixed with green onions, garlic, and an unknown aroma. It had been a long time since they had such a delicious meal, and everyone worked even harder afterward. Xia Shuning filled one aluminum lunchbox with flatbreads and 2 lunchboxes with soup. Then she took some flatbreads and lamb soup for Director Goe's family. "Xia, you clearly know how to cook. This meal is great," Huashua said after finishing a big bowl of fragrant lamb soup, still wanting more. But Aunt Goe stopped her from going for another bowl. Huashua was quite unhappy and argued, "I'm not taking it for myself. I want to save a bowl for Junjun and Huzi for breakfast tomorrow. With so much lamb soup, how can the others finish it?" Director Goe pushed his bowl of soup toward her, saying, "I'll save this bowl for Junjun and Huzi." Huashua reached out to take it, but Goe Yuanjing tapped her fingers with his chopsticks. Seeing her husband's angry face, she reluctantly withdrew her hand and wiped her mouth before leaving. Huashua called Xia Shuning aside and bluntly said, "Xia, you don't have a husband yet, so let my brother marry you. You'll get a good family background for free." Her expression suggested that Xia Shuning was getting a great deal, thinking that once Xia became her sister-in-law, all her wealth would belong to her brother. Huashua's brother was known as a lazy man at Hongqi Ranch, always looking for food and not doing any real work, often eyeing young women. A few years ago, he managed to marry a wife after exchanging gifts for several younger sisters, but within 2 years, he had caused 3 miscarriages. In the end, She successfully divorced with the help of the women's director, as no girls in the surrounding farms were willing to marry him. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow at He Huaxue, her gaze as cold as ice, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. "You don't need to worry, sister-in-law." She gently pushed He Huaxue aside, her fingers moved slightly, and a flash of silver darted silently toward He Huaxue. That night, He Huaxue held her husband, Gue Yuanjing, and babbled, "Big brother, don't you think our son is adorable?" Gue Yuanjing looked at his sleeping son, Junjun, with a dark expression, feeling more and more that this eldest son did not resemble him at all. He gripped He Huaxue's neck tightly, ready to exert force, when their younger son, Huzai, softly called out, "Daddy." In the border town, the days are long and the nights are short. It is summer now, and the sun sets around 10 p.m. The evening sun casts long shadows from the trees. Xia Shuning carried an aluminum lunchbox toward the cattle shed. This place was remote with few people on the road, so she cautiously avoided the main path and walked through the woods to the shed. Not far from the cattle shed, she heard voices shouting, "Stinky old nine, little broken shoes. Down with the imperialist lackeys. Rip apart the capitalist lady. Hand over what you stole, or we'll beat you up." A group of boys were surrounding a little girl, pushing and shoving her, throwing punches and kicks. The little girl crouched on the ground, hugging her head with her hands while trying to protect something. "What are you doing? Let her go." Xia Shuning shouted angrily and threw a clump of dirt at the biggest boy. "Who are you to throw things at me? Be careful, or I'll beat you too," a boy with a face full of pimples shouted, poking Xia Shuning in the nose. The little girl jumped up, showing her white baby teeth, and bit his finger.
"Ah!"
he screamed, raising his hand to pull the girl's hair. Xia Shuning picked up a branch from the ground and rushed over, swinging it at the boy. "How can you hit a little girl like that?" The boy dodged left and right, but Xia Shuning avoided hitting the girl and swung the branch fiercely at the other boys who had been involved. Seeing Xia Shuning looking fierce and striking quickly, the boys scattered like mice and quickly ran into the woods. Xia Shuning looked at the little girl holding a dirty clump of dirt and softly asked, "Does it still hurt? Is there anywhere that hurts?" The little girl's hair was cut unevenly, looking like it had been chopped with a knife, and it was all messy. Her big eyes were bright and full of life. Even with a dirty face, it was clear she was a very pretty child, sweet and lovely. The little girl stared at Xia Shuning with her dark, big eyes, biting her red lips, silently watching her like a small tabby cat. Xia Shuning took out a big white rabbit candy and offered it. "Little sister, would you like some candy?" The girl seemed to have had white rabbit candy before, so she wasn't very tempted and shook her head. "Thank you." She gave Xia Shuning a deep 90-degree bow, hugged the dirt clump in her arms, and ran off, disappearing towards the cow shed. Xia Shuning walked closer to the cow shed. It was a row of connected dirt huts, about 5 or 6 of them, smaller and more broken than the chicken coops. It was unclear how many people had been sent down here, and she didn't know which hut the original owner's family of 3 lived in. "That poor child lives with you all here. She probably doesn't even get enough to eat."
"My poor child," sob sob.
A weak, choked female voice came from a nearby broken hut. Xia Shuning moved closer and peered through in the hut. "Why not let me take care of your daughter? I have 2 boys, the oldest is 15 and the youngest is 8. I just need a daughter to help me with laundry, cooking, and cleaning," the woman said, pushing out a sturdy-looking young man, proudly stating, "This is my oldest. He really likes having a sister and has always wanted me to have a daughter." The young man stared blankly at a little girl, his gaze so sticky that even Xia Shuning felt uncomfortable. That look was very similar to the kind of gaze she had seen in the apocalypse from those who would harm small animals. Following the young man's gaze, Xia Shuning recognized a familiar face. It was the little girl she had met in the woods. The girl, who had shown no fear when surrounded and bullied by a group of boys in the woods, was now tightly clutching her clothing, looking very nervous. "Are you looking for a daughter, or are you just trying to find a servant for your older son? Or maybe a child bride for your foolish second son?" The weak female voice seemed to defend the little girl. "What's wrong with that? A little girl can live well with me, And shouldn't she help with some chores? My 2 sons can marry whoever they want in the future. She won't go hungry, right? Isn't that better than starving in this cowshed? I'm not asking for your child for free. Look at this thick cotton mattress. With it, your whole family can survive. Otherwise, you won't even have a warm piece of clothing, and when winter comes, you'll all be huddled together and freezing. The woman patted a dirty mattress that was hard to identify. My child can take care of herself. You don't need to worry about her, a tall, thin man said calmly, refusing despite his anger. His voice remained gentle and deep. Fine, if you won't give it, then forget it. Just a little girl, thinking she's so precious. The woman picked up the mattress and, with her eldest son, walked away in frustration. Teacher Xia, my name is Wang Yangbua. I'm a college student working in a rural area, and I'm currently the accountant for the 3rd team on the farm. You can trust me with your daughter. My wife cannot have children, so we really want to adopt a child. A tall, fair man held his delicate wife, looking like a caring husband and father. My dear, I've always wanted a sweet and lovely child like you, the delicate woman said as she hugged the little girl. She took out a red scarf to tie the girl's hair but realized it was too short, so she used 2 red hair clips instead. When you come to our home, you can grow your hair long and wear pretty dresses every day, the tall man said, wrapping one arm around his wife's shoulder and the other around the little girl, gently pressing his face against hers. The little girl squirmed uncomfortably, and Wang Yangbua instinctively tightened his grip, promising Teacher Xia, we will treat her like our own daughter. We won't make her do chores, and we'll send her to school. Teacher Xia pulled the little girl close, shielding her from Wang Yangbua's intense gaze, and reiterated, my child can take care of herself. You should adopt from the welfare home. But look at the conditions in the cowshed. It's hard for you to survive, let alone for a child, Wang Yangbua's wife said gently, seeming to empathize with Teacher Xia's situation. Or we can help take care of her for a while, and when your situation improves, you can take her back, Wang Yangbua said in a friendly tone, but his attitude was quite forceful. Cough, cough. A weak female voice came from the corner, struggling to speak. We don't want to be separated. Cough, cough. Not separated. No one can. Cough, cough. Take my daughter away. Cough, cough. A painful fit of coughing followed, and the little girl quickly picked up a broken bowl to give water to the woman, gently patting her back. Mommy, please don't talk. Teacher Xia, we can help Mrs. Xia. My sister Wang Yanghui is a barefoot doctor on the farm, Wang Yangbua said with determination in his eyes. The little girl's eyes turned red as she tightly clutched her mother's clothing, feeling a mix of hope and fear. She took a deep breath and said, Dad, I want to go with them. Teacher Xia glanced at his wife, who was very thin and coughing continuously, then looked at his daughter, his hands trembling. Xia Shuning carefully observed the people in the room, especially the sick woman in the corner, who looked familiar. She thought the Xia family, a family of 3. She checked the other places and confirmed that this was the only family of 3 with a little girl, Xia Letong, the original owner's sister. P.S. Little Letong is asking her aunts for love-powered support. Wang Yangbua savored the pain and struggle on the faces of the Xia family, his interest growing stronger. With a physicist father and a dancer mother, this little girl raised in such a family must be so sweet. Wang Yangbua couldn't help but swallow hard and hugged his wife. Honey, we're about to have a beautiful little angel. I have prepared many lovely dresses for our precious daughter. I can't wait to dress her up. Wang's wife looked at Xia Letong with a gentle and loving expression. Yes, our precious daughter will be the most beautiful rose in the border town. You have no idea how much I will love her. Xia Letong shivered involuntarily, gripping her father's clothing and shrinking back behind him. Xia Shuning's fists clenched tightly, a surge of anger rising within her. This scoundrel will pay a heavy price. Even though she was not the original owner and had not yet developed feelings for the Xia family, she remembered a time in her childhood when she saw a little girl taken away by a scoundrel. That feeling of helplessness and anger was something she could never forget. Teacher Xia, let Tong Tong spend more time with you tonight. We will come to pick her up tomorrow, Wang Yangbua said, not seeing Xia Litong's figure and feeling no urgency, knowing she would be his sweet little treasure by tomorrow. He looked proudly at the Xia family huddled together, appearing like lambs to the slaughter. Ha! Indeed, the higher they once stood, the more suitable they are for being trampled. Xia Shuning watched as Wang Yangbua and his wife left the place, gently placing their belongings at the door, and quickly followed in their direction. As she saw them enter the village, Xia Shuning climbed a tree and hid among the branches. Quietly reaching into the storage compartment, she took out a slingshot and some stones she had picked up along the way. Xia Shuning placed a stone in the slingshot, squinted her eyes, and aimed at Wang Yangbua's vulnerable spot. Suddenly, she released the band, and the stone flew through the night with a whoosh.
Ah!
Wang Yangbua's scream shattered the night's calm, sounding as desperate as a rooster with a broken neck. He covered himself and moaned in pain. Xia Shuning coldly watched him roll on the ground in agony, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. This scoundrel was basically done for. Even if he healed, he would be bedridden for months. She put away the slingshot, carefully scanned her surroundings, and quietly jumped down from the tree, returning to her hideout without making a sound. Not wanting to disturb anyone, Xia Shuning gently pushed open the door and walked in with a lunchbox. Who? Xia Xinglong asked cautiously in a low voice. It's you. Xia Letong and her father, sitting by Song Peilon's bedside, spoke almost in unison.
Sure.
Xia Shuning quickly placed her finger on her lips, signaling for silence.
I'm Shuning.
Fang Jingjun returned to the Fang family and said I am the real daughter of the Xia family, so I came to find you. You are my daughter? Song Peilon, lying silently on the earthen bed, struggled to sit up. Xia Shuning looked at the weak, haggard woman before her. She was not the original owner. This was also the first time the original owner was meeting her biological mother, and she felt no maternal affection at all. However, she had promised to protect the original owner's family. Now, she sensed no emotional turmoil. The original owner must have completely given her body to her. She would keep her promise and ensure the original owner felt at ease. But she couldn't call her mom. The word wouldn't come out. Deep down, she felt like an orphan with no family ties. I am Shuning, previously known as Fang Shuning, now Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning sat by Song Peilon's side and helped her sit up. Song Peilon trembled as she gently touched the girl's thin face. Xia Shuning felt very strange and uncomfortable with this sudden closeness. My child, you have suffered. Mom has finally found you. Tears streamed down Song Peilon's face. It was all her fault. If she hadn't bled so much during childbirth, the child wouldn't have been swapped. If Shuning had been raised by her, she wouldn't be so thin, just skin and bones, and her hands wouldn't be so calloused. She had never made Fang Jingjun do any hard work, and even after discovering she wasn't her biological child, she had never treated her harshly. Xia Shuning felt the wetness on her shoulder. It was Song Peilon's tears, but she wasn't too moved inside. She calmly analyzed the situation. Song Peilon's health was poor and needed urgent treatment. Shuning. Xia Xinglong stared intently at Xia Shuning, his complex gaze filled with guilt and relief. He clenched and then relaxed his fists, taking a deep breath to calm himself. It's great that our family can meet again. Mom and Dad have been useless. They haven't found you all these years. Letong, this is your biological sister, Xia Shuning. Xia Xinglong wiped his eyes and pulled over the silent Xia Letong. Xia Litong's eyes were red, her voice low and choked. We lost everything at home. Fang Jingjun took it all. Her small body was tense, and her eyes were full of defiance. I don't want a sister. Since she was little, Xia Letong had always stuck to Fang Jingjun, willing to give her anything she wanted. One night, when she woke up to go to the bathroom, she saw Fang Jingjun taking things from their home. She chased after her, calling out, "Sister, please don't go." But Fang Jingjun didn't even look back. Xia Xinglong and Song Peilon exchanged glances, their lips trembling, unsure how to explain to Xia Letong. Due to the interference of others, They had never been able to find Shuning. So, they never told Xia Letong that Fang Jingjun was not her real sister. They never expected Fang Jingjun would rob their home early. Even knowing she wasn't biological, she had been well taken care of over the years, even more so than Xia Letong. Xia Shuning looked at the stubborn little girl. She wasn't the original owner and didn't need Xia Letong's approval. Ignoring her, she lowered her gaze and placed her finger on Song Peilon's thin wrist. By nature, Song Peilon was happy that her daughter was reaching out to her. Xia Xinglong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Did this child understand medicine? Xia Letong looked at Xia Shuning, realizing that this sister not only could fight, but also had medical skills. After checking the pulse, Xia Shuning examined Song Peilon's injured right leg, pressing on several spots, but Song Peilon showed no reaction. This was not a good sign, indicating that her right leg had lost sensation, possibly due to blocked blood flow, and the fracture had not healed. Seeing her eldest daughter frown slightly, Song Peilon gently comforted her. Shuning, I would gladly give my life just to see you once. It's okay if my leg doesn't heal. In the next life, if Xia Shuning was willing to be her daughter again, she would make sure not to lose her. She would make it up to her. Xia Shuning calmly said, I can treat your leg, but the process will be painful. I also need to prepare some herbs. Song Peilon smashed the plaster to the ground, allowing Xia Letong to pick up the key from the broken pieces and hand it to Xia Shuning. Shuning, I have a courtyard in Beijing for you. Inside, there are gifts I've prepared for you over the years. If you have a chance to return to Beijing, you can go see it. Xia Shuning did not refuse and took the key from Song Peilon. This was rightfully hers, and since she saved the original owner's family, she deserved a reward. The courtyard in Beijing certainly has great potential for appreciation. When she returns to Beijing, she can tidy it up and live there comfortably. She opened the aluminum lunchbox, and the rich aroma of lamb soup filled the air, mixing with the scent of freshly made flatbread, making one's mouth water. Come, try my cooking. Xia Letong, smelling the deliciousness, quietly licked her dry lips. We're not hungry. You should eat quickly, Song Peilon said, looking at her daughter, who had clearly suffered a lot, unable to bear letting her go without food. Yes, Tong Tong found us a lot of good food today. Xia Xinglong gently rubbed Xia Letong's little head, filled with affection. Both daughters were good kids. Xia Letong had not faced hardship before, but during her time in the barn, she quickly learned to forage for wild vegetables and fruits. Most of the food earned from digging wells was exchanged for medicine, and their daily sustenance relied on Xia Letong's wild vegetables and fruits. At that moment, Xia Shuning understood that the clump of dirt Xia Letong had tightly held when they first met was likely those wild vegetables and fruits. She first handed a piece of flatbread to Xia Letong, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Take this. Xia Letong's throat made a sound as she hesitated to reach out. Xia Shuning directly held her wrist and stuffed the flatbread into her mouth. After a while, noticing that the Xia family only intended to share the piece she had given to Xia Letong and did not reach for a second piece, Xia Shuning understood they wanted her to take the remaining bread for herself. It's too hot to keep food. It might spoil and waste resources. Song Peilon couldn't help but ask, Shuning, do you have enough money? Take care of yourself first. Don't neglect your own needs. Seeing her daughter's thin shoulder blades slightly rising under her clothes made her heart ache, and tears fell again. Xia Shuning said calmly, I have enough money. I have taken back all the money and belongings that Fang Jingjun took from the Xia family. The Xia family's things are not for the Fang family to take. I exchanged a lot of food before going to the countryside, so I have enough to eat, don't worry. She paused and glanced at Xia Letong, saying lightly, by the way, you can relax. Wang Yangbo won't come to pick up Xia Letong tomorrow. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Letong's eyes. She wouldn't have to leave her parents anymore. Xia Xinglong's hands trembled slightly as he held the soup bowl. This man, who had been bent by hardship, suddenly choked up. Shuning, Wang Yangbo's uncle, is the director of the Revolutionary Committee. I'm afraid it will affect you. Xia Shuning remained calm and spoke steadily. If I was worried about being affected, I wouldn't have come to find you. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to come. She looked up at Xia Shuning, who was curled up in the corner, with a bit of grease still on her lips. Remembering how fierce the little girl was when she fought in the woods, she realized that Xia Shuning had more spirit than Fang Jingjun. Xia Shuning tightly clenched the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Can you really cure my mom? Xia Shuning picked up a silver needle and heated it over the oil lamp. I can. After a moment, she explained, I learned my medical skills from Grandma Zhang, a villager who was a barefoot doctor. She had a great medical background. Xia Shuning nodded seriously and said gratefully, if you help my mom, I'll help you with work to repay the medical fee. Xia Shuning nodded without hesitation. Sure, you can help me feed the chickens starting tomorrow. Having been an orphan in the apocalypse, she was used to being independent and couldn't feel a sense of family with the Xia family. She wouldn't selflessly give. If the Xia family expected her to contribute without question, she might just walk away. Song Peilan and Xia Shuning exchanged a glance filled with pride. Their daughter, without their protection, not only took good care of herself, but also learned a valuable skill. However, they didn't hold out much hope for treating Song Peilan's injured leg, as even the best orthopedic hospital in the capital had given a diagnosis. After such a long delay, the chance of healing seemed slim, and they didn't want to put too much pressure on Xia Shuning. I'll start with acupuncture on your left leg to relieve the pain. As Xia Shuning inserted the needles, she watched the meat. Even with her mouth full of grease, Xia Shuning would first pick out the whole pieces of lamb from the soup for her mother. Xia Shuning had only taken a few sips of soup, eating his bread slowly. At the Fang family's dining table, the meat dishes were reserved for the men, while the women only got to sip on meat broth. Of course, the original owner didn't even have the right to sit at the table. However, the Fang family no longer needed a dining table, as they didn't have one anymore. She cleared out everything that could fit into the storage compartment, leaving not even a broken bowl for the Fang family. They didn't deserve to use a bowl. Fortunately, she emptied the Fang family's belongings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered the surprise in the old wooden box while organizing the storage compartment. 52 illness prescriptions, Heavenly Return Medical Simplified, Bin Lake Pulse Studies. Each precious medical book, long extinct in the apocalypse, lay quietly in the box like treasures from the sky. These medical books were given to the original owner by Grandma Zhang, whom she had cared for over the years, but they were taken by the Fang family and treated as waste paper. The Fang family would never know the true value of the medical books they dismissed. After discovering these ancient medical texts, Xia Shuning studied them day and night, systematically organizing the medical knowledge and experience she had gained during the apocalypse. Her acupuncture skills advanced to a higher level. Song Peilan's swollen left leg remained a terrifying shade of purple, but when the Zhuke silver needle was applied, her leg didn't flinch at all. A warm flow seeped into her meridians, and suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation in her previously numb left leg. She gently grasped Xia Shuning's wrist, her eyes red with emotion, despite having never shed a tear during her struggles. Shuning, my leg. Xia Shuning removed the Zhuke silver needle, disinfected it, and returned it to the storage compartment, her tone calm, yet confident. Once it's healed, you can lead the dance for Red Detachment of Women. Once I gather all the herbs, I'll start making the bone-setting ointment. With my special ointment, you'll be better in a week. She had already memorized the Shinong Benchao Jing thoroughly, and she was very familiar with the distribution map of medicinal herbs in northwest Huagua. The bone-setting ointment was missing just one ingredient, which was found in the mysterious Tianshan Grand Canyon. The Shinong Benchao Jing was her treasure map. Tomorrow morning, she would go to the Gobi Desert, where she could at least dig up 2 plants of meat corydalus. Tonight, she would first visit Wang Yongbua to help speed up his wound infection recovery. The merit points she earned from him should be spent on him. She wondered who would be the next person to contribute merit points to her. Early the next morning, after feeding the chickens, gathering herbs, and buying vegetables, Xia Shuning made a special trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy half a pound of Cuban sugar. Only then did she head to the Gui Chong family, with sheep spine and leg bones. Just as she turned past the adobe wall, she heard He Huashue wailing, "My tiger. If you are gone, I won't live either." "Sister-in-law, what did Tiger eat this morning?" a concerned neighbor asked. "I only gave him half a bowl of lamb, offal soup." Soon after, he started complaining of a sore throat and kept vomiting. Then he couldn't breathe. He Huashue cried out. Xia Shuning walked into the yard and saw Tiger lying weakly in Aunt Gui's arms, his face pale, breathing fast and shallow, making a wheezing sound, and he seemed barely conscious. As soon as He Huashue saw Xia Shuning, she shouted, "It's her fault for making the lamb offal soup yesterday." A young woman with 2 long braids, carrying a medical bag, glanced at Xia Shuning and said slowly, "He might be poisoned. Brew some mung bean water for him. It must be you who poisoned him. You will pay for Tiger's life." He Huashue reached out to scratch Xia Shuning's face. Xia Shuning quickly grabbed He Huashue's wrist and twisted it. He Huashue yelped and stumbled into the chicken coop, landing face first in a pile of chicken droppings. "Be quiet. Listen to Dr. Wang and go make mung bean soup." Aunt Gui scolded sharply. He Huashue awkwardly got up from the chicken coop, her face covered in droppings and straw, with a few feathers stuck in her hair, angrily heading to make mung bean soup. Dr. Wang shook his head gently at Xia Shuning, his tone disapproving. "Xia, you just arrived in the border town and may not know the climate here. Overnight lamb offal soup shouldn't be consumed." "Don't blame Xia," Aunt Gui said, her face flushed. "The lamb offal soup wasn't given to Tiger by her. It was taken by her daughter-in-law, who likes to take advantage." Xia Shuning looked at Dr. Wang expressionlessly and realized he was Wang Yonghui's sister, the barefoot Dr. Wang Yonghui. She approached and opened Tiger's mouth to examine him closely. His tongue was red, with a yellow coating and a grayish-white membrane, his neck swollen like a bull, and she checked his pulse. "Does Xia know medicine too?" Aunt Gui asked, her face full of worry as Tiger's condition worsened. "Yes, I learned medicine from Grandma Zhang, who is a protected elder." Xia Shuning frowned and turned to Wang Yonghui, sternly questioning, "You just said Tiger has food poisoning?" Wang Yonghui's expression darkened as she replied, "Sore throat and vomiting. What else could it be?" After saying that, she shot a fierce glare at Xia Shuning. "You a newcomer, have you practiced medicine? Why do you question me? I am the doctor appointed by the farm." In this era, medical resources in the border town were extremely scarce. Some farms didn't even have a doctor. Wang Yonghui is the only barefoot doctor in the nearby farms and has always been respected by everyone. This is the first time someone has questioned her. My Huzi won't let her treat him. At that moment, He Huashue came out with mung bean soup, pushed Xia Shuning aside, and started feeding Huzi the soup. After just a few spoonfuls, Huzi suddenly stiffened and began to, splattering He Huashue's face. After he finished, he fainted again. Seeing the situation was serious, Wang Yonghui grabbed her medicine box and tried to leave, but Xia Shuning tripped her. "Dr. Wang, have you checked Huzi's throat?" Xia Shuning pointed to Huzi's swollen throat and turned to Wang Yonghui, who was sweating nervously. "Did you see the grayish-white membrane in his throat? Did you notice his neck is swollen? This looks like food poisoning symptoms."
I didn't.
Wang Yonghui panicked. She had only attended 2 training sessions and could be a doctor only because her uncle was the head of the committee. "You're slandering. You're wronging Dr. Wang." He Huashue grabbed a ladle to throw at Xia Shuning, but Xia Shuning swiftly struck her wrist, splashing the foul-smelling water all over He Huashue's face. Startled, He Huashue slipped and fell into the pig trough, causing the old sow to think food was being stolen and bite her. After a struggle, He Huashue climbed out of the trough, covered in pig waste, with bite marks on her rear. Furious, she pointed at Xia Shuning. You troublemaker. If you delay for another moment," Xia Shuning waved a silver needle in front of He Huashue, "you'll be waiting to collect Huzi's body." With a thud, Aunt Gui pressed He Huashue down to kneel, ignoring the mess, and forced her to bow to Xia Shuning. They could hear He Huashue's forehead hitting the ground repeatedly, while Aunt Gui urged, "Please, summer youth, have mercy." In a hurry, Xia Shuning took out the silver needle and applied it to Huzi's acupoints. As she worked, Huzi's pale face began to breathe more easily. Besides acupuncture, Huzi needs medicine. Xia Shuning turned to Wang Yonghui and asked, "Can you prescribe medicine for diphtheria?" Wang Yonghui hesitated. "I studied Western medicine, and the farm has always lacked Western medicine." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "So, you didn't study veterinary medicine? Then why did you just disinfect a veterinary syringe?" The crowd erupted in chatter. "This Dr. Wang even got the syringe wrong? She used that syringe on me, and my rear has hurt for almost a month. Dr. Wang always likes to make mung bean soup, but it doesn't help at all. I didn't expect that Xia Jiqing's medical skills are better than Dr. Wang's." Wang Yonghui's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. She was determined to ask her uncle to deal with Xia Shuning. While everyone was talking, Huzi opened his eyes, and his face gradually became rosy. "Huzi is awake, he's awake. My dear grandson, look at Grandma." Aunt Gui happily hugged Huzi. Xia Shuning took out paper and pen, writing down a prescription for treating severe diphtheria, which included rhino horn, raw earth, honeysuckle, and others. "Prepare 7 doses of medicine according to this prescription. Boil it with 3 bowls of water on low heat until it becomes 1 bowl. This medicine must be taken continuously." Then she slowly took out some Cuban candy and handed it over. "Make some sugar water for Huzi. It's more effective than mung beans." Director Gui quickly nodded and told his son Gui Yuanzheng, who had just returned, "Run quickly and get the medicine." Gui Yuanzheng took the prescription and hurried out. Xia Shuning glanced at Gui Yuanzheng, pondering, "He seems so young, it shouldn't be like this." Aunt Gui tightly held Xia Shuning's hand, excitedly saying, "Xia Jiqing, I don't know how to thank you. If Huzi were gone, I wouldn't want to live anymore." Xia Shuning patted Aunt Gui's hand, comforting her. "Huzi will be lively again in a few days." Director Gui quickly said, "Thanks to Xia Jiqing, you are a great benefactor to our family." "Humph. It's too soon to say that. It might be Dr. Wang who cured him. We spent several dollars on medicine." He Huashua muttered, pouting. Dr. Wang often gave her family medicine for free, so why would they spend their own money? She was still calculating her own little schemes in her mind. "I'll deal with you, ungrateful person." Aunt Gui picked up a broom and swung it at Huashua, unable to contain her anger any longer. "Aunt Gui, stop." Everyone thought Xia Shuning would speak up for Huashua and felt that her character was too soft. Xia Shuning coldly looked at Huashua, who was smug, and spoke loudly and clearly. "Aunt Gui, veterinary breeding medicine cannot be taken long-term. It will affect fertility." Amidst gasps from the crowd, Director Gui's face turned red with embarrassment, quickly waving his hands. "It's not me. I've never used it." Xia Shuning finished writing the prescription and handed it to Director Gui. "Prepare this medicine for Brother Yuanzheng. He needs to take it for at least 6 months, and during that time, he must avoid marital relations." Everyone fell silent, all looking at Huashua, whose face turned pale, and her body began to tremble slightly. "You wretch, you harmed my son. I want to know how you ended up in bed with Yuanzheng. You shameless thing." Aunt Gui threw down the broom, grabbed a used for cleaning the pig pen, and swung it at Huashua's head, who quickly ran away. Gui Yuanzheng finished getting the medicine and walked to the courtyard, just in time to hear Xia Shuning shout, "Huashua, what did you feed me back then?" With the Gui family in such chaos and the risk of diphtheria spreading, Xia Shuning decided not to use the Gui family stove anymore. Starting today, she planned to cook for the young people helping her at her own place. Xia Shuning asked the villagers where she could buy baskets, wooden barrels, wooden boxes, and bathtubs, essential items that the supply store didn't sell. The villagers, knowing that Xia was a doctor, were especially warm and friendly towards her. Several kind aunts took her to see old Luo, the bamboo craftsman at the farm. Old Luo was a one-eyed man with a weathered face. It was said that he lost his left eye to a wolf in his youth on the Gobi Desert. When Xia Shuning entered, old Luo was roasting prepared bamboo strips over the fire. The roasted bamboo strips were hot on both sides. He placed them on a thick cloth and shaped them while they were still warm. Seeing Xia Shuning, old Luo nodded at her. Following the aunt's suggestions, Xia Shuning ordered baskets, sieves, grass mats, carrying poles, baskets, steamers, and cooling mats. Except for the baskets, grass mats, and cooling mats, which were ready-made, the rest would take old Luo some time to make. After paying, Xia Shuning first took the grass mat and cooling mat back to her place. She laid the grass mat on the earthen bed and then took out a blue mattress from her storage, covering it with a sky blue bed sheet. The new mattress was soft, and with the freshly cleaned bed sheet, it felt especially comfortable. The wall by the bed was a bit worn, so Xia Shuning thought for a moment and took out a pink floral bed sheet she had gotten from the Fang family. She mixed a bit of flour to make paste, tied some dry grass into a brush, dipped it in the paste, and evenly spread it on the wall. Then she pressed the pink floral bed sheet against the wall, smoothed it out, and squeezed out the excess paste. After washing the cooling mat, she hung it in the yard to dry, planning to lay it out in the evening. With all this done, the entire place immediately felt warm and inviting. The chimney and firewall had been cleaned the night before, and Xia Shuning stuffed dried mugwort into the firewall and earthen stove. She also burned dried mugwort in the corners, filling the place with fragrant smoke, a spicy yet uniquely bitter herbal scent. With the inside cleaned up, Xia Shuning rolled up her sleeves and began to deodorize the chicken coop. The pit is used to collect chicken manure for aerobic composting. Since chicken manure is mainly nitrogen, to prevent it from smelling, carbon materials like dry leaves, straw, and husks should be added regularly. First, add mugwort ash, husks, and straw, then sprinkle lime from the desert. This helps absorb moisture from the manure and neutralizes the odor. By regularly cleaning the manure, the resulting fertilizer can be given to the farm for work credits. The chicken coop is built in the shade of a tree in the northwest corner of the yard using red soil and wood from the desert. Xia Shuning made small windows and created ventilation pipes with tree bark and old newspapers to help remove odors, and she also uses mugwort for fumigation. Xia Shuning plans to add a few new chicken coops in the northwest corner of the yard to control the number of chickens. This will not only reduce the smell of manure, but also lower the chances of the chickens getting sick and increase egg production. After some effort, Xia Shuning's chicken coop has transformed. The strong odor has disappeared, replaced by a light scent of straw. Since this morning, she has been adding herbs to the chicken feed, such as dried perilla, which helps with digestion and prevents cold infections in the chickens. She also adds a small amount of powdered root of the white-headed herb to the chicken's drinking water for its antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects. The farm manager mentioned that previously, chicken farmers could only submit a maximum of 30 eggs daily, while the farm requires at least 100 eggs each day. Failing to meet this goal means no work credits, which is why raising chickens is easier than digging drainage ditches, but few can sustain it long-term. Xia Shuning estimates that in about 3 weeks, her coop will be able to submit 100 eggs daily. After a month, she expects to submit 150 eggs daily, with an extra 10 eggs for herself to boost her health. Suddenly, she discovered a grapevine growing along the edge of the coop. Xia Shuning had a new idea. She plans to ask Lao Luo to build a grape trellis above the coop using bamboo and to create a bamboo fence around the coop. She intends to buy more grapevines to transplant successfully, which will provide shade for the coop and may even yield delicious grapes. Currently, the farm mainly raises small, high-yield egg-laying hens. Once the grape trellis is built, along with the existing yard wall, Xia Shuning can also raise a few tender meat chickens to nourish her family. You can use soil pots to grow some vegetables around the chicken coop. When winter comes, move the pots into the shed for a natural vegetable greenhouse so you can have fresh vegetables even in winter. Maybe because of the great food provided by Xia Shuning last night, everyone is working efficiently. Plus, in the summer, the days in the border town are 16 hours long, and today, those who came to help have already started fixing the dry toilet and building the courtyard wall. At this speed, it should be finished in about a week. After finishing everything, she quickly entered her space, where the spiritual energy had increased again. She spent 10 coins to wash her hair and take a shower. After being here for so long, the shower facilities in the space are still the most convenient. Since there was no hairdryer, she lay in a place similar to a steamer to dry her hair. The weather is hot, So Xia Shuning used the kitchen in her space to cook a large pot of honeysuckle and mung bean soup. She bought ice with coins and put it in a newly purchased wooden barrel. This is for the young people who are helping. She added nearly half a pound of sugar to make it taste good and help prevent heatstroke. Xia Shuning thought about it and realized she needed to build a good relationship with the village head, as she might earn some merit points from Hihuashua. So, she filled a large jar with the honeysuckle and mung bean soup, added more ice and sugar, and sent it to the village head's house. "Aunt Gui, this is the honeysuckle and mung bean soup I made. It cools you down and helps detoxify. Please drink more," with the village head. "Oh my, Xia, you are truly my family's savior," Aunt Gui said, her eyes filling with tears. "I don't know how to thank you. Here, take this. It's all dried by me." Aunt Gui handed Xia Shuning a big bag of dried red dates and goji berries. Hihuashua rolled her eyes at Xia Shuning, saying, "Xia is quite clever, trading a small jar of cheap mung bean soup for such a big bag of good herbs." Aunt Gui raised her hand to swat her, and Hihuashua quickly dodged. She shamelessly took a big bowl and filled it with the honeysuckle and mung bean soup for herself. Seeing her leaning over the bowl, Xia Shuning snatched it away, saying, "Sister-in-law, you can't drink this soup." "Why can't I?" Hihuashua was furious, smelling the sweetness of the sugar, thinking Xia had probably added a whole jar of it. Xia Shuning smiled and said, "This soup is too cooling. Sister-in-law, after your miscarriage, yours has been inflamed, so you shouldn't drink it." Aunt Gui widened her eyes and asked, "When did you have a miscarriage? I didn't know about this." Hihuashua turned pale with fear, pointing at Xia Shuning. "How dare you spread rumors?" Xia Shuning broke her finger with a twist.
"Ah!"
Hihuashua cried out in pain. Xia Shuning sneered and said, "First, whoever points at me, I will break their finger. Second, whether you had a miscarriage or not, just go to the hospital for an ultrasound and you'll find out. Don't think you can take advantage of the situation." Hihuashua could hide things from the Gui family but not from Xia Shuning. Jingjun is not Gui Yuanjing's son. Hihuashua had a complicated relationship with her older brother, which was quite disturbing. Hihuashua's face was pale as she covered her broken finger and cried out. Xia Shuning acted as if nothing happened. If Director Gui asked, she could help Hihuashua with her injury. It all depended on whether Hihuashua dared to let her help. Aunt Gui was focused on Hihuashua's condition. Hihuashua felt a pang of fear and, steeling herself, picked up Tiger. "Mom, if you don't believe me, I'll jump into the river." Aunt Gui quickly stopped her. "Put down Tiger. He just took his medicine. Don't disturb the child." Hihuashua tugged at her hair and cried, "I've given birth to 2 healthy grandsons for your family. Even if I'm sick, it's from having children." "Mom, how can you listen to outsiders and doubt my innocence? I am devoted to Yuanjing." Hihuashua was skilled at using tears and tantrums to manipulate the Gui family. Aunt Gui was at a loss. She was worried about Tiger and could only wait for Director Gui to come home to discuss what to do. Meanwhile, Hihuashua grew resentful of Xia Shuning. Aunt Gui was busy taking care of Tiger inside, while Xia Shuning was giving him acupuncture. Hihuashua hurriedly wrapped her broken hand with cloth and sticks. Regardless of whether others had enough to drink, she first had a big bowl of mung bean soup. She secretly saved another big bowl to bring to her brother later. Such a sweet and delicious mung bean soup. She wondered how much sugar Xia Ziking added. This wasteful woman doesn't know how to manage her life. She wondered how her mother taught her. When her brother married Xia Ziking, she wanted him to teach her a lesson for revenge. She also planned to use the fire tongs to give Xia Ziking a beating, to show her how to live properly. Sugar should be reserved for her own man. The soup for outsiders only needed a little sugar on the tip of the chopsticks. A tiny bit of sweetness was enough. A few days ago, Hihuashua sent a message to her family, asking her brother to come and see Xia Shuning today. As long as her brother liked Xia Shuning, they would hold the wedding once the house was repaired. After getting married, the chicken coop at the flower farm was managed by her older brother. Her family, Jingjun and Huzi, could enjoy the eggs sent by their uncle at every meal. Her in-laws could no longer scold her for sending things back to her family, accusing her of stealing from them. Xia Shuning was talking to Aunt Gui, saying that the kitchen in her place was fixed and she could finally cook at home today. He Huaxue, who was eavesdropping outside, felt very unhappy, even though Xia Shuning had left plenty of meat and vegetables for her family. She caught up with Xia Shuning, blocking her way, and asked, "Xia Jiqing, aren't you worried about my father-in-law knowing you're not cooking at my house? He is the director of the flower farm, responsible for you young people. Besides, our family is very healthy. Who says we would infect others?" He Huaxue didn't believe Xia Shuning's claim that they might spread diphtheria. She thought it was just because Xia Shuning didn't want to share good food with them. It was a waste that her in-laws praised Xia Shuning as a lifesaver. It would be best if Xia Jiqing cooked at her house today, so her brother could enjoy a nice meal and see if Xia Jiqing's cooking suited his taste. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, puzzled by He Huaxue's boldness in confronting her. She grabbed He Huaxue's recently bandaged finger and twisted it, smiling mischievously. "If you forget the pain before the scar heals, then it's not painful enough." He Huaxue didn't even have a chance to scream before she fainted. Xia Shuning walked away, not bothering to help her, showing respect for Director Gui by not seriously hurting her. Back at her place, the lamb soup she had started cooking was ready for her to add the radishes, carrots, potatoes, and yam. Next to the stove was something like an oven, perfect for baking flatbreads. Xia Shuning prepared to cook, starting with a spicy stir-fry of lamb blood. After heating the pan, she quickly drizzled in some vegetable oil along the sides, then added sliced garlic and to sauté, followed by 3 big spoonfuls of chopped chili. With a sizzling sound, the chili danced in the hot oil, releasing a strong and spicy aroma that filled the air. Outside, sneezes and coughs could be heard, along with whispers. "Hurry up. Xia Jiqing is making us something delicious again. Just the smell makes my mouth water. This is way better than the big pot meals at the farm cafeteria." The chili in the oil became even brighter and spicier, enticing everyone. Xia Shuning quickly added the blanched lamb blood, stir-frying until it changed color completely. Add soy sauce and MSG, then stir-fry with garlic sprouts for a bit, and sprinkle a handful of cilantro before serving. A super tasty, spicy stir-fried lamb dish is ready. If there's white rice, Xia Shuning can eat 3 big bowls by herself. Xia Shuning also took out a big handful of dried small fish, which she caught and dried before leaving home. This time, she used dried red chili peppers, stir-frying them until the small fish turned golden. The fishy aroma mixed with the spiciness created a unique fragrance, and outside, the sound of people swallowing could be heard. Finally, she prepared a special cold dish she liked, spicy cold skin. Xia Shuning thanked everyone for their hard work, as today was her first day cooking in the new place. Besides the mixed grain flatbread, she also cooked a pot of rice made from a mix of sorghum and cornmeal. Lifting the pot lid, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the rice and gently stirred it, revealing a golden crispy layer at the bottom that made a crunchy sound. Xia Shuning packed the dishes she would take to her family for dinner. She brought all the food to the yard and called everyone over to eat. Luckily, the helpers brought their own containers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough bowls and chopsticks. Xia Shuning joined everyone outside for the meal. She was used to drinking soup before eating and had just taken a sip of the fragrant lamb soup filled with cilantro when suddenly, she smelled a terrible odor like a sewer after rain. Instinctively, Xia Shuning looked up and quickly leaned back. A strange man with an oily face was almost too close to her. She clenched her fists tightly to avoid drawing her knife. With a blank expression, she took a few steps back. If this were the end of the world, the man would have already lost his head. The oily-faced man grinned, revealing a long front tooth that almost touched his lower lip. He stared at Xia Shuning with his bulging eyes, assessing her. He thought her face was attractive, but her figure was too thin. He wondered if she could bear him a son. If she couldn't have a son, he wouldn't keep her for long. Once he was tired of her, he would sell her in the desert. As Xia Shuning noticed the man's increasingly inappropriate gaze, she felt disgusted and couldn't hold back her anger. The man, sensing her glare, mistakenly thought she was interested in him. Trying to appear charming, he started to scold Xia Shuning. If I'm not at the table, you can't start eating early. Now go serve me a big bowl of rice, and add more fish. Where's the liquor? Hurry up and open 2 bottles. Go stew another chicken, pick a fatter one, and serve it to my mother. She has worked hard all her life, so you need to make chicken soup for her every day from now on. Xia Shuning was confused. Where did this come from? The people helping were all young men, usually not gathering around Xia Shuning. When they noticed something was wrong, they worriedly surrounded her and pushed away the greasy-faced man. Hey, what are you doing at our flower farm? I'm here to see my wife. The greasy-faced man pointed at Xia Shuning as if it were obvious. Xia Shuning's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly kicked him in the chest. Thud! There was a dull sound as the man was caught off guard and knocked backward, landing on the ground, motionless. After a moment, he began to groan and rubbed his chest as he sat up, cursing under his breath. Cough! You filthy woman! Cough! How dare you kick me? Xia Shuning stepped forward, pretending to kick him again. The people around her, armed with sticks, closed in. If Xia Shuning hadn't acted so quickly, they would have beaten the man themselves. How dare a lowlife from Hongqi Ranch come to their flower farm to bully and harass a young woman? The greasy-faced man immediately covered his head and shouted, No, don't kick me. How can you hit someone? He Huashui squeezed through the crowd, standing protectively in front of him, looking worried. Big brother, does it still hurt? Smack. The man suddenly grabbed He Huashui's hair and swung his arm, hitting her hard across the face, his eyes red with anger. You wretched girl, look at the trouble you've caused me. I'm in pain. He Huashui didn't dodge, her body swaying from the hit, her right cheek swelling instantly. She instinctively raised her hand to touch her sore face, but suddenly seemed to remember something frightening, trembling uncontrollably, and stopped herself. She hunched over and forced a smile at the man. Turning around, He Huashui put one hand on her hip and pointed at Xia Shuning. How did your mother raise you? Her face was flushed with anger, making the 5 finger marks on her cheek look even more pronounced. How dare you hit my brother? He will be your husband in the future. Xia Shuning smiled slightly, still the gentle and kind person He Huashui was familiar with. What are you talking about, sister-in-law? Who's my husband? He Huashui was momentarily speechless, realizing that Xia Shuning had never met her brother. But that didn't matter. As long as her brother liked Xia Shuning, it was fine. Thinking of this, He Huashui quickly knelt down and helped her older brother up. He Lauda angrily pinched her a few times, blaming her for causing him to be kicked so badly. Big brother, this is our farm's new youth, Xia Shuning from the capital. She's thin, eats little, and doesn't waste food. She can cook well, and is barely good enough for you. Are you interested in her? He Huashui didn't even look at Xia Shuning, missing her cold, sharp gaze. She maintained a flattering smile and cautiously asked He Lauda, Big brother, are you interested in Xia? He Lauda took a quick glance at Xia Shuning. Her fair skin was indeed attractive. Xia Shuning's eyes were sharp, piercing right through him. Startled, He Lauda quickly looked away, scanning the nearly repaired courtyard with greedy eyes. Considering the size of the courtyard, he decided not to hold a grudge about being kicked. Reluctantly, He Lauda nodded, acting like a big shot. All right, she'll do. After saying that, he kept his guard up, relieved that no one kicked him this time. His courage grew a bit. But Xia has to pay for my medical expenses.
Right.
He Huashui quickly agreed, reaching out to Xia Shuning and boldly stating, Xia, you need to pay my brother at least 50 yuan for medical expenses. My brother will stay here while he recovers, and you have to take care of him, making sure he has food and drink, at least 1 old hen, every day. He Huashui could smell the enticing aroma of spicy fish in the air, and now she had time to swallow. My brother can't eat spicy food while he's recovering. The dishes you made today don't suit his taste. I'll take them away, and you need to make him a new meal. Now, first help my brother choose a room. He needs to rest. He Huashui said as she walked towards Xia Shuning's place. Xia Shuning watched the brother and sister banter back and forth, almost laughing in anger. The other youths helping out were surprisingly furious. Xia Shuning was beautiful and capable, her renovation drawings looked professionally done, and they heard she even knew medicine. They didn't dare to talk to her. It was outrageous that someone like Hilauda would think he could pursue her. If it were just Hilauda, they would have broken his legs, but Huashue was the daughter-in-law of the village head who had always treated them well. Xia, I'm going to find the village head, a youth named Shaoli whispered before running off. The others formed a barrier, silently blocking Huashue and her brother, believing the village head would come to set things right. Xia Shuning's life motto is to handle things herself. She never hides behind anyone. She also doesn't want the young intellectuals to offend Huashue because of her. It's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. The young intellectuals who came to help rebuild the earth pit mostly come from poor families and can barely feed themselves. They are here for the meals. They are honest people who have been quietly working for the past few days without saying a word. Xia Shuning lifted her delicate chin and smiled at the young intellectuals, saying, "Comrades, the food will taste bad if it gets cold. Please take more food back to eat. Don't forget to bring a portion for Shaoli too." Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, they weren't thinking about eating. The female young intellectuals from the Zawa farm were being bullied by the troublemakers from the Hongqi farm. They thought Xia Shuning was young and new to the farm, perhaps misled by Huashue, not knowing that Hilauda was notorious for his bad behavior. "Xia, Hilauda is not a good person, stay away from him. He has harmed his own child and chased away his wife, and he spends his days harassing young women at nearby farms. He is a scoundrel." A female young intellectual from Hongqi farm was even driven to despair because of him.
Right.
Someone like Hilauda deserves to be punished. Don't think we young intellectuals are easy to bully. Everyone chimed in, recounting Hilauda's misdeeds. Hilauda leaned carelessly against Huashue, starting to take out his frustration on her. The male young intellectuals from Zawa farm were too many for him to provoke. Huashue winced in pain but didn't dare to cry out. Instead, she glared fiercely at the young intellectuals, saying, "My family has been poor farmers for 3 generations. My brother is better than you. You're all bad elements that need reform. Want to cause trouble? Do you want to be sent to the cow shed?" Xia Shuning scoffed and, in a flash, slapped Hilauda twice with her shoe. Hilauda covered his suddenly swollen face, looking at Xia Shuning in disbelief. He hadn't expected to be hit by this fierce woman without having provoked her. Seeing Hilauda get hit, everyone felt relieved. Xia Shuning appeared delicate, but when she acted, she was decisive and straightforward. Xia Shuning shook her finger at Huashue, her tone still gentle. "Sister-in-law, you can't speak carelessly. We young intellectuals are here to support the construction of the border town in response to the country's call. This is a sacred mission given to us by the nation, and it is our honor." Xia Shuning kindly advised the young workers to take their food away first, so they wouldn't feel sick later and be unable to eat. "Comrades, let's not waste food. We should enjoy delicious meals when they taste their best. Quick, let's go back to the youth station to eat. Director Gui will come soon to support me." The young workers thought this made sense, and they were indeed very hungry. They also wanted to hurry back to the youth station to eat. If they needed to help Xia Shuning later, they had to fill their stomachs first. Huashue watched as the food dwindled, her face twisted in concern, glaring at the young workers serving themselves. "Are you all starving? Don't take all the food. My brother is still hungry." Xia Shuning looked at Huashue with a half-smile, unable to hide her teasing in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, after working hard, everyone needs to eat well. Don't worry about the food running out. I'll treat you siblings to something special." The young workers thought the food was already great, better than what they had during the New Year. They felt relieved and served themselves. When Huashue heard there would be better food, she thought Xia Shuning must be trying to win her over to marry her brother. She straightened up and confidently said, "Then you go stew a hen for my brother." Once the young workers walked away with their lunch boxes, Xia Shuning smirked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Sister-in-law, you should pick out a chicken yourself." Huashue rolled up her sleeves and licked her lips. The last time she had chicken soup was when she was taking care of her child, and this time she was determined to pick the fattest one. I want to join too. Lauda was hesitant, not daring to face Xia Shuning alone, perhaps because he had never been scolded by a woman before. Big brother, why not catch two hens? You can eat one and stew another to take home for a mother. Huashue felt she could already smell the aroma of chicken soup. I want steamed egg custard too. Lauda was almost drooling. Suddenly, two loud splashes echoed, sending a wave of disgusting muck everywhere, and a terrible smell filled the air. Lauda and Huashue struggled desperately in the muck, their faces nearly covered in filth, their voices muffled as they called for help. Xia Shuning brushed the dirt off her hands and stood a bit further away, coldly watching the two struggling in the muck. Huashue finally managed to grab the edge of the pit and shouted, "Help! Help me!" Lauda grabbed Huashue's hair. "You selfish person, help me out first." Huashue fell into the pit again. She got up and pushed aside what was blocking her view, shouting angrily at Xia Shuning, "Help! Why are you just standing there?" It seemed the siblings still didn't know how they ended up in the pit. Huashue saw that Xia Shuning was holding a long bamboo pole and ordered, "First, save my brother." As Lauda stepped on Huashue to reach the edge of the pit, Xia Shuning threw a rotten tomato at him, hitting him and causing him to fall back into the pit. "What's the rush? Have you two eaten enough?" Lauda emerged from the pit, spitting out the mess in his mouth and cursing. Xia Shuning threw another rotten potato, and Lauda fell back in again. Each time he tried to get up, Xia Shuning threw something at him until he shouted, "Stop. I won't do it again." Huashue was stunned in the pit, then suddenly screamed, "You dare throw at me?" Smack! Xia Shuning threw a rotten tomato at Huashue's face. "Be quiet." Whoever spoke would get hit, and finally, no one dared to make a sound. Xia Shuning looked down at the siblings in the pit with open disdain and disgust, as if they were insects. "You two can take your time down there." Xia Shuning waved her hand in front of her nose, sneering, "Who can tell me about the matter of looking out for each other?" Huashue and Lauda exchanged fearful glances. They were terrified by Xia Shuning's fierce attitude. It was clear she wanted to get rid of them. The siblings trembled all over. Lauda, with a flickering gaze, pointed at Huashue and said, "It's not my fault. It was all her idea." "Xia Jiqing, I hadn't seen you before today."
Huashue tricked me into this.
Lauda's voice grew quieter. "She said you were pretty and rich, and that you came to the countryside alone." Xia Shuning's dark eyes were filled with mockery as she coldly looked at Huashue. "Who gave you the confidence to act like my boss?" Huashue forced a smile and tried to explain, "Xia Jiqing, I was just trying to help you."
Gulp.
Xia Shuning used the bamboo pole to push Huashue's head into the muck. She couldn't stand it when others used "I'm just trying to help" as an excuse. "It seems like you still don't get it. Are you too dazed from not eating enough?" Until Huashue rolled her eyes, Xia Shuning slowly lifted the pole and asked, "Have you eaten enough?" Huashue was breathing heavily, convinced she might die here today. She bit her lip and said fiercely, "Xia Jiqing, I was foolish. My brother was tricked here by me too. Let him go."
"Do whatever you want with me."
"Yes. It's not my fault. I was tricked by this woman. Xia Jiqing, you can drown her." Lauda raised his hands in surrender, begging for mercy. Xia Shuning looked at them with sarcasm. Huashue treated her brother better than her own son, willing to do anything for him. Unable to understand such a woman's thinking, Xia Shuning snorted and pushed Lauda into the filthy water with a bamboo pole, saying lightly, "You two siblings don't need to be polite, there's plenty." Just as she finished speaking, a sharp female voice came from outside the courtyard. "What are you eating? Let us try some too." "Don't eat alone." Xia Shuning calmly dropped the bamboo pole and looked towards the entrance. It turned out to be familiar faces. Yuan Mingmei and Hua Xiaozhen had entered uninvited, carrying lunch boxes. Hua Xiaozhen wore a triumphant expression and questioned boldly, "Xia Shuning, we met on the train. Why did you invite other youth for a meal, but not us?" What will others think? If I wasn't worried about others saying you're not united, I wouldn't have come to find you. As she spoke, Hua Xiaojun opened her lunchbox. She had seen the food that other youth brought back from Xia Shuning's side, which included 2 meat dishes and white rice. She shamelessly took a bite. It was delicious.
But why?
She was closer to Xia Shuning, yet she wasn't invited first.
How could she do that?
When she returned to the village, she would definitely spread the word about what Xia Shuning did. Hearing that Xia Shuning was preparing special meals for the county chief's daughter-in-law, Hua Xiaojun hurriedly pulled Yuan Mingmei along, fearing she would miss out on the food. She had gained a lot of experience in getting free porridge at the farm these past few days. Xia Shuning sneered, "You're so eager?" Seeing that Xia Shuning hadn't taken the lunchbox after standing there for a while, Hua Xiaojun impatiently urged, "Hurry up. Fill my lunchbox. We need to eat and get back to work. Don't make us late." "Shuning, I heard today is the first day your family is cooking. Congratulations," Yuan Mingmei said, taking out a soggy cake from her lunchbox. Xia Shuning glanced at her with a half-smile, while Yuan Mingmei was already peeking into Xia Shuning's place. "If you're scared living here alone, I can come keep you company tonight." Yuan Mingmei still looked understanding. She didn't expect the living conditions at the youth station to be so poor. If she had known, she would have come to raise chickens. Xia Shuning looked at the cheapest pastries from the supply and marketing cooperative, scoffed, and refused to take any, pointing at the manure pit and saying, "If you want to eat, go help yourself." Yuan Mingmei and Hua Xiaojun turned to her, blinking in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. The sight in the manure pit was truly disturbing.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yuan Mingmei and Hua Xiaojun realized that the filthy object was actually a person, and they couldn't help but gag. No wonder it smelled so bad. He Huaxue was crouched by the manure pit, supporting He Laoda, and too scared to speak. Why hadn't Director Gui come to rescue them yet? Yuan Mingmei's eyes darkened, and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She had tried to be friendly, yet Xia Shuning humiliated her like this. Hua Xiaojun looked very upset. She thought Xia Shuning was being unreasonable. She had come over to help maintain Xia Shuning's reputation among the youth, especially since their families were from the same village. Hua Xiaojun warned, "Xia Shuning, I didn't expect you to be so petty. If you don't want to share, just say so. Why make such a disgusting joke?" Xia Shuning smirked and raised her chin, saying, "What's there to hold back? If you want it, go get it yourself." Hua Xiaojun's face turned red, and she raised her hand to hit Xia Shuning. But could she really hit someone like Xia Shuning? Just as Hua Xiaojun lifted her hand, Xia Shuning slapped her hard first. Hua Xiaojun stared in shock. "Try hitting me again." She had heard her aunt say that Xia Shuning was a shy and weak person, yet she had just been hit by her. Xia Shuning slapped Hua Xiaojun's face back and forth, saying, "One slap isn't enough?" She smiled maliciously, her eyes challenging and arrogant. "Is that enough?" Yuan Mingmei bit her lip, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Shuning, don't do this. Xiaojun is just looking out for you." Xia Shuning remained silent and turned to slap Yuan Mingmei. "Another looking out for you." Yuan Mingmei was stunned, incredulously asking, "How can you just hit people?" Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, her expression unfriendly, and retorted mercilessly, "Aren't you the ones who came looking for trouble?" Yuan Mingmei gritted her teeth, her gentle face twisted in pain, and with all her composure, she softly said, "Shuning, the 3 of us came to the countryside together on the same day. What a rare connection this is." She took 3 cautious steps back and said with a slightly serious tone, "Shuning, can't we talk nicely? Violence doesn't solve any problems. How can you just hit someone when you disagree?" Xia Shuning scoffed, thinking she was trying to win her over with kindness. She arrogantly replied, "First, I don't like to argue. Second, while violence doesn't solve problems, it can be quite satisfying." Yuan Mingmei's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't do anything to Xia Shuning. Her usual tactics were useless against her. Xia Shuning was tough and could fight well. "He Huaxue, what are you doing again?" Director Gui hurried over after hearing from Shaoli, trying to stop her. Yuan had already started the divorce process with He Huaxue, but she was still causing trouble, trying to bully others in the farm using his name. The Gui family really couldn't keep this daughter-in-law any longer. Once Yuan finalized the divorce, she shouldn't be allowed back at the Zawa farm. The young people who came to help also arrived. As soon as they entered the yard, everyone froze in shock at the disgusting scene and the terrible smell. Huashue felt like she was in big trouble. She had planned to help her brother marry Xia Shuning to prove she could live well with him and prevent the divorce. Today, she had snuck over under the pretense of using the restroom. Xia Shuning half-jokingly said, "Sister-in-law thanked me for treating Tiger, so she brought Tiger's uncle to help me clean the chicken coop, but accidentally fell into the manure pit." Huashue looked at Xia Shuning with gratitude, nodding vigorously. As she moved, yellow liquid splashed everywhere, causing everyone to step back. Xia Shuning kicked the bamboo pole towards the manure pit and pointed at Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei, raising her chin and saying, "Hua, Yuan, how can you laugh at and look down on hardworking people?" Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei turned pale and quickly defended themselves. "No, we didn't." Xia Shuning shook her head in disbelief and tossed them another bamboo pole, saying, "Then why don't you hurry and help your sister-in-law up?" Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei were in a tough spot but had no choice but to go. If they didn't, it would confirm that they looked down on hardworking people. Reluctantly, they approached the manure pit with the bamboo poles. Yuan Mingmei secretly poked Hua Xiaojun, who covered her nose and stepped aside. Yuan Mingmei felt frustrated, thinking, "Fool." She bit her lip and turned to Xia Shuning, softly saying, "Shuning, why don't you come help your sister-in-law?" Huashue was so scared that she trembled all over and quickly said, "Xia Jiqing couldn't pull me up. She tried several times just now and couldn't manage it." Everyone looked at Xia Shuning's small frame and nodded. Heavy lifting was not suitable for Xia Jiqing. Moreover, it was clear that the bamboo pole used for rescue was prepared by Xia Jiqing, showing that she had already tried to help. The male youth workers also hesitated to rescue Huashue. Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei, holding back their disgust, used the bamboo pole to pull the dirty Huashue up. Huashue, covered in yellow muck, was afraid of being seen by more people, so she lowered her head to hide her face and hurried home. Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei couldn't avoid it and ended up with yellow spots all over their clothes from Huashue's rush. Their faces turned dark and they quickly ran back to the youth station. Seeing the scene, others learned their lesson and quickly took 3 big steps back to clear a path. Laodao was afraid that Guichang would hit him, so he grabbed the bamboo pole extended by the male youth worker, climbed up, and slipped away to the Hongqi ranch. On the way back to the youth station, Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei thought about how they skipped lunch just to get a taste of something good. In the end, they got neither the food nor a good experience, and they couldn't help but cry all the way home. Passers-by pointed and whispered, making them resent Xia Shuning even more. As the farm workers saw them, the story spread that 2 female youth workers had gone to steal manure from the chicken coop, but fell into the manure pit instead. Everyone only saw the faces of Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei, while Huashue and her brother completely vanished from view. Later, some even advised them that if they wanted to fertilize their garden, they should buy some manure instead. The chicken coop's manure belonged to the farm, and stealing public property could lead to punishment, which wasn't worth the risk. Back at the chicken coop, the youth workers helped clean up the messy manure pit. Xia Shuning lit several bundles of dried mugwort to drive away the smell and asked the youth workers to sprinkle more lime in the pit, both to reduce the odor and to disinfect. Guichang did not believe that Huashue and her brother would come to help with the manure. "Comrade Xia, I'm sorry. The Gui family will give you an explanation. Yuan Zheng will divorce Huashue in the next couple of days. She will take Junjun and leave the Zawa farm, and she will definitely not come to trouble you again." Huashue was an ungrateful person who couldn't tell right from wrong. A good man does not have a good wife. He shouldn't have agreed to let his family's Yuan Zheng marry her just because she was pregnant. Who would have thought that Junjun was actually the child born from an inappropriate relationship between Huashue and her brother? Fortunately, Xia Jiqing kindly reminded them. Otherwise, the Gui family would have been in serious trouble because of Huashue. Xia Shuning nodded. She helped the He siblings in public to gain favor with Director Gui, as she still needed his support. Director Gui went to check on the chicken coop that was being renovated. The hens, which had been listless before, now looked vibrant and full of energy. He asked the question he was most concerned about. Xia Jiqing, can you really deliver 100 eggs every day in a month? Xia Shuning replied confidently, there will be no less. After a busy day, Xia Shuning only ate once everyone who helped had left. She first used the herbs she had on hand to make ointment and pills. She prepared special pills for her parents, writing the dosage on straw paper and wrapping them up. Around 10 at night, when it was almost dark, she packed dinner into a basket and went to the cow shed. Since arriving here, the Xia family had hardly eaten a full meal. Every day, they either had a watery mixture with just a few grains of rice or hard-to-swallow steamed buns. No matter how unappetizing, they had to force it down with cold water to avoid starvation. Xia Letong looked at the spicy stir-fried lamb blood, spicy dried fish, green vegetables, lamb soup, and fragrant white rice in front of her. She swallowed hard and glanced at Xia Shuning. Xia Xinglong, while serving food to his wife and daughter, asked, Shuning, have you eaten yet? Xia Shuning was busy arranging her essential but inconspicuous supplies like blankets, an old thermos, and candles. You all eat. I've already had some. She had also ordered a cane for Song Peilon from Old Luo, but it would take a few days to arrive. Xia Letong quietly rolled over a clean stone, which she had found outside for her sister to use as a chair. Last night, she hadn't heard their mother's painful groans. Her new sister had helped her mother sleep peacefully. This was the most relaxed night Xia Letong had experienced since leaving the capital. Her new sister was amazing. She could ease their mother's leg pain just by using acupuncture. Xia Xinglong frowned with concern. Shuning, you shouldn't come to the cow shed too often. I worry that someone with bad intentions might see you and cause trouble. The cow shed is a place of gossip. Someone came looking for us before, wanting to adopt Tong Tong, but we refused. That person didn't seem trustworthy. His uncle is the director of the Revolutionary Committee. We can't afford to offend them. Xia Shuning took out the ointment and pills and said to Xia Xinglong, then they better not come to bother me. She paused and added, doctors in the border town are rare, and I happen to be skilled in medicine. What Xia Shuning didn't say was that compared to medicine, she was more skilled in martial arts and combat. Xia Xinglong thought he understood Xia Shuning's meaning, and a sense of pride as a father showed in his eyes. It seemed he had an excellent daughter who was trying to protect her family with her skills. Song Peilon's eyes turned red with worry as she advised, Shuning, you must be careful. Take care of yourself first. You've already done enough for us. Xia Litong's eyes sparkled as she thought that this new sister seemed fearless and could solve anything. She wanted to be like her new sister when she grew up. After dinner, Xia Shuning first gave Song Peilon acupuncture and then applied her special ointment, which promotes healing and relieves pain. She explained the effects of the pills in the paper bag and taught Song Peilon a set of exercises to activate her energy channels. Once the herbs were gathered, they could treat her injured leg. Having finished her tasks, Xia Shuning had no interest in staying to chat with the Xia family. She claimed it was getting late and prepared to head back to her place. Xia Letong, with a flushed face, sent Xia Shuning off and said, Sister Shuning, as long as you can help my mom, I will help you with chores. She raised her thin little arm. I can do a lot of work. Xia Shuning never kept idle people around, and Xia Letong wasn't her biological sister. All right, it's a deal. Make sure to help me feed the chickens. The next morning, Xia Letong waited at the door of her place. Xia Shuning taught her how to feed the chickens, collect eggs, and clean the coop. While practicing her martial arts, Xia Letong secretly learned from behind. Once her place was renovated, Xia Shuning finally had time to go to Tianshan. She woke up early, had breakfast, fed the chickens, filled her military green water bottle, and packed crispy fish and flatbread. With the stars overhead, Xia Shuning set off toward the Tianshan Grand Canyon with her backpack. The Tianshan Grand Canyon is located on the northern of the central section of the Tianshan Mountains, at the southern edge of the Yungar Basin, stretching over 40 kilometers in its longest section. Entering the Tian Shan Grand Canyon, the reddish-brown cliffs were hidden in a misty haze, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. Walking deeper into the canyon, the ravine became secluded, with winding streams and numerous springs. Looking up, the towering stone walls reached the clouds, resembling a path to the heavens. The further she went into the canyon, the dimmer the light became. Xia Shuning inhaled the fresh scent of ancient woods and felt fortunate. She was about to start earning some money. In the remote town, Western medicine was scarce, and Xia Shuning thought there wouldn't be many herbs left in the valley. To her surprise, once she entered the Tianshan Mountains, there were so many herbs that she couldn't gather them all. She experienced the joy of a coastal forager, collecting and digging without a chance to stand up straight. The herbs Xia Shuning was looking for, such as snow lotus, fritillaria, codenopsis, rhizoma polygonati, purple grass, gentian, golden lotus flower, and safflower, were all found, and they were all wild, aged, and of excellent quality. The Zhuge Mall seemed to particularly favor the products of Tianshan. By trading just one ancient snow spruce tree that was millions of years old, Xia Shuning earned 1999 yen coins. With no one around, she decided to create a medicinal herb field in her space. 4 precious wild plants and animals, she first traded them to Zhuge Mall and then planted the rest in her herb field. She collected many types of edible wild mushrooms, such as morels, deer mushrooms, chicken leg mushrooms, coral mushrooms, purple lilac mushrooms, Tianshan white crisp mushrooms, porcini, and ferula mushrooms. These wild Tianshan mushrooms were not only delicious but also rich in amino acids, vitamins, and minerals, making them highly medicinal. In addition, Xia Shuning used her newly exchanged Zhuge crossbow to catch plump wild chickens and strong wild boars, as well as unique Tianshan animals like the northern goat and the ram, along with some unknown fruits. She stored everything in her space, which could preserve them, enough for her to eat for a year. Seeing her growing yen coins, Xia Shuning jumped up in excitement. However, when she landed, she accidentally slipped, lost her balance, and rolled down a steep rock wall. Even though she quickly pulled out her dagger and tried to stab the wall to stabilize herself, all her attempts to save herself were in vain. After a violent crash and tumble, Xia Shuning fell heavily into a cave. Because she protected her vital areas in time, she only suffered some soft tissue bruises and scrapes, which she treated with ointment. As she stood up and lit a candle, she noticed that this dark, damp cave seemed unusual. The walls were covered with unfamiliar symbols and patterns, which appeared to tell the story of an ancient blessing ceremony. Xia Shuning hesitated between searching for an exit or exploring deeper into the cave. Just then, her little phoenix spoke up. "Let's go further in and see." At that moment, a faint yet strange light shone from deep within the cave. Xia Shuning's curiosity was piqued as she held a candle and slowly walked deeper into the cave. Ahead, the cave was deep and dark. As Xia Shuning ventured further, a musty smell mixed with the scent of damp earth hit her face. The candle flickered in the darkness, barely illuminating the ground beneath her feet, and could go out at any moment. She secured the flashlight on her shoulder. With a click, a bright beam of light pierced the darkness, shining deep into the cave. The surrounding walls were rugged, casting twisted and eerie shadows under the flashlight's strong light. The gravel and dry branches beneath her feet occasionally creaked, echoing in the silent cave, each sound tightening her nerves. Having grown accustomed to fear in the post-apocalyptic world, Xia Shuning continued forward, her eyes alertly scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, a tick-tock sound echoed ahead, like water dripping. The walls on both sides suddenly narrowed, and the slippery moss felt unpleasant against her sides. Just as Xia Shuning prepared to squeeze through, the candle in her hand suddenly shook violently, and the flame dimmed. Startled, she realized the oxygen was rapidly depleting. As she hesitated about turning back, the Zhuge bracelet on her wrist suddenly warmed and emitted a faint blue glow. Though the light was weak, it had a strong penetrating quality. The little phoenix softly urged, "Keep going." Xia Shuning asked, "What's ahead?" The little phoenix replied, I don't know either. Xia Shuning felt speechless, but was also curious about what lay deeper in the cave. Since she was already here, she decided to continue. She squeezed through the narrow walls. Ahead was a deep pool of water, shimmering with a cold light. The ground around the pool was wet and covered in dark green moss, looking quite dangerous. She carefully bypassed the pool and moved on. Soon, a spacious cave appeared before her, and she cautiously observed her surroundings. Just as she was on high alert, a vague shadow suddenly emerged from the recessed wall. Xia Shuning abruptly stopped, her body tensing up, and aimed her juke crossbow at the shadow, her nerves taut like a drawn bowstring. The flashlight on her shoulder shook violently, and the shadow became increasingly eerie in the interplay of light and darkness. Xia Shuning steadied herself and focused, her body's hairs standing on end.
What was that?
The shadow turned out to be a dry corpse. This corpse was very strange, silently standing in a hollow of the mountain wall covered in runes, yet it seemed ready to attack at any moment. The corpse's face was extremely fierce and twisted, with eyebrows raised and deep-set eye sockets burning with endless anger. Its dry eyes still emitted a chilling light, and its mouth was slightly open. What made Xia Shuning's scalp tingle even more was that the corpse's left hand was holding a Taoist spell for subduing demons, its dry fingers containing mysterious and powerful energy, as if sealing something extremely dangerous. Its right hand hung down, tightly gripping a snake-shaped sword with a green gemstone embedded in the hilt. The eyes of the snake at the hilt glowed coldly, seeming ready to attack at any moment. What firmly captured Xia Shuning's attention was the heart area of the corpse, where a glowing bagua ball was embedded. It was smooth and soft yet exuded a mysterious aura, creating a strong contrast with the fierce corpse and the eerie cave, yet strangely harmonious. According to legend, the bagua ball was a mysterious tool used by ancient sorcerers to predict celestial events and fortune, believed to have magical effects in warding off evil. Next to the corpse lay several scattered bones. Around the bones were a few worn-out backpacks. Xia Shuning's gaze shifted back and forth between the corpse, the bones, and the backpacks, her mind racing with questions. Little Phoenix, what do the runes on the wall mean? What is the relationship between the corpse and the bagua ball? Is the corpse guarding the bagua ball, or is the bagua ball sealing the corpse? Did the bones try to take the bagua ball and anger the corpse, leading to their demise? Is the bagua ball something that shouldn't be taken? The troublesome little phoenix was now as quiet as a chicken, seemingly having slipped away the moment Xia Shuning noticed the bagua ball. I'll stew you when we get back. Xia Shuning threatened the little phoenix fiercely. Since she was already there, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Xia Shuning decided to take a souvenir. Considering the difficulty, she decided to grab a backpack first. Her experience from the apocalypse told her that getting too close to the corpse to take the backpack was too dangerous. With a quick flick of her wrist, she whipped out the juke whip, expertly wrapping it around one of the backpacks. The moment she secured the backpack, Xia Shuning caught a glimpse of the corpse's fingers moving slightly out of the corner of her eye, but when she looked closely, they were still. Xia Shuning scanned her surroundings for any movement, then opened the backpack. She first pulled out a yellowed map and gently unfolded it. The map shows the locations of mountains, rivers, and caves marked with strange symbols and writing from the land of cherry blossoms. Then, she discovered a notebook with brittle pages, filled with writing from the land of cherry blossoms. Xia Shuning couldn't understand the text, but had a rough idea of the identity of the bones. Using a knife, she opened her backpack and pulled out an oiled paper package. Xia Shuning's heart raced as she opened the package to find several ancient books in the language of the Hua Kingdom, likely about cultivation or medicine. She used her juke whip to gather the remaining backpacks, which were all filled with notebooks in the language of the land of cherry blossoms. Some backpacks even contained stolen Buddha heads from the Hua Kingdom. Controlling her anger, she stored all the backpacks away. Looking at the bones in front of her, she found them very bothersome. These invaders from the land of cherry blossoms buried here are truly desecrating the mountains and lands of the Hua Kingdom. This was something no Hua person could tolerate. With a flick of her wrist, the Zhuke whip lashed out like a black dragon, striking the bones with a sharp, sending fragments flying. Without pausing, she continued to swing the whip, the sounds echoing through the cave. Before long, the bones on the ground had been reduced to a pile of fragments. Still feeling unsatisfied, Xia Shuning swung the Zhuke whip again, sending the bone dust scattering in the wind, as if to scatter the remains of the invaders. The little phoenix chirped happily, "You've gained 500 merit points." Xia Shuning smiled, pleased as she retracted the Zhuke whip and scanned her surroundings. After all her efforts, the corpse remained still. Had she been too suspicious? Taking a deep breath, she cautiously approached the corpse. With each step, her heart raced beyond human limits. When she finally got close enough to tentatively reach for the bagua ball, the corpse remained motionless. As her fingertip touched the bagua ball, a warm sensation flowed through her. She smiled slightly, grasping the bagua ball, but just as she was about to take it, something unexpected happened. P.S. Everyone, Xia Shuning is treasure hunting and would love your support with a bookshelf edition, 5-star reviews, and free gifts. Let's search for treasures together. A dark shadow shot out from the corpse's abdomen, moving at an incredible speed and carrying a strong, fishy odor, aimed straight at Xia Shuning's throat. Xia Shuning reacted quickly, dodging to the side just in time to avoid this deadly attack. She looked around cautiously. At some point, thick black mist filled the cave, and the air turned cold. Xia Shuning knew that whatever had attacked her was hiding in the shadows, watching her. A chill ran from her feet to the top of her head, and her blood felt like it was freezing. Her instincts told her that the creature was looking for an opportunity to launch another deadly attack. Not wanting to give it the upper hand, Xia Shuning quickly pulled out the Zhuke whip and swung it forcefully at the black mist.
Swish.
The whip sliced through the air with a sharp sound. In an instant, flames wrapped around a phoenix illusion surged from the Zhuke whip, causing the black mist to vanish wherever it touched. Hidden in the mist was a massive serpent. Its black scales glimmered coldly, and its triangular head was held high, with blood-red vertical pupils filled with fierce killing intent. Its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, making a threatening hissing sound. Roar! The serpent let out a furious roar and lunged at Xia Shuning like a cannonball, its thick black tail sweeping toward her with a rushing wind. Xia Shuning smirked, lightly tapping the ground with her toes and skillfully leaping back. The serpent's tail brushed past her hair and crashed against the stone wall with a loud bang, shattering the rock into dust. A glint of determination flashed in Xia Shuning's eyes as she shouted, "Little Phoenix, let's have snake soup for dinner today." With that, she flicked her wrist, and the Zhuke whip, engulfed in flames, struck fiercely at the serpent. The whip hit the serpent's scales hard, sending sparks flying and creating a sound like metal clashing. This enraged the serpent, which thrashed wildly, creating a gust of wind. Its tail swept across again, the wind howling, as if everything in its path would be crushed by its strength. A fierce battle was just beginning. Xia Shuning dodged left and right, quickly swinging the Zhuke whip. Lines of fire wove together in the air, forming a fiery net. The fire net collided with the serpent's scales, producing a tremendous sound as the battle intensified. The serpent twisted its body sharply, narrowly avoiding another strike from Xia Shuning, and opened its mouth wide, revealing poisonous fangs that shot toward her like arrows. In a critical moment, Xia Shuning shook her wrist hard, and the Zhuke whip arced through the air, wrapping around the serpent's vital spot. Then, she pushed off the mountain wall with her feet, using the momentum to jump and try to smash the serpent's head against a nearby corpse. Unexpectedly, the serpent was incredibly strong, breaking free from the Zhuke whip and wrapping its thick body around Xia Shuning instead. Tightly constricted, Xia Shuning's face turned purple, her veins bulging, making a cracking sound. Her whole body felt like it was being crushed, and breathing became harder. She shouted angrily, "You beast! Do you really think you can kill me? I haven't even tasted the snake soup. I can't die." Xia Shuning bit her tongue, the pain jolting her awake. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the glowing spirit snake sword on her right. Trembling, she slowly reached for the hilt, gripped it tightly, and stabbed fiercely at the snake's vulnerable spot. The snake let out a sharp, piercing hiss, and the grip around Xia Shuning loosened instantly. Seizing the chance, she broke free, swinging her whip to one of the snake's poisonous fangs before stumbling back, gasping for air, and collapsing onto the ground. The furious snake thrashed wildly, its thick tail sweeping like a whip and crashing heavily against the cave wall. In an instant, the cave shook violently, and large chunks of rock fell from the ceiling. Seeing the chaos, Xia Shuning realized she had gotten something valuable. She quickly stood up, holding the vermilion bird whip in one hand and the spirit snake sword in the other, trying to capture the injured snake for the vermilion bird market. Just then, a loud boom echoed. The entire wall trembled violently, and huge cracks appeared in the cave. Oh no! Xia Shuning's heart sank. The cave was about to collapse. The snake suddenly darted, wrapping around a corpse, and swiftly slid into the pool, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Her snake's soup was gone, and it broke her pot. Xia Shuning couldn't afford to chase after it. She turned and ran desperately toward the cave entrance. But she barely took a few steps when a massive rock crashed down from the ceiling. With a loud thud, it landed right in front of her, completely blocking her path. At the same time, she heard the continuous rumble of the cave collapsing behind her, with debris flying everywhere. In a life-or-death moment, Xia Shuning had no time to think. She leaped into the icy water of the pool. The water enveloped her instantly, and she held her breath, swimming with all her might toward the bottom. The deeper she went, the greater the pressure. It felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Panic set in. If that snake came back now, she would be in real trouble. Just as her consciousness began to fade, Xia Shuning spotted a glimmer of light at the bottom of the pool. She felt a surge of energy, carefully keeping an eye out for the snake while swimming toward the light. Every felt like a race against death. She didn't know how long she swam, but the water gradually became shallower. Just when she thought she couldn't hold her breath any longer, her head finally broke the surface. Xia Shuning took deep breaths of fresh air and looked around, realizing she was in an underground river. The water was clear and cold, with small fish swimming by occasionally. She dragged her tired body up to the riverbank and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, feeling grateful to be alive after her ordeal. She was really frustrated about missing the snake soup. However, she had obtained the bagua ball and the spirit snake sword, which were clearly treasures, so she quickly stored them away. After eating and drinking, Xia Shuning felt a bit dizzy, probably from eating too many carbs, and stared blankly at the underground river. After some time, she suddenly spotted two strange fish in the river that looked different from any she had seen before. One was as black as ink, and the other was as white as jade. The two fish chased each other, glowing faintly as they swam. Xia Shuning's eyes widened, and she recalled reading about them in ancient Taoist texts, whispering in shock, could this be the legendary black and white yin-yang bagua fish? This was a Taoist treasure. Overjoyed, Xia Shuning hurriedly bought a fishing net from the Zhuke Mall, eager to catch the two fish. She had always been good at fishing, but this time she couldn't catch them at all. Each time the net touched the water, the fish seemed to sense danger and quickly swam away, leaving her with only a scoop of cold water. Frowning, Xia Shuning pulled back the net and tried to remember if there was a method to catch bagua fish in the ancient texts. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Bagua fish.
Bagua.
Bagua ball. She quickly took out the bagua ball, placed it in her palm, and carefully extended her hand into the river. At first, the two fish continued to swim around without noticing her. But once the water settled, they slowly swam toward the bagua ball. Xia Shuning focused intently on the water surface, holding her breath. The two fish swam closer and eventually began to circle the bagua ball. Quietly, Xia Shuning took out a ceramic basin from her storage, waiting for the right moment, and suddenly scooped. Initially, She was just testing and prepared for the fish to escape again, but to her surprise, this time it went smoothly and both fish along with the bagua ball were caught in the basin. With the bagua fish, Xia Shuning felt that her Juke bracelet could be upgraded. Shouldn't she also have the spiritual spring that other time-traveling girls had? Xia Shuning was full of curiosity. Was the value of the bagua fish higher than that of the ancient snowy spruce tree? She couldn't wait to open the exchange interface of the Juke Mall. The Juke Mall prompted, "Not tradable." Then it added, "Can be gifted." What a nice thought. Xia Shuning huffed in annoyance. She directly put the ceramic pot containing the bagua fish back into the space, determined to take down the Juke Mall one day. Xia Shuning searched the river carefully several more times, but no longer saw the bagua fish. However, she did catch quite a few rainbow trout, known as the ginseng of the water. Rainbow trout are not large and grow slowly, but their flesh is tender and delicious, with thick meat and few bones. They are highly nutritious and can be steamed, boiled, grilled, or braised. Eating them can improve skin, strengthen bones, replenish blood, and speed up the healing of wounds. While Xia Shuning was focused on catching fish, she suddenly heard faint footsteps in the distance. She turned off her flashlight, looked around, and quietly hid behind a large stalagmite. Before long, the footsteps became clearer as someone walked through the cave, heading straight toward her location. Xia Shuning wondered how anyone could find this hidden place. Were they also chased here by the tongue snake? The tongue snake hadn't attacked her earlier. Had it gone after new prey? She began to suspect that this place was the tongue snake's food storage and that she and these two people were the food. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Xia Shuning's heart raced. Did the newcomers have a gun? Were they shooting at the tongue snake? There were several more gunshots echoing in the silent cave, causing Xia Shuning's ears to ache. She was experiencing the downside of having heightened senses for the first time. Holding her breath, she pressed her body tightly against the stalagmite. Through the reflection on the water surface, she could vaguely see two people limping as they fled toward her. Not far away, there was another heavy, unsteady footstep approaching. The two people seemed unable to run any longer and collapsed to the ground with a thud. One of them, sounding weak, cursed, "These soldiers are hard to kill." Though his voice was low, it carried a fierce intensity, as if he wanted to unleash all his anger. "Hiss! Where are you hurt?" the other person asked urgently, covering his bleeding thigh. The pain made him groan, his teeth clenching tightly.
"I got shot in the chest."
Luckily my heart is positioned oddly, or I would have been done for." The man's curse was filled with determination. "This time, we've really met our match. Our tranquilizer dart clearly hit him. Our guns are imported. They should be enough to kill him 10 times over. Why is he still alive? I'm about to die." The speaker's tone was filled with despair, and his eyes showed panic and unease. "How did you get involved with such a reckless character?" Another voice asked, sounding reproachful. "How would I know? It seems they are after the notes," the injured man recalled, struggling to remember. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he tried to figure out how they had been discovered, confusion in his eyes. They were so close. Just one more step, and they could leave the country with the scientific notes of a Chinese scientist, enjoying endless wealth and glory. But fate had other plans for them. With only 500 meters left to cross the border, a soldier suddenly appeared, blocking their path. After several fierce battles, even with their advanced equipment, only 2 of them remained alive. The soldier, despite being more severely injured and having lost his teammates, continued to pursue them relentlessly. They ran for their lives, but the soldier, dragging his bloodied body, was always right behind them. They knew they could not escape his pursuit without surrendering the notes. His determination to not give up until he succeeded sent chills down their spines. Now, heavily injured, the air was thick with the smell of blood and their rapid breaths. They exchanged a glance, full of unspoken despair and frustration. "What do we do now? Are we going to die here?" the man with the leg injury asked, his eyes vacant. "Stop talking like that." The man with the chest injury spat, his eyes darting around. "When he catches up, You jump into the dark river with the notes, pretending to escape through the water. I'll hide behind the rocks, and when the soldier jumps in to grab the notes, I'll shoot him from the shore. A sinister smile crossed his face as he spoke. The man with the chest injury felt a surge of determination. He planned to take out the soldier first and then deal with his partner, keeping all the reward for himself.
All right.
Let's do it. Your shooting is better. The injured man hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, gritting his teeth. He was also secretly plotting. The notes were with him, and when they fought, he would swim away and claim the reward for himself. With their own agendas in mind, they began to prepare. The man with the chest injury crouched behind a stalagmite not far from Xia Shuning, trying to remain silent. They adjusted their breathing, striving to minimize their presence. A life-and-death showdown was about to begin. Xia Shuning never expected that while fishing in the dark river, she would encounter two spies trying to steal national scientific achievements. This opportunity for merit is too good to pass up. Xia Shuning adjusted her mask to cover her face, revealing only her almond-shaped eyes. Then, she held the Zhuke crossbow in one hand and the Zhuke whip in the other, slightly crouching down. He's coming. The sound of footsteps grew clearer as the soldier appeared in her line of sight. Through the gaps in the stalactites, Xia Shuning observed a tall figure in green military uniform struggling to approach. His steps were unsteady, and blood was seeping from his chest and legs, one shoulder drooping weakly. Blood dripped onto the ground, making a faint drip sound that echoed in the silent, dark river. The soldier was clearly badly injured, but his gaze remained determined. Xia Shuning tightened her grip on the Zhuke crossbow and whip. Hand over the notebook. The soldier's voice was hoarse, but commanding. Even in his injured state, he exuded an air of authority. The man with the gunshot wound in his chest took a deep breath, clutching the notebook wrapped in oil paper, rolled over, and jumped into the dark river, splashing water everywhere. Seeing this, the soldier didn't hesitate and jumped into the dark river after him. Xia Shuning wondered, can the soldier defeat the spy and retrieve the notebook? When should I make my move to earn the most merit? At the moment he hit the water, the soldier lunged at the fleeing man like a leopard, and they began to struggle in the dark river. Their figures intertwined, creating ripples in the water. The icy river felt like countless blades cutting into the soldier's wounds. In an instant, blood flowed from his injuries, turning the surrounding water red. The soldier's strength was quickly fading, and his movements slowed, but he showed no signs of giving up. At that moment, the man on the shore, who had been shot in the chest, noticed the soldier's slowing movements. He peeked out, aimed his gun at the soldier's temple, and slowly squeezed the trigger, his eyes filled with malice. In a critical moment, Xia Shuning swiftly flicked her wrist, and the Zhuke whip struck the gun from the man's hand. With a loud, the gun was knocked away. The man was startled, turned around to see Xia Shuning, and immediately exploded in rage, shouting, "You filthy witch!" As he drew a dagger and lunged at her. Xia Shuning decisively pulled the trigger on the Zhuke crossbow, and the arrow shot forward with a whoosh, piercing the man's chest. The man halted abruptly, slowly lowering his head to stare at the arrow sticking out of his chest, his anger turning to shock. His wide eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Eliminate the man attacking from the shore, and the merit points will start to increase. Xia Shuning didn't have time to feel happy. She flicked her wrist, and the vermilion bird whip shot out, wrapping around the man's neck in the river and pulling hard. With a splash of river water, the man was thrown heavily onto the shore, unable to move. Xia Shuning quickly reached into the man's pocket and took out a notebook wrapped in oil paper, tucking it away. At that moment, a wounded soldier was struggling to crawl onto the shore, each movement seeming to take all his strength. His wounds were still bleeding, the bright red blood dripping into the river, staining the water and leaving red marks on the shore. Yet he gritted his teeth, as if he felt no pain. Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled, and she felt quite satisfied with her performance today. It had been a long time since she had fought so freely, and thankfully, her skills were still sharp. She was even more pleased with the increasing merit points. This kind of work paid off quickly. A proud smile appeared on her lips as she bent down to pick up a glinting dagger from the ground. Just as she was about to approach the unconscious man, she suddenly heard a click sound near her ear. In an instant, a cold, hard object pressed firmly against the back of her head. "Don't move." A deep, hoarse male voice came from behind her. "Hand over the notebook." Xia Shuning froze, realizing the situation was dire. She shouldn't have let her guard down just because he was a soldier. This oversight had put her in a dangerous position. The man behind her was severely injured and had lost a lot of blood, yet he could still threaten her with a gun. Xia Shuning felt a mix of annoyance and admiration. "Comrade soldier, I'm here to help. You can have the notebook." In a split second, Xia Shuning made a quick judgment, her tone gentle and sincere. She tossed the notebook beside her and raised her hands in surrender. Of course, if the person behind her wasn't a seriously injured soldier with Xia Shuning's skills, she would have already shown him who was in charge for daring to point a gun at her. The soldier held the gun tightly, the dark muzzle aimed at Xia Shuning, while his other hand struggled to pick up the notebook from the ground. This series of movements made his already serious injuries bleed even more. "If I wanted to steal something, I would just wait until you passed out from blood loss and then take it," Xia Shuning argued with a cold face. At the same time, she felt unconvinced. Even if he was awake now, in terms of skills, he might not be her match. The soldier shook his increasingly heavy head, the scene before him starting to blur as illusions began to emerge again. He forced himself to stay upright, biting down his tongue. A strong smell of blood filled his mouth, and the pain brought him back to some awareness. He struggled to steady himself, his voice weak but full of apology. "I'm sorry, comrade. You were blocking my view. I misunderstood." After saying this, he took a heavy breath, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Xia Shuning looked at him and thought he could only hold on for 3 more seconds. Sure enough, there was a dull thud. The injured soldier could no longer support himself and fell forward, hitting the ground hard. Xia Shuning didn't rush to help the fallen soldier. Instead, she picked up the dagger from the ground and quietly approached the man who had been knocked out by the whip. Aiming at his heart, she prepared to stab him twice on each side of his chest. This was a habit she had developed in the apocalypse, to eliminate threats completely and prevent enemies pretending to be dead from attacking. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted towards enemies was cruel to oneself. "Leave. Leave me alive." At that moment, a very faint voice came from the ground. Xia Shuning paused her actions and looked over to see the injured soldier lying on the ground, struggling to open his mouth. Such a hassle. Xia Shuning frowned and muttered under her breath. She turned the dagger in her hand, pushed aside the clothes of the dead man, and quickly the unconscious man. "Comrade." The soldier gasped, using his last bit of strength to barely say those 2 words. "Don't talk. You're too injured," Xia Shuning said firmly. He better not make things worse and affect her ability to earn merit points. Xia Shuning quickly crouched down, and with a swift motion, she cut open the soldier's blood-soaked uniform.
Wow.
The sight before her made her gasp. The soldier's chest was a mess, with hardly any intact skin, and blood continued to flow out. Xia Shuning took out a silver needle from her supplies and inserted it into several key points on his body, successfully protecting his heart and stopping the bleeding. Then, she took out some hemostatic herbs, crushed them, applied them to the wound, and wrapped it with gauze. Beads of sweat rolled down Xia Shuning's cheeks, but she didn't have time to wipe them away. Under her full effort, the soldier's wounds finally stopped bleeding. Xia Shuning wanted to give him a life-saving pill. The soldier weakly moved his cracked lips, trying to say a few words, his voice faint but filled with undeniable determination. "Comrade, don't waste your effort. I know my injuries well. Please take this note to the address on it and deliver it to the unit. Just in case." The soldier paused, a hint of worry in his eyes. He recalled the many foreign forces eyeing this notebook. Could this slender girl really deliver the notebook to the troops safely? The path ahead was fraught with danger. If someone tries to stop you, Even if you have to burn it, it must not fall into foreign hands. The soldier's gaze was filled with a resolute determination. This was his last request. Xia Shuning coldly rejected. Such a precious notebook. You should deliver it yourself.
Eat.
Xia Shuning gritted her teeth and squeezed out a word. This was a life-saving medicine made from precious 9-leaf spirit grass, and it was the only one she had.
Don't
waste the medicine. The soldier keenly sensed the pain in Xia Shuning's eyes and realized this pill was certainly very valuable. If you die, that would be a waste of my medicine. Xia Shuning frowned fiercely and said angrily. It would also affect her ability to earn merit points. She had to save him. Xia Shuning remembered how she had used many precious herbs to stop his bleeding earlier, and her heart ached. Those were hard to find. You didn't pay me a single cent for the medicine or treatment, and even the king of can't take you away. Xia Shuning lifted her chin, looking defiant, as if the king of himself would have to face her first. The soldier, helpless, looked at her determined eyes and silently swallowed the pill, softly saying, "My name is Zhuo Zhiheng." Xia Shuning smirked, counting in her mind, 3,
2, 1.
With a thud, Zhuo Zhiheng fainted. Xia Shuning let out a long sigh. She had added a sedative to the medicine, and she didn't expect Zhuo Zhiheng's willpower to be so strong that he could hold on until now. He had consumed so much of her precious medicine. If he died just like that, leaving only a name, who would she ask for the medicine costs? Would she really have to claim his compensation to cover the medicine? Xia Shuning turned on her flashlight, leaned closer to the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng, and carefully examined his wounds. There were 3 critical injuries, but thankfully she had treated them in time. However, the wound on his chest was still alarming, the deepest one stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. The skin was torn, and the bones were exposed, which was quite unsettling to see. The bigger problem was the gunshot wounds on the right thigh and left shoulder, with bullets still lodged in the flesh. She had only done a simple bandage to stop the bleeding, but the situation was still very dangerous. Zhuo Zhiheng had many small injuries on him. Xia Shuning had already applied medicine to him, and now he was tightly wrapped up, looking like a big rice dumpling. With Xia Shuning's medical skills, removing the bullets wouldn't be hard. But after taking out the bullets, she needed to give him a powerful medicine to stop the bleeding, and she had run out of that. Moreover, Xia Shuning held grudges. Remembering how Zhuo Zhiheng had pointed a gun at the back of her head earlier, she still felt that cold sensation. This made her alert. She couldn't risk her own life. Using acupuncture and herbs to stop the bleeding might be understandable to others. But without surgical equipment and without blood transfusions, taking out bullets to save someone would sound ridiculous to anyone who heard it. She didn't want to be seen as a monster and locked away in a mental institution, nor did she want to be captured and used as a test subject in a research facility. Xia Shuning pouted and muttered softly, "I've done my best. Without me, you would have been a martyr already." Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, and a sly smile appeared on her face. She leaned closer to Zhuo Zhiheng's ear and whispered, "You really want to be a martyr, don't you?" Seeing Zhuo Zhiheng's reckless behavior earlier, Xia Shuning was sure she was right. She straightened up, crossed her arms, and looked at the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng with pride, saying, "Too bad, I don't agree." It seemed Xia Shuning had found a good way to get back at Zhuo Zhiheng, and her voice unconsciously rose a bit. "Those who have pointed guns at me are all dead, except for you," she said slowly. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes and focused on the man nearby. She raised her hand and knocked the man's jaw, saying, "Humph, now even if you have poison hidden in your mouth, you can't seek death." Then, she calmly grabbed a handful of mugwort ash and applied it to the man's injured leg, muttering, "Mugwort ash stops bleeding, cheap and effective. If you don't die, you still owe for the medicine." Xia Shuning clapped her hands, her eyes gleaming with cleverness. "Start searching. Even the dead owe for medicine." She took most of the cash from the dead man, leaving less for the living. As for valuable items like watches, gold bars, and knives related to spies, she couldn't take those, as the military would definitely investigate. She tore off the dead man's pants, rolled up the legs, stuffed everything inside, and tossed it aside. Suddenly, a few syringes and vials caught her eye. Xia Shuning held the item in her hand and examined it closely. Could this be the hallucinogenic needle those two guys mentioned that hit Zhuo Zhiheng? Then, she checked Zhuo Zhiheng's pulse, furrowing her brow as she fell into deep thought. After a while, she muttered to herself, "The bullet can wait to be taken to the hospital, but this hallucinogen is quite troublesome." Xia Shuning glanced at Zhuo Zhiheng's watch. It was already 5 in the afternoon. She looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling anxious as she had no idea how to contact Zhuo Zhiheng's unit. She would have to stay with the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng tonight and couldn't go down the mountain to seek help. Biting her lip, she felt conflicted. When help arrived, Zhuo Zhiheng might be mistaken for a madman and sent to an asylum. For a soldier who sacrifices for his country, that would be a tragic fate. I need to think of a way for my medicine and merits. Xia Shuning quickly started a fire and caught a few rainbow trout from the river, planning to make fish soup in a clay pot. Remembering how Zhuo Zhiheng had fought with the agents in the underground river and lost a lot of blood, she decided against using river water for the soup. She added some lard to the pot, and when it was hot enough, she gently slid the trout into the pot. With a sizzling sound, the fish turned golden, and a delicious aroma filled the air. Xia Shuning carefully took out a clay bowl for the fish, poured most of the water into the soup pot, and left a little in the bowl for later. She boiled the water until it bubbled, skimming off the foam that formed on top. Skillfully, she added morels and asafoetida mushrooms, then reduced the fire and patiently simmered it for 40 minutes. After turning off the heat, she sprinkled in some wild onions and salt for flavor, and a pot of delicious fish soup was ready. Xia Shuning served herself a bowl of soup, letting it cool to a warm temperature. She gently propped up the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng and fed him spoonfuls. Then, she poured most of the soup into a lunchbox, thinking it would help him heal, leaving it for him to drink. After that, she soaked some bread in the remaining soup and finished all the fish, morels, and asafoetida mushrooms. At first, she just enjoyed the taste without any special feelings. Before long, Xia Shuning, who had been tired, suddenly felt a surge of energy. A warm sensation spread from her lower abdomen throughout her body. She was pleasantly surprised to see that Zhuo Zhiheng's pale lips had a hint of color. Had she discovered a miraculous source? Xia Shuning took Zhuo Zhiheng's wrist, her delicate fingers resting on his pulse, her expression focused. After a moment, she murmured, "The pulse has stabilized a lot, and the external injuries have improved significantly. He shouldn't have a fever from inflammation tonight." Oh no. The pulse stabilized and then quickly became more chaotic. It seems the absence of physical pain has made the effects of the hallucinogen on his brain even worse. Xia Shuning furrowed her brows, rapidly thinking of how to use the limited herbs she had to help Zhuo Zhiheng escape the torment of the hallucinogen. Just then, Zhuo Zhiheng, who had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly had his eyelids twitch violently, and his breathing became rapid and irregular. With each twitch of his eyelids, he gasped and let out suppressed whimpers, as if he was silently battling against endless darkness. "I am a soldier of Huagua. I cannot shoot at the elderly and children," Zhuo Zhiheng shouted in his dream, his voice filled with pain and despair. In the hallucination, he held a rifle and wildly shot at the criminals in the room. As the smoke cleared, he lowered the gun. The scene before him filled him with terror. The room was filled with elderly and children lying in pools of blood, the blood spreading continuously.
No.
A piercing scream erupted from deep within his throat, filled with endless despair and fear. His hands trembled violently as he tried to throw away the gun, but his body felt controlled by a dark force, refusing to obey him. Each time he resisted the commands in the hallucination, that mysterious power tightened its grip on his hands, forcing him to pull the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot was especially jarring in the silence, and he could only watch helplessly as the elderly and children fell into pools of blood. Protecting the country and safeguarding the people had been Zhuo Zhiheng's lifelong belief. At this moment, however, He was dragged into an endless abyss by the hallucinogen. The bloody scene kept replaying in his mind, gnawing at his soul again and again. Xia Shuning's expression was serious as she closely watched Xia Zhiheng's painful struggle. His body convulsed uncontrollably, veins bulging in his arms, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and his nails digging deeply into his palms. Every muscle was desperately resisting an unknown fear, but he couldn't break free. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Xia Shuning moved quickly, swiftly retrieving the Zhuke needle from her storage compartment. Biting her lower lip, she focused her gaze, her fingers steady as she precisely inserted the silver needle into the key acupoints on Xia Zhiheng's head. As the silver needle entered the acupoint, the tip trembled slightly and began to warm up. After a while, Xia Zhiheng stopped moving. His tense muscles slowly relaxed, his eyelids stopped twitching, his breathing became steady, and his furrowed brow eased, returning his face to normal. This needle technique should help him sleep soundly for about 2 hours, Xia Shuning murmured softly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Xia Zhiheng, Xia Shuning felt a surge of anger, her expression darkening. This hallucinogen is too harmful. At that moment, Xia Shuning was determined to find an antidote before Xia Zhiheng had another episode. She searched through her supplies, but none of the herbs could be used to create an antidote. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a ceramic basin containing the bagua fish. This wasn't something she had brought from Tianshan. It likely came from the backpacks near the bones. Seeing the basin reminded Xia Shuning of the terrible crimes committed by the invaders from Sakura country against Huagua, including using Huagua people for biological experiments. Clenching her fists, she quickly began to rummage through the backpacks. She worked swiftly, categorizing the items. A stack of ancient Huagua books, a stack of notes in Sakura country's language, stolen artifacts from Huagua were grouped together, and a separate pile of magical tools inscribed with mysterious symbols. Half an hour passed, and Xia Shuning found nothing. Her brow furrowed, and her mood grew heavy. Xia Shuning had always prided herself on her medical skills, but now she couldn't save the Huagua soldier tormented by the hallucinogen. Her throat felt dry, and she had run out of water. Looking around, she realized she could only boil some river water to drink. Walking to the riverbank, she remembered the ceramic basin that held little water. Xia Shuning carefully picked up the basin with the bagua fish, intending to fill it with water first. At that moment, she noticed that the symbols on the inner wall of the basin seemed to be of the same origin as those on the bagua ball. Her first thought was that the symbols on the bagua ball were reflected on the inner wall. She took out the bagua ball and saw that the symbols on the basin's inner wall were still there. After placing the bagua ball back into the basin, she examined it closely for any other abnormalities. Suddenly, 2 bagua fish released a small, transparent droplet resembling a bagua ball. Xia Shuning instantly understood. The bagua ball, bagua fish, and basin were all water-based magical items. At the same time, the little phoenix happily reminded her, "Congratulations! You have obtained a water-based magical item and unlocked the basic spiritual spring." The basic spiritual spring helps relieve fatigue, strengthen the body, and speed up wound healing. It also improves water quality and promotes the growth of plants and animals. Xia Shuning felt a bit speechless. "Little Phoenix, is it really too little for the bagua fish to release just 1 drop at a time?" The little phoenix gave her a look that said she didn't understand. "Concentrated essence is the best. Adding the bagua fish's droplet to an ordinary person makes a difference." Xia Shuning first filled a half-clay pot with dark river water and boiled it. Even though the water was clear, she didn't dare to drink it directly, fearing parasites. She added a drop of bagua fish water to the pot. After the water cooled, she drank it. Soon, her drowsy mind became alert, and a warm sensation spread from her lower abdomen throughout her body. She quickly fed Xia Zhiheng a bowl of fish soup with the bagua fish water added. Xia Shuning filled her water bottle and continued searching in her space. Before she knew it, an hour had passed.
Hey.
Is this a venomous fang from the tongue snake? Xia Shuning exclaimed in surprise and joy. She picked up the Fang, and the scene of fighting the tongue snake flashed in her mind. At that time, she had tried to use the Zhuke whip to pull the tongue snake into her storage space but failed, yet she unexpectedly got this Fang. Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled, and her voice trembled with excitement. Wow, it even has a venom sac with deadly poison inside. In medicine, poison and healing are closely related. The tongue snake's venom is deadly to ordinary people, but for someone skilled in medicine like her, it is a priceless treasure. I know how to make the antidote for the hallucinogen now. Xia Shuning laughed joyfully, using poison to counteract poison. Without hesitation, she quickly got a syringe, accurately extracted a small amount of tongue snake venom, and diluted it in a 1:1,000 ratio. She focused intently on making the pills, adding the bagua fish water as well. Just as the pills were ready, the time for Xia Zhiheng's next episode was approaching. Xia Shuning didn't dare to delay, quickly feeding him the pill while gently pressing on his throat to help him swallow. Time passed slowly. Xia Zhiheng's expression remained calm. Xia Shuning watched him closely, her brows slowly relaxing, and her surprise becoming more evident. She extended her finger and placed it gently on Xia Zhiheng's pulse. After a long while, Xia Shuning let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her lips. His pulse is much steadier. The detox pill really works. After finishing the rainbow trout soup, Xia Shuning added some sugar to the water bottle and fed it to Xia Zhiheng. She wondered if he had gone hungry while chasing those two agents. Sugar, known as gold during wartime, can quickly boost energy and relieve hunger. Detoxification takes a heavy toll on the body. For an ordinary person, it would require at least 3 months of bed rest. Xia Zhiheng had excellent physical condition and the assistance of bagua fish water. With Xia Shuning's acupuncture, he was expected to wake up around 5 or 6 in the morning. Saving Xia Zhiheng earned her a full 1,000 merit points. Tonight, Xia Shuning cannot go back. I wonder if Tong Tong will be scared alone in the cave. Next time I go into the mountains, I must send Tong Tong back to her parents. To avoid delaying the treatment for the original owner's mother's leg injury, Xia Shuning decides to start making a bone-setting ointment right away. She takes a basket from her space and fills it with the herbs, mushrooms, wild fruits, and flatbreads she collected today. These items will help her explain to Xia Zhiheng why she went to the Tian Shan Mountains and how she saved his life. Then, she carefully sorts the herbs she gathered from Tian Shan, like duhua, tukakao, shenjinko, and honghua. Duhua helps with bone and muscle recovery. Tukakao relaxes muscles and promotes circulation. Shenjinko removes dampness and swelling, and honghua is good for invigorating blood flow. Xia Shuning washes these precious herbs from Tian Shan, places them in a jar, and adds bagua fish water. She first brings it to a boil over high heat, then reduces it to a simmer. Once the mixture thickens and cools, the bone-setting ointment will be ready. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal muscle and bone injuries, but a good doctor can heal a fracture in a month. Xia Shuning is confident that with her special ointment, Song Peilon will be able to move freely in less than 10 days. Every bit of herb has its own properties, and these herbs from Tian Shan are of high quality. Using bagua fish water and spending 100 merit points to enhance the medicinal properties ensures the ointment will be effective. The flames lick the earthen jar, and the scent of the medicine fills the cave. Xia Shuning sits quietly by the fire, watching the jar and occasionally stirring with a wooden spoon to prevent the mixture from sticking to the bottom. While waiting for the medicine to brew, she starts to look through a stack of ancient Chinese books she found in the white bone backpack. Those thieving people from Sakura country have stolen the treasures left by our ancestors. She mutters under her breath, looking at the book in her hands. At that moment, she is holding the ancient medical book Xiaopinji, which is as famous as Shanghan Zabingluan. This book, carefully written by Chun Yenji from the Eastern Jin dynasty, is extremely valuable, but in the country, the original copies are hard to find. Xia Shuning gently opens Xiaopinji, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. Such a precious medical book cannot be found in our country. It has all been stolen abroad. Ancient medical books are not only carriers of Chinese history, but also essential tools for future doctors and treasures for healing. With the original medical texts lost overseas, future generations can only copy them from abroad, but these copies often have missing or incorrect characters. In traditional Chinese medicine, even a small difference in wording can lead to very different treatment outcomes. Today, how many people know that traditional Chinese medicine, founded by our ancestors, originally included 11 categories: health preservation, yin and yang, representation, pulse and color, meridians, symptoms and root causes, flavors, treatment discussions, diseases, acupuncture, and fortune-telling? Nowadays, a doctor who is skilled in representation, meridians, diseases, and acupuncture is already considered exceptional, while much of the other knowledge has been lost. Those thieves from the cherry blossom country not only stole ancient medical books, but also planned to use them to apply for patents on 80% of famous traditional Chinese medicine formulas. As a result, future generations of Chinese people will see the huge profits from using their ancestors' prescriptions go to those thieves. The more Xia Shuning thought about it, the angrier she became. She wished she could drag all those thieves out and give them a good scolding. She glared at the collection of essays in her hands, suppressing her anger, and began to silently memorize its contents. In the cave, the flickering firelight danced across her face, casting shadows that shifted between light and dark. She turned the pages very gently, afraid that even a little pressure would damage the ancient book. Suddenly, Xia Shuning paused, her fingers lightly resting on a page. She bit her lip, her gaze sharpening. She noticed that a few pages in the book were repeated, and the paper felt thicker than the others. An uncontrollable excitement surged within her. What could be hidden in the thick paper? Xia Shuning quickly bought a thin-bladed knife from the Zhuke Mall, held her breath, and gently inserted the tip of the knife into the gap of the thick paper. She carefully pushed the blade, not daring to shake her hand, fearing she might ruin the book. With a soft sound, the paper was successfully cut open. Xia Shuning focused and saw a stack of gold leaf appear before her. The little phoenix exclaimed, "Wow! Gold leaf. It's at least a few hundred years old." Xia Shuning examined the ancient gold leaf closely. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, clearly crafted by skilled artisans who had hammered it many times to create such a form. Only someone like Xia Shuning, who understood traditional Chinese medicine, knew that gold leaf is also a medicinal ingredient. It has calming, soothing, and detoxifying effects, showing significant efficacy for conditions like seizures, mania, palpitations, and toxic sores. This ancient gold leaf had even purer medicinal properties. These thieves from the cherry blossom country not only stole my country's ancient medical books, but also won't spare ancient medicines. Xia Shuning muttered angrily. She resolved to thoroughly study the contents of the items in her backpack. She could not allow the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine to end with her. Looking at the medical book in her hands, Xia Shuning had an idea. She decided to make a handwritten copy for her own study and, once the situation stabilized, she would submit these ancient medical texts to the country. The ancient medical books were treasures left by her ancestors, belonging to all the people of Huagua, and should not be kept private by anyone. Xia Shuning recited softly, her gaze focused and determined, memorizing the prescriptions from the collection of minor works. Her hands were busy as well. She used the unconscious Zhuo Zhiheng as a model to practice pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. Zhuo Zhiheng was the kind of patient that doctors found most troublesome. He took pride in his youth and strength, neglecting his health, and he had likely faced life-threatening injuries many times before. Xia Shuning stayed awake all night, and by the time she finished making the bone-setting ointment, it was already past 4 a.m. She skillfully prepared a pot of rainbow trout, and the delicious aroma gradually filled the air. Zhuo Zhiheng opened his eyes to the enticing scent, and the first thing he saw was the girl by the fire. She was crouched there, a small figure, and from his angle, he could only see a glimpse of her fair neck. The milky fish soup bubbled in the clay pot, making soft gurgling sounds, with steam rising gently, the aroma enticing. It added a touch of warmth to the cave, creating a cozy atmosphere that made one reluctant to break the silence. Xia Shuning crouched by the fire, busy adding various mushrooms to the fish soup. Unbeknownst to her, a warm gaze had been fixed on her for quite some time. When she heard Zhuo Zhiheng's breathing, Xia Shuning paused and slowly turned her head. In that moment, her clear, dark eyes met Zhuo Zhiheng's deep, cold gaze. His eyes were as profound as a bottomless pool on a cold night, icy as ancient ice that had never melted. Feeling his ambiguous stare, Xia Shuning's lips curled slightly, and a hint of mischief flashed to her eyes. She decided to play along. With a gentle voice, she said, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Zhuo Zhiheng squinted slightly, his thoughts drifting back to before he lost consciousness. He was aware of how serious his injuries were. At that time, he had even prepared himself for sacrifice. But now, waking up again, he felt completely relaxed, his limbs agile, and his mind clear, as if the previous experience of severe injury and being drugged was just a bad dream. Thinking of this, his originally stern face softened a bit, and he leaned slightly towards Xia Shuning, quietly thanking her. "I'm much better.
Thank you for saving me."
As soon as he finished speaking, the image of him holding a gun to the girls had flashed in his mind. At that moment, without the influence of the hallucinogen, his thoughts were very clear, and his doubts grew stronger. Why could this small, seemingly malnourished girl kill someone while calmly saving his life? From yesterday to today, she had countless chances to kill him and take his research notes. Yet, she did nothing and even used a precious pill to save him from the hallucinogen. Zhuo Zhiheng looked down at the girl, whose bright eyes were wide open, radiating innocence. He softly explained, "I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I was affected by a hallucinogen during the capture." Xia Shuning smiled, her eyes sparkling but with a serious edge. "Is that just a verbal apology?" She wouldn't accept just words. Zhuo Zhiheng paused for a moment, looking into her eyes, which sparkled with warmth and sweetness. He cleared his throat, looked away, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I don't have any money right now. Once I return to my team, I will definitely compensate you." Xia Shuning nodded in satisfaction, hoping for a generous compensation since her medicine was quite expensive. She noticed his lips were cracked and dry. She couldn't let him suffer for her sake. Xia Shuning took out her water bottle and handed it to him, saying, "Drink some water." Her voice was sweet and clear. Zhuo Zhiheng was momentarily surprised, but instinctively took the bottle. He stretched his arm, tilted his head back to avoid his lips touching the opening, and gulped down the cool water. Xia Shuning found it amusing. Although they looked alike, this was not her water bottle. She never shared. After drinking, Zhuo Zhiheng returned the bottle and looked at the girl again. Her bright eyes were sincere and focused on him. Zhuo Zhiheng turned his gaze away, feeling his ears heat up. He recalled how the doctors in his unit were helpless against the new hallucinogen, continuously injecting sedatives into the affected soldiers. Several teammates had already sacrificed their lives due to this hallucinogen, which increased the mission's difficulty and led to him being specially assigned to it. To prevent further sacrifices, he needed to ask the girl for help, even if it felt a bit bold. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, "Can you help my teammates who are affected by the hallucinogen?" Xia Shuning looked up at the man in front of her. He was strikingly handsome but had a fierce aura, like someone who had emerged from a battlefield. It was a pity. He was her type, but people in this era were too conservative about relationships. He seemed hard to approach. "How many people are poisoned?" Xia Shuning asked calmly, her voice sweet yet cool. "There are still 5 alive," Zhuo Zhiheng replied in a serious and deep tone, the kind that would appeal to those who appreciate a good voice. Xia Shuning carefully counted out 5 antidote pills, wrapped them up, and handed them to him. "These are the antidote pills I gave you last night. 1 for each person." Zhuo Zhiheng accepted the package and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you. Please leave me your address for the medicine and consultation fees, and I will send them to you after I return to the team." His gaze was fixed on Xia Shuning's fair fingers, realizing the antidote was very effective. He wondered if asking for more pills would be too greedy. Xia Shuning noticed his gaze and instinctively tightened her grip on the antidote. The materials were precious, and she didn't know how much compensation he would offer. If he only gave her $5, she would be at a loss. Xia Shuning tilted her head, thinking, and pulled over a makeshift bag made from old clothes. Zhuo Zhiheng unconsciously followed her small figure with his eyes. His gaze inadvertently fell on a deceased person who was only wearing a pair of pants, and he winced. Then his attention returned to Xia Shuning. He thought to himself, who is this girl? Her medical skills are better than the old doctors in the army, and her abilities are impressive. For the first time, Zhuo Zhiheng felt a hope that she was just a skilled civilian and not a spy. Xia Shuning, unaware of his thoughts, didn't care what he was thinking. She opened the package, took out some paper and a pen, and quickly wrote down the formula and method for making the antidote. With her bright eyes on Zhuo Zhiheng, she said seriously, "This is the formula for the antidote. I can donate it to the army for free." After a pause, she added, "But if the army wants to reward me, I would gladly accept. My address and name are also on the paper." Zhuo Zhiheng found the girl before him quite innocent. Growing up in a competitive environment, he felt refreshed by her straightforwardness. He took the note, read it carefully, and said, "Comrade Xia, on behalf of my comrades, I thank you for your timely help and for donating the formula to the army. I will also help you apply for a reward from the army, and I will personally compensate you." His deep voice carried a hint of respect and gratitude. Zhuo Zhiheng stood up and saluted Xia Shuning with a crisp motion, his posture straight and firm. Xia Shuning quickly got up, took a few steps back, her eyes bright with a smile as she said, "You protect our country. I'm just doing my small part." The reason she donated the prescription was that she felt her country was her home, and she couldn't accept foreigners acting recklessly on her land. By donating the prescription, she could save time for military doctors in analyzing and detoxifying the pills, reducing unnecessary sacrifices. No matter how much compensation the army and he could give her, she would keep track of it separately for the inventor of the hallucinogen, knowing she would eventually collect the fees for the medicine and consultations. Xia Shuning tilted her head up, her eyes full of concern. "You still have 2 bullets in you. You need to go to the hospital to get them out." She softly suggested to Zhuo Zhiheng, "Why don't you sit down and eat first?" Zhuo Zhiheng was very tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Being a soldier, he had a strong build and a serious expression that made him seem intimidating. Xia Shuning, who was under 5 feet 3, had to look up at him, which made her feel a bit defeated, and she didn't like it. Zhuo Zhiheng stood straight, like a tall poplar tree. When Xia Shuning looked up, she caught sight of his slightly moving Adam's apple, which made her imagination run wild. A bit awkwardly so. Zhuo Zhiheng looked down at Xia Shuning. He could only see her fluffy hair and a few playful strands sticking up, unable to see her bright eyes. He thought, she's so small? Standing next to her, I might not even reach my own chest. Yet, she could shoot accurately and decisively. He was really curious about what kind of family raised such a contradictory girl. She looked small and harmless like a little bunny, yet she was strong and capable. Zhuo Zhiheng felt a tickle in his throat and asked, "Is there any water left?" Xia Shuning took out a water bottle from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "There's not much left. You can drink it all." However, he suddenly grabbed her wrist with a strong hand, rough and calloused, especially around the thumb, which hurt her. Xia Shuning shivered and instinctively tried to pull away but couldn't. Annoyed, she said, "You're hurting me." Zhuo Zhiheng's rough hand had already moved from her palm to grip her finger joint. Xia Shuning's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and she was ready to punch him in the shoulder, where the bullet was still lodged. Zhuo Zhiheng immediately let go, frowning slightly and saying, "You're not an ordinary girl." After biting her lip, she added, "But you've never used a gun." Xia Shuning retorted, "If I were an ordinary girl, you would have met your end last night." Zhuo Zhiheng glanced at the nearby lifeless body, struggling to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. He looked at the young girl squatting by the fire, wearing a patched old shirt and with her hair tied in a ponytail. Her beautiful almond eyes sparkled with anger. Xia Shuning looked at Xia Shuning and gently asked, "Why are you so skilled?" Xia Shuning casually replied, "I've taken a lot of hits." Xia Shunings's brow furrowed slightly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it was too quick for him to grasp. Feeling a heaviness in his heart, he found it hard to continue the conversation and silently watched Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning allowed him to observe her. He didn't ask more questions, and she didn't initiate any conversation. She busily filled a lunchbox with rainbow trout, the fresh fish emitting an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Xia Shuning gazed at the fragrant fish soup, his throat involuntarily moving as he swallowed, and his stomach growled. Xia Shuning pointed at the clay pot and generously said to Xia Shuning, "Everything in the pot is for you." Xia Shuning slowly sat down across from Xia Shuning, glancing at the fish soup and then at her slender arms and legs. "Aren't you eating?" Xia Shuning shook her head. "I'm fine." Xia Shuning thought that when he returned to the unit, he would find a way to send her more money and food. He wanted her to eat well and not look so thin anymore. He also needed to send her some fabric coupons since her clothes had too many patches. Xia Shuning picked up her lunchbox and casually pulled down her mask. The soft sunlight filtered through the cracks of the cave, gently illuminating her fair and delicate face. A hint of unhidden shock flashed in Xia Shunings's sharp eyes. So it was her. He had seen Xia Shuning on the train, saving someone with her quick needles during a mission, and he had been very curious about her then. He never expected to meet her again, and she had saved him. Xia Shuning was eating heartily. Xia Shuning looked at this fair and beautiful girl. Perhaps the fish soup was too hot, as a blush appeared on her cheeks. He inexplicably wanted to touch that blush. Realizing this thought, Xia Shuning straightened up suddenly. His large hand instinctively rubbed his tingling fingertips, trying to dispel the strange feeling inside. He suspected it was a side effect of the hallucinogen. He asked, almost unconsciously, "Why did you take off your mask?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Shuning regretted it and scolded himself for being foolish. "Can you really eat with a mask on?" Xia Shuning smirked and rolled her eyes secretly. Xia Shuning felt a bit embarrassed, then expressionlessly lowered his head and took a big sip of fish soup. It was very fresh. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Great soup." This fish was cooked better than what the family chef could make. He then started to eat quickly. Although he ate fast, he still looked good while doing it. Xia Shuning was still savoring her food slowly. Xia Shuning finished in a whirlwind. He stood up neatly, washed the used bowl, and placed it in the basket, his movements smooth and natural. Then, Xia Shuning looked down, his dark eyes fixed on her, and broke the brief silence with a low voice. "Comrade Xia, did you go up the mountain to gather herbs yesterday?" Xia Shuning blinked her bright eyes, looking calm, and replied cheerfully, "Before I went to the countryside, I learned medicine from the elderly in the village. I went up the mountain yesterday to gather herbs for making bone plaster." Xia Shuning raised his eyebrows in curiosity and asked, "You can make bone plaster?" His voice carried a hint of softness. Xia Shuning replied readily, "I'll give you some to try." Then she generously took out a few pieces of bone plaster from her basket and handed them to Xia Shuning, adding, "If the army needs it, I can also donate the recipe." She knew it wouldn't be a free donation. She understood the tradition of the Chinese military not to take anything from the people without compensation. Moreover, Xia Shuning had a good sense of character, and she had some confidence in Xia Shunings's integrity. She believed her recipe would sell for a good price. Xia Shuning frowned slightly, his expression becoming a bit stern, and shook his head, refusing. Not for now. He understood that the recipe for the hallucinogen was very special and related to lives, and he only felt comfortable asking for Xia Shuning's recipe because of the urgent situation. Once he returned to the team, regardless of any rewards, he would compensate her properly. He couldn't let her suffer a loss. As a soldier, how could he keep taking the young girl's recipes for free? While thinking, Xia Shuning accidentally caught a glimpse of Xia Shuning's eyes, which had once sparkled like stars, but now seemed dimmer. He felt a pang in his heart. Was his attitude too harsh just now? He softened his voice and quietly asked, Aren't doctors usually reluctant to share their recipes? Xia Shuning sighed softly. That's why many precious recipes and medical skills have been lost. Zhuo Zhiheng was momentarily stunned. The girl in front of him had bright almond-shaped eyes and fluttering eyelashes, and he found himself captivated by her. At that moment, Xia Shuning finished her meal and started to pack up. She brushed off the dust from her hands, secured her backpack on her shoulder, and said to Zhuo Zhiheng, "Comrade Zhuo, I have to go home now." Zhuo Zhiheng silently watched Xia Shuning until her slender figure disappeared into the forest. The woven backpack swayed with her steps, almost hiding her delicate waist. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Xia Shuning walked through the quiet Tianshan Grand Canyon. This place is like a mysterious kingdom of plants, she thought. It hides many rare herbs that can't be found inland, and they smell wonderful. No wonder the people in the border town say that Tianshan can nurture all its children. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she picked herbs, murmuring, "The Compendium of Materia Medica says this herb has a square stem, opposite leaves, and a fragrant smell. Look, this fuzzy one is the unique spirit root grass of Tianshan, which can nourish energy and blood. This one with pale purple flowers and a thin stem is the edelweiss, which can treat difficult ailments. And this green one that looks like deer antlers is the deer antler grass, which can reduce swelling and relieve pain from injuries." With each herb she picked, she accurately named its properties and the texts that documented them. Whether common or rare, she knew them all well. In addition to herbs, Tianshan also produced unique wild fruits that were not only delicious, but also had high medicinal value. Wild berries could improve blood circulation and enhance heart function. Wild cherries could reduce inflammation and pain, treating arthritis, and Yungar hawthorn could aid digestion, promote blood circulation, and lower blood pressure. Xia Shuning smiled. "I think I understand the joy of Shinong tasting hundreds of herbs. If I hadn't been chased by the snake and escaped to the underground river, I wouldn't have discovered this treasure of a place. Next time I encounter it, I'll give it fewer whips." As she walked, she paid attention to her surroundings. Ancient trees, strange rocks, and mountain streams could all serve as markers. "I definitely want to come back another day, even just for the delicious rainbow trout. It's worth it." Since yesterday, her water bottle had been filled with fish water. After drinking it, her stamina and energy improved significantly. Whenever she felt tired, she took a sip. At that moment, her strength was almost equal to that of an uninjured Zhuo Zhiheng. Even so, by the time she exited the depths of the canyon, it was nearly noon. Nearby, signs of human activity were visible, and Xia Shuning saw several traps set by hunters. She sat under an ancient tree and took out some washed wild berries and leaf cherries to eat. Suddenly, a strange smell filled the air. "Is that the smell of blood?" Xia Shuning carefully identified it and confirmed it was the scent of human blood. Excitement flashed in her eyes. An opportunity to earn merit points had presented itself. The smell of blood could attract wild animals, and she might even catch a large animal to sell for some currency. Xia Shuning pulled out her dagger and ran toward the source of the smell. "I hope no one has fallen into a trap." As she moved forward, the scent grew stronger, and she noticed fresh bloodstains on the ground. Finally, she reached the area where the smell was the strongest. There were bloodstains on the ground, but no injured person was in sight, nor were there any traps dug by hunters. Xia Shuning softly called out, "Is anyone there?" No one answered. Confused, she wondered, is the person dead? Or is someone buried here? However, upon closer inspection, the smell seemed more like that of a living person. Just then, she heard a drip as a drop of blood fell onto her backpack. Xia Shuning reacted quickly and looked up to see a girl curled up on a thick tree branch. Her messy long hair was covered in leaves and dirt, hiding her face, but not her pale body. The girl had bruises and cuts from branches, and a trap was clamped on her left foot, causing severe injuries. Blood dripped continuously, a shocking sight. The girl trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear and caution as she noticed Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning spoke gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm a girl too. Let me help you, okay?" The girl remained silent. Xia Shuning shielded herself with her backpack and took out clothes and medicine from her space. She climbed the tree quickly. The girl seemed too frightened. As Xia Shuning approached, she trembled even more. Xia Shuning handed her the clothes, saying, "I'll go down first. You put these on. Once you're dressed, I'll come back up to bandage you." Without waiting for a response, she placed the clothes on a branch and swiftly climbed down. The girl hesitated for a moment, then picked up the clothes and quietly put them on. Once she was dressed, Xia Shuning handed her a piece of soft wood and said, "Bite this." Knowing the girl was in such a state, Xia Shuning didn't give her any painkillers. Instead, she used a special needle to pierce a few key points to help stop the bleeding and relieve the pain. Then, Xia Shuning carefully helped the girl remove the animal trap. The girl was in pain and sweating, but she bit down on a piece of wood and stayed silent. Xia Shuning worked quickly, applying medicine and bandaging the wound. The girl remained tense. Whenever Xia Shuning moved a bit too much, the girl flinched in fear, her eyes full of caution. Xia Shuning noticed the girl had delicate, fair skin, and her hands showed no signs of hard work. She wrapped a handful of wild cherries and leaves and said, "Eat some to prevent the wound from getting infected." From the girl's gaze, it was clear she was conscious. Xia Shuning tried to chat with her. "My name is Xia Shuning. I came from the city to work at a flower farm. I came into the mountains today to gather herbs. My basket is under the tree. The medicine to stop the bleeding is from my own gathering." The girl moved her lips, but when she heard flower farm, her expression darkened. Xia Shuning wondered, did someone hurt her at the flower farm? She cautiously asked, "How did you end up here?" The girl trembled at the question, hugging her knees and burying her head. It was clear she was reacting to a past trauma. Xia Shuning said, "I need to go back to the flower farm now. Do you want to come with me?" But the girl only curled up tighter. Xia Shuning respected her choice. She had already helped her a lot. "I really must return to the farm. If you don't come with me, find another tree branch to stay safe. The blood might attract wild animals." The girl glanced at Xia Shuning but quickly looked down again, remaining silent. Xia Shuning couldn't stay with her forever. She left behind some supplies the girl might need: a water bottle, food, bleeding medicine, snake repellent, and animal repellent powder. After thinking for a moment, she also left an old kitchen knife and 20 yuan. Xia Shuning advised, "I will clean up the blood around here and sprinkle some animal repellent powder for you. If you don't change trees, I suggest you climb higher." She glanced at her increasing merit points and felt a bit of balance in her heart. Coming from a post-apocalyptic world, she really wasn't suited to spend money to do good deeds. As she turned to leave, she faintly heard the girl say, "Thank you. Be careful of the flower farm." On the way down the mountain, Xia Shuning stopped gathering herbs and headed straight back to the shelter. Before she reached the shelter, a sharp, harsh voice filled her ears with insults. Xia Shuning looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall woman with 2 long braids leaning against the closed gate. The woman shouted, "Open the door. Hurry up. Your sister is out with someone." Xia Shuning's expression darkened as she quickly approached and pushed the woman hard. There was a loud thud. The woman's forehead hit the door, and a large bump quickly formed. She angrily turned her head and glared at Xia Shuning's delicate face, jealousy flashing in her eyes. "Who do you think you are, pushing me?" With a sharp sound, Xia Shuning slapped her. "What are you barking about at my door?" The woman's eyes flickered. "Your door?" She looked Xia Shuning up and down, a sneer appearing on her face. "Oh, so you're Xia Shuning. Finally back, huh? I guess the men in the mountains are hard to deal with." Another sharp slap echoed. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes at the woman, whose forehead was swollen like a goose, her cheeks red. She wore a slightly faded floral shirt, and her sharp features hinted at her unpleasant personality. Xia Shuning searched her memory, confirming she had never seen this woman before. Seeing Xia Shuning silent, the woman assumed she was guilty. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, speaking arrogantly, "I'm Bai Wenmei, the leader of the youth group. All the young women here report to me. Why haven't you checked in?" Xia Shuning was speechless. She thought Bai Wenmei was just a loud woman. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. I don't live at the youth center, so I'm not under your authority. Bai Wenmei felt embarrassed and exploded with anger. You can't just run off with those mountain men. Do you know you're embarrassing all of us young women? Xia Shuning didn't argue. She tackled Bai Wenmei and began to punch and kick. Bai Wenmei didn't expect Xia Shuning to attack, without hesitation after learning her identity. You dare to hit me? Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of challenge. I'm not hitting a person. After a few rounds, Bai Wenmei was left bruised, especially her swollen mouth. Xia Shuning coldly taunted, now you should learn to speak properly. Seeing Bai Wenmei's bitter and rude expression, Xia Shuning guessed she had been shouting outside the gate all day. Remembering that Xia Letong might come to feed the chickens, she opened the yard gate and shouted, Xia Letong, where are you? The chicken coop was dark inside. She put down her basket and searched several rooms, but there was no sign of Xia Letong. Suddenly, a faint call came from the chicken coop, Sister Shuning. Hearing the noise, Xia Shuning quickly ran to the coop and saw Xia Letong curled up inside, tightly holding an old hen. Her thin little face and bright black eyes looked especially big. Tears filled her eyes, but she held back from crying. When Xia Letong saw Xia Shuning, her face lit up with joy. Sister Shuning, you finally came back. She rushed out of the coop and hugged her tightly around the leg. Xia Shuning felt a bit uncomfortable with Xia Letong's closeness. She thought she still needed to deal with Bai Wenmei. At that moment, the fearless Bai Wenmei sneaked into the yard. She grabbed a handful of wild cherries from Xia Shuning's basket and stuffed them into her mouth. Bai Wenmei wiped the juice off her mouth with the back of her hand while munching and stuffing her pockets. Xia Shuning smiled slightly. It was good that Bai Wenmei hadn't left, or she would have had to look for her. She took out some wild cherries and apples from the basket and handed them to Xia Letong. Xia Letong, go wash some cherries and apples to eat inside. And please help me boil some water. I need to take a bath soon. Bai Wenmei quietly approached the basket, rummaging around and muttering, wow, there are really a lot of good things. No wonder people say she has several wild admirers. She thought Xia Shuning couldn't hear her, completely unaware of the trouble coming her way. Once Xia Letong entered the coop, Xia Shuning quickly shut the yard gate. Bai Wenmei was just about to lift the basket onto her back. She heard the noise and instinctively flinched, but her greed made her smile at Xia Shuning and say sweetly, Comrade Xia, we've had our misunderstandings, but since you hurt me like this, I won't hold it against you.
Just pay me 15 yuan.
You'll see, I really want to help the new educated youth, which is why everyone chose me as the team leader. Usually, when new educated youth arrive, they treat everyone. I can help carry the things in your basket to the youth point and give them to the others, which will help you build good relationships. In the future, if you have anything good, think of me, and I will take good care of you. Seeing that being tough didn't work, Bai Wenmei tried to be nice, as she often took advantage of new educated youth. Xia Shuning remained silent and suddenly charged at her, raising her knee and hitting Bai Wenmei hard in the stomach. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Looking at Xia Shuning's half-smiling, skeptical expression, Bai Wenmei's eyes flickered as she tried to defend herself. Your embarrassing situation. Before she could finish, she caught sight of Xia Shuning's high-heeled shoes. She quickly changed her words. If I hadn't intervened, your issues would have spread around the farm today, and you would have been left with no choice but to take drastic measures. Bai Wenmei pressed her tongue against the bleeding gap in her teeth, a hint of barely noticeable resentment flashing in her eyes. She regretted not letting the rumors spread throughout the farm when she realized how crazy Xia Shuning was. It was her fault for being too soft-hearted, giving this girl some dignity. Why couldn't she see the situation clearly? Xia Shuning keenly noticed the resentment in Bai Wenmei's eyes and coldly smiled. Should I thank you for that? Bai Wenmei instinctively wanted to nod. She had spent the whole day here without earning any work points. Wasn't she just hoping for some real benefits from Xia Shuning? She had originally planned to humiliate Xia Shuning with words, and when she was humiliated enough, she would step in to help her deal with the rumors. The more troubled Xia Shuning was by the rumors, the more she would rely on her, and naturally, she would keep receiving benefits. Moreover, Xia Shuning was so attractive that the young men had already started discussing her before bed. There would be plenty of rumors in the future. But just as she was about to nod, she met Xia Shuning's dark gaze, and the sharp pain from her teeth made her freeze in place. She could only mumble, "No need. You'll understand later. I'm tough on the outside but soft on the inside. I like to help newcomers." Newcomers, especially those who are weak, indecisive, inexperienced, and come from good families, were like sheep ready for slaughter in her eyes. She had always succeeded with this tactic, but she didn't expect to encounter a crazy person like Xia Shuning today. Xia Shuning crossed her arms and said slowly, "You don't understand me. I don't like owing others." Bai Wenmei's gaze unconsciously drifted to the herbs in her basket, thinking, could this girl have realized she should give me something? After a pause, Xia Shuning walked up to Bai Wenmei, suddenly grabbing her head and speaking slowly, "I dislike it even more when others owe me." After saying that, she grabbed Bai Wenmei by the back of her neck, turned towards the ground and softly said, "Tong Tong, I'm going to the youth point. Do you want to come with me?" Xia Ledong was worried that her sister was being bullied by the mean woman. She tightly held a small stick and hid behind the door, secretly watching what was happening outside. When she heard her sister call, she quickly raised the stick and ran out happily, ready to help her sister. Bai Wenmei tried to struggle, but every time she moved, Xia Shuning would hit her hard with her shoe. Soon, her cheek was swollen, and she felt like her teeth were about to fall out. Xia Letong looked up at her sister with admiration in her big eyes. Today, she had been so scared by the mean woman that she hid in the chicken coop, thinking the woman would bully her sister after her. In the barn, those people had also insulted their mother, and every time they did, she would cry quietly at night. The mean woman was so fierce, but her sister was very brave, hitting the woman's face again and again until she didn't dare to say anything mean anymore. Xia Letong felt like she had discovered a new way to deal with bullies. Xia Shuning had no idea she was teaching a little friend to stand up for herself. At that moment, it was time for everyone to return home for dinner, and life on the farm was usually simple and dull. Today, everyone suddenly saw something unusual. A small, weak girl was dragging a taller, stronger woman down the road, looking very fierce. Behind them was a little girl holding a stick high. Her proud expression was very cute. The distance from the ground to the youth station was a bit far, and when people saw the commotion, they followed behind. Some even carried bowls and bread, while others held children, all curious to see what was happening. By the time the farm manager, Gue, rushed to the youth station, there were already many people gathered around. He couldn't push through the crowd and had to shout loudly, "Who is causing trouble here?" Bai Wenmei's hair was already messy, covering her swollen face. A sign hung around her neck with the words "gossiping woman" written on it, making her look very pitiful. She secretly signaled to those who were close to her or had received her help in the past, hoping they would speak up for her later. The female youths gathered together, whispering, and a few who were usually friendly with Bai Wenmei tried to help her up. The male youths looked at Xia Shuning with disapproval, seeing a woman treated this way. Everyone was waiting for someone to take the lead, to confront the new troublemaker. How could a newcomer bully the older members? Xia Shuning only had Xia Letong by her side. She stood alone, facing the clearly divided crowd, her gaze cold as she questioned, "Are you spreading rumors that I have a wild man in the mountains?" Her expression was calm, her voice steady, but the aura she radiated made others shiver. The few who initially wanted to support Bai Wenmei quickly shook their heads and stepped back, no longer daring to stand by her side. "Xia, what is going on?" Director Gue finally pushed through, losing one of his shoes in the process. "Bai Wenmei has been shouting outside the chicken coop all day, saying I am fooling around with wild men and trading my body for money and tickets. She even claimed that the herbs I collected in Tianshan today were for those wild men." The young members who had planned to confront Xia Shuning fell silent after hearing what Bai Wenmei had done. The farmers also began to point at Bai Wenmei and Xia Shuning. "I went into the mountains these past 2 days and informed Director Gue and Captain Gao beforehand. I was collecting horseweed to feed the chickens and prevent them from getting dysentery. With that, Xia Shuning pulled out a large bunch of horseweed. Horseweed is known as a dysentery killer and has a significant inhibitory effect on dysentery bacteria. Every summer, many chickens on the farm die from dysentery. Summer is usually the peak season for hens to lay eggs, but due to the high death rate, egg supplies are always tight. Can horseweed really treat dysentery? The farmers immediately became interested. According to regulations, each household on the farm can keep 2 chickens, and many of theirs often die from dysentery. Soon, aside from those discussing Xia Shuning and Bai Wenmei, another group gathered to talk about horseweed. Director Gui nodded and confirmed, "That is true. There are records in the office. We will never allow the young members to wander around recklessly." Then, he turned to Bai Wenmei with a stern expression and asked, "Bai, why are you spreading rumors about Xia?" He was counting on Xia Shuning to deliver 100 eggs daily. Bai Wenmei remained silent, partly because she felt humiliated after being beaten, and partly because she planned to play the victim in front of everyone. Ideally, she wanted to pressure Xia Shuning into offering to pay her medical and lost work expenses. After years in the countryside, she knew well how to use her background and public opinion to benefit herself. But she didn't expect that Xia Shuning would be so crazy, publicly investigating who said she was fooling around with wild men in the mountains. Doesn't she understand how frightening rumors can be? Can such matters be clarified? Can she silence everyone? Does she not care about her reputation anymore? Bai Wenmei looked at the pale-faced Principal Gui and said with a trembling voice, "I heard Hua Xiaojun and Yuan Mingmei chatting in the restroom."
They said.
Yuan Mingmei sensed trouble and quickly interrupted Bai Wenmei, saying, "We didn't mean to spread rumors. We were just happy for Shuning." As she spoke, she slightly turned to the side, her eyes filled with concern for Xia Shuning. Xiaozhen's aunt said that Shuning's adoptive parents treated her harshly and didn't even give her food. She had to ask for food in the village when she was young. While saying this, Yuan Mingmei secretly glanced at Hua Xiaozhen in the crowd, her eyes filled with warning and urgency. She silently prayed that this foolish person wouldn't say anything reckless and get her into trouble. Taking a deep breath, her voice choked as if she were genuinely happy for Xia Shuning. Fortunately, now that she's in the countryside, Shuning's life should be better. "I heard she's treating everyone to meals with meat every day." As soon as she said this, a slight stir arose in the crowd. Some nodded, thinking Yuan Mingmei had good intentions. However, others, more perceptive, sensed the malice behind her words but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Yuan Mingmei bit her lip, her eyes slightly red and glistening with tears. She turned to Bai Wenmei, feigning innocence and grievance, and said, "Sister Bai, we really said that, right? Did you misunderstand?" After hearing this, Bai Wenmei nearly bit her teeth in frustration. She knew very well that when they said those words, their tone and expressions made it clear they were implying that Xia Shuning's money was suspicious. How could she bear the blame alone? She refused to let Yuan Mingmei trick her and immediately defended herself. "You also said that among the new female educated youths, Xia Shuning is the prettiest. You said that, right?" Yuan Mingmei seemed to have anticipated this response, a slight smile on her lips as she nodded in agreement. "That's just the truth." Xiao Zhen's aunt even said that Shuning was one of the prettiest girls in her village since she was little. Bai Wenmei was so angry that her whole body trembled. She realized that she had been tricked by Yuan Mingmei today. However, she was strong-willed. Gritting her teeth, she boldly knelt in front of Xia Shuning, making a loud thud. Then, she raised her hand and began to slap her own face hard, crying out, "Xia Jiqing, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood." Her already swollen face split open again, blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth, making her look especially pitiful. Bai Wenmei was tall and graceful. If she could hide her sharpness, she could be seen as a kind older sister. Usually, she tried to win favor with the youth, helping male youth mend clothes or chatting with a female youth. At this moment, seeing her in such a miserable state, some people felt a bit of sympathy, while others immediately disliked Xia Shuning. Some who were closer to Bai Wenmei began to mediate. Xia Shuning, quickly help Sister Bai up. Look at what you've done to her. A female youth said with a frown, slightly reproaching. Sister Bai didn't do anything to you, right? You're fine standing here. Another male youth chimed in. With someone leading, the crowd of youth erupted into chatter, each adding their opinion. Exactly, if you're innocent, you shouldn't worry about what others say. Do we really need to resort to violence? Right, as long as you know you're innocent, why take it so seriously? We, the youth, came all this way from home to support each other. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. Xia let Ong stood aside, her face flushed with anxiety as she tightly gripped the small stick in her hand, feeling worried. She secretly glanced at her sister, thinking, what should I do? Why is no one helping my sister? Xia Shuning's expression was calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she looked at the instigator, a male youth who looked quite unattractive, likely a friend of Bai Wenmei. At this point, if Bai Wenmei had chosen to back down, the situation might have been smoothed over. But Bai Wenmei was not willing to let it go. Seeing so many youth speaking up for her, she felt the public opinion was in her favor and wanted to take advantage of it. Bai Wenmei first shot a cold glance at Yuan Mingmei, thinking about settling the score later. Then, she quickly turned her attention back to Xia Shuning. She imitated Yuan Mingmei's earlier behavior, sighed deeply, her voice choked with emotion and full of grievance. I am older than Xia Shuning and have always treated her like my own sister. I'm just worried that she is young and so beautiful. I fear she might be deceived by ill-intentioned men. With tears in her eyes, she opened her palm to reveal 2 teeth still stained with a bit of blood. Xia Shuning just knocked out 2 of my teeth. I realize my mistake and want to apologize for my moment of panic. As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down Bai Wenmei's face. The people around gasped in shock. Who would have thought that the usually delicate Xia Shuning could be so fierce, knocking out Bai Jichen's teeth in one? Xia Shuning's eyes turned red, tears welling up but not falling. Bai Wenmei lowered her gaze, hiding her smugness, thinking, you think you can compete with me? It's your turn to cry. I will expose you today. Xia Shuning's face turned pale, her lips trembling. I just arrived 2 days ago, and don't know anyone well. I heard from Bai Jiqing that another girl was also slandered like me and couldn't bear the rumors, leading her to a tragic end. Xia Shuning blinked her big eyes, tears glistening, leaving 2 trails on her fair face. Did anyone know that girl? Was she known for being aggressive? The older youth suddenly remembered a gentle and beautiful girl from the past, realizing her fate was tied to Bai Wenmei, and they looked at her with fear. Just then, a newcomer suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. That girl was the campus beauty for my sister's school. I heard that Bai Jiqing lost her chance to attend the university because she spoke ill of that girl. Xia Shuning smiled lightly, her eyes glinting like a sharp blade aimed at Bai Wenmei. Bai Jiqing, it seems you have a lot of experience in this area. So, you want to use these rumors to bring me down today, right? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. A warm breath gently brushed against the earlobe, and Xia Shuning's voice was as sweet as honey, yet it sent a chill through the heart. The game starts now. She placed a sign that read gossiping woman around Yuan Mingmei's neck, tying it with twine that wrapped around an old locust tree 3 times, finishing with a sailor's knot. What are you doing? Yuan Mingmei's voice trembled, her nails leaving white marks on the sign. Xia Shuning took 2 steps back, admiring her masterpiece with satisfaction. The sign fit snugly against Yuan Mingmei's collarbone, restricting her movement without choking her. The setting sun made the words gossiping woman shine as bright as blood. What are you doing? An angry shout suddenly came from behind Xia Shuning. She turned around to see a man running toward her, panting. With a half-smile, she pointed at Yuan Mingmei and said casually, I'm exposing the gossiping woman. People from a youth group noticed the commotion and gathered around, pleading for Yuan Mingmei. Wang Jiangwo, you need to stop Xia Shuning. Why did she tie Yuan Mingmei to a tree? Zhang Shiqing anxiously tugged at Wang Jiangwo's arm, worry evident in her voice. Wang Jiangwo looked at Yuan Mingmei tied to the tree, her hair messy and her face pale, his eyes filled with concern. What right do you have to tie Yuan Mingmei up? What did she do wrong to deserve this? Xia Shuning scoffed, pointing at the sign with a cold tone. She spoke out of turn, just too much of a chatterbox. Yuan Mingmei never gossips, unlike Bai Wenmei. Wang Jiangwo retorted, his voice tinged with anger. The surrounding youth chimed in. Yes, Yuan Mingmei doesn't talk much and is very kind, always willing to help. Comrade Xia, are you mistaken? Comrade Xia, it was Bai Wenmei who spread rumors about Yuan Mingmei. Don't believe her. Comrade Xia, you misunderstood Yuan Mingmei. She has a kind heart. Yuan Mingmei immediately cried out in distress, her voice sorrowful. Xia Shuning, I'm being wronged. I really didn't say anything. You suddenly came over and tied me up. I thought you were going to hurt me. She stretched her neck to show the frightening purple marks, causing gasps from the crowd. Xia Shuning is too harsh. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Xia Shuning struck Yuan Mingmei, nearly embedding her into the tree, silencing the voices of the youth. She suddenly pulled out the notebook from Yuan Mingmei's waistband and, using her pen, poked at the handprint on her face, speaking gently as if comforting a child. Yuan Jiqing, why don't you read your diary to everyone? Let's see who really talks too much, you or Bai Wenmei. Yuan Mingmei's pupils shrank sharply, but quickly returned to calm. She pretended to be embarrassed and said with a trembling voice, This
is my diary.
It's my privacy. You can't do this. Xia Shuning looked around at the growing crowd of young people and said lightly, Privacy? Yuan Jiqing, there's no privacy in your diary, just everyone's secrets, right? She paused, her gaze returning to Yuan Mingmei's face, her smile widening. How about I read it for you? Yuan Mingmei stiffened, her lips trembling but unable to speak. She knew Xia Shuning was not asking but telling her. Either read it herself or have her identity exposed in public. Seeing her hesitate, Xia Shuning threatened, Yuan Jiqing, I will count to 3. If you don't read it, I will read it for you.
1, 2.
I'll read it. Yuan Mingmei suddenly looked up, her voice sharp and almost breaking. Xia Shuning nodded in satisfaction and opened the diary in front of her, louder, so everyone can hear. Yuan Mingmei lowered her head, her voice coming out in a whisper. Wang Jiangwo, that part is like a 7-year-old child. As soon as she finished a sentence, there was an uproar around her, everyone looking at Wang Jiangwo's lower abdomen. Wang Jiangwo's face turned a deep shade of red, pointing at Yuan Mingmei, his voice changing. You're talking nonsense. Xia Shuning smiled at Yuan Mingmei, cheerfully urging her. Keep going, Yuan Jiqing, don't stop. Yuan Mingmei closed her eyes, her voice trembling but clear. Zhang Jiqing actually has a child but lied to everyone saying he is single and flirted with several female young people. Enough. Zhang Jiqing turned pale, trying to leave, but was surrounded by several female young people, causing chaos. Xia Shuning wouldn't let her stop, and Yuan Mingmei had to continue. Hua Xiaozhen let Li Daxiao from the farm touch her 3 times for half a steamed bun.
Ah!
You little brat! Hua Xiaozhen screamed, rushing to pull Yuan Mingmei's hair, leaving a bunch of hair on the ground. Bai Wenmei often goes to the shepherd's tents in the desert after work. Lu Jiqing would secretly wear. Lu Jiqing raised his hand and pressed a handful of dry camel dung against Yuan Mingmei's open mouth, releasing a strong, unpleasant smell. Xia Shuning quickly jumped back, putting her diary back in her pocket and watching everything coldly.
Ugh.
Yuan Mingmei desperately tried to spit out the camel dung, then began to violently. Yuan Mingmei, you gossip. How dare you speak badly about us? No wonder I always felt someone was following me. Did you also sneak a look at my letter? Xia Shuning coldly observed everything and then spoke up. Everyone, do you still think I wronged her? No one defended Yuan Mingmei anymore. Instead, someone gritted their teeth and said, Comrade Xia, you did well. People like her deserve to be. Do you want us to help keep an eye on her so she doesn't escape?
Gossip.
She deserves it. Someone picked up dry cow dung from the ground and angrily threw it at Yuan Mingmei. Soon, more people began to throw dirty things at her, mud, hay, and even sheep droppings just swept from the pen. Yuan Mingmei's hair was messy, her face covered in cow dung and mud, tears mixed with dirt streaming down, making her look very pitiful. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. However, her fingers were tightly gripping the rope, her nails almost digging into her palm. Gritting her teeth, "Xia Shuning, you wait. Once I get free, the first thing I'll do is get rid of you. Xia Shuning, come on, let's fight." Dear readers, Yuan is not an ordinary person. Quickly add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its developing stage and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. In the cave, the kerosene lamp flickered. As Xia Shuning lifted the curtain, she smelled a strong medicinal scent. Song Peilon was leaning against the Kong, holding a silver needle, threading it in the light of the kerosene lamp. Xia Shuning curiously asked, "Your leg isn't fully healed yet. How can you sew in such dim light?" Song Peilon looked up at her, a hint of panic in her eyes. I just wanted to make you a piece of clothing." Xia Shuning grabbed Song Peilon's hand and saw that her fingertips were covered in needle marks, some already scabbed over, others still bleeding. "Shuning, come try on this piece of clothing, okay?" Song Peilon softly called out, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xia Shuning remained silent, directly putting on the new clothes, which felt a bit tight over her outfit, but fit well when worn alone. "The clothes fit well, and I really like the style." Song Peilon watched her daughter wear the dress she had sewn by hand, and her eyes became misty. She reached out to adjust Xia Shuning's collar and whispered, "Mom's skills aren't what they used to be." A wave of sadness washed over Song Peilon. This daughter, whom she had never raised, had traveled a long way to support their broken family during tough times. Song Peilon came from a distinguished background, being the eldest daughter of the Song family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had raised 2 girls with care. How could she not see that Shuning must have had a hard life before coming back home? The calluses on her daughter's palms were more than her husband's. A child who matures too early often has an unhappy childhood. She could truly feel that Shuning was trying to overcome their distance and actively connect with them. Being born but not raised, feeling guilty for the lack of bond. Where does the mother-daughter relationship come from? It is built through shared experiences and nurtured with love. Shuning's filial piety stems from her kindness and sense of responsibility, but she must not take this devotion for granted. Heaven has been kind to her by bringing Shuning back. She must treat her daughter well and make up for the motherly love that was missing in her childhood. Xia Shuning took out a jar of yellow ointment and handed it to them. "This ointment should be applied to your faces and hands starting tomorrow. It will make you look a bit more haggard and also repel mosquitoes." Xia Xinglong was not keen on Xia Shuning coming here every day, worried that their improved health would cause her trouble. Last night, when Xia Shuning didn't come to deliver food, he thought she had finally listened to his advice. Unexpectedly, she had quietly created such a miraculous ointment. Xia Xinglong took the ointment, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "Shuning, I'm very grateful to your teacher for teaching you so well." Xia Shuning smiled and nodded, her eyes full of pride. She was also thankful for her own relentless pursuit of knowledge. Xia Shuning then took out a bone-setting ointment and applied it to Song Peilon. "If you use my special ointment, you should be able to walk in about 10 days. As she applied the medicine, she also gave Song Peilon acupuncture. After finishing, she advised, "Starting tonight, the injured area will feel very numb and itchy. You must resist the urge to scratch. Also, in a few days, I will bring a crutch, and you need to start rehabilitation in 3 days. Long-term bed rest can lead to muscle atrophy." Xia Shuning believes in Song Peilon's strength as a dancer. Dance is both an art and a sport. Top dancers like Song Peilon endure hardships just like elite athletes. The family sits together, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Xia Shuning takes out wild cherries and berries she picked from Tianshan and shares them with everyone. She vividly describes her experiences while gathering herbs, making the magnificent scenery of the Tianshan Grand Canyon feel close at hand. Song Peilon looks at Xia Shuning with a loving smile. Shuning, do you still have any fabric coupons? Mom has some free time during the day and wants to sew you some more things. Song Peilon learned embroidery from a family master, and she has personally made clothes and skirts for each daughter on their birthdays. Even Fang Jingjun wore dresses she made before turning 10. Sure, I still have some fabric. I'll bring some over tomorrow night, but don't sew in the evening. It's the eyes. Xia Shuning notices that Song Peilon's spirit has completely changed. The lifelessness in her eyes has vanished. Fortunately, she took the initiative to come. Otherwise, the original owner and her mother might have only reunited underground. If a patient loses the will to survive, even the best doctors would struggle to help. Xia Shuning suspects that Song Peilon feels better because the family is together, her mood has improved, and her injured leg is slowly healing, giving her hope. Having something to do is a good thing for her. Xia Shuning stands nearby, feeling both comforted and guilty as he watches the scene. He steps forward, pats Xia Shuning on the shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. Shuning, Dad knows you have suffered a lot over the years. We are sorry for that. You not only bear no resentment toward us, but also took the initiative to come and support this family.
Dad
is really grateful to you. Xia Shuning scoffs quietly. She doesn't understand why the original owner didn't resent them. If it were her, she wouldn't care about them. She tilts her head, thinking, and asks a question that has been on her mind for a long time, believing the original owner would want to know too. Did you never notice that Fang Jingjun isn't biologically related to us? She doesn't look like anyone in the family. Xia Shuning squats down, holding his head in his hands, unable to face his wife and daughter. The resentment in Song Peilon's eyes is hard to hide. Fang Jingjun looks like your great-grandmother. Xia Shuning asks, great-grandmother? The hatred in Song Peilon's voice was hard to hide as she spoke slowly, word by word. She was your grandfather's mistress, originally his maid. Xia Shuning raised her eyebrows, intrigued by this gossip from the older generation of the Xia family, and did not interrupt Song Peilon. Song Peilon continued, your father has been working on a secret government project for years. He wasn't even there when I gave birth to you. My family is all overseas, and the only relative I had nearby was your great-grandmother. I had severe bleeding during childbirth and was sent directly to the intensive care unit after the emergency treatment. Your great-grandmother took care of the children all along. Xia Shuning thought Song Peilon had made a mistake and unconsciously repeated, children. Tears fell from Song Peilon's eyes. You should have had a twin sister. Your great-grandmother told me that only one of the two children survived, so I cherished that surviving child even more. But that so-called surviving child isn't even my biological child. They deceived me so badly. Song Peilon choked up several times and couldn't continue, so Xia Shuning had to help her calm down with acupuncture. Fang Jingjun is 10 years old and looks more and more like your great-grandmother. I started to doubt she was my biological child, so I secretly had a blood test done and confirmed she wasn't from the Xia family. Over the years, no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any trace of you. Every time I had a lead, it would disappear. Xia Shuning raised her eyebrows. Your great-grandmother was just a maid. She couldn't have that much power, could she? Song Peilon nodded, gritting her teeth. Since I married into the Xia family, your great-grandmother has always acted humble, taking care of the family as if she were just a maid. With your father often away, I truly respected her as an elder. We had other maids in the house, and I never mistreated her. Who would have thought she would team up with outsiders to take my child while I was giving birth? Xia Shuning asked, did you ever ask her what her motive was? Song Peilon's eyes were red as she said, during that time, I knelt and begged her, promising that if she would just tell me where you were, the Song family would give her all our assets in the country. I would even treat Fang Jingjun like my own daughter, but she refused to say anything. All she left was a message. If she wanted you sisters to avoid suffering, she should treat Fang Jingjun well, and then she committed suicide that night. A fierce look flashed in Song Peilon's eyes. So, since Fang Jingjun turned 10, I've given her the best food and care, raising her without discipline. I want to deliberately spoil her. taking away my 2 daughters and sending a random cat or dog to replace them. Xia Shuning fell silent. Perhaps there was something wrong with her character. After being well cared for, was this really revenge? At this moment, she felt a bit sorry for the original owner. If she were Song Peilon, she could make Fang Jingjun's life miserable without anyone noticing. Anyway, the Fang family had wronged her, and she planned to get back at them whenever she could. Xia Shuning continued, "How did Grandma become a nanny for the Xia family? Have you found anything along that line?" Song Peilon wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Grandma was introduced by her grandmother's hometown. I sent people to her hometown to investigate countless times. Her family all died before the liberation. She has no relatives, no children. Xia Shuning questioned, "No children?" That might not be true. Grandma should have some connection to Fang Jingjun's biological mother, Zhao Lady. Song Peilon excitedly grabbed Xia Shuning's hand. "Where is Zhao Lady now? She must know something. I still haven't found your sister." After saying this, she covered her face and began to cry again. Xia Shuning was a bit confused about why Song Peilon was crying. After all these years, shouldn't the tears have dried up? Was she trying to emotionally manipulate her? That wouldn't work on her. She wasn't used to giving without receiving anything in return, and she certainly wouldn't help find the original owner's sister. Xia Shuning redirected the conversation with the question, "What else have you discovered over the years?" Song Peilon replied, "The only progress was 6 years ago when we found the nurse who delivered the babies. She only mentioned that the twins were born alive. The next day when I went to find her, she was murdered." Xia Shuning asked, "The nurse is dead?" The people behind this are truly ruthless. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xia Shuning squatting there, tears streaming down his face as he tugged at his hair. She felt even more sympathy for Song Peilon. Xia Shuning was practically a burden, and Song Peilon couldn't complain. A husband who couldn't help, a severe hemorrhage during childbirth, barely surviving, and then losing 2 daughters. After searching for so many years, she hadn't found a single child. Song Peilon held Xia Shuning's hand. "Shuning, you must be careful of the Huang, Tian, and Wang families in the capital. Their children hold high positions. Although I have no evidence, I found that Grandma had some connections with the nannies from these 3 families. Our family was sent down. Someone from those families must have acted." Xia Shuning nodded. "Don't worry. I've noted it down. Please take care of yourself." She was about to say goodbye and take Tong Tong back to rest. Suddenly, a voice from next door called out in alarm, "Old Nya, what's wrong?" Xia Shuning stood up, worried, glanced at Xia Shuning, then sat back down, hesitating to speak. "Shuning, can you share some of the medicine you prepared with the people in the cattle shed?" After returning from Tianshan, Xia Shuning had plenty of herbs, almost like having her own small pharmacy. Tonight, in addition to the bone-setting ointment, she brought some common medicine. Xia Shuning replied, "Sure, I have a lot of herbs." After a moment, she added, "But I'm not sure if it will help. It's best if I check their pulse first to see what medicine to use."
Altnie.
"Wake up." The voice next door grew more anxious. "I'll go take a look," Xia Shuning said, feeling she had another chance to do something good. Xia Shuning firmly grabbed Xia Shuning's arm and said, "Shuning, you can't go." Seeing her daughter's puzzled expression, he explained again, "I'll just send some medicine over. Old Nya brought pain relief medicine for your mother." If it weren't for the help they received when they first arrived, he wouldn't have asked his daughter for medicine. Their family had already become a burden to her. They couldn't let her repay favors anymore. Song Peilon, with concern in her eyes, explained to Xia Shuning, "Those people won't let us old folks get treated. Everyone has been secretly sharing their hidden medicine for the past few months. It wasn't fair to blame them for being selfish. She couldn't let Shuning take risks. They owed too much to their child." Xia Shuning asked, "Is it the people from the Song Committee?" Song Peilon nodded. Xia Shuning casually said, "It's okay. Everyone gets sick sometimes. Smart people won't easily offend doctors, especially since there are so few around here. I'll go check the situation." Xia Shuning lit a candle and hurried to follow her. As soon as Xia Shuning entered next door, The first thing she did was take a chicken feather from her green bag and gently place it near the old man's nose. Noticing he was still breathing, she checked his pulse while observing his complexion. She saw the old man's lips were purple, and his pulse was tight like a string, a sign of someone near death. Immediate action was necessary.
Quick.
Bring the candle closer. Old Nya has had I need to perform emergency treatment right away. Xia Shuning shouted. She quickly took out her silver needles and precisely inserted one into the Shixian point, then began to apply pressure to draw blood. The Shixian point is an important acupuncture point for emergency treatment in traditional Chinese medicine. After finishing the acupuncture, Xia Shuning struggled to pry open the old man's tightly clenched jaw and fed him a homemade rejuvenation pill. Then she began pressing on the old man's vital point. "Miss, how is Elder Nya doing?" asked another elderly person in the room, anxiously noticing that the old man had not yet awakened. "He has been saved. Open the door for ventilation, and we will wait for Elder Nya to wake up," Xia Shuning replied calmly. Little Phoenix murmured, "I gained 1,500 merit points. Elder Nya must be someone important." While waiting for Elder Nya to wake up, Xia Xinglong introduced Xia Shuning to Elder Yu. "Elder Yu, this is Xia Jiqing. She has excellent medical skills, and I invited her to check on Tongtong's mother's leg." Elder Yu glanced at Xia Shuning. The Xia family was already known for their good looks, but Xia Jiqing was even more attractive. What stood out the most was her impressive presence. It was clear she was not an ordinary person. "Hello, Grandpa Yu. Let me check your pulse," Xia Shuning said, noticing the dark circles under Elder Yu's eyes and his swollen face. She took the initiative to offer her help, eager to earn more merit points. "Thank you, Xia Jiqing," Elder Yu said, extending his arm. Just as Xia Shuning placed her hand on his swollen wrist, a loud roar interrupted them. "What are you all doing huddled together?" Elder Yu quickly went to the door with a smile, saying, "Director Wang, Elder Nya." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man in a red armband, around 40 years old, swung a stick and hit Elder Yu on the head. Blood immediately flowed down his face, making him look frightening. Director Wang looked at Elder Yu, who was bleeding, as if nothing was wrong. He waved the stick in one hand and placed the other on his hip, shouting loudly, "Everyone inside, get out. Are you just lying here?" Behind him were several young people also wearing red armbands. Xia Xinglong quickly grabbed some gauze and ointment to help press on Elder Yu's wound to stop the bleeding. "Who allowed you to help him?" Director Wang shouted angrily, raising his stick to hit Xia Xinglong on the back of the head. Xia Shuning reacted quickly, snatching the stick from his hand and pushing him away. Director Wang stumbled back several steps, finally steadying himself, and angrily shouted, "Who pushed me? Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he finally noticed Xia Shuning's face, and a look of surprise crossed his murky eyes. "When did such a beautiful girl come to this place?" Xia Shuning looked at the lewd expression on Director Wang's face and coldly replied, "All I know is that your end is near." A few young people wearing red armbands suddenly surrounded them. Xia Xinglong pulled Xia Shuning behind him and quietly reminded his daughter, "Shuning, he is Director Wang from the Song Committee." Director Wang's eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's face. He didn't expect such a beautiful girl to say such cold words. Angry and embarrassed, Director Wang shouted, "Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about?" He thought, since this girl knows his identity, he would teach her a lesson tonight about how to speak properly. He remembered the wealthy young lady he had dealt with last week and decided to use his usual tricks to intimidate Xia Shuning. "Have you been influenced by these old fools? Are you plotting something together?" He believed this would scare Xia Shuning. Next, she would be terrified and begging him for mercy. Unexpectedly, Xia Shuning interrupted him. "Director Wang, hasn't anyone told you that you won't live past 3 days?" She met his fierce gaze without fear, pointed at the large sore on the back of his neck, and calmly said, "That sore on your back has been oozing for over 2 years. No matter what medicine you apply, it won't heal." Director Wang was planning how to torment this ignorant girl tonight. He wouldn't even give her a chance to escape, making her wish she could die. Her words hit him like a thunderclap, leaving him pale with fear. The fact that he had a sore on his back was a closely guarded secret. Not even his late wife or doctors knew, let alone his own nieces and nephews. How did she find out? Xia Shuning continued, seemingly unfazed by his pale face. Not only that, but your condition has worsened recently. You have a bitter mouth, a restless heart, constipation, blood in your and— Shut up. Director Wang interrupted sharply, his voice high-pitched and a bit panicked. He instinctively covered his pants, trying to hide his embarrassing condition. Xia Shuning looked at him with a half-smile. Director Wang scanned the crowd, noticing everyone had their heads down, except for the girl in front of him, who stared back at him fearlessly. She looked so young and even prettier than that wealthy girl. She certainly didn't seem like a doctor at all. He pretended to be authoritative and asked, "Who are you? What is your identity? Can you treat this illness?" Xia Shuning coldly said, "I am Xia Shuning, a young person from the capital. Only I can treat your illness." She silently added in her mind, "I can treat it, but I won't help you." Not only that, Xia Shuning generously spent 1,000 merit points to exchange for 10 petri dishes. She used them all at once on Director Wang's back, speeding up the infection of his wounds. Director Wang felt that during their conversation, the pain in his back was getting worse. But Xia Shuning was just a new young person who had only arrived a few days ago. How could she accurately diagnose his condition? If she didn't have some skills, she wouldn't be so bold. Director Wang looked at Xia Shuning with suspicion, increasingly doubting whether he really had only 3 days left to live. Xia Shuning seemed to see through his thoughts, shrugged, and said, "You've seen both Western and traditional doctors for this big sore, received many anti-inflammatory injections, and taken a lot of honeysuckle and licorice, right?" Everyone was surprised. This young person was amazing. She hadn't even taken his pulse but knew his condition and what medicine he had taken. Director Wang couldn't find a reason to argue anymore. He urgently needed to understand Xia Shuning's medical skills. He glanced inside and raised his chin, asking Elder Yu, "What happened to that old man Nia?" "He had a— Xia Shuning just saved him," Elder Yu replied, blood on his face, holding his head, hunching his shoulders and looking down. Upon hearing this, Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat. Old man Nia had a special status. It was fine for him to suffer a bit, but if he really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain to his superiors. He had taken over from the previous director not only because he had given gifts but also because a big shot had suffered a heart attack in the barn before. Director Wang pointed at Elder Yu and asked Xia Shuning, "What illness does he have?" Xia Shuning looked at Elder Yu and said, "Grandpa Yu, you've had migraines for 10 years, right?" Before Elder Yu could nod, she continued, "When it strikes, your whole head feels swollen, and the right side hurts the most, occurring every 2 to 3 weeks. Elder Yu guessed what Director Wang meant and nodded, saying, "Xia Shuning, my headache has no cure. I've seen all the doctors in the capital, and during each attack, I can only rely on painkillers for relief."
"You don't need to help me."
He had run out of painkillers, and if old man Nia hadn't fallen ill first, he would have been tempted to end it all quietly at night. Director Wang crossed his arms, a malicious look in his eyes, and said to Xia Shuning, "Then you treat him tonight. If you can't cure him by tonight, you'll come home with me to sleep tomorrow night." He emphasized the word sleep. Regardless of whether Xia Shuning could heal him, he was determined to have her first, and then hand her over to that important person. Xia Xinglong and Song Peilon were so angry they trembled, silently vowing to do everything they could to prevent him from taking Xia Shuning away. But Xia Shuning remained calm. She was busy wrapping up old Yu's injured head with gauze and ointment. Xia Shuning looked at Director Wang from head to toe and thought, "Just wait, I guarantee you won't make it through tonight." Director Wang was in unbearable pain and hurried home for painkillers. He also needed to inform the important person that they had found another beautiful girl with excellent medical skills. Xia Shuning lightly sprinkled tracking powder on him, planning to see him off after she finished her work. Old Yu, feeling guilty, bent over and said to Xia Shuning, "Xia, you should run away.
There's no need to treat me."
After years of suffering, he knew all too well how difficult it was to cure his migraines. For over a decade, He had taken countless medicines without relief. At his age, he thought it would be better to end his life than to live in such humiliation. But he couldn't let this kind-hearted and capable young girl be dragged into his troubles. Old Yu decided to end his life tonight, not wanting Director Wang to use him as an excuse to harm the young girl. Xia Shuning and Song Peilon exchanged glances, and Song Peilon said to Xia Shuning, "Xia, you should hide in the mountains." Xia Shuning smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I can heal Grandpa Yu. Just let me check his pulse." Xia Shuning glanced at Old Yu and added, "Grandpa Yu, let Xia help you first, and we'll figure out the rest later." She took out the Zhuke silver needles and carefully avoided the injured area on Old Yu's head. After a moment, Xia Shuning withdrew the needles and took out a pill from her green bag, softly saying, "Grandpa Yu, take your medicine. Grandpa Yu, you definitely won't have a migraine tonight. Congratulations on being able to sleep well." Xia Shuning didn't look around, knowing her good deeds had surely increased. "Old Nya, you're awake." Suddenly, Xia Shinglong's excited voice broke the silence as he had been watching Old Nya, who was sleeping on the Kong. Xia Shuning turned and said gently, "Please give Grandpa Nya some warm water." Xia Shinglong quickly poured a cup of warm water from their thermos and carefully fed it to Old Nya. Old Yu leaned in and quietly told Old Nya everything that happened after he fainted. Xia Shuning looked at the awake Old Nya, his silver hair shining even in the barn, standing tall and straight. Just by his presence, it was clear he held a high position before being sent down. After drinking some water and resting for a while, Old Nya was able to get up and walk. He slowly approached Xia Shuning and gratefully said, "Thank you, Xia, for saving my life." "Grandpa Nya, no need to thank me. Helping those in need is a doctor's duty," Xia Shuning replied with a smile. She handed Old Nya a pill and a cup of spring water. Old Nya took them without hesitation, showing decisiveness. He looked at Xia Shuning and said, "Comrade Xia, I have a son of an old comrade who is a regiment leader in the army. If you are not in a relationship, I can help connect you to him for a marriage proposal so you won't have to worry about Director Wang." Song Peilon visibly relaxed. Usually, she wouldn't want Xia Shuning to marry a soldier. As a mother, she hoped her daughter would find a man who values her. Her life's hardships were due to the men she loved putting their country first. She couldn't blame them, but that didn't mean she didn't feel resentment. However, given the current situation, marrying a soldier, especially a regiment leader, seemed like the best option. Even if Xia Shuning could heal Old Yu, with Director Wang's unpleasant demeanor, he wouldn't let Xia Shuning off easily. She and Xia Shinglong both bowed to Old Nya. After all, since arriving at the barn, Old Nya had never sought help from others. Now, he was willing to lower himself to ask his old comrade's son for help for Xia Shuning. Seeing the worry on everyone's faces, Xia Shuning comforted them with certainty. "Don't worry, Director Wang is very ill and surely won't survive the night. He won't come tomorrow, so trust in my medical skills." She thought to herself, even if they didn't believe in her healing abilities, they should trust her skills in dealing with difficult situations. Old Nya had personally experienced Xia Shuning's medical skills and calmly said, "Comrade Xia, if you need anything, just let me know." Song Peilon and Xia Shinglong called Xia Shuning back to their home. "Shuning, will Director Wang really die tonight?" Xia Shuning nodded and reassured them. "He will definitely die. Tonight, Tong Tong will stay here, and I need to go back to Tianshan to gather herbs in a few days." She knew everyone still had concerns, so she decided to ease their worries. Leaving the barn, Xia Shuning followed the trail of the medicine powder all the way to Director Wang's house. Director Wang's home has a revolutionary look, with the exterior walls covered in red slogans like "Promote Revolution and Production" and "Criticize the Old and Promote the New." Anyone who sees it would feel dizzy. Inside, at first glance, it looks like an ordinary home of a government official, simple and common. If it weren't for the trail of powder leading to the basement, Xia Shuning might have doubted she was in the right place. Perhaps Director Wang had other, hidden treasures. Xia Shuning lightly pressed a switch behind a statue, and the wooden door to the basement opened. She was stunned. The floor was covered with Persian carpets, and there was a complete set of rosewood furniture, with an imported cashmere blanket on the bed. There were also a color TV, refrigerator, washing machine, radio, and electric fan. When Xia Shuning opened the refrigerator, she found not only meat, eggs, and milk, but also chocolate. This could definitely be called an underground palace. Just as she gathered everything from the outer room into the space, she heard Director Wang's voice on the phone from the study. That girl is quite charming and knows traditional Chinese medicine well. She understands the body's meridians. She's not just an ordinary person. It will definitely be more exciting. I'll prepare her, and I'll personally deliver her the day after tomorrow. I even got a camera so you can have fun while filming. Isn't that more thrilling? Xia Shuning peeked through the slightly open door. After finishing the call, Director Wang opened a safe and took out a set of red jade jewelry, calling someone else. Make sure to dress Xia Shuning in a green qipao and pair it with this red jade jewelry. With the camera set up, that old man won't be able to resist. That girl better behave. Tomorrow I'll check if she has any relatives. If she doesn't listen, I'll use her family to threaten her. Find me a doctor quickly. I don't want anything to ruin my fun tomorrow night. After hanging up, Director Wang opened several boxes, which contained either small fish, jewelry, paintings, or even old currency and foreign exchange certificates. The rows of boxes in the corner were likely antiques, paintings, ancient books, and jewelry that Director Wang had collected over the years. He opened each one to look and touch, then lay down on a Tang Dynasty couch. His back hardly hurt anymore. He felt capable again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the study door. Director Wang jumped up in surprise. Who is it? Xia Shuning walked in and calmly closed the study door behind her, saying, "It's me." Seeing that it was only Xia Shuning, a glimmer of joy flashed in Director Wang's eyes, and he happily said, "Oh, the beauty has come to see me on her own? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Director Wang quietly reached for his gun with one hand while pointing at the box of small yellow fish with the other, trying to calm Xia Shuning down. "Comrade Xia, we have no grudges against each other. You've hurt me quite a bit, so it's time to let it go. If you're still upset, feel free to hit me a few more times." Then, he pointed at the box of small yellow fish and pretended to be generous. "Take the whole box of fish as my apology. Let's be friends." Xia Shuning indeed put down her belt, her gaze shifting between Director Wang and the fish, coldly saying, "If you had been this generous earlier, you wouldn't have gotten beaten up." She swung her belt toward the box of fish. At the same time, Director Wang grabbed his gun, jumped up, and aimed it at Xia Shuning's forehead. "Don't move." Xia Shuning released the box and raised her hands. Director Wang hadn't been beaten like this in a long time, and he grimaced in pain. "How dare you hit me? Just wait until I you of your skin." He turned his head and spat out blood, still aiming the gun at Xia Shuning, shouting angrily, "Give me your belt. Take off your clothes." Xia Shuning obediently raised her hand, and Director Wang smiled wickedly, imagining using the belt on her. Smack! Xia Shuning knocked the gun out of Director Wang's hand, and her fist followed.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Xia Shuning, with her hands wrapped in bandages, relentlessly punched and kicked Director Wang. Seeing that she was serious about hurting him, Director Wang became terrified. He begged loudly, "Comrade Xia, I didn't recognize your strength and offended you. As long as you let me go, you can take everything in this room. Please spare my life." Xia Shuning smiled, looking both wicked and beautiful. "If you die, all of this will be mine anyway." Then she asked, "Did you ever spare anyone who begged for mercy in this room?" Director Wang's heart sank as he recalled the faces of his victims. Seeing his terrified expression, Xia Shuning hit him even harder. At first, Director Wang cried out in pain, but soon he fell silent, like a human punching bag, taking the hits without a sound. After Xia Shuning finished beating him, she unwrapped her bandages, feeling refreshed. "It really is more satisfying to use my fists." Director Wang lay on the ground, barely alive. Xia Shuning ignored him. She had already given him medicine, so he wouldn't have any visible injuries. In the end, The cause of Director Wang's death would be the wounds he suffered, leading to his painful demise. Little Phoenix said, "Your merit points have increased. Be quiet and get to work." Xia Shuning didn't even look as she stored dozens of boxes into her space. The Little Phoenix, feeling unfortunate, started organizing the space. It thought it resembled a servant more than Xia Shuning's spirit beast, and it didn't even get the treatment of a pet. Xia Shuning opened a drawer, which contained various tickets along with documents: food tickets, sugar tickets, meat tickets, cigarette tickets, alcohol tickets, industrial tickets, fan tickets, TV tickets, bicycle tickets, and more. She didn't count them, and simply took them all. She then found the notebook that Director Wang had just written in. Upon opening it, she saw neatly written notes. August 24th, 1969. Confiscated from the former Qing scholar and Nian's home, 1 carved rosewood bed, 12 boxes of the complete collection of the 4 treasuries, and a pair of blue and white lotus vases. March 11th, 1970. Searched the residence of capitalist Song Wenyuan, confiscated 7 Rolex watches, 3 rosewood music boxes, and 2 Parker pens. September 5th, 1970. Confiscated the private property of the landlord's widow, 12 pairs of gold bracelets, jade cigarette holders with tortoiseshell pipes, and 6 pairs of embroidered mandarin duck quilts. Xia Shuning casually flipped through a couple of pages, mostly listing the valuables Director Wang had confiscated, which she stored for later examination. She examined the phone on the desk, but unfortunately, it didn't have caller ID, so she didn't know who Director Wang had been talking to. Otherwise, she could have checked in with them. After clearing out the study, she took everything she could dismantle and practiced her fire abilities with what she couldn't. After raiding the basement, she also emptied the rooms above, leaving only the house and the front door. Once Xia Shuning cleaned up her traces, she quietly returned to her hideout before dawn. She slipped into her space, and ever since she got the bagua fish, she no longer needed to spend flame coins on water. She could wash her hair and take baths leisurely. After washing up, Xia Shuning lay in bed browsing the Zhuke Mall and suddenly remembered she had enough flame coins to buy 3D cloning printing. Without hesitation, she spent a hefty 10,000 flame coins on it, smirking coldly. "Tang Ye, you took from me, so you better return a double." Hey everyone, do you remember what Tang Ye took from Xia Shuning? After spending all her flame coins, Xia Shuning was online asking for book recommendations, 5-star reviews, and free gifts. Xia Shuning woke up, glanced at the time, and saw it was already past 10. She first went out to feed the chickens, then returned to her space for a simple breakfast. She was holding a big broom cleaning the yard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
There were sounds of knocking at the gate. "Xia Jiqing, you have a letter." Xia Shuning, wearing cloth shoes, opened the door. A mailman in a green uniform pushed a cart and handed her a thick stack of letters. The mailman said to Xia Shuning, "Xia Jiqing, the sender writes to you almost every week. You should check if there's something urgent." Then, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and kindly suggested, "If you write a reply now, I can wait for half an hour. If you take longer, you'll have to send it to the farm's mail collection point. I pick up mail every 3 days." Xia Shuning took the letters and invited the mailman to rest in the shade of the yard. She filled his water bottle with mint water. Next, she picked a few cucumbers from her garden, washed them, and handed them to the mailman. "Here, this is from my garden. Try it and see if you like it. I'll read my letters first." The mailman smiled and thanked her repeatedly. He took a bite. It was crunchy, very refreshing, and juicy, perfect for the heat. The mailman thought, surprisingly, this summer comrade, who looked delicate, grew such good vegetables. From now on, he would deliver her letters first. Xia Shuning picked up the stack of letters and saw the sender's name, Su Minan. She pouted, thinking it was someone else writing to her, but it turned out to be all letters from her troublesome ex-fiancé. Little Phoenix, curious in the space, said, "Wow, someone dares to write you love letters? What a brave person." Xia Shuning felt Little Phoenix was not focusing on training, just lying around all day. She decided to assign all the chores like organizing the space and weeding to it. She tore open the thick envelope and looked inside. There was no money, no tickets, and no remittance slips. The whole stack of letters was like this. Xia Shuning stuffed the letters into the stove, mocking with a hint of disdain. A man can be unreliable, but he shouldn't be stingy. After thinking for a moment, she still felt unsatisfied. Not a single penny in such a thick envelope. Is he out of his mind? Little Phoenix lamented, if you're not going to read them, let me see. I love reading love letters. Xia Shuning used her spiritual sense to grab its neck, threatening, go to the garden and catch bugs. She sent the mailman away, using the excuse that the sender had no urgent matter and didn't need a reply. Just as she was about to close the gate, she saw Director Gue and Tang Yea arriving at her door. The farm director saw Xia Shuning and happily said, Xia, what a coincidence. Tang is here specifically to find you. Xia Shuning smiled, thinking it was indeed a coincidence since she was planning to find Tang Yea today. She invited the farm director and Tang Yea to a shady spot in the yard. Tang Yea cheerfully said, Shuning, I missed you so much. We can be together from now on. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow at the farm director. The farm director laughed heartily. Xia, don't you feel happy? Tang moved here from the best Chitai farm just to be with you. He continued to praise, great people attract each other. Xia, your medical skills are impressive, and Tang is excellent at finding underground water. She helped Chitai Farm discover several water sources, so they won't have water shortages this year. Little Phoenix said that jade pendant around her neck is a water-related treasure. If she misuses it to change the underground water flow, it could worsen the drought here. Then, Little Phoenix worriedly warned, what she's doing will eventually bring punishment from the heavens. Stay away from her. You don't want to get caught in her troubles. After all, you look like a lightning rod. Xia Shuning communicated with Little Phoenix mentally. Maybe that's why she approached me. Little Phoenix was shocked and said sympathetically, so Tang came not just to steal your achievements, but also to make you help her face the consequences. She's even more ruthless than you. Xia Shuning was frustrated with Little Phoenix's bluntness. She was a fierce survivor in a post-apocalyptic world and couldn't believe someone would dare say she wasn't tough. Just wait and see. Tang Yea looked at Xia Shuning gently. Shuning, I want to give you a surprise. Xia Shuning smiled slightly, but didn't respond, subtly glancing at the jade pendant around Tang Yea's neck. Tang Yea didn't mind Xia Shuning's indifference. After all, Xia had always been cold to her, but she believed that in time, she would succeed. Her dreams clearly told her that only when Xia Shuning was unhappy could she be happy. Every time the farm director passed by Xia Shuning's place, he had to check on the hens to see if they were healthy and laying eggs. This time, Xia Shuning accompanied the farm director to see the chickens, and Tang Yea followed along. Little Phoenix, following Xia Shuning's instructions, was ready to take action. The chicken coop didn't smell bad. It had a herbal scent. The hens looked clean and lively, and they weren't noisy. The farm director became more satisfied as he waited for Xia Shuning to collect the eggs. Tang Yea found the hens increasingly adorable. Wow. Look, this hen is laying an egg. After she finished speaking, she reached out to touch the hen. Unexpectedly, the hen suddenly fluffed up and flew at her with flapping wings. Xia Shuning stepped back to block Tang Yea's escape route, and the hen's sharp claws lunged toward Tang Yea's face.
Ah!
Tang Yea gasped in shock, quickly raising her hands to shield her face. With Gui Chang and Xia Shuning nearby, she didn't dare use her water abilities. She stumbled over something and fell to the ground. The hen swooped down from the air and dropped some droppings on her face, which also splattered onto her shoulder.
Wow!
Tang Yea covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Gui Chang hurried to catch the hen, which was running around the yard, occasionally diving at Tang Yea. The yard was in chaos, and Xia Shuning pretended to help Tang Yea by blocking the hen and handing her tissues. She successfully swapped the real jade pendant for a 3D printed version. The swap went smoothly, thanks to Tang Yea frequently using her space abilities, which helped Xia Shuning build up their friendship. After much effort, Gui Chang finally caught the feisty hen and put it back in the coop, saying seriously to Tang Yea, "A laying hen is the farm's property. You must not lose it." Xia Shuning added lightly. The hens here are usually quite gentle. You shouldn't have reached for it while it was laying eggs. It thought you were trying to steal them. Tang Yaya wiped the hen droppings off her face with the tissues Xia Shuning had given her. When she received the tissues, she suddenly felt anxious, as if she had lost something important. She nervously touched her neck to confirm the jade pendant was still there, which eased her mind a bit. Guichong said to her, Tang Jiqing, let's go. We shouldn't delay Comrade Xia's work. Xia Shuning maintained a friendly smile as she saw them to the door. Tang Yaya regretted being so impatient earlier. Now Guichong wouldn't help her speak up, and she had to stay with Xia Shuning, hoping for another chance later. Once they left, Xia Shuning quickly entered her space. She took out the jade pendant she had gotten from Tang Yaya. It was of ordinary quality, resembling a regular stone with cloud and thunder patterns carved on it. The little phoenix stared wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of a tall building in the space, trembling in its voice. Where did that come from? This was definitely not something from the Zhuke space. Xia Shuning didn't look up and casually replied, It's just supplies from Tang Yaya's space. Then, she grabbed the little phoenix by the neck and said fiercely, Why does her space come with millions of supplies while I have to work hard to earn yen coins to exchange for mine? The little phoenix struggled and flattered. Your Zhuke space is at a higher level. No one can take it from you. All these resources are yours now. Then it changed the subject and asked, What function does the jade pendant you printed for her have? Everyone, can you feel the joy of Xia Shuning? Quickly add it to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send a free gift to Xia Shuning. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. Xia Shuning smiled slightly, stunningly beautiful yet mischievous. The function is amazing. It looks the same as before, with limited storage capability. She can still store things in her space, but she can't take them out. Only I can. Then she emphasized, of course, if I agree, she can take some things out. She would allow Tang Yaya to take a few items occasionally. Otherwise, there would be no motivation for her to keep storing things. The little phoenix admired her greatly, saying, You're incredible. This is like having the rights to 2 spaces, all in your hands. A smile crossed Xia Shuning's face as she casually replied, You're mistaken. There aren't 2 spaces. My Zhuke space has completely absorbed hers. The little phoenix looked at Xia Shuning with admiration, thinking how strong, fierce, and cunning she was. No wonder she could thrive in the apocalypse. It noticed the gossip fish happily swimming in the spiritual spring and exclaimed, Look, our spiritual spring has gotten bigger. Xia Shuning smiled and said, Not just that. The area has increased a lot, and the spiritual energy is much richer. She showed the Zhuke true fire in her palm, proudly declaring, The main thing is, my fire ability has been restored. The little phoenix also felt proud, saying, See? A blood-binding space is not very secure. My type of space is better. Xia Shuning threw a fireball at the little phoenix and coldly replied, That's because I'm strong enough. The little phoenix curiously asked, Why didn't you just give her a quick end? Let her suffer the pain of loss. Xia Shuning shook her head and said slowly, A dull knife cuts flesh painfully. Tang Yaya is the first person in this world to take something from me. We have plenty of time. If Tang Yaya had only taken away 100 merit points, she could have given her a quick end. But Tang Yaya specifically moved from the best Chitai farm to the Zawa farm, which means she had set her sights on her and wanted to target her. Who gave Tang Yaya the confidence to treat Xia Shuning like a blood bag? Like cannon fodder? Clearly needs some tidying up. Well, she isn't a good person either, and has many ways to torment others. Xia Shuning took a glance with her spiritual sense at the building filled with billions of resources that she took from Tang Yaya. The second floor had clothing for men, women, and children, including trendy, classic, and vintage styles. She couldn't check the upper floors, probably because Tang Yaya had weak spiritual energy and didn't practice at all, limiting her space development. Such a large building, and only 2 floors developed. What a waste. If it had been given to her earlier, maybe the whole building would have been fully developed by now. Xia Shuning was about to continue examining the jade pendant. She still hadn't figured out how Tang Yi used it to steal her merit points. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching outside. She exited the space, opened the yard door, and a green military jeep drove straight in, stopping steadily at the entrance. The door creaked open, and a person in a green military uniform stepped out. The soldier was thin and young. Xia Shuning looked for a while. The person seemed unfamiliar, so she didn't greet him. The soldier walked up confidently, stood in front of Xia Shuning, and asked seriously, "Hello, comrade. Are you Xia Jiqing, the Xia Shuning from Jing City?" Xia Shuning nodded and smiled, saying, "Hello, comrade. I am Xia Shuning. May I ask who you are?" The soldier's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he smiled widely, revealing bright white teeth, excitedly saying, "Hello, Xia Jiqing. We from the Zhua team have brought you some supplies." Xia Shuning only knew one soldier with the surname Zhua Zhiheng. Did he send someone to deliver the medical funds so quickly? Xiao Wang scratched his head, a bit shy, and said, "You can just call me Xiao Wang, Xia Jiqing. You not only saved our Zhua team, but also several of our brothers. Everyone wanted to bring you something, and I finally managed to get this opportunity." Saying this, Xiao Wang puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with pride. He opened the jeep's trunk. "I'll go get the items. Where would you like these, Xia Jiqing?" Xia Shuning's eyes lit up. It was filled with valuable items that couldn't be bought with money or tickets. Rice, flour, soybean oil, canned luncheon meat, and even a box of beef canned from the Beidare 4003 factory. Although she had just received billions of resources, who would complain about free stuff? Xia Shuning smiled brightly, pointing to the kitchen, and said, "Xiao Wang, please just put them there." Xia Shuning handed over a bowl of mint syrup and sincerely said, "Comrade Xiao Wang, please thank Captain Zhou for me. I really like these things and I need them." Xia Shuning was genuinely pleased with this diagnostic fee from Zhua Zhiheng. She had thought he would only send some money and tickets at most. "By the way, Xia Jiqing, Captain Zhua asked me to bring you a letter." Xiao Wang gulped down the syrup and pulled out an unsealed letter from his pocket, looking at Xia Shuning with excitement. Without thinking much, Xia Shuning opened the letter and was instantly stunned. "Dear Xia Jiqing, the country's development relies on young people like you. Only with a strong body can you take on the heavy responsibilities of building our nation. I see you eat little and are quite short. How will you carry the load in the future? Listen to me, eat more, grow taller, and contribute to the prosperity of our country." Zhua Zhiheng, August 18, 1974. Looking at the letter, Xia Shuning felt a surge of anger and thought, just because you're tall, you waste the country's resources. Suddenly, a hand reached over and grabbed the letter from her. At the same time, a woman's voice said, "Let me see what Brother Zhiheng wrote." With a sharp sound, Xia Shuning slapped the hand away. Although she was ready to tear Zhua Zhiheng's letter to pieces, it didn't mean she would allow a stranger to read her mail. "Why are you so rude?" the woman said, rubbing her reddened hand and pouting her eyes. Xia Shuning rolled her eyes at the stranger, not wanting to engage with her. At that moment, Xiao Wang approached and greeted the woman. "Hello, Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang casually nodded at Xiao Wang and replied cheerfully, "I just saw Brother Zhiheng's car, so I hurried over to take a look." She then glanced at Xia Shuning, examining her from head to toe. Seeing that she was not very curvy, she secretly felt relieved. Remembering her purpose for coming, Wang Heyun instinctively straightened her chest. With a smile that seemed friendly but hid a hint of arrogance, she extended her right hand and said, "You must be Xia Jiqing. I'm Wang Heyun, representing Brother Zhiheng's family. Thank you for saving him." Xia Shuning frowned slightly, not understanding why Wang Heyun was acting so sweet when Zhua Zhiheng wasn't even there. Since she kept referring to him as Brother Zhiheng, Xia Shuning decided not to be polite with her. Xia Shuning smiled gently, but her eyes hinted at something more. "Is that all the thanks you have? No gift for me?" Everyone, just like Xia Shuning, loves money, and wealth will come rolling in. Quickly add this book to your shelf. leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its early stages and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all. Wang Heyun was dazzled by Xia Shuning's bright smile, but when she came to her senses, anger surged within her. She never expected this woman to be so greedy, especially when Ji Heng was still thinking of recommending her for an award. Wang Heyun trembled with rage, pointing at Xia Shuning and sharply questioning, "How can you ask me for a gift?" Xia Shuning smiled knowingly, a hint of mockery in her eyes, and replied slowly, "It seems you don't care much about Ji Heng, or maybe you two aren't really close." Wang Heyun's face turned red with anger, nearly spitting blood as she gritted her teeth. "Ji Heng and I grew up together in the army compound. How dare you say we aren't close?" Xia Shuning scoffed lightly, her gaze filled with disdain, and coldly said, "So you don't care about him then?
Fine.
You don't need to give me a gift." Provoked by Xia Shuning's condescending look, Wang Heyun became furious and said through clenched teeth, "Of course there's a gift. You, a nobody, don't understand the bond between Ji Heng and me." With that, she suddenly pulled out a bundle of cash wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket and, without thinking, handed it all to Xia Shuning in a huff. "Here, thank Ji Heng on his behalf. This settles everything between you two, so don't cling to him. A village girl like you is not worthy of him." Wang Heyun thought there was about 1,000 yuan in the handkerchief, enough to show her status as a wealthy student while also demonstrating her concern for Ji Heng. She was sure that Xia Shuning, being a country girl, would feel embarrassed to take more. If she took less, it would make her seem petty. If she took more, it would make her seem greedy. Either way, in the future, she wouldn't have the face to compete with her for Ji Heng. But Wang Heyun never expected that Xia Shuning would take the handkerchief, unceremoniously pull out all the cash, and toss the handkerchief back to her, saying, "Take it." Wang Heyun's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Xia Shuning again. "You actually took it all. You thief." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Xia Shuning let out a cold laugh, her disdain clear in her eyes. "Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Wang Heyun misunderstood Xia Shuning's meaning. She raised her chin proudly and said, "I am a military doctor who has been on the front lines." She tried to use her proud experience to intimidate Xia Shuning, who she thought was inexperienced. Wang Heyun conveniently forgot that while on the front lines, her reckless chasing after Zhuo Zhiheng had exposed R.'s position, leading to the unnecessary sacrifice of that excellent. It's not easy to train, eh? At that time, Zhuo Zhiheng almost shot her, but thankfully her brother managed to hold him back. Xia Shuning was about to confront Wang Heyun when she suddenly discovered a new feature of her jade pendant. It not only suggested that Xia Shuning helped someone to gain merit points, but also detailed the reasons why. However, this feature required payment, deducting both yen coins and merit points. It was taking her money. This time, she was allowed to try it for free, and now she knew all the bad things Wang Heyun had done. Someone like her, who would eventually face consequences, was someone Xia Shuning wouldn't hesitate to deal with. Wang Heyun's hand hurt too much, and seeing that Xia Shuning still had no intention of providing the prescription, she took a deep breath and dramatically raised her voice, mimicking a queen, scolding in a clear tone. "Our soldiers risk their lives on the front lines, and you can't even share a few prescriptions?" Then she leaned in closer to Xia Shuning and threatened, "Xia Jiqing, your awareness is really lacking." Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Xia Shuning swung her arm and slapped her hard. Afterward, she angrily said, "The chairman has taught us that soldiers should not take from the people. Dr. Wang, are you openly defying this rule?" Xia Shuning paused, her lips curling slightly. "Or are you trying to sabotage the hard-earned bond between the military and the people?" Wang Heyun covered her face, frozen in fear. With her hand wrapped in bandages, Xia Shuning began to punch and kick her, shouting, "Do you dare to ruin the relationship between the military and the people?" Wang Heyun never expected Xia Shuning to be so fierce. Her own father had never laid a finger on her. She shouted, "Little Wang, help! Call my dad's guard to take care of her." At that moment, little Wang was focused on chopping wood. "What are you doing, Xia Jiqing?" A male voice called out. Xia Shuning turned to see a male police officer, around 30 years old, with a sturdy build and wearing a cap. The officer said, "Xia Shuning, Comrade Wang Yanghui has reported you for the murder of her uncle, Director Wang. Please come with me." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning realized that Director Wang's death had been discovered, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. Calmly, she replied, "What time and place? Do you have any evidence?" The officer responded, "No comment. You need to come with me now." Unfazed, Xia Shuning took out a red book from her pocket. She felt that her height did not reflect her authority. She jumped onto a stone table in the yard, raised the red book high, and scolded the officer. A great leader said, "Without investigation, there is no right to speak. You want to arrest me without evidence? This is bureaucratic behavior that is disconnected from the people." Then, she leaned forward and grabbed Wang Yanghui by the collar, easily lifting her up. Back in the day, the white-haired girl was falsely accused by Huang Shijun, a typical case of the old society disregarding human life. Are we going to repeat this tragedy today? Her face filled with anger, she shook Wang Yanghui back and forth. "I demand a public confrontation with Wang Yanghui, so the people can discern right from wrong and seek justice." Wang Yanghui, feeling dizzy and unable to speak, wished someone would come to her rescue. She felt like Xia Shuning was choking her. The male officer, however, was too focused on Xia Shuning, who was holding the red book high. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He was in trouble. This young woman not only knew how to fight, but also recited quotes from great leaders. Wang Heyun saw an opportunity. She was determined to get the prescription from Xia Shuning. If Xia Shuning went to prison for murder, she would find a way to force her to reveal the prescription. "Comrade Wang, I'm here to save you," Wang Heyun shouted as she lunged at Wang Yanghui. She tightly wrapped her arms around Wang Yanghui's legs, pulling with all her strength, trying to make it look like Xia Shuning was choking Wang Yanghui. With a loud rip, Wang Heyun accidentally pulled down Wang Yanghui's pants, exposing her backside. Xia Shuning loosened her grip, and Wang Yanghui fell, landing on Wang Heyun's face, causing her to bleed. It was Wang Yanghui's first day of her period. The male officer quickly turned away, thinking it was better not to look. He couldn't openly see a woman's backside. If his mother found out, he would be in big trouble. When Wang Yanghui fell on Wang Heyun, she instinctively tried to brace herself, but her already injured finger was hurt again.
Ah.
"It hurts. My hand." Xia Shuning jumped down from the stone table, landing on Wang Heyun's hand.
Ah.
"It hurts. My hand." Xia Shuning raised her red book and told the two who were crying out in pain, "You broke her hand. I'm a witness." Wang Heyun and Wang Yanghui, enduring the pain, exchanged glances and silently agreed that they had to deal with Xia Shuning today. Wang Heyun wanted the prescription, while Wang Yanghui felt that Xia Shuning's medical skills were too good and could threaten her position as the farm doctor. Wang Yanghui shouted, "Officer Fan, look. Xia Jiqing is trying to harm me. She was about to strangle me." Wang Heyun added, "When you just came in, she was about to hurt me." Wang Yanghui decided to escalate things, sadly accusing, "I report that Xia Shuning is a serial offender. She just harmed my uncle last night, and now wants to harm Dr. Wang and me." Xia Shuning stepped forward and slapped Wang Yanghui hard. Officer Fan adjusted his hat and shouted, "Stop. How dare you act violently in public?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Officer Fan, can a disabled person also be an officer? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Wang Yanghui slandering me in public?" Wang Yanghui pointed at the injured Wang Heyun and falsely claimed, "I saw you trying to harm Dr. Wang." She emphasized to Officer Fan, "Dr. Wang's father is a respected leader." Upon hearing this, Officer Fan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to help Wang Heyun up. "Dr. Wang, are you okay?" He signaled to Wang Heyun, suggesting, "You tell him that Xia Jiqing was trying to harm you. I'll support you." Whether it was or something worse, he could turn it into a serious case and send the arrogant Xia Jiqing away. Wang Heyun didn't even bother to wipe the blood off her face and immediately raised her broken right hand. She was trying to harm me. She broke my finger. Xia Shuning used her shoe to slap Wang Heyun again. Your hand was clearly broken by Wang Yonghui. Officer Fan just saw it. Officer Fan had indeed seen Wang Heyun and Wang Yonghui fall together, both crying out in pain. He couldn't let these two foolish women keep talking. Officer Fan took over the conversation, questioning, "When we entered, you were indeed attacking Dr. Wang, right?" Xia Shuning glanced at Wang Heyun and said, "Why don't you ask me why I hit her? She tried to steal my prescription. Isn't it right to fight back against a thief?" Wang Heyun, afraid of being blamed by Xia Shuning, hurriedly defended herself. "Don't accuse me unfairly. I just don't want the soldiers to suffer unnecessary losses. I want the prescriptions to be used more effectively." Xia Shuning stood her ground, stepping forward with a serious tone. "If the army needs it, I will donate myself."
I don't need you to take it.
Are you trying to force me to hang myself at the army gate and report Commander Wang for instructing his daughter to steal from the people? Wang Heyun shivered at the thought. If her father found out, he would surely be furious. Xiao Wang chimed in, addressing Officer Fan. "I can testify for Xia. It was Dr. Wang who tried to take her prescription first. The who died because of Wang Heyun was his comrade, and everyone in their unit wanted to confront her." Officer Fan realized that with a soldier backing Xia, he couldn't dismiss her. Plus, Xia was quite difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to provoke her further. Seeing Wang Heyun and Officer Fan both backing down, Wang Yonghui thought to herself, "But it's true that she wanted to strangle me." Xia Shuning looked at her expressionlessly. "Are you dead?" Wang Yonghui was momentarily speechless.
Slap. Slap.
Two sharp sounds echoed as Xia Shuning gave her two quick slaps. "You slandered me. Is it wrong to hit you?" Wang Yonghui shot a fierce glare at Officer Fan, blaming him for not being supportive. Officer Fan, feeling awkward, urged Xia Shuning, "Let's talk this out calmly." Xia Shuning replied, "I don't like talking." Just then, the atmosphere in the yard became tense when a voice called out, "Comrade Xia, your banner has arrived." Director Gui hadn't entered yet, but his voice came first. Behind him were people with drums and gongs, along with many onlookers. Director Gui stood in the courtyard, and the crowd shouted, "Stand higher. We can't see the banner." Director Gui climbed onto a stone table and displayed the banner to everyone. "We honor Comrade Xia Shuning for saving lives and serving the people under the guidance of a chairman's thoughts. Let's all learn from her. K69 Train Revolutionary Committee."
Clap. Clap.
The applause was thunderous. The banner was brought to the farm office by the red armbands, and everyone from the farm gathered to see Director Gui present it to Xia Shuning. Everyone felt proud to see their own youth being recognized. Director Gui, looking down from his elevated position, noticed Officer Fan and curiously asked, "Comrade Fan, what are you doing here?" "Dear friends, if Xia Shuning can take action, she won't just talk. Quickly add to the bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. The new book is in its development stage and needs your support. Xia Shuning loves you all." Fan Gongen felt very awkward at this moment, regretting that he had trusted Wang Yonghui's whispers, thinking that Xia Shuning was just a newcomer without any background. Meanwhile, the people at Zawa Farm were proud of Xia Shuning for receiving recognition. If he dared to say he was there to take Xia Shuning away, he doubted he could leave Zawa Farm alive today. But he didn't speak, which didn't stop Wang Yonghui from saying, "Fan Gongen is here to arrest Xia Shuning. She caused my uncle's death, Director Wang of the Revolutionary Committee." Xia Shuning replied, "What time and place? Do you have evidence?" Wang Yonghui had just been questioned by Xia Shuning and had prepared her response. "At 4 a.m., in my uncle's study." Then she pulled Fan Gongen, who was hiding in the corner. "Fan Gongen is a witness. He saw my uncle die, in the study with me." Fan Gongen sensed trouble and couldn't stop her in time. Xia Shuning smiled. "You both saw me at the scene? Did you see me commit the act?" Then she turned to Fan Gongen. "Fan Gongen, didn't you see the criminal and arrest them on the spot?" Fan Gongen cursed Wang Yonghui in his mind for being foolish and tried to defend himself. "I didn't see you at the scene. It was Comrade Wang Yonghui who said you told her uncle he wouldn't live for 3 days. Wang Yonghui thought she had caught Xia Shuning in a trap. If you didn't kill him, how would you know my uncle wouldn't live for 3 days? Director Goe, standing nearby, was almost speechless. Who would announce a murder in advance? If Comrade Xia says that, it must mean your uncle was ill. Xia Shuning silently thought. Coincidentally, I do announce my actions beforehand. She picked up on Director Goe's words and said to the crowd, Director Wang is indeed unwell. He has a wound on his back that won't heal. I noticed his condition was worsening and kindly reminded him to see a doctor. Is that wrong? Everyone shook their heads. That's not wrong. You were being kind. Some even spoke up for her. Comrade Wang, you don't appreciate kindness. Comrade Xia was just trying to help. How can you accuse her?
Exactly.
Comrade Xia can see the illness at a glance. That's her skill. Her reminder was out of goodwill. Does Comrade Wang have a problem with his thinking? Wang Yonghui did not expect such a twist. She felt a bit flustered and looked to Fan Gongen for help, but he pretended not to see her. She had to speak up herself. You're lying. My uncle didn't have any sores on his back. Xia Shuning smirked slightly. Whether he had sores or not is not for you to decide. Your uncle had medical records while he was alive, and there will be an autopsy after his death. Let's let the coroner speak. After a pause, she added, I just found out today that Director Wang has died. Since Fan Gongen is here to arrest me, does that mean the coroner has already determined the cause of Director Wang's death? Fan Gongen was sweating profusely. The coroner is still investigating. The crowd sensed something was off. The cause of death hasn't even been determined, and there's no evidence, yet you're rushing to blame Xia Zhihqing? Could it be that Dr. Wang was jealous of Xia Zhihqing's medical skills? After all, she didn't even know her own uncle had sores. Fan Gongen is unreliable. He dares to arrest someone without evidence. Fan Gongen wished he could find a hole to hide in. Xia Shuning looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction and asked Fan Gongen and Wang Yonghui, Do you have any more questions for me? Wang Heyun secretly cursed Xia Shuning for being a trickster. She had just been aggressive towards them, but now, with so many people around, she was acting all polite and reasonable. Fan Gongen quickly shook his head. I have no more questions, Comrade Xia. This is all a misunderstanding, and I apologize for the trouble. Xia Shuning patiently waited for him to finish. Then it's my turn to ask. Why were you and Wang Yonghui together at 4 a.m.? The scene fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Fan Gongen and Wang Yonghui. Fan Gongen remained calm, but his throat moved as he swallowed hard. Wang Yonghui was startled by the sudden question, her eyes darting around like a frightened mouse. Weren't you saying you were working overtime at the station last night? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the crowd. A woman rushed forward and grabbed Fan Gongen's collar. Fan Gongen desperately tried to dodge and signaled to his wife, I was out on a case. What are you making a fuss about? Go home and take care of the kids. His wife looked suspiciously between Fan Gongen and Wang Yonghui. Wang Yonghui quietly stepped back. Xia Shuning smiled and curiously asked, I just saw Wang Yonghui wearing a pair of red men's underwear with a bull design, which is a sign of a special year. Why are you wearing my husband's underwear? Take it off. His wife interrupted, lunging at Wang Yonghui and trying to pull down her waistband. Help! Wang Yonghui quickly hid behind Fan Gongen. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Then she looked around and jumped onto the stone table, loudly declaring, I officially report Wang Yonghui for giving patients fake medicine and embezzling funds for purchasing medicine for the farm. Wang Yonghui's pupils shrank suddenly, biting her lip, her eyes reddening as she defended herself with a trembling voice. Xia Zhihqing, even if I misunderstood you, you shouldn't retaliate against me. Xia Shuning smirked at her, her expression clearly stating, I am retaliating. What can you do about it? Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Wang Yonghui. I must have misheard. Xia Zhihqing reported Wang Yonghui for giving patients fake medicine and embezzling funds for the farm. Giving fake medicine could be deadly, right? Our farm has never had any fatalities. Did Xia Zhihqing make a mistake? Xia Zhihqing, you're a good girl. Even if you are angry about Wang Yonghui slandering you, you shouldn't report her without proof. You could face consequences. Yeah, there's no need to risk yourself over someone like her. But Xia Shuning could tell at a glance that Director Wang has a serious illness. Her medical skills are clearly better than Wang Yonghui's. She wouldn't make a mistake. Wang Yonghui felt a surge of pride hearing the discussions. Her secret had gone undiscovered for so many years. Xia Shuning smiled and said, "The medicine she prescribed hasn't harmed anyone because she gives every patient vitamins, no matter their illness." She emphasized, vitamins won't kill anyone, but they can delay treatment. However, if you give her a gift, she might prescribe you something effective like anodyne, which has some effect but can't cure all illnesses. Everyone should think carefully if they have been harmed or had their condition worsen because of Wang Yonghui. Wang Yonghui froze, her face pale, looking at Xia Shuning in disbelief. How could she know? Xia Shuning grinned at her, looking very pleased. Wang Yonghui recalled how Xia Shuning had just countered her report and mimicked, "Do you have evidence?" Everyone turned to look at Xia Shuning. Director Goe had just gone to check on the hens again. He also looked at Xia Shuning, his expression serious, but his tone gentle. "Comrade Xia, you have evidence, right?" Xia Shuning shook her head and shrugged. "I don't have any evidence." Wang Yonghui immediately perked up. "Xia Shuning, your thinking is very problematic. To retaliate against me, you are creating panic in the farm. I am the only barefoot doctor here. You must give me an explanation." Officer Fan wanted to criticize Xia Shuning, but Sister Fan pulled his ear and dragged him home. Xia Shuning gave Officer Fan a knowing smile, thinking it was too late for him to leave now. She would even go to the police station to report him. People like that shouldn't be in the police force. The crowd shook their heads at Xia Shuning, saying, "This Xia-educated youth is causing a scene. Xia is young and just arrived in the countryside. Being accused of murder would make anyone angry. Wouldn't you be upset? Being angry doesn't mean you can make false reports. Who would dare to go to the farm clinic for treatment after this?" But it was Wang Yonghui who reported Xia first. She deserves to be reported. Xia Shuning looked at the smug Wang Yonghui as if she were foolish and said loudly, "The evidence is in the farm clinic." Wang Yonghui felt a chill and, while everyone's attention was on Xia Shuning, she quietly tried to move towards the exit. Xia Shuning jumped from the stone table to block her path, mocking, "Dr. Wang, why are you running? Are you in a hurry to destroy the evidence?" She stepped aside and said to Director Goe, "You should take Dr. Wang to the clinic now and seal all the medicines for inspection. Let's see if there's anything besides vitamins and analgesics. If you can find the purchase order, just call the police." Hearing the words "call the police," Wang Yonghui turned pale and rushed towards the exit. Director Goe stepped forward to stop her. Seeing the situation was bad, Wang Yonghui struggled desperately, tearing her shirt open and charging straight at Director Goe. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Director Goe quickly turned away to avoid her. Xia Shuning couldn't let Wang Yonghui escape in the chaos. She quickly pressed a needle on her acupoint, rendering her unable to move, and then helped Director Goe tie her hands behind her back. Wang Yonghui was furious and glared at Xia Shuning, saying, "Xia Shuning, if you harm me, my brother won't let you off." Xia Shuning mouthed to her, "You should pray that I spare your brother." A strong smell filled the air. Xia Shuning frowned, covered her nose, and took a big step back. Unbelievably, Wang Yonghui was so scared that she wet herself in the yard. Director Goe led the tied-up Wang Yonghui towards the clinic. As the only barefoot doctor on the farm, Wang Yonghui was somewhat of a celebrity. Today, she had caused several scandals, first falsely accusing Xia Shuning, then being caught in an affair with a married man, and now being reported for selling fake medicine and embezzlement. Each incident was worse than the last. Half the farm's people were drawn to the scene, with many coming to watch the drama, while others who had benefited from her wanted to speak on her behalf. When they arrived at the infirmary, everyone rushed in and pried open Wang Yonghui's drawer. What they found was shocking: several lists for purchasing medicine and a ledger filled with detailed records of her illegal sales over the years, providing clear evidence of her wrongdoing. What angered everyone the most was that Zawa Farm was so poor, yet they had allocated a budget of 1,000 yuan for medicine each year. Wang Yonghui had spent all the budget, leaving the infirmary without basic medical supplies like iodine and syringes. They discovered many medicine packages labeled for anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, and blood pressure medications. Without needing to test them, they opened the packages and found they all contained the same vitamins. Everyone was outraged, saying, whether the medicine she prescribed works depends entirely on the person's health or luck. As the news spread, many people rushed to Zawa Farm to confront Wang Yonghui. The victims were not just from Zawa Farm. Several nearby farms had also suffered. At first, Wang Yonghui refused to reveal who she was dealing with for the drug transactions. She knew that if she was convicted of embezzlement, it could lead to severe consequences, and she likely wanted to protect those behind her. Unexpectedly, the victims were furious. Before the police arrived, they started to physically confront Wang Yonghui. The most aggressive was a widower. He once had a happy family with a gentle wife, and they were eagerly awaiting the birth of their child. But who could have imagined that during her late pregnancy, his wife developed a high fever, and after taking the medicine prescribed by Wang Yonghui, her condition worsened dramatically, leading to myocarditis and ultimately the loss of both mother and child. He had always thought he was unlucky, living with guilt for years, only to realize now that it was this incompetent doctor who had harmed them. Many children suffered severely from Wang Yonghui's fever reducers. There were over 10 cases just from Zawa Farm. Some parents found that their children had high fevers, and after taking her prescribed medicine, it had no effect and caused serious brain damage. Others had children who lost their hearing due to the fever. Wang Yonghui had previously told parents that it was the mother's fault for not taking care of their sick children. Last year, a young wife who had waited 3 years to have a child finally gave birth to a son, whom they cherished dearly. A 2-year-old child caught a cold and had a fever. After taking the fever-reducing medicine prescribed by Wang Yonghui, the child ended up with a leg injury. The mother-in-law and husband scolded her a bit, and the daughter-in-law was so upset that she attempted to harm herself. Similar incidents have been happening more frequently, causing public outrage. People wanted to confront Wang Yonghui to express their anger, and a chaotic scene broke out. Seeing the situation getting worse and fearing for her safety, Wang Yonghui turned pale and cried, saying she would confess. She begged the police on the scene to take her away, which finally calmed the chaos. Now, Wang Yonghui was left with nothing but a small peanut. Xia Shuning had already anticipated this outcome and did not follow the crowd to the infirmary. Wang Heyun also stayed behind. She called out to Xiao Wang, who was chopping wood in the yard, saying, "Xiao Wang, hurry and take me back to the base. I have urgent business." With that, Wang Heyun forcefully opened the back door of the jeep. Suddenly, a sweet voice exclaimed, sounding as if it could drip honey. Wang Heyun, who had just said she was leaving, hesitated. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly took out a roll of black and white polka fabric, looking provocatively at Xia Shuning and sweetly saying, "Did my brother Zhiheng buy this for me? How did he know I wanted to make a polka dress?" Then she pulled out another roll of floral fabric. "Wow, there's also a roll of floral fabric. Xia Jiqing, have you ever worn floral fabric?" Xiao Wang, hearing the commotion, immediately put down his axe and ran over, wiping his hands on his pants as he approached. He rushed to the front of the car, grabbed the 2 rolls of fabric from Wang Heyun, and quickly took out a roll of white cotton from the back seat. Turning to the increasingly upset Wang Heyun, he said, "Dr. Wang, this isn't for you." Then he looked apologetically at Xia Shuning and said with a silly grin, "Xia Jiqing, these fabrics are also from Team Zhua. I forgot to give them to you earlier. I'm really sorry. I'll help you take them inside." Wang Heyun stopped Xiao Wang, saying, "Xiao Wang, you must be mistaken. Such nice fabric must be from my brother Zhiheng." Seeing Xia Shuning nod slightly, Xiao Wang ignored Wang Heyun and hurriedly took the fabric inside. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He must not let Zhuo Tuan know that he almost forgot to deliver the cloth. This cloth was something Zhuo Tuan had worked hard to get, taken from the commander's daughter's dowry. Wang Heyun bit her lip tightly, her eyes red, staring at Xiao Wang's departing figure with a look of deep resentment. She silently complained to herself, "How could Brother Xi give cloth to another woman in front of me? And it's a girl who looks underdeveloped and has no curves." After delivering the cloth, Xiao Wang was eager to leave. He had to return to the army for training. Just as he was about to step into the driver's seat, he suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly approached Xia Shuning with a big smile, saying mysteriously, "Xia Jiqing, Zhuotuan said that when you grow taller, he will give you a set of 65-style female soldier uniforms." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She really wanted to punch Shui Zhiheng right now. It was bad enough that he teased her about being short in his letters, but now he was mocking her behind her back. She had already checked. Her growth plates were still open. Even without growth pills, as long as she had proper nutrition, she would definitely grow taller. The key was, whether she grew taller or not had nothing to do with him. It wouldn't stop her from hitting him. Even if she couldn't reach him standing, she could jump to hit him. Did he think she couldn't reach? Xia Shuning looked at Xiao Wang, who was eagerly seeking praise, and thought to herself that this kid was too naive. He really was a reflection of his leader. She politely said, "Thank you, Comrade Xiao Wang. Xia Jiqing, do you have any message for Zhuotuan? I can help you deliver it." Xiao Wang's eyes sparkled, looking a bit silly, like a friendly little dog from the countryside. In his mind, Zhuotuan was the most heroic and handsome man, not only a battle hero but also the champion of the army competitions every year. Zhuotuan was strong and could really pack a punch. In the past, it was always the female soldiers from the art troupe chasing after Zhuotuan, but he never paid any attention to them. This was the first time he had seen Zhuotuan go out of his way to give something to a girl.
No.
"You should hurry back to the army. Drive safely." Xia Shuning decisively refused Xiao Wang, who had volunteered to be her messenger. She only wanted to give Shui Zhiheng a slap in return, and was afraid Xiao Wang wouldn't dare to help. Although she didn't invite Xiao Wang to stay for a meal, she still gave him 2 yellow rice buns with cured meat and a handful of milk candies. This kid may be a bit silly, but he worked quickly and diligently, so now she wouldn't have to chop firewood for at least half a month. Xiao Wang got into the car with a face full of regret as it sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Only Wang Heyun, with a face full of jealousy, was left behind. There was no one else in the yard, and Xia Shuning grabbed Wang Heyun by the neck. "You should be grateful I have other things to do today. After doing something so dirty, you still dare to provoke me." Wang Heyun's eyes bulged, and her face turned pale. "Don't slander me." Xia Shuning threw her out of the yard, slamming the door behind her. At the youth station, Tang Yi had just transferred from Qitai Farm to Zawa Farm. Besides Yuan Mingmei and Hua Xiaozhen, she wasn't very familiar with the other youths. When work ended in the evening, the youths learned that among the new arrivals was someone named Xia Shuning, who had reported the farm doctor, Wang Yonghui. The older youths knew that Wang Yonghui was local and was said to be the child of a martyr with complicated connections. Her uncle was the director of the Revolutionary Committee, and her brother was the farm accountant. Although some youths had noticed Wang Yonghui prescribing unnecessary medication, who would dare to confront such a powerful figure? Most youths avoided the farm clinic and relied on medicines sent from home. Everyone agreed that Xia Shuning was very brave to challenge someone so influential right after arriving. She was bound to get into trouble. Yuan Mingmei, who had been publicly humiliated by Xia Shuning when she took her pen and notebook, worried day and night that Xia Shuning would report her as a spy. She planned to strike first, and was always looking for a chance to get rid of Xia Shuning. Meanwhile, Tang Yeye regretted not being there. Ever since she successfully stole merit points from Xia Shuning once, she had become addicted. Xia Shuning was thinking about how to borrow a tractor from the farm and also needed to find trouble with Fang Jingjun's family. Xia Shuning felt wide awake and decided to take a walk outside. The summer nights in the border town were very cool. As she walked, she found herself near the youth station. Since she wasn't very familiar with the other youths, she thought it best not to linger around. If someone saw her, they would surely ask questions. Just as she turned to leave quietly, she caught a glimpse of a slender black figure sneaking out from the youth station. The figure looked somewhat familiar. She crouched down and quietly followed. As she got closer, illuminated by the moonlight, she recognized the figure. Hey, it's her. It was Yuan Mingmei, the one labeled as a gossip. In the middle of the night, she wasn't at home sleeping. She must have had other plans. Ever since Xia Shuning took Yuan Mingmei's diary and poison pen, she had been waiting for revenge, but surprisingly, Yuan Mingmei had settled down. Xia Shuning had long planned to deal with Yuan Mingmei herself, but had held back, hoping to catch a bigger fish behind her. Tonight might be the chance. Xia Shuning kept a careful distance from Yuan Mingmei. After following for more than 10 minutes, Yuan Mingmei suddenly stopped under a large tree, quickly hiding behind it and cautiously peeking out, looking back with suspicion. Xia Shuning felt a jolt. Had she been discovered? That couldn't be. Unless Yuan Mingmei had some special ability too. Xia Shuning quickly hid behind a crumbling wall, keeping a close watch on Yuan Mingmei while scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. About 7 or 8 minutes later, another shadow hurried over. After meeting Yuan Mingmei, they quickly walked west without saying a word, turning into the elementary school. What were they doing at school in the middle of the night? Xia Shuning's curiosity deepened, and she quickened her pace to follow them. But when she reached the elementary school, she found they had vanished. Xia Shuning looked around. The school was small, just a row of red brick buildings. There were 3 classrooms on the east and west sides, 2 on the north, one an office and the other a combined auditorium and storage room. All the buildings were shrouded in darkness, silent and eerie. She searched inside and outside the school but found no trace of Yuan Mingmei. 2 people had simply disappeared? Just as Xia Shuning was filled with doubt and planned to search again, a conversation between a man and a woman suddenly came from the storage room. Xia Shuning quickly crouched down, moving silently, almost pressing against the wall, and slowly made her way to the window of the storage room. Inside, Yuan Mingmei frowned, appearing sincere, but her eyes held a cunning glint. She leaned forward and whispered, "Comrade Wang, think again. Do you really not need my help?" She paused, her gaze wandering in the dim room, then continued, "Your sister is about to get into trouble for selling drugs, reported by Xia Shuning, right? Don't you want to get back at her?" When Xia Shuning heard her name, she suddenly felt energized. The people who hated her were gathered here, plotting revenge, and she had just run into them. Perfect, they could deal with each other together and earn double the merit points. Yuan Mingmei straightened her back, hands crossed in front of her, a slight smile on her lips as she said, "The little girl you've been wanting to get is Xia Shuning's younger sister. We have a common enemy. We should work together." Xia Shuning suddenly realized that the shadow was Wang Yanghui's brother, Wang Yanghua, the accountant from the farm's 3rd team. He was a creepy person who had previously tried to adopt Xia Letong but had been turned into a mess by her. Upon hearing Xia Letong's name, Wang Yanghua's expression turned icy, filled with anger and resentment. The injury he had sustained still hurt a lot, and he had only managed to come out today because he took painkillers. He instinctively tried to cover himself, gritting his teeth and muttering a curse under his breath, his face contorting into a fierce expression. Yuan Mingmei noticed his change in demeanor and felt disdainful. However, due to the current situation, she had to seek his cooperation. Wang Yanghua crossed his arms, leaning back, and disdainfully asked, "What can you do for me? Can you save my sister?" Hearing this, Xia Shuning was curious. Yuan Mingmei was so skilled in infiltrating Huagua. Did she have the ability to rescue death row inmates? Yuan Mingmei shrugged, her expression cold, and said nonchalantly, "I can't save her. She's not worth my effort." Wang Yanghua's brows furrowed at her words. He stepped forward and questioned, "Then what do we have to discuss?" Yuan Mingmei chuckled lightly and replied slowly, "But I can help you find that thing that escaped from your cellar." Wang Yanghua felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his gaze evasive as he stubbornly said, "I don't understand what you're saying." Yuan Mingmei straightened her back, slightly raised her chin, and with a mocking smile, looked at Wang Yanghua, her voice crisp yet cold. "Mr. Wang, let's be clear." As she spoke, she suddenly stomped her foot heavily on the floor, creating a loud thud that echoed in the eerily quiet room. Very jarring. You've been looking for that thing that escaped from the cellar for several days. Have you found it? Xia Shuning suddenly realized that there was a cellar beneath this room. No wonder she hadn't been able to find these two earlier. Wang Yangbu's face grew increasingly dark as he took a big step forward, leaning in close to Yuan Mingmei's face and angrily asked, "If you can find someone we couldn't, why do you need my help?" Yuan Mingmei wiped the spit off her face with disgust, her tone dripping with disdain. "If you had started searching in Tianshan earlier, you would probably be counting money by now." Then, her expression suddenly turned fierce, her gaze sharp as a needle aimed at Wang Yangbo. "I even suspect that Xia Shuning has already met her." Wang Yangbo's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. "What? Xia Shuning? How could a girl who just arrived in the countryside a few days ago possibly know her?" Yuan Mingmei smirked, her lips curling down as she gently reminded him, "Have you forgotten who your sister fell into the hands of?" Wang Yangbo finally couldn't hold back his anger, his face turning red as he stepped forward, shaking his fist at Yuan Mingmei, and shouted fiercely, "If you mention my sister again, I'll knock out all your teeth." With a sharp sound, Yuan Mingmei moved like lightning, quickly drawing her gun, loading it, and aiming it steadily at Wang Yangbo's forehead. With a slight downward pressure on her wrist, she coldly smiled, "Mr. Wang, do you want to calm down?" Xia Shuning immediately noticed Yuan Mingmei's gun, which looked quite nice. She thought, "This gun should be mine tonight." Everyone, Xia Shuning is about to make a move. Quickly add this to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send her a free gift. Xia Shuning loves you all. Don't think that the border town is your Wang family's territory, so you can act recklessly. I'm paying for your cooperation, not asking for your help. Wang Yangbo froze as the gun was pointed at him. In that moment, he felt that this woman had been ready to draw her gun for a long time. Her movements were smooth and frighteningly quick. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. As long as he was still in the border town, he would have a chance to teach her a lesson. He suppressed his anger, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to speak. "She is my only sister. After our parents sacrificed themselves, I raised her alone." He had intended to show weakness, but as soon as he said it, it stirred a genuine emotion deep within him. "I brought you here because I thought you could save my sister." If it weren't for saving his sister, he wouldn't have pushed himself to go out in such pain. "Uncle has his own children, but my sister only has him as her brother. When our parents sacrificed themselves, my sister could barely walk. If it weren't for raising her, he wouldn't have done those terrible things." He thought that by keeping her out of these matters, he could ensure her safety. But unexpectedly, she still chose a dangerous path. Yuan Mingmei noticed that Wang Yangbo's attitude softened, so she put the gun away and gently patted his shoulder, saying expressionlessly, "Take care. You need to catch Xia Shuning to avenge your sister." Xia Shuning laughed coldly from outside. "You two better work hard." Wang Yangbo felt a flash of anger and thought she wouldn't dare to shoot at the farm, so he provocatively said, "You find that escaped person first, then we can talk about cooperation. Don't be too confident. This isn't as simple as you think. If it goes wrong, no one will have it easy." Yuan Mingmei narrowed her eyes, looking Wang Yangbo up and down, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to deal with Xia Shuning? Do you want to be her brother-in-law?" Xia Shuning's eyes flashed with killing intent. Xia Letong was just a 5-year-old girl, and she planned to take action against Yuan Mingmei tonight. Hearing this, Wang Yangbo instinctively wanted to protect himself, his eyes flashing with a fierce intent. But he quickly took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and trying to calm down. He couldn't let small matters ruin the bigger picture. The one who escaped was the priority. "I can help you kidnap Xia Shuning. How much will you pay?" Yuan Mingmei took out a wooden box from her pocket and handed it to Wang Yangbo, saying, "Open it and see our sincerity." Wang Yangbo opened the box and saw it filled with small yellow fish. His pupils contracted sharply, and his hands trembled slightly. Yuan Mingmei looked at him with satisfaction. She raised a hand and promised, "These 5 small yellow fish are just a deposit. Once you successfully kidnap Xia Shuning and bring her to the border, the contact person will give you 5 more." Her eyes flickered as she thought, I wonder if you'll survive to get the rest of the fish." Wang Yangbua's heart was instantly filled with joy, but his years of experience on the edge of life and death warned him that things were not as simple as they seemed. He stared intently at Yuan Mingmei, his tone clearly testing her. "Xia Shuning is worth 10 small yellow fish? Is she really that valuable?" Yuan Mingmei's eyes flashed coldly. She was extremely annoyed. Wang Yangbua was too suspicious. But she had only just arrived at the flower farm and was still establishing her position, not comparable to someone like Wang Yangbua, who was familiar with the area. He relied on his uncle, who was the director of the Revolutionary Committee and had connections with various local committees. Since the beginning of the movement, he had been running a complete underground network for human trafficking, trading, and transportation. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Mingmei said half-truthfully, "Xia Shuning is an excellent doctor, but she saved the wrong person. The soldier she saved in Tianshan killed the general's only son at the front line and later captured the general's most trusted subordinate in Tianshan. The general couldn't accept this and didn't want to escalate the matter through official channels, so he had no choice but to bring the person back to the country to vent his anger." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning's expression suddenly changed, thinking, "The soldier Yuan Mingmei mentioned is most likely Zhu Zhiheng, and the general's most trusted subordinate is probably the one who stole the notebook earlier. What secret mission does Yuan Mingmei have at the flower farm?" Meanwhile, after hearing this, Wang Yangbo couldn't help but think, impressive. He couldn't help but admire the strength of the Chinese military. Yuan Mingmei recalled the losses her organization had suffered in China, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. In fact, when she first saw Xia Shuning on the train, she was attracted by her beauty and wanted to recruit her as a valuable assistant. But that ungrateful person repeatedly rejected her advances, even publicly attacking her and stealing her pen and notebook. Yuan Mingmei sneered, "Xia Shuning, since you refuse my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless." She originally wanted to eliminate Xia Shuning, but unexpectedly, the general suddenly ordered her to be captured alive and safely escorted to an overseas laboratory to help them develop a second-generation hallucinogen. Thinking of this, Yuan Mingmei instructed Wang Yangbua, "We must succeed. No failures allowed." She patiently discussed cooperation with Wang Yangbua tonight, hoping he would pay attention and not mess up at a crucial moment. Wang Yangbua nodded. "All right, it's settled. You help me retrieve the escaped goods. I'll help you kidnap Xia Shuning and take her to the border." Wang Yangbua and Yuan Mingmei whispered a few more words before disappearing into the night. Once their footsteps faded away, Xia Shuning immediately crouched down and quietly slipped into the storage room. She skillfully took out a flashlight and climbed down the narrow ladder into the cellar. As soon as she reached the cellar, a strong, foul odor hit her, almost making her gag. The smell, a mix of decay, blood, and waste, was enough to make anyone feel nauseous. The cellar was small, about 10 square meters, and empty, with no one inside. The bloodstains on the walls were shocking, clearly indicating that something terrible had happened here. Xia Shuning carefully examined the traces in the cellar and realized that the person who had been held there had just left. She guessed that someone might have escaped, and the others were hurriedly moved. Xia Shuning first used a 3D printer to create masks of Yuan Mingmei and Wang Yangbua. Then she took out a silver needle and skillfully applied it to specific points near the throat. After finishing, she quickly dashed toward the youth station. As she reached the entrance, she finally caught up with Yuan Mingmei. Xia Shuning silently reached out and gently tapped Yuan Mingmei's shoulder. Just as Yuan Mingmei instinctively turned around, there was a loud bang. Xia Shuning put all her strength into a punch aimed at Yuan Mingmei's eye. Yuan Mingmei let out a scream, covering her eyes with her hands, and vaguely saw Wang Yangbua's face. Xia Shuning lowered her voice and roared in Wang Yangbua's voice, "If you don't save my sister, I'll knock out all your teeth today." As soon as she finished speaking, she punched Yuan Mingmei in the mouth again. Yuan Mingmei spat out blood mixed with teeth and fainted before she could even scream. Xia Shuning quickly took the gun from her and swiftly stripped her of her clothes, leaving only her underwear. At that moment, the youth workers, hearing the commotion, were about to come out. Xia Shuning put on Yuan Mingmei's top and chased after Wang Yangbua. Before long, she confronted Wang Yangbua, pressing the gun against his head. Wang Yangbua froze in fear, thinking that Yuan Mingmei had changed her mind and come to silence him. He shouted in panic, "Yuan Mingmei, how dare you go back on your word? You think you can kill me at the flower farm? You won't escape." Xia Shuning sneered in Yuan Mingmei's voice. Then, she struck him with the gun, and he fainted. Xia Shuning successfully took the wooden box containing the small fish, but wanted to stomp on Wang Yangbua's injury. However, she realized she needed him to find the relocated people, so she decided to let him go for now. Xia Shuning quickly tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and stuffed it into his hand, saying, "Hold on to this. It's a big gift for you." Then, she removed her torn clothing and wedged it into Wang Yangbua's chimney, declaring, "Yuan Mingmei, if you can't find this, I will look down on you and your country's spies." Seeing the increase in her merit points, Xia Shuning felt happy. It would be best to uncover the people behind Yuan Mingmei and Wang Yangbua, especially the spies from Y country lurking in China, so she could earn more merit points. Early the next morning, Xia Shuning woke up and, without stretching, quickly wrote a report letter using the address provided by Xia Shuning. In the letter, she detailed Yuan Mingmei's suspicious behavior and reported her as a spy for Y country. Xia Shuning decided to keep Yuan Mingmei's diary, pen, and gun for herself. The diary mentioned a supply transfer point for Y country in China, and she had spared Yuan Mingmei's life last night for that reason. As for Wang Yangbua, Xia Shuning planned to lure out the bigger fish behind him before taking action herself. She had already taken care of Wang Yangbua's uncle, but had not completely uprooted the Wang family's long-standing connections in various committees. To avoid retaliation in the future, it was safer to deal with Wang Yangbua personally. However, Xia Shuning was surprised that Yuan Mingmei and Wang Yangbua, after suffering such a big loss last night, did not cause a scene today and were unusually quiet. After thinking for a moment, she figured that if the two started arguing, there might be a chance to clear up any misunderstandings. She realized, it seems their feud has escalated, and they are both looking for an opportunity to strike. When Xia Shuning went out to mail the letter, she overheard a few young women discussing something. One pretty young woman said in fear, "Have you heard? Last night, a young woman at the youth center almost got attacked." Another young woman angrily added, "Yes, that girl was beaten and lost a lot of teeth, but she fought back fiercely. She is so brave." A thin young woman licked her lips and said enviously, "I heard that this morning, the director and the team leader brought eggs to comfort her." Hearing this, Xia Shuning couldn't help but smirk and said, "Yuan Mingmei, you really are a talented storyteller. This tale almost had me convinced." Meanwhile, Wang Yangbua woke up to find a piece of cloth in his hand, thinking it was something he had torn from Yuan Mingmei before losing consciousness, believing he had leverage over her. He instinctively checked his pocket, and his face changed dramatically. The wooden box containing the small fish was indeed gone, and only Yuan Mingmei knew he had taken the small fish home last night. "Yuan Mingmei, how dare you play tricks on my turf?" Wang Yangbua fumed, his face turning pale with anger. After cursing, an idea struck him. I'll make sure you remember this lesson for a lifetime, even if it costs me these 5 small fish." He hurriedly took a few painkillers and rushed to the committee office to call Brother Dao in the city. "Brother Dao, there's a young and beautiful woman at the farm who easily caught 10 small fish. She must have more." The person on the other end said something unclear, and Wang Yangbua flattered, "Brother Dao, you are like my second parents. If there's good news, I'll definitely let you know first. A hero like you deserves to enjoy the catch. We'll take that woman's small fish for you to enjoy first, and when you're tired of them, we can sell them in the desert." Xia Shuning quietly followed Wang Yangbua and laughed wickedly. This is definitely a villain's game. Who will win, the spies from Y country or the traffickers from the border city? Xia Shuning found the situation very interesting, letting Yuan Mingmei and Wang Yangbua fight it out while she waited to take advantage of the situation. Wang Yangbua deliberately did not tell Brother Dao that Yuan Mingmei was a spy from Y country, fearing that Brother Dao might have concerns. In fact, he was overthinking. In the eyes of someone like Brother Dao, a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman was just a tempting target. After hanging up, the frustration inside Wang Yanghua eased a bit. Hey, with Brother Dao agreeing to help, this was already half done. But thinking about the escaped goods, his face darkened instantly. Only 3 days left until the deadline given by Big Brother. He felt anxious, took out a painkiller, swallowed it, and quickly walked towards Tianshan. Xia Shuning silently followed behind. In the distance, a black car slowly trailed them, with a window slightly open, revealing a pair of cold eyes. Zhuo Zhiheng sat in the back seat, holding a military binocular, his gaze fixed on Xia Shuning ahead. He had just undergone surgery, and his face was still pale, but his eyes remained sharp. Could I be wrong? Is Comrade Xia one of us? Could she be part of a secret unit? He murmured to himself, frowning slightly, lost in thought. Xia Shuning, of course, had no idea what Zhuo Zhiheng was speculating. If she knew, she would definitely roll her eyes and say to him, "Good guess. But don't guess again next time." She followed Wang Yanghua deeper into the Tianshan Grand Canyon, the gravel crunching under her shoes. The towering rock walls on both sides cut the sky into a narrow gap. Sunlight poured through the gap, casting a cold light on the rock walls, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. As she walked, Xia Shuning felt a sudden jolt in her heart. What a coincidence! This road was one Xia Shuning had taken just a few days ago. At that time, she was returning from the Tianshan Grand Canyon, where the fog was thick, making it hard to see the path ahead. Of course, Xia Shuning had better vision than most, so she could see clearly. But today, the canyon was completely clear, and the visibility was so sharp it made her uneasy. Xia Shuning didn't dare to get too close, as it would be easy for Wang Yanghua or his companions to spot her. Wang Yanghua moved swiftly between the rocks, occasionally glancing back, very alert. She could only follow from a distance, using the rocks for cover, keeping her eyes fixed on him and moving cautiously. After about an hour, deep in the canyon, Wang Yanghua suddenly quickened his pace. Seeing this, Xia Shuning felt something was off and hurried to keep up, but she was careful not to make too much noise. After turning around several large rocks, Xia Shuning saw Wang Yanghua suddenly stop under an ordinary rock wall. He leaned against the wall, reaching behind him in a strange and almost comical position, feeling for something. Hiding behind a large boulder, Xia Shuning squinted to observe closely. In a blink, Wang Yanghua completely disappeared. How is this possible? Xia Shuning couldn't believe her eyes. After checking and finding no one else around, she quickly ran over, filled with curiosity and caution. There must be something on this rock wall that opens a secret entrance. She approached the wall, carefully searching for a mechanism to open it. Suddenly, she noticed an inconspicuous stone on the wall that seemed smoother than the others. Imitating Wang Yanghua's position, she leaned against the wall, reached back, and touched the stone, ready to press it. Just then, Xia Shuning spotted some dried bloodstains on the opposite wall, appearing in a splatter pattern. She imagined that if a sharp object from the rock wall behind her struck her, the blood would splatter across to the other side, resembling that shape.
Wow.
What a deadly trap. Good thing I have experience. Xia Shuning pondered for a moment about how she would design such a mechanism. Then, she closed her eyes, reached for the spot that seemed least likely, and gently pressed. The wall indeed trembled slightly. She felt a rush of excitement and braced herself for a fall, but suddenly lost her balance and fell backward. Xia Shuning reacted quickly, pushing off a rock ledge and leaping upward, narrowly grabbing onto a platform. She kicked up a lot of debris that fell below, and after a while, she heard no echo, indicating how deep it was. If someone unfamiliar with the entrance falls in head first, they would surely be badly injured, Xia Shuning thought, feeling a chill of sweat as she admired the designer's cleverness. One side of the rock wall was covered in deep and shallow grooves, as if carved by some ancient force, intersecting sharply and giving off a cold, hard feel. On the other side was a bottomless abyss. As soon as her gaze touched the edge of the abyss, She quickly pulled back. Below was a pitch-black void, like a giant mouth ready to swallow any falling life. This is the ancient path of Tianshan. Xia Shuning's heart raced. She had heard that beneath the Tianshan Grand Canyon lay an ancient path carved by craftsmen, a massive and skillful project. Later, this path was repurposed by others as a secret route during wartime. Now, it was being used to transport people for trafficking. The ancient path did not go straight. It wound and twisted, with some areas very narrow, allowing only one person to pass. The distance between the rock wall and the abyss was just a step away, and occasionally, cold winds from the abyss would sweep up, chilling her face. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell mixed with an indescribable decaying scent, like the essence of death seeping from deep underground. The rock wall above was low, and occasionally, a few drops of water would trickle from the cracks, landing on her shoulder, icy and sharp. Xia Shuning pressed her body against the rock wall, taking each step with extreme caution. After walking less than 10 steps, the stone slab beneath her suddenly made a faint sound. Her body tensed instantly, and she quickly stepped back. Just then, the slab she had just stepped on collapsed, revealing a dark pit below. At the bottom, sharp iron spikes glinted ominously. Indeed, one trap leads to another, making it hard to defend against. Xia Shuning murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She continued forward, realizing that the designer was clearly a meticulous genius, with every mechanism cleverly arranged. Some stone slabs appeared solid but would collapse with a step. Some protruding stones seemed like handrails but hid sharp blades. The interior of the ancient path was complex, with many forks. At the beginning, Xia Shuning used her eyes to find a way, but she realized that the design here fully utilized people's blind spots. Sometimes sharp rocks appeared right in front of her. Other times taking a step back led to an abyss, and sometimes no matter which way she went, she would end up back where she started. Several times, Xia Shuning had to stop and think about her next move. Suddenly, she had a good idea. Taking a deep breath, she took out a wooden box containing small yellow fish that she had taken from Wangyangbo. Thanks to the preservation feature of her space, the tobacco scent from Wangyangbo was perfectly preserved. Xia Shuning decided to close her eyes and relied on her keen sense of smell to catch the lingering scent of tobacco in the air. Following the smell, she made her way through the maze-like walkway with difficulty. After what felt like a long time, Xia Shuning suddenly heard the sound of flowing water ahead, and the tobacco scent disappeared. She opened her eyes to find a suspended stone bridge in front of her, with no guardrails on either side, only a few rusty chains. On the other side of the bridge, there seemed to be a stone door, and faint voices could be heard from behind it. Is the water blocking the scent? Are the kidnapped people behind that stone door? Xia Shuning stared at the stone bridge, realizing it was the only path to the stone door, and it seemed she was close to the truth. At that moment, in the temporary command tent of the Tianshan operation, Zhuo Zhiheng held a walkie-talkie, his expression serious as he directed his subordinates. The primary mission of this operation is to rescue the public, and we must protect our undercover agent. He paused for a moment, then emphasized, also, pay attention to a short girl in a green shirt. She followed the suspect Wang Yangbua into the ancient walkway. While speaking, he opened a military map he had obtained, which was densely marked with traps along the ancient walkway, making anyone who looked at it feel uneasy. Zhuo Zhiheng felt helpless. Why did Xia Jiqing always run to dangerous places? Zhuo Zhiheng thought that if his injury healed quickly, he would insist on leading the team this time. That way, if Xia Jiqing encountered danger, he could come to her rescue in time. Xia Shuning took a deep breath and was about to step onto the stone bridge, but the sound of water flowing beneath made her feel uneasy. She crouched down to examine the stone slabs on the bridge and noticed a faint metallic glimmer coming from the gaps between the slabs. Indeed, another trap. Xia Shuning sneered, relieved that she hadn't recklessly stepped onto the stone bridge. She took a few steps back and scanned her surroundings, looking for another possible path. However, The surrounding cliffs were steep, and the abyss seemed bottomless, leaving no other way to go. Do I have to cross the bridge? Xia Shuning frowned, thinking about how to solve this trap. At that moment, her gaze fell on the iron chain at the bridge's edge. Though rusty, the chains did not seem to be mere decoration. She gently touched the chain and found that its end appeared to connect to some kind of mechanism. I see. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she formed a plan in her mind. She quickly took out a long rope from her space, securing one end to the chain and tying the other end around her waist. Just as I thought, it's a trap. She sneered, relieved she hadn't acted recklessly. Taking a deep breath, she leaped and landed safely on the other side of the bridge. The moment she landed, the bridge shook violently and sharp iron spikes shot out. Watching the scene, Xia Shuning thought, this bridge is indeed a deadly trap. Ignoring the stone door, she squinted and looked down for a moment, then decisively untied the rope around her waist and jumped down. Xia Shuning landed steadily on flat ground, pushed aside some moss, and entered a stone cave behind her, heading toward the direction of a bloody smell. The sight before her surprised her. The dungeon was much larger than she had expected. Sunlight streamed in from the mountain top, making it surprisingly spacious and bright. On the dry ground, some wooden boxes were scattered about, with faded labels that vaguely read military supplies. More than 20 people were crammed into the northwest corner of the dungeon, mostly young women, along with a few children. They had no visible wounds on their faces, but were covered in dirt and blood, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Useless. A loud shout broke the silence. You can't even catch one woman after all this time. A scarred man kicked Wang Yongbo's leg. Wang Yongbo lowered his head, afraid to speak. Scar brother, that woman escaped nearby. We can catch her soon. In the crowd, a girl around 14 years old, protected in the middle, smirked slightly at this, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Scar brother's face twisted with anger, the scar across it becoming more pronounced. If we don't catch that woman today, I'll skin you alive. Wang Yongbo's eyes darted as he thought of a way to save himself. Scar brother, I have good news. I found an even better catch. Dozens of young fish, and they're quite pretty. Younger fish? Scar brother's eyes lit up suddenly. He squinted at Wang Yongbo and asked, did you say she has some small fish? How many? Wang Yongbo, noticing Scar's attention had shifted, quickly nodded and said, quite a few, Scar. I saw it with my own eyes last night. She has a wooden box with her that contains at least 5. Scar's lips curled into a cold smile as he lightly tapped the whip against his palm. Interesting. His gaze swept over the kidnapped people huddled together in the dungeon, a glint of greed in his eyes. He told his armed men nearby, when we catch her, the small fish is mine. You can have fun with the person, just don't kill them. Scar temporarily let Wang Yongbo go and turned to the corner. Tell me, where did that girl run off to? With a loud, Scar lashed the whip harshly at the boy in the corner. Xia Shuning's eyes fell on the boy being whipped. He was about 10 years old, with a bruised face and a thin body covered in whip marks. Yet he bit his lip, remained silent, and stared fiercely at the ground, his eyes shining with determination. Xia Shuning admired his spirit and unconsciously tightened her grip on her crossbow. This kid is tough. Scar, seeing the boy's silence, grew even angrier. Another whip struck it. You little brat, still trying to help that girl escape. The boy's lips turned pale, trembling all over. He was close to breaking. Xia Shuning's mind raced. She knew she had to act quickly, or the boy would be beaten to death. But in the dungeon, besides Scar and Wang Yongbo, there were several armed men. She couldn't act recklessly and needed to strike decisively. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, the girl she had saved during her last trip to the mountains. The girl held the kitchen knife Xia had given her, tears in her eyes, staring intently at the boy being whipped. Xia Shuning connected the dots. The girl I saved last time must be the one who escaped from the school cellar. The boy who was beaten helped her escape. She refused to leave with me that day because she wanted to come back to save the boy. At that moment, The priority was to stop the girl from acting impulsively. The others had guns, and if she rushed in, it would be a death sentence. Then Xia Shuning would lose the chance to earn merit. After thinking for a moment, she took out paper and a pen from her space, wrote a note, crumpled it up, and threw it over. The girl was suddenly hit by the paper ball, her body shaking violently, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the knife. She opened the crumpled paper, which read, "Stay hidden. I will come to save you. Xia Shuning." The girl suddenly remembered the older sister who had rescued her from the tree 2 days ago. How could she be here? Had her family also been taken by them? The girl instinctively looked at the group of women who had been kidnapped. The reflection of the kitchen knife in her hand flashed unexpectedly, catching the attention of the women. "Be careful, Sister Tang Bing." A 14-year-old girl in the crowd shouted towards the gap where Tang Bing was hiding. "Who's there?" Scarface immediately became alert, and all his men aimed their guns at the gap, slowly approaching. The little boy on the ground tensed up and suddenly lunged at Scarface, grabbing his leg tightly to stop him from getting closer. "You little brat, looking for trouble." Scarface sneered and raised his foot, preparing to stomp down the boy's head, as if he intended to crush it. "Stop!" Tang Bing's voice rang out suddenly as she rushed from the shadows without hesitation, shielding the boy with her frail body. Scarface's foot paused in midair, surprised for a moment, then he coldly laughed. "Oh, isn't this the filthy girl who tried to escape? She came right to me." Tang Bing held the little boy tightly and looked up with determination in her eyes. "You want me, so don't hurt him. He didn't help me escape. I tricked him. Sister Tang Bing, you should run. I will protect you." The boy cried, saying he hadn't been able to protect his mother when he was younger, but now he was grown and could protect this sister who reminded him of her. Scarface's cold gaze swept over them, and his smile deepened. "Oh, such deep feelings." He stomped heavily on Tang Bing's back. Tang Bing gritted her teeth and said nothing, holding the boy even tighter. In a critical moment, Xia Shuning pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and 5 sharp arrows flew through the air. Whoosh! 1 arrow hit Scarface in the chest, while the other 4 struck his men.
Bang!
At the same time, a from Zhua Zhihing's side fired, and the bullet pierced through Scarface's head. Scarface's body stiffened suddenly as he looked down at his chest, disbelief in his eyes. His lips moved as if to say something, but he only spat out a mouthful of blood before slowly collapsing. Meanwhile, Tang Tian deliberately screamed, "Help!" Her sharp voice echoed in the dungeon. The dungeon fell silent, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. Xia Shuning quickly scanned the dungeon and confirmed that Scar's men had been controlled. She hurried over to Tang Bing and the little boy. "Are you okay?" Xia Shuning crouched down and gently patted Tang Bing's shoulder. Tang Bing looked up, tears in her eyes but holding back from crying. She shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Her face was filled with worry. "Xia Jiqing, can you help Junjun?" Xia Shuning nodded, her gaze falling on the little boy. The boy looked pale and was breathing weakly, but his eyes remained determined. Xia Shuning pretended to take out medicine from her bag and handed Tang Bing a water bottle, instructing, "Give him the medicine in the paper bag to prevent internal bleeding and infection. Apply the ointment to his wounds to stop the bleeding and relieve pain." Tang Bing took the medicine, gratefully glanced at Xia Shuning, and carefully helped the little boy sit up to give him the medicine. "Sister." The voice of a 14-year-old girl suddenly rang out, sharp and distressed. "Are you okay?" She rushed over and hugged Tang Bing tightly. Tang Bing looked at her with mixed emotions and pushed her away. Tang Tian's face was full of grievance, her cheeks stained with tears. "Sister, you have every right to be angry with me. I was just so worried about you. It wasn't intentional." Tang Bing ignored her and continued to apply medicine to Junjun. The truth was, Tang Tian's carelessness had caused Tang Bing a lot of pain over the years, and even this time, her being kidnapped was a result of Tang Tian's mistake. Tang Tian's face turned pale, and she started to cry. The girls who had been protecting her couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. "Tang Bing, your sister was captured while trying to find you. She has suffered a lot too. During the days you were gone, she cried every day out of worry. Just then, Wang Yangbua suddenly jumped up from the ground, like a startled rabbit, and dashed toward the dungeon exit. Earlier, he had sensed danger and had fallen to the ground, pretending to be dead, lying still with his eyes slightly open to observe the surroundings. Xia Shuning shouted, "Stop him." Zhuo Zhiheng's men immediately raised their guns to aim, but Wang Yangbua was incredibly fast and soon reached the edge of the abyss. He glanced back, his eyes filled with a wild smile, then leaped into the abyss.
Ah!
Wang Yangbua's scream echoed through the canyon. Xia Shuning quickly walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down, seeing only darkness below, unable to spot Wang Yangbua. She frowned, feeling that something was off, but there was no time to think further. "Xia Jiqing, are you okay?" Zhuo Zhiheng's voice came from behind. Xia Shuning turned around and saw Zhuo Zhiheng leaning on a cane, standing at the entrance of the dungeon with a serious expression. His gaze swept over everyone in the dungeon, finally landing on Tang Tian. At that moment, Zhuo Zhiheng received a call from Zhuo team. "I'm at the mission site and found a great candidate for A. That crossbow shooter can hit 5 targets with 5 arrows at the same time. Which unit is that crossbow shooter from? I want that person." They called urgently over the radio, worried that another team might take the candidate. Zhuo team's mouth twitched. "Shut up. You're being too loud," he ordered unhappily. According to the plan, Team 1 will prioritize rescuing the civilians. Team 2 will pursue the fleeing soldiers. Understood. Understood. Tang Tian lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her face full of guilt. She stepped in front of Zhuo Zhiheng and said with a trembling voice, "Team leader Zhuo, I'm sorry. I was too worried about my sister, so I accidentally made a noise to warn everyone. I promise to learn from this experience and won't make such a mistake again." Zhuo Zhiheng looked at her coldly, his tone stern. "Comrade Tang Tian, there won't be a next time. Do you think being an undercover agent is just a game? Your actions have seriously endangered the safety of the civilians. Do you know why snipers need observers? Because impulsiveness can endanger the entire tactical unit." Zhuo Zhiheng's expression was icy. He had opposed Tang Tian being an undercover agent from the start, but the Tang family had insisted. If Tang Tian were a soldier, she would be grounded immediately. "I hope you write a thorough reflection on your mistakes during this rescue mission, and I will also report to higher-ups. Even if you are not yet a soldier, coming from a military family and voluntarily participating in this operation means you should hold yourself to soldier's standards." As soon as Zhuo Zhiheng finished speaking, Tang Tian's face turned pale. She bit her lip, a flicker of unwillingness and resentment in her eyes. Once she submitted this reflection, she would lose any chance of receiving a reward for this operation, and her mother had set this up for her. But recalling what she had heard from her mother, she eventually lowered her head and said softly, "Yes, team leader Zhuo, I will reflect seriously." Xia Shuning stood by and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. If apologies worked, people would act without restraint. Just then, she overheard 2 soldiers nearby whispering, "Why is team leader Zhuo still so strict? Tang Tian's father is a division commander. What is this?" Zhuo Tuan's previous partner was the lead performer in the military arts troupe, known for her beauty throughout the army. They were almost getting married. Is that true? What happened next? Later, Zhuo Tuan suspected she was a spy, reported her, and she was executed. Xia Shuning was shocked by this explosive gossip, nearly dropping her jaw. Tang Bing finished applying medicine to Junjun and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Although Junjun's face was still pale, his breathing had stabilized a lot. He looked up, his gaze sharp as he focused on Zhuo Zhiheng, who was holding a walkie-talkie nearby. Feeling his stare, Zhuo Zhiheng walked over, crouched down, and looked at him with deep and complex eyes. After a moment of silence, he patted Junjun's shoulder, his tone carrying some approval. "You've got guts. You didn't embarrass your dad." After saying this, he took out a medal from his pocket and solemnly placed it in Junjun's palm. Junjun looked down at the medal, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and asked, "Is this my dad's medal?" He held the medal tightly, his eyes shining with hope. Xia Shuning remained silent and did not answer. Anger and hatred ignited in Junjun's eyes. Xia Shuning wouldn't dare to answer. His godmother was right. The medal that belonged to his dad was taken by Xia Shuning. If his dad was a heroic soldier who sacrificed himself, those bad people wouldn't dare to hurt his mom. It's all Xia Shuning's fault, disrespecting his dad and causing his mom's death. Tang Bing stood aside, feeling puzzled. Junjun's dad was also a soldier? How could he have been sold? Xia Shuning stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the dungeon, his tone returning to its usual sternness. He called for a guard. Xiao Song, use my car to Junjun and the others to the hospital. Team 2, continue pursuing the deserters. Make sure there are no future troubles. Understood. Received. The soldiers responded in unison and quickly took action. Xia Shuning leaned on his cane and walked toward Scar's body. Xiao Song carefully picked up Junjun, his eyes red and full of concern. Junjun's father was also his comrade. They had been on the front lines together. If it weren't for Wang Huyun, Tang Bing instinctively followed Xiao Song. If Junjun hadn't helped that day, she definitely wouldn't have escaped. It was all her fault for dragging Junjun into this, causing such serious injuries to a child. Suddenly, she thought of her sister Tang Tian, worried that she might also be hurt, and turned back to call her to go to the hospital together. Although she was angry at her sister's carelessness that led to her being captured by traffickers and suffering greatly, she was still her sister. She saw Tang Tian standing behind Xia Shuning, and his tall figure blocked her view, so Tang Tian thought Tang Bing had already left with the car. Tang Tian twisted her clothes with both hands, her eyes red. She hesitated to speak. Xia Tuan, my sister.
She did it to save me.
Xia Shuning frowned. Be clear. Tang Tian sniffled. That day, Scar brother captured me first. My sister tried to save me and got caught. Later, she might have wanted to call for help, so she deliberately took off her clothes to distract Scar brother. She wiped her tears. Scar brother fell for it. My sister took the chance to hurt him while he was distracted, and with Junjun's help, she managed to escape. I just feel Scar brother has a special interest in my sister. Junjun is just a child. Did he really knock out Scar brother? Xia Shuning's voice turned colder. Are you saying Tang Bing risked that to escape? That's not it. Tang Tian quickly explained, my sister is innocent. She was just pretending. She lowered her head. I know this sounds bad for my sister, but I can't bear to see her misunderstood, and I'm worried if she has any dealings with Scar brother. Xia Shuning said expressionlessly, do not speak of this to anyone else. Tang Tian's worry was more evident. I'm afraid those who were also kidnapped might say something wrong, and I'm scared my sister might be misled by her mother and go down the wrong path. Tang Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She looked deeply at Tang Tian and sneered inwardly. She truly is Xuejing's daughter. She turned to chase after Xiao Song. Xia Shuning thought for a moment, then called over a subordinate, pointing at Tang Tian. Zhu Zi, take her away and put her in a separate interrogation room. Tang Tian was shocked, forgetting her mother's warning, and questioned loudly. She turned away, refusing to go with Zhu Zi. Why should I be locked up? Even if I didn't contribute, I still suffered. If my mom... Xia Shuning's face darkened, interrupting sharply. Comrade Tang Tian, please cooperate with the investigation. He had only planned to investigate her quietly, but with Tang Tian saying all this, he was even more convinced that she was definitely not normal. Thinking of Tang Tian's manipulative mother, Xuejing, going to complain to Commander Wang, he felt a headache coming on. Hopefully, she was just trying to take credit and wouldn't lead him to discover anything. Of course, even if she was just seeking credit, he despised such people the most. His brothers risked their lives, while they relied on their ancestors' achievements to take credit and caused various accidents, including the death of his best. Everyone was shocked to see Tang Tian being taken away alone. What was happening? Xia Shuning was helping the injured with initial treatment and coldly watched Tang Tian's retreating figure, a hint of sarcasm on her lips. This Tang Tian really resembled Fang Jingjun, whom she disliked, and she felt the need to deal with her to earn some merit points. Xia Shuning approached Xia Shuning from behind. Comrade Xia, did you receive the items? Is it enough? Xia Shuning paused for a moment, then remembered the pile of things he had arranged to send. She nodded. I received them. Thank you. Xia Shuning replied with a simple his tone still flat. Eat more and grow taller. Xia Shuning. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to poke him until he couldn't speak. Did he have some kind of problem? Suddenly, she caught a whiff of blood coming from him. Considering that Xia Shuning would voluntarily pay for the treatment and she could earn merit points, Xia Shuning took out a jar of medicine from her bag and handed it to him. Zhituan, this is medicine I made myself. Use it on your gunshot wound. It will heal faster. Xia Shuning accepted the jar, put it in his pocket, and then realized he hadn't brought any money. Thank you, Comrade Xia. I'll pay you for the treatment another day. After a pause, he quietly added, I'll arrange a car to take you back. There was a marked road on the map that could accommodate vehicles. He had just come by car. Even those who were trafficked would be taken back by car, so inviting Xia Shuning to ride was not a breach of confidentiality. Xia Shuning shook her head, refusing. No, I still want to collect some herbs from Tianshan. I'll be leaving now. With that, she turned gracefully and walked away quickly, disappearing from Xia Shunings's sight. Xia Shuning had a clear destination. She was heading to the place where Scar Brother and his group of traffickers hid their ill-gotten gains. Along the way, she continued to collect unique plants and animals from Tianshan to trade at Zhuke Mall, accumulating yen coins. Tianshan was truly a magical natural treasure trove, with new discoveries every time she visited. Xia Shuning used her spiritual sense to confirm that no one was following her and directly circled back to the entrance of the ancient path where she had just tracked Wang Yanghua. Deep in the secret passage, there were good things waiting for her. Xia Shuning re-entered the entrance of the ancient path of Tianshan. Following her spiritual sense, she twisted and turned, walking nearly 3 miles until she reached a moss-covered rock wall. This rock wall looked no different from the others, providing excellent concealment. An ordinary person walking on an ancient path filled with traps would feel extremely tense and might not notice the rock wall. Xia Shuning took out a universal hammer from her space and struck a specific point on the rock wall. With a loud rumble, a large black hole appeared in the wall. Xia Shuning bought a headlamp from the shop. As the light turned on, she saw more than 10 large boxes sealed with stickers inside the cave. She used her spiritual sense to collect all the boxes into her space, then quickly entered to open them one by one. Xia Shuning rubbed her hands together excitedly. The joy of unpacking was unmatched. The first large box still had a seal on it, dated August 5, 1971, with the seal number 97. After tearing off the seal and opening it, she found it filled with large yellow fish from the Republic of China. She weighed one in her hand, estimating it to be about 10 taels, or approximately 312.5 grams. The edges of the gold bars had clear bite marks, and layers were separated by wax paper. The second large box contained a collection of silk satin kipeos, wrapped in cotton cloth. One lavender qipao caught her eye. It had a row of pearl-sized beads at the hem. Unfortunately, she couldn't wear it outside now, so she planned to clean it and enjoy it in her space. Inside, there were also various colored embroidered clutches filled with different types of buttons, including pearl buttons and jade buttons. The third box held several suzhou embroidered quilt covers and silk bed sheets. The fourth box contained 8 complete white tiger fur pelts and a red fox fur coat. The fifth box was filled with dozens of South Sea pearl necklaces and several hundred loose pearls, all smooth and flawless. There were 38 strands of South Sea pearls, with the largest strand having 108 pearls, each the size of a green bean. The sixth box contained small boxes made of rosewood. When opened, they were filled with yellow stone seals, including one carved with 5 bats, symbolizing longevity. The seventh box held Qing Dynasty jade bracelets and carved jade pieces wrapped in soft satin, such as a charm. Most of the jade bracelets were too large for Xia Shuning to wear. Among the carved jade pieces was a jade coffin the size of an arm, which had a mechanism on the lid for her to play with. The eighth box contained 3 pairs of blue and white plum vases, with the cotton stuffing at the top already moldy and the bodies wrapped in soft cloth. The ninth box was filled with old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, which Xia Shuning found very useful for making medicine. The 10th box contained a Western clock, several Rolex watches, a decorative pocket watch, and a few cameras, complete with film. The 11th box was filled with national tickets and stacks of cash. What a windfall. This trip was definitely worth it. Including Director Wang from the Pigeon Committee, everyone connected to the committee is an easy target. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of them. After clearing everything out, Xia Shuning quickly left the space and continued to gather herbs in Tianshan. A few days later, Xia Shuning brought mulberry cakes and fried meatballs to visit Junjun in the hospital. As she approached the hospital room, she heard a woman's sharp voice inside, sounding somewhat familiar. "You ungrateful child, I really regret caring for you. It's because you run around that you encountered trouble. Do you know how worried I was?" She must not let her dad know that she lost Junjun while buying new clothes for a date with brother Zhiheng. Years ago, after Junjun's dad sacrificed himself, her brother risked everything to save her, even carrying their mother's urn, yet her dad still sent her to the hospital. Junjun held back tears, determined not to cry. Wang Heyun continued to scold him. "This is infuriating. If I hadn't taken pity on you, fed you, and given you a place to stay, you would have starved on the streets." As she scolded, she recalled how hard it was for her, an unmarried woman, to be forced by her dad to raise someone else's child. But no matter how well she treated him, this stubborn child refused to say where his mother's things were hidden. Did he want her to raise him for nothing? Junjun lowered his head, his eyes red, and weakly explained, "I miss my mom. I want to visit her grave." Wang Heyun, however, was relentless, her voice sharper. "It was your stealing that caused your mother's death. What right do you have to see her?" At this, Junjun's tears finally fell. He tightly gripped the medal in his hand, his body trembling slightly. Tang Bing, feeling heartbroken, stepped forward and said to Wang Heyun, "Comrade Wang, please don't speak to Junjun like that. He's not a bad child." Wang Heyun glanced at Tang Bing dismissively. The woman before her was tall and fair, with a hint of exotic beauty that was both striking and subtly gentle. She heard that Tang Bing arrived at the hospital in brother Zhiheng's car, personally escorted by his bodyguard, Xiao Song. Wang Heyun felt a surge of jealousy, since Xiao Song never offered to drive her. With a cold laugh, Wang Heyun replied sharply, "Who do you think you are?
What right do you have to speak to me like that?"
"Humph. Your business has spread from the Air Force compound to ours." A lead dancer in a performing troupe, lowering herself to climb into the bed of a trafficker. "And the daughter of a commander?"
Huffed.
Tang's face was embarrassed by you two, mother and daughter. Both of you are equally disgraceful. Tang Bing's face turned pale. She was not good at arguing, but when she heard Wang Heyun insult her mother, she angrily pointed at her and shouted, "Shut up." Seeing her furious yet helpless expression, Wang Heyun became even more arrogant. "I will say it. Aunt Shui, a martyr's widow, knelt at the Air Force Academy gate for a whole morning, begging the Xiang family not to break off the engagement with you, a shameless woman. You, a fallen flower, don't deserve someone like Xiang Yu." Wang Heyun thought of the handsome Xiang Yu and felt a wave of jealousy. If it weren't for her infatuation with brother Zhiheng, the promising pilot Xiang Yu would barely be worthy of her. With a loud slap, Xia Shuning hit Wang Heyun hard. She disdainfully said, "Wang Heyun, as a military doctor, how can you insult the child of a martyr like this?" Wang Heyun was caught off guard and fell to the ground, covering her swollen face, glaring at Xia Shuning with a flash of resentment in her eyes. She thought to herself that this was a hospital, not Xia Shuning's territory, and that Xia Shuning wouldn't dare to go too far. She regained her arrogance. "What do you care? You, a mere chicken feeder, dare to teach me a lesson?" After saying that, Wang Heyun pretended to cover her nose, looking disgusted. Seeing Xia Shuning made her even more unhappy. Why was every woman around brother Zhiheng younger and prettier than her? She heard that brother Ji Hung had applied for a second-class merit for this chicken feeder. Xia Shuning slapped Wang Heyun again and coldly smiled. I originally planned to report you to your superiors to see how they handle someone who insults the child of a martyr and spreads rumors. Now that I see that Dr. Wang looks down on chicken feeders and the working class, I will have to report you to the committee. Wang Heyun's face changed dramatically, her voice trembling. You dare. The committee had always wanted to interfere with the military, but had been pushed back by several founding generals. If she caused trouble with the committee, the first to suffer would be her father, Colonel Wang, and her brother would surely be furious with her. Xia Shuning coldly looked at her. You can try, and see if I dare. Wang Heyun was frightened by her gaze, and hurriedly turned to leave the ward. The ward fell silent, and Jingjun looked at Xia Shuning with admiration, surprised that his sister not only knew how to fight, but also how to scold. It was the first time he had seen his godmother make someone flee in embarrassment. Then he suddenly thought of something and said with a worried face, Sister Xia, you need to be careful. My godmother will take revenge on you. Xia Shuning handed the mulberry cake and fried meatballs to Jingjun and Tang Bing and curiously asked, Jingjun, why do you call Wang Heyun your godmother? Jingjun lowered his head, gripping the corner of his clothes tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Originally, it was Teacher Wang who adopted me. He found me by the trash can, and he helped me. Jingjun's voice trembled slightly, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes as he said, I'm so useless. After my mom fell asleep, she just lay at home with me. In the end, those relatives kicked me and my mom out to take the house. It was Teacher Wang who helped me bury my mom. It's not that you're useless. You're just too young. Your mom wouldn't blame you. Tang Bing saw Jingjun falling into self-blame again and quickly comforted him in a soft voice. Jingjun looked up at Tang Bing's face, which was very similar to his mom's, bit his lip, and spoke so softly it was almost inaudible. But my godmother always says that I caused my mom's death. I keep thinking if it weren't for me, would my mom still be alive? I'm a bad kid. No, you're a good kid. Wang Heyun is talking nonsense. She's not a good person at all. Xia Shuning, already disliking Wang Heyun for trying to steal her prescription, began to think about how to deal with her after hearing Jingjun's story. She gently patted Jingjun's shoulder and asked softly, So, how did Wang Heyun become your godmother? Jingjun's voice gradually lowered. I lived with Teacher Wang for a while. He was very good to me, but he was really busy. He wiped away a tear and continued. Later, my godmother came and begged Teacher Wang for forgiveness, saying my dad was her savior and that she wanted to raise me to repay my dad's kindness. At first, Teacher Wang didn't agree, until my godmother said she was also a child without a mother and understood how hard it was for kids like us. She had more time to take care of me than Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang agreed. He cried and made my godmother promise in front of the urn that she would take good care of me, or else he would shoot her. Teacher Wang also said that since my godmother wanted to raise me, I would be her only child for life. Xia Shuning frowned slightly. Teacher Wang really was a foolish man. He hadn't raised his daughter well and was causing trouble. He didn't understand Wang Heyun's character or how a mother feels about her own child. She couldn't see any real love from Wang Heyun towards Jingjun, nor did she believe that Wang Heyun would give up the chance to have her own child for Jingjun. She softly asked, Has she always treated you this way? As Jingjun's godmother and legal guardian, Wang Heyun not only came to the hospital empty-handed to visit the injured Jingjun but also scolded him right away. Jingjun's eyes dimmed, and his voice became low. At first, my godmother was nice to me. Later, she always asked if I knew where my mom's things were. I didn't know, and she called me a lying bad kid, wouldn't let me eat or sleep, and made me work. After hearing this, Xia Shuning felt even more disgusted with Wang Heyun. She shouldn't have let her leave earlier and should have given her a good beating. Jingjun sniffed, his voice choked, but I really didn't know. They had taken everything from her home. At that time, they searched the house, insisting I stole their things. My mom was hurt while trying to protect me. Jingjun's voice was calm and controlled, but his eyes were slightly red. After that, my mom never woke up again. Xia Shuning gently patted Junjun's head and said firmly, Junjun, you must remember, your mom loves you very much. She left to protect you. You are a good child. She added, if others insult you or hate you, it means you didn't let them take advantage of you. Tang Bing, hearing this, lowered her head and quietly murmured, if others insult you or hate you, it means you didn't let them take advantage of you. She looked up, filled with hope, and asked Xia Shuning, Xia Jiqing, what if others slander? Xia Shuning replied without hesitation, if others slander you, it means you are better than them. Looking at Tang Bing, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Tang Bing, did you know Junjun before? Tang Bing shook her head and softly said, I had hurt Scar brother. He grabbed my neck. I thought I was going to die. Luckily, Junjun knocked Scar brother out and distracted the pursuers for me. Her voice trembled and tears slowly fell. Junjun told me at that time, Mom, Junjun has come to save you. You should run. Junjun's body stiffened slightly, and after a moment, he quietly said, I thought it was my mom. Sister Tang Bing looks like my mom. Junjun took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Xia Shuning with both hands. Xia Shuning wiped her hands clean, took the photo with both hands, and looked up at Tang Bing, nodding in agreement. They really look alike. Both your mom and Sister Tang Bing are very beautiful. In the photo, Tang Bing's eyes and brows are very similar to Junjun's mother's, which explains why Junjun feels so close to her. Xia Shuning looked at Junjun's red eyes and gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Junjun, you are amazing. You knocked out the bad guy and protected Sister Tang Bing. I'll reward you with a slingshot I make myself next time we meet. Tang Bing smiled and said, yes, Junjun is really impressive. He made so many pursuers go in circles. She never thought about leaving Junjun behind to escape, but she had no clothes or weapons and could only watch helplessly as Scar brother took him away. Junjun's face turned red, and he scratched his head. Dad taught me many things, like how to shoot, set traps for wild rabbits, and shake off bad people, Dad said. His voice gradually faded, and he choked up, saying, Dad said that we are both men, and we must protect Mom well. He began to cry softly. Later, when he was caught by Scar brother, he thought it would be better to die. Then he could see Mom and Dad again. Dear friends, don't be upset. Xia Shuning will take care of Wang Heyun. Please add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. She loves you all. Xia Shuning suddenly understood that this child had never forgotten his mother and had never forgiven himself. He always blamed himself for not being able to protect her. She patted Junjun's shoulder. When you grow up, you'll be able to protect your mom. Junjun's voice was muffled. How big do I have to be? Am I not big enough now? Xia Shuning thought for a moment about the man they both knew. You need to grow as big as Zhutuan. He's a bad person. He stole my dad's military honor. If it weren't for him, my dad could have received first-class merit. Junjun broke free from Xia Shuning's embrace, his face flushed with anger as he cried, if my dad had received first-class merit, those bad people wouldn't dare come around. At this point, his voice choked, and he couldn't continue, tightly clenching his fists as tears streamed down his face. Outside the hospital room, a tall man stood at the door, dressed in military uniform, leaning on a cane and holding a bag of various nutritional supplies. He gently set down the bag and silently turned to leave, his tall figure appearing somewhat lonely. Xia Shuning noticed the commotion outside and felt quite speechless. Is this man mute? He speaks at the wrong times and stays silent when he should speak. She said to Junjun, Junjun, have you ever thought that maybe your godmother is lying?
Zhutuan.
He's not that kind of person. That man, he was already at the door and didn't come in to explain things to the child. Doesn't he have a voice? But Junjun shook his head, his voice stubborn. No, my godmother wouldn't lie to me. She showed me the honor certificate for Zhua Zhiheng's first-class merit, which belongs to my dad. He tightly held the first-class medal in his hand. Tang Bing sighed softly and gently ruffled Junjun's hair. Junjun, you're still young, And there are some things you might not understand yet. But you have to believe that Zhuotuan is a good person.
He truly cares about you.
Junjun suddenly pushed her hand away, his small chest heaving. He's not. Every time he comes, I ask him for my dad's military medal, but he never gives it to me.
He's just guilty.
Xia Shuning and Tang Bing exchanged glances. Tang Bing looked helpless and worried, while Xia Shuning seemed speechless. Because of Wang Heyun's deliberate deception and the silence of Wang Shizhong and Zhuo Zhiheng. All of this led to Junjun's deep resentment towards Zhuo Zhiheng, which was now etched in his heart. Xia Shuning poked Junjun's hair gently. Junjun, Zhuotuan saved you from Scar Brother with a cane, and his wound reopened later. I was the one who gave him the hemostatic medicine. She looked at Junjun's tense shoulders and the struggle in his eyes, then softly added, some adults will lie, and some will remain silent, but the truth is like a seed buried in the ground. One day it will break through the soil. You need to learn to find it yourself. Meanwhile, Wang Heyun was rummaging through boxes at home, searching for Junjun's mother's belongings. She carelessly tossed a yellowed family photo onto the floor. In the picture, Junjun's parents were smiling brightly. She kicked aside some old clothes and disdainfully muttered, "What kind of young lady from Wu's department store? Just a pile of junk. What are you doing at home instead of taking care of Junjun in the hospital?" Wang Shizhong's voice thundered at the door, startling Wang Heyun so much that she almost dropped the photo frame. She quickly adjusted her expression, turning around with a gentle smile. "Dad, what brings you here?" "I came back to tidy up some things for Junjun. The chicken soup is still simmering on the stove. I'll take it to the hospital soon." As she spoke, she hurriedly stuffed the scattered clothes into the cabinet and folded a few of Junjun's clean clothes. Wang Shizhong glanced at the clothes in her hands, and his expression softened a little. Wang Heyun felt a flash of pride. She had long understood her father's temperament and always maintained a flawless facade. Junjun's clothes were always the cleanest and most presentable in the courtyard, but who knew that the compensation money had already been used for other purposes?
"Kneel down,"
Commander Wang suddenly shouted, slamming his riding whip on the table. He then gently placed his late wife's urn aside, his gaze piercing Wang Heyun like a knife. "In front of your mother's urn. Honestly tell me how Junjun went missing?" Wang Heyun's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground with a thud. She stared in fear at the whip in front of her. Years ago, Commander Wang had used this whip to punish her severely. If it weren't for her brother's desperate intervention, she might have already met a tragic end. But now, her brother was far away in Urumqi, and no one could protect her from this punishment. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled. "It's all my fault. I thought Junjun had grown taller, so I took him to get new clothes, and I lost track of him." With a sharp, the whip struck Wang Heyun's back, the stinging pain making her shudder. She grabbed the whip as it came down again, her voice hoarse. "Dad, please wait until Junjun is out of the hospital to punish me. He needs someone to take care of him right now." Commander Wang panted heavily, the whip trembling slightly in his hand. He pointed at the urn, his voice low but firm. "Swear on your mother's urn that you did not do anything wrong to Junjun." Wang Heyun looked up, her gaze falling on her mother's photo on the urn. That beautiful face bore no resemblance to her. She had never experienced her mother's love, and even good looks were inherited by her brother. She gritted her teeth, her voice laced with determination. "If I have ever wronged Junjun, let me suffer worse than my mother." Commander Wang's eyes suddenly turned red. He recalled the tragic circumstances of his late wife's death, and the anger and sorrow in his heart intertwined, nearly overwhelming him. "You made a grave mistake back then, which not only cost Jingui's life, but also ruined Zhiheng. He is almost 30 and still unmarried, all because of Junjun." A spark of fervor flashed in Wang Heyun's eyes. "I can marry brother Zhiheng, and we can raise Junjun together. Only the two of us will treat Junjun like our own child." She had rushed from the hospital to adopt Junjun after hearing that brother Zhiheng had awakened and wanted to adopt him. She thought that adopting Junjun would improve her relationship with brother Zhiheng. Even for Junjun's sake, brother Zhiheng would have to marry her. Unexpectedly, brother Zhiheng refused to acknowledge her. So why should she take care of the son of the late Manhwa and Wu Nian for nothing? Smack. Another whip struck her. You don't deserve it. Colonel Wang trembled with anger. Jiheng is distant from me because of you. Wang Huyun's voice was almost frantic. I can atone for my sins. Let me spend my life making amends to brother Jiheng. I can bear children for him. Colonel Wang was furious. Stay away from him, or you should just disappear. That would be the best way to atone. And you are older than Jiheng, so stop calling him brother Jiheng. Wang Huyun's face showed a strange shyness.
He asked me to call him that.
At that time, 3-year-old Zhuo Jiheng held her hand and innocently said, Sister, can you call me brother? Colonel Wang pointed at her with trembling fingers, unable to speak for a long time. His daughter was simply insane. Wang Huyun quickly handed him a medicine bottle. Dad, take your medicine. I'll go deliver something to Junjun. With that, she grabbed her things and ran off. Colonel Wang leaned weakly against the chair, gently touching the urn of his late wife. In his life, he served the country and the people with no regrets, but he felt he had let down the late Manhwa and his wife. When he found Junjun, Wu Nian had already passed away. He couldn't face Junjun's clear eyes or the innocent call of Grandpa Wang. He was a sinner. Because of his longing and guilt for his late wife, he could never bring himself to deal with his daughter harshly. Now, Zhuo Jiheng, who once treated him like a father, was like a stranger to him, and it was all his own doing. The hospital room was quiet and warm. Junjun and Xia Shuning were eating apples that Tang Bing had peeled. The apples from the border town were crisp and sweet. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open forcefully. Bing Bing, look what Mommy brought you. A soft voice, sweet as honey, echoed from the hallway. Tang Bing stiffened and tightly gripped the apple in her hand. Bing Bing, Mommy made you chicken soup. Bing Bing, Mommy also brought you your favorite apples. Bing Bing, Mommy brought you clean clothes, your favorite blue pajamas. Xia Shuning looked speechlessly at the door, where a woman in her 40s walked in. She wore a white shirt and army green pants, her face wrinkle-free. One hand held a bag of apples, and the other carried a thermos. Xuejing smiled as she opened the hospital room door. She glanced at Xia Shuning and Junjun, nodded slightly, and then looked at Tang Bing with concern. Bing Bing, I'm sorry I'm late. You weren't too worried, were you? She said softly, placing the thermos and net bag gently on the table. Tang Bing slowly looked up, her gaze cold. Aunt Xue, my mom is Ko-Inxiang. Your daughter isn't here. Your daughter Tang Tian is in the military confinement room. Xuejing's hand trembled slightly, but her smile remained perfect. She opened the thermos, and the rich aroma of chicken soup filled the air. I simmered this soup all morning, hoping you could have some warm to help you feel better. Just then, a nurse entered to change the dressing. Xuejing's tone softened further. You stubborn child. Even in the hospital, you're still like this with your mom. Drink some soup, so I won't worry. The nurse smiled and said, Aunt Xue, we all agree at the nurse's station that you are the best mom on this floor. Xuejing smiled wider. It's because Bing Bing is so lovable. She even saved her sister from human traffickers. As she spoke, she ladled a bowl of soup and cheerfully handed it to the nurse. Xiaohua, you should have some too. You've been working night shifts lately. The nurse gratefully accepted the soup. I really envy Comrade Tang for having such a wonderful mom. Tang Bing scoffed coldly, a smirk on her face, filled with disdain. This lady here is the kind of stepmother you'd be lucky to find in our Air Force compound. Xuejing remained calm, her tone gentle yet slightly resigned. You're joking about your mom again, aren't you? She raised her hand as if to poke Tang Bing's forehead. Tang Bing quickly dodged her touch. The nurse awkwardly smiled, sipping the chicken soup while her gaze shifted between the two, unsure of what to say. Xia Shuning focused on the penicillin instructions on the 4-bag, her brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, she caught a strange scent from the thermos. Xuejing brought the bowl of soup closer to Tang Bing's mouth, gently coaxing, Come on, Bing Bing, let Mom feed you while it's hot. At that moment, Xia Shuning abruptly reached out to stop Xuejing, exclaiming, You can't drink that. Jing frowned, slightly annoyed. What are you doing, young lady? Xia Shuning looked her in the eye. This soup has traditional Chinese medicine in it, which conflicts with the anti-inflammatory medication Tang Bing is receiving. She can't drink it. Jing's expression changed slightly, but she quickly smiled and said, You must have misunderstood. This is just ordinary chicken soup. How could I harm Bing Bing? Xia Shuning scoffed. You added astragalus to this soup, right? Jing stiffened, forcing herself to stay calm, and argued. Astragalus boosts energy and is good for health. I've always added it to my chicken soup. Xia Shuning replied sternly, Astragalus does boost energy, but using it with anti-inflammatory medicine can put extra strain on the liver and kidneys. Bing Bing cannot drink it now. Jing's smile completely froze, but she quickly returned to her gentle demeanor. She sighed softly and said, Since you are worried, I'll just take this soup back for myself. Jing slowly sat down, adopting a motherly look, and spoke softly, Bing Bing, I am very grateful to you. I would never let you sacrifice your happiness for your sister. I've told your dad about the hardships you've faced, and he feels very sorry for you. Tang Bing coldly laughed, shaking her head slightly, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Aunt Shui, your gratitude is something most people cannot bear. In the past, you were grateful to my mom for helping you, yet you climbed into my dad's bed. Now, you are thankful that I saved your daughter, but you spread rumors about me everywhere. Why don't you tell me what you said to Teacher Tang? He won't even come to the hospital to see me. Jing's eyes instantly turned red, and she sobbed as she explained, Bing Bing, you have too many misunderstandings about me. All these years, everyone in the courtyard has watched how I treat you. How could I dare to treat you poorly? My relationship with your dad is clear. Your mom misunderstood your dad, and I knelt outside her workplace to explain, but she wouldn't listen and insisted on leaving you and your dad for Sioux country, never to return. Don't worry about the rumors outside. Mom will handle it. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I will confront them. Your dad doesn't avoid seeing you. He comes as soon as he picks up Tian. For all these years, whenever there was tension between you two, it was me who tried to mediate. Tian is so thoughtless, causing you to suffer so much. Don't worry, Mom will take care of her. Yao Hunji has insulted me in various ways for your mom's sake. But for your happiness, I knelt for an entire morning outside the courtyard, begging her not to break off the engagement. Tang Bing didn't respond, only staring intently at the fruit knife on the table, her expression somewhat dazed. Jing secretly felt pleased and pretended to choke up, anxiously saying, Child, please don't think of doing anything foolish. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Then you questioned, Is it true, as your sister said, that you have secret dealings with Scar Brother? Tang Bing leaned against the headboard, not even lifting her eyelids. She was used to it. With these two women around, anything she said was pointless. In a daze, Colonel Tang seemed to see the shadow of Ko Inxiang. That proud and stubborn woman looked at him the same way when she caught him with Jing, silent and cold, as if he were something dirty. Why aren't you speaking? I'm your father. The belt swooshed down but stopped in midair. Xia Shuning held a fruit knife that glinted coldly, the tip aimed at his wrist. Xia Shuning said slowly, Colonel Tang, that belt of yours, it was issued by the army, right? Colonel Tang's face changed, and he reluctantly put the belt away, continuing to scold his daughter. Did you ask Zhuozhiheng to investigate Tian? What is your relationship with Zhuozhiheng? You embarrassed yourself and still dare to slander your sister. How could I have a daughter like you? Tang Bing lifted her eyelids, a mocking smile appearing on her face. You really don't deserve a daughter like me. Colonel Tang was so angry his lips trembled. You ungrateful daughter. Seeing this, Jing immediately rushed into Colonel Tang's arms. Her white shirt brushed against his green military uniform as she gently and almost playfully said, We are innocent. I can take Tian and leave any time. I'm just worried about Bing Bing not having anyone to care for her. As she spoke, she began to sob softly, her whole body leaning weakly against Colonel Tang. Holding the fainting Jing, Colonel Tang's anger grew, veins bulging on his neck. He pointed at Tang Bing and shouted furiously, "You are just like your mother Ko In-xiang. Stubborn and self-righteous, unable to see anyone else. No matter how pretty, you don't act like a woman at all." Tang Tian stood obediently to the side, gently fanning Colonel Tang, her voice overly sweet. "Daddy, don't be angry. It will hurt your health, and Mommy and I will be worried." As she spoke, she slightly curled her lips and shot a fierce glare at the cold-faced Tang Bing, her eyes hiding a trace of subtle pride and provocation. Xia Shuning looked at Tang Bing, who had returned to her icy, world-weary demeanor, and felt an inexplicable pity. Suddenly, she spoke to Colonel Tang. "Colonel Tang, your daughter Tang Tian has a mental illness. How can you let her run around everywhere?" Jing's expression darkened instantly, and she shouted sharply, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Shuning smiled mysteriously and shook the epilepsy diagnosis certificate in her hand. "Isn't it confirmed?" Jing's temples throbbed. This was a fake certificate she had someone create. No matter how much she cried to Director Wang these past few days, Jing refused to let her daughter go. She couldn't bear to have Tian locked in the confinement room. This certificate must not fall into anyone else's hands. Thinking of this, Jing quickly changed to a gentle tone. "Oh, Xia Jiqing, stop joking. Please give the certificate back to Aunt Shui." "I won't." Xia Shuning firmly refused and stuffed the certificate into her pocket. "Give it to me." Tang Tian suddenly lunged forward to grab it. Xia Shuning was quick and pinched Tang Tian's wrist with her fingers.
"Ah!"
Tang Tian let out a sharp scream that seemed to echo throughout the room. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the screaming Tang Tian. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xia Shuning swiftly inserted a silver needle into the back of Tang Tian's ear. Tang Tian had never experienced such a loss and immediately shouted angrily, "You nasty person." Xia Shuning confidently declared, "She's about to have a seizure." As soon as she said that, everyone saw Tang Tian's eyes roll back, her limbs convulsing as she fell to the ground stiffly. The room erupted into chaos. Tang Tian was twitching on the floor, even starting to foam at the mouth. Jing held her, crying out desperately, "Tian Tian. Tian Tian, wake up. Don't scare Mommy. Doctor." Director Tang anxiously paced in circles. "Where's the doctor? Why aren't they here yet?" Xia Shuning watched coldly, her fingers lightly rubbing the silver needle. Doctors and nurses rushed in, quickly lifting Tang Tian onto the bed. "Does the patient have a history of epilepsy?" the doctor asked while examining her. Jing hesitated.
"No."
She glanced at Xia Shuning's smirk and felt a jolt of fear, worried she might report to Zhuizhiheng, so she quickly changed her answer. "Yes." "Is there or isn't there?" The doctor frowned, looking puzzled, and gave Tang Tian a calming injection. "In this situation, it's best to send her to the psychiatric hospital in Urumqi for observation." Jing screamed, her emotions nearly frantic. "No. My daughter is not sick." Xia Shuning asked with concern, "Aunt Shui, have you finally lost it too?" Director Tang quickly grabbed Jing's arm, saying, "Jingjing, calm down. Don't get worked up." Jing shook off his hand and pointed at Xia Shuning. "It's you. You must be the one causing trouble." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, "Aunt Shui, you shouldn't say things like that. I didn't touch Tang Tian." She then opened her hands. Director Tang looked at her empty palms and asked with a hint of pleading, "Xia, can you help?" Xia Shuning interrupted, "No, I can't help someone with bad character." Jing's face changed colors like a traffic light, going from green to red to yellow. She took a deep breath and turned to Tang Bing, gripping her arm tightly. "Bing Bing, are you just going to stand there? Your sister is in this state." Her fingers pressed hard, almost breaking the skin on Tang Bing's arm. "Please ask Xia for help to save your sister." Tang Bing shook her off and scoffed. "My sister? My mom only had me." "You." Jing trembled with anger. "How can you say that? Your dad." "Enough." Director Tang interrupted. "The most important thing right now is Tian Tian." Xia Shuning suddenly spoke up. "Aunt Shui, aren't you going to get her checked?" Epilepsy is often hereditary. Xuejing's face turned pale. What do you mean? Nothing much. Xia Shuning adjusted her sleeves. Just a reminder. After all, if you and Director Tang have a child. Xuejing clutched Director Tang's arm tightly, her fingers almost digging into his flesh, her voice trembling. Old Tang, we can't send Tian to a mental hospital. If she goes in, her life will be ruined. She licked her cracked lips, her eyes misty, her voice softening. You know she isn't sick. She just needs some time to recover. Director Tang's gaze flickered and he whispered, Let's listen to the doctor. What does the doctor know? Xuejing stomped her foot, her voice rising sharply. Tian just got a shock while undercover. She just needs a few days of rest. Director Tang sighed, his tone weary. Jingjing, please don't get upset. Tears finally rolled down Xuejing's cheeks. Can I not be upset? Tian is our only daughter. Director Tang seemed distracted, his gaze wandering, and he muttered softly. Thank goodness, she wasn't born. Xuejing suddenly looked up. What did you say? Nothing. Commander Tang turned his face away, saying, I mean, Tian will be fine. Xuejing's hand still tightly gripped his sleeve, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Aren't you thinking about Ko Inxiang again? She would rather go to Su country than be with you. Enough. Commander Tang suddenly shook off her hand, his voice as cold as ice. Have you had enough of this? Xuejing stumbled back, hitting the wall, and tears finally streamed down her face. Commander Tang looked at her, his tone softening a bit. Jingjing, don't overthink it. The most important thing now is Tian. Yes, Xuejing wiped her tears, forcing a bitter smile. The most important thing is Tian. She took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper. Old Tang, if Tian really has to go to a mental hospital. She won't, Commander Tang interrupted her, his tone firm. I will find a way. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. Two staff members in uniforms from the Wusher Mental Hospital entered, their expressions blank as they asked, Who is Tang Tian? Xuejing's face instantly turned pale. She instinctively stood in front of Tang Tian's bed, her voice trembling. Who are you? Who sent you here? The staff waved the documents in their hands, their tone indifferent. We're from the Wusher Mental Hospital. We received a call saying a patient needs urgent admission. Are you Tang Tian's family? Please sign here. Commander Tang frowned and stepped forward. Who made the call? We did not agree to send her to a mental hospital. The staff glanced at him impatiently. The call was made by her sister. We don't care about the details. We just need the paperwork in order. Please sign quickly. Don't waste time. Sister? Xuejing turned to Commander Tang, panic in her eyes. Old Tang, what? What is going on? Before he could respond, Tang Bing's cold voice came from the doorway. I made the call. Xuejing's eyes widened in shock, her voice sharp. Tang Bing, how could you do this? Tian is your sister. Tang Bing smirked slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. And Xue, haven't you always blamed me for not caring about Tang Tian's illness? Now that I do care, why are you angry again? Commander Tang's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. Tang Bing, have you had enough of this? Isn't Tang Tian good enough to you as a sister? Good to me? Tang Bing scoffed, her voice filled with long-suppressed anger. It was me who auditioned for the Beijing arts troupe, and she pushed me down the stairs, causing my fracture and making me miss the exam. It was me who was the lead dancer for the soldiers' performance, and she ruined my costume, making me embarrass myself in public. It was me who, before my engagement to Xiangyu, found rat poison in my cream, causing an allergic reaction on my engagement day. It was me who advised her not to take that small path, but she insisted on dragging me along and even threw a brick at Scar Brother, leading to my capture by him. Tang Tian has done too many bad things to me. I will repay her one by one. After saying this, Tang Bing seemed to lift a heavy weight off her heart, feeling much lighter. She looked at Xia Shuning, her eyes burning with fierce determination, no longer filled with the previous despair and disillusionment. Xia Shuning softly said, "If love can't keep you alive, then let it be hate." Director Tang's face grew darker. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and turned to the staff at the mental hospital with a forced smile, saying, "Comrades, there might be a misunderstanding here. Please wait outside while we discuss this. Make it quick, you have 10 minutes at most." "We came to pick up other patients," the staff replied impatiently, waving their hands as they walked down the hallway. Jing's face turned pale. She tightly grasped Director Tang's coat, her voice barely audible. "Old Tang, you know that Tang Tian is not sick. That diagnosis is fake." Xia Shuning's voice floated in lightly, with a hint of mockery. "So Director Tang knows Aunt Xue forged the diagnosis? Then Tang Bing, why not report Director Tang? Hey everyone, quickly add this to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. Xia Shuning loves you all." Tang Bing turned to make a call, and Xia Shuning added fuel to the fire, saying, "Director Tang, you will forgive Tang Bing for being righteous against her own family, right?" Director Tang glared with red eyes, his voice threatening. "Stop. Tang Bing, do you dare to report me?" Tang Bing coldly laughed, unafraid, and glared back at him. "My mom is just too dignified. That's why you two can still run around today. She should have reported you for your affair back then. If she had, you would have retired early, and there would be no Director Tang today." Director Tang's pupils narrowed, his fists tightening. He could see that Tang Bing truly intended to report him, and he was currently in a crucial period for a promotion. He could not afford any mistakes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and turned to Xia Shuning with a gentle expression, saying, "Xia Jiqing, Aunt Xue is too emotional. Tang Tian really has a mental illness, and we will send her to a facility." Xia Shuning smiled at Jing, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery. "Aunt Xue's condition seems to be getting worse. Aren't you considering going to the facility with Tang Tian for a checkup?" She took out the epilepsy diagnosis certificate and softly read the date, February 29th, 1974. Director Tang suddenly turned to Jing, his eyes questioning. "Jing, what? What is going on?" Jing lowered her head, gripping the edge of her clothes tightly, her voice barely audible. I just wanted to help Tian. She thought it was just a formality to bring Tang Tian out of the isolation room and didn't check the date closely." Director Tang's fists tightened even more, his knuckles turning white. He looked at Tang Tian on the hospital bed, then at Jing, and finally lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Just sign." "Old Tang." Jing rushed to grab his arm, tears streaming down her face. "You can't do this. Tian is our daughter." Director Tang shook off her hand and turned away. "Jing, we have no choice." Jing collapsed on the floor, tears flowing uncontrollably. She looked at the unconscious Tang Tian on the bed and suddenly felt that all her efforts over the years had become a joke. A staff member entered, impatiently urging, "Time's up, hurry and sign. Don't waste time." Director Tang trembled as he signed his name on the document. At that moment, Tang Tian suddenly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, finally fixing her gaze on Director Tang and Jing, her voice weak. "Dad."
Mom.
"What are you doing?" Jing rushed over to hug her, crying heartbrokenly. Tian, I'm sorry." Tang Tian seemed to realize something, and tears streamed down her face. "Dad, Mom, do you not want me anymore? I'm not crazy. Let me go." Tang Tian's piercing scream echoed in the hallway. The staff at the facility dragged her away with blank expressions. They had seen such scenes countless times before. "Everyone sent here says the same thing," one of them said coldly.
"Dad."
"You said you wouldn't send me to the facility. You promised to always protect me." Tang Tian cried out desperately. Director Tang turned away, unable to meet Tang Tian's eyes. Tang Bing stood to the side, her gaze shifting between the indifferent profile of Colonel Tang and the pale face of Tang Tian. Those years, Colonel Tang's coldness towards her and his favoritism towards Tang Tian were still vivid in her memory. She had often imagined that if her mother hadn't left, would the fatherly love meant for Tang Tian also belong to her? However, now watching Tang Tian being taken to a mental hospital by their parents, Tang Bing suddenly felt that she wasn't so pitiful after all. Jing wanted to rush forward, but was firmly held back by Colonel Tang. "Take her away," he said, his throat tightening. "Tang Tian is insane." Jing collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as Tang Tian's figure disappeared down the corridor, murmuring, "Tian, Tian, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. How did it come to this?" All these years, she had worked hard just to establish her place in this family. But now, she couldn't even protect her own daughter. "I can't handle it already?" Xia Shuning said softly, her tone full of mockery. "This is just the beginning." Tang Bing lowered her head and silently smiled, her gaze falling on Xia Shuning and Junjun. She remembered her mother once saying that friends are the family we choose. In that moment, her feelings of despair suddenly vanished. Junjun had been quietly standing in the corner, his eyes fixed on the silver bracelet on Tang Tian's wrist. Now he returned to his bed, tugged at Tang Bing's sleeve, and whispered, "Sister, the silver bracelet on Tang Tian's wrist. It belonged to my mom. They took it that day." Tang Bing frowned, recalling, "I think she only wore it the day I was kidnapped." Xia Shuning patted Junjun's head, her tone resolute. "We'll help you get your mom's things back." At the mental hospital in Wushi, Tang Tian had been spoiled by Colonel Tang and Jing since childhood, and Tang Bing had always tolerated her. She never imagined she would end up in a place like this. "I'm not sick. Let me out. I want to go home," she shouted at the top of her lungs, grabbing a doctor's stethoscope and throwing it at him. She even knocked over a nurse's cart, causing chaos in the ward. "Newcomer, quiet down." The head nurse rushed in and slapped her hard. Tears streamed down Tang Tian's face. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She bit her lip, her voice trembling. "I'm not sick. I want to see my dad. My dad is Colonel Tang. I want to see my mom." The head nurse scoffed, hands on her hips, and scolded. "Every one of you claims you're not sick. If you're not sick, why did your family spend money to bring you here?" Another nurse chimed in. "If your parents don't sign, who would dare to bring you in?" Tang Tian was instantly stunned. She remembered how, when she was taken away, no matter how much she begged, Colonel Tang remained indifferent, and Jing could only cry. Her world suddenly collapsed, and anger burned fiercely in her chest. Tang Tian suddenly grabbed the force stand and swung it out, causing doctors and nurses to cry out in alarm. She tried to escape, but was caught by security. She swung the force stand in a desperate attempt to fight back, but security knocked her down, causing her to writhe in pain on the ground. In the end, several security guards held her down, and the head nurse injected her with a sedative in front of everyone. When she woke up again, she found herself tied to the bed, her whole body in agony. She struggled desperately, shouting, "I'm not crazy. Let me out. I want to go home." The medical staff looked at her coldly, showing no reaction. She had become a dangerous person here, directly moved to the intensive care unit on the top floor. The intensive care unit. She was not the only patient here. Each one was a severe mental health case. Doctors and nurses wouldn't dare come up without security. That night, Tang Tian experienced the most terrifying night of her life. She kept shouting, drawing the attention of other patients. Some threw things at her, some slapped her, and others rushed over to pull her hair. Her long hair became their toy, cruelly pulled out strand by strand, leaving her scalp raw and bloody. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Tang Tian screamed, but her struggles were completely in vain. In the first half of the night, she cried for help. In the second half, she begged for mercy. But no matter what she shouted, no one paid attention. The on-duty doctors and nurses heard her screams, yet not one came up. By morning, Tang Tian had lost her voice from shouting. She curled up on the bed, all her hair gone, her scalp burning with pain, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't understand why her mom and dad suddenly didn't want her anymore. Why was she locked up here? Tang Tian suddenly felt a strong hatred towards Jing. If she hadn't taken me to the Tang family, and if she hadn't messed things up with Colonel Tang, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Xuejing, it's all your fault. Why aren't you the one locked up? She cursed through gritted teeth. The nurse checking her room treated her scalp wound and coldly said, "Once you're in here, don't think about getting out. Behave and you'll suffer less." Tang Tian looked around. The patients had vacant expressions. Some were giggling foolishly, while others talked to themselves. She suddenly realized that she might really not be able to leave. At the Tang family home, Xuejing sat in an empty room, tightly clutching a photo of Tang Tian, tears dropping onto it. Colonel Tang stood at the door, hesitating to speak. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave. A few days later, Tang Bing came with Xia Shuning to visit Tang Tian. Seeing Tang Bing was like seeing a lifeline. She immediately put on a sweet and caring demeanor. "Sister, are you here to take me home?" Before Tang Bing could answer, she eagerly shouted, "Sister, I'm not sick. I want to go home." Tang Bing asked, "Has your good mother, Xuejing, never come to see you?" Tang Tian's eyes turned red with anger, but she had to lower her head and relent. "I'm not competing for dad anymore. I'm not being a daughter of the Tang family. My dad, Li Yi, was also a hero." Tang Tian's father, Li Yi, was a comrade of Colonel Tang, who promised to take care of his wife and daughter before he died. Who would have thought that the seemingly respectable Colonel Tang would take care of a fallen hero's widow in such a way? Tang Bing smiled. "You can't just decide to stop being a father-daughter pair after more than 10 years. Colonel Tang has cared for you all these years." Tang Tian felt angry but couldn't speak up, so she said softly, "Sister, I'm just a clueless child. Please don't hold it against me." She smiled, her face full of flattery. "You hate Xuejing, right? If you let me out, I'll help you deal with her." Tang Bing pointed at the silver bracelet on Tang Tian's wrist and coldly asked, "First, tell me where you got that silver bracelet." Tang Tian glanced at the antique silver bracelet on her wrist, slightly pouting with disdain in her tone. "Xuejing gave it to me. A few days before your incident, she brought back a big box of jewelry. I actually preferred the emerald bracelet, but she only agreed to give me this one." Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and her tone became sweet and flattering, sounding as if it were mixed with honey. "Sister, if you like this bracelet, I'll give it to you. Since childhood, anything you liked, even if I just glanced at it, you would willingly give it to me." Tang Tian tried to use these sweet memories to evoke the sisterly bond with Tang Bing. Her gaze was innocent, yet it held a hint of cunning, reminiscent of Xuejing. Tang Bing's expression was cold as she took the silver bracelet from Tang Tian's wrist and examined it closely. Sure enough, she found the character Wu engraved inside the bracelet. She turned and handed the bracelet to Xia Shuning, saying softly, "Sister Shuning, take a look." Xia Shuning accepted the silver bracelet, her fingertips brushing against the cool metal as she gently traced the patterns. Suddenly, her fingers trembled slightly, as if they had touched a hidden mechanism. Her gaze sharpened instantly, but quickly returned to calm, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Xia Shuning looked up at Tang Bing and nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue asking. Understanding, Tang Bing turned to Tang Tian with a gentle tone. "Tang Tian, who gave these jewelry pieces to your mother? What do you know about them?" Tang Tian's eyes flickered for a moment before she shook her head, pretending to be innocent as she blinked and said softly, "I don't know, sister. You know, since I was little, Xuejing never took me along. She always kept things mysterious, even hiding things from me, her own daughter." Tang Bing recalled the first time she saw Tang Tian, her pitiful appearance, and her gaze drifted to the bandage on Tang Tian's head, where blood was seeping through. The old ceiling fan creaked as it turned, casting shadows on Tang Tian's face that flickered with her uneven breathing. Tang Tian sensed the warmth in her gaze and immediately resorted to her childhood ways, sounding like a child in distress. "Sister, my scalp hurts so much. Those people pulled out all my hair. Please help me. I know you care about me the most." Tang Bing's expression grew serious. "I understand you're anxious, but please calm down. Without Teacher Tang's signature, I can't take you away. Focus on getting better." Tang Tian's face twisted in anger, a fierce glint in her eyes. You wretched person. I want to kill you. She struggled desperately, trying to lunge at Tang Bing, but the restraints held her tightly, leaving her unable to move. At that moment, Xia Shuning stood nearby, a slight smile on her lips, her tone casual yet imposing. Now, why don't you honestly tell me who gave that box of jewelry to Xuejing? I can bring her in to keep you company. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell silent, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. If Tang Bing had said this, she wouldn't believe a word. If Tang Bing had such ability, she wouldn't have been so suppressed by Xuejing all these years. But Xia Shuning was frighteningly strong. She could kill without blinking and even sent herself into this situation. Tang Tian gritted her teeth and finally spoke, I agree. She paused, still unwilling to be trapped here for life, and asked Xia Shuning, Sister Xia, when Xuejing comes in, can you let me go? Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed. This mental hospital isn't mine.
You can.
I know you can, Tang Tian said eagerly, her eyes full of hope. Xia Shuning nodded slightly and replied slowly, then it depends on how you perform. Tang Tian immediately spoke up, her tone urgent. That big box of jewelry was given to Xuejing by Feng Jingjun. Xia Shuning nodded in satisfaction, signaling her to continue. Feng Jingjun has been pursuing Ko Inxiang since he was young. Tang Tian suddenly hesitated, staring in fear at Xia Shuning's hand casually resting on the medical file. Xia Shuning was lightly poking the electroconvulsive therapy consent form with her pen, the ink spreading over Tang Tian's name. Realizing the situation, she quickly changed her words. After Aunt Ko went to Sioux country, Xuejing kept in touch with him. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Tang Bing, with a hint of secretive delight in her eyes. Xuejing has been reporting on her sister's news and whereabouts, gaining many benefits from Feng Jingjun. This time, when her sister was caught by Scar, it was also Feng Jingjun who wanted to take her sister abroad. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing stiffened, her face turning pale. Her voice trembled involuntarily. Sister Shuning, the big shot from Beijing that Scar mentioned might be Feng Jingjun? She instinctively looked at Xia Shuning, her eyes filled with reliance and trust. Xia Shuning nodded, her tone calm. It seems so. Tang Tian noticed Tang Bing's bad expression and a flash of triumph crossed her eyes, her voice sweet yet poisonous. Yes, Feng Jingjun is the head of the Beijing Revolutionary Committee. Sister, you and your mother are truly lucky. Even such a big shot can't forget you. Smack. A crisp sound echoed as Tang Bing slapped Tang Tian hard across the face, glaring fiercely at her. Tang Tian returned the glare with malice. As the sound of the slap rang out, Xia Shuning lightly tapped the medical file with her fingertips. Suddenly, a document marked internal reference fell, and the headline read, Welcome Comrade Feng Jingjun to inspect the 5-7 Cadre School. Xia Shuning withdrew her gaze and playfully pressed down on Tang Tian's head.
Ah!
Tang Tian screamed in pain. Seeing Xia Shuning's demeanor, it seemed she was about to lift her skull with her bare hands. Tang Tian quickly gave in. Sister, Sweet was wrong. You hit well. Xia Shuning continued to question her calmly. Why is Wu Nian's jewelry box with Feng Jingjun? Tang Tian hesitated for a moment, fear flashing in her eyes. She dared to provoke Xuejing but would never challenge Feng Jingjun's temper. Xia Shuning noticed her hesitation and said lightly, I can make sure you won't get hurt here. She pointed to the blood-red bandage on Tang Tian's head. Tang Tian shrank back slightly and finally said in a dry voice, It's Wang Heyun. Wang Heyun told Xuejing that Wu Nian looks like you, and Xuejing told Feng Jingjun. How do Wang Heyun and Xuejing know each other? Xia Shuning asked the crucial question. Tang Tian let out a cold laugh, her tone sarcastic. Back then, Xuejing was first interested in Commander Wang, so she put a lot of effort into Wang Heyun. Wang Heyun looks more like her daughter than I do. She paused, a hint of resentment in her eyes. She often locked me up at home for days, just to please the Wang family. I was so hungry I chewed on the legs of chairs, And when I was really thirsty, I even drank my own. Xuejing always thought I wouldn't remember anything before I was 2. Tang Bing, hearing this, couldn't help but recall the first time she met Tang Tian. At that time, Tang Tian was only 3 years old but looked no older than 1 due to malnutrition. She wore open-crotch pants and was as thin as a little monkey, constantly mumbling, "Xuejing is bad. Xuejing is bad. Xuejing hits." Back then, Tang Bing was naive and thought that Xuejing, who drove away their mother, was a bad woman, while Tang Tian, who called Xuejing bad, was a good sister and on her side. From then on, she genuinely treated Tang Tian as her beloved sister. Tang Tian's eyes turned slightly red, glistening with tears. She intended to touch Tang Bing's heart with family ties, but as she spoke, it stirred up the little sisterly bond that remained in her heart. "Sister, the first full meal I remember was fed to me by you, and the best clothes I wore were your old ones." She lowered her head, her voice choked. "When I was little, I really liked you, sister. So, whenever Mom did something bad, I would secretly tell you." Later, everyone said that the 2 sisters from the Tang family were very different. The older sister was beautiful, while the younger sister was quite ordinary. With Xuejing stirring things up, her feelings began to change. Tang Bing quietly watched her, showing no emotion in her eyes. Xia Shuning gently patted Tang Bing's shoulder and said calmly, "Let's go. We've clarified everything here. Sister Xia, can you help me? I'm still so young. I can't be locked up here forever." Tang Tian became anxious when she saw Xia Shuning about to leave. "The doctor will move you to a single room tonight." Xia Shuning paused for a moment, but didn't turn around. "Just focus on getting better, and I'll bring Xuejing in to keep you company." At the end of the hallway, a song called Mama Told Me could be heard. In the Tang family, Xuejing's eyes were red as she gently pressed Tang Shizhong's hand against her chest, almost in tears, and asked, "Old Tang, can you pick up Tian Tian today?" Tang Shizhong unbuttoned his jacket and replied sternly, "In a few days." Xuejing had been asking for several days, and each time she received the same answer. She felt a fire burning in her chest, her heart like a volcano ready to erupt, hot and suffocating. Unfortunately, Tang Shizhong was completely unaware of her feelings. He frowned and added in a stiff tone, "You shouldn't just focus on Tian Tian. Tang Bing is also your daughter. You should pay more attention to her." His words were loaded, emphasizing pay attention to make Xuejing keep an eye on Tang Bing and not cause him trouble at this critical moment. Xuejing suddenly pushed Tang Shizhong away, her eyes wide and fixed on him, her teeth clenched tightly. "You might as well send me to a mental hospital." Tang Shizhong had never seen Xuejing so fierce and was taken aback. "You can't be serious, right?" Just then, Tang Bing entered the room, bringing an unexpected guest, Xia Shuning. Tang Shizhong's heart sank, recalling recent news that a prominent figure admired Xia Shuning. He quickly changed to a friendly demeanor, smiling as he approached her. "Xia, welcome to Uncle Tang's home." Xia Shuning responded politely but distantly, "Hello, Tang Shizhong. I'm not here as a guest. I'm here to pick something up." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud crash came from the bedroom, followed by the sound of breaking glass as shards flew everywhere.